In a world where portals scatter terrifying beasts across the land, only blessed hunters survive, but this guy is not one of them. He is no hunter, no warrior, not even a battle mage. Our MC, Hajun Lee, is a courier, but far from ordinary. His route runs straight to Olympus, to the gods themselves. He breezes past dangerous mobs, without even breaking a sweat. But it was not always like this. Back then, he was just a broke delivery guy with no money, hauling fast food from door to door. One customer screamed at him for being late and filed a complaint. Because of that, he got kicked out of his job and thought he would not even be able to pay rent. Then suddenly a notification popped up on his phone, a new order. He tapped it without hesitation, and in that same second he got hurled into another dimension. Remembering the mythicals, he dares to hope this might mean he has finally been chosen. He starts imagining escape from his life as a delivery rider just as another notification sounds. The glowing system repeats that he has a new delivery request, as if this strange realm still expects him to work. His hope collapses when he sees the job is simply to deliver a bottle of nectar to a place called Elysium. A delivery rider discovers a strange app offering nectar and realizes he may have been assigned an impossible order. Curious and desperate to understand it, he accepts the request just to see where it leads. The app sends him through a grand gate into a realm that is clearly not part of the human world. Faced with the unbelievable, he swallows his fear and keeps going. He rides deeper into the radiant palace grounds, committing himself to the bizarre job. Even as the setting overwhelms him, he stays focused on completing the delivery. When the map confirms he has reached the home of the gods, he is stunned that Olympus is real. He enters the palace in awe, barely able to process where he has arrived. At the main doors, he hesitates and wonders if this is really the pickup point for a divine order. He knocks, already thinking that meeting a god here might finally give him a chance to become a hunter. A woman answers from inside, and the moment the door opens the encounter becomes real. Her appearance confirms his suspicion that he is standing before a goddess. Overwhelmed, he struggles to explain why he is there. The goddess is shocked to find a human in Olympus and immediately demands an explanation. He shows her the delivery app on his phone, making it clear that he is as confused as she is. She quickly realizes Hermes is responsible for this absurd situation and blames him for dragging a mortal into it. Though humans should not even be allowed to touch this place, she decides to use his presence because her brother urgently needs the order. She fills a glowing bottle with nectar and insists that he deliver it to her brother without delay. Before handing it over, she sternly warns him not to drink even a single sip, and he nervously agrees. To make sure he understands, she repeats the warning with unmistakable seriousness. She drives the point home one last time so there can be no misunderstanding. Then she abruptly shuts the door, leaving him alone with the bottle and no answers. He is left reeling, unable to make sense of how his life has turned into this. Frustration takes over as he realizes that even in Olympus he is still being treated like a suspect deliverman. Staring at the nectar, he is tempted to abandon the order altogether since it looks like ordinary juice. Even so, he heads back out toward his bike instead of giving up immediately. He reasons that if the recipient is another god, this delivery might also become his chance to ask for a mythical contract. With that hope in mind, he vows that this will be the final delivery of his life. The route carries him from Olympus into a harsh, fiery land, showing that his next destination is far more dangerous. When the app announces he is close, he braces himself for whatever god lives here. He arrives at a forge-like stronghold surrounded by heat and lava and stops outside. Exhausted from the climb, he calls out the delivery while still clutching the nectar. The place answers with heavy metallic noise, making the approach feel immediately threatening. As the oppressive heat hits him, he realizes this destination is far more brutal than Olympus. A massive figure emerges from the firelit interior, forcing him to pause. The armed god challenges him like an intruder, ready to defend his domain. The rider hurriedly tries to calm him, insisting he is only there to deliver something. The god advances anyway, dragging his weapon forward while the rider keeps the bottle visible as proof. Recognition finally dawns when the god understands that his sister sent the delivery. The rider is startled to learn that the elegant goddess and this rough forge god are siblings. While he tries to make sense of that, the god notices he is not Hermes and grows suspicious again. The god demands to know how a human got there, and the rider desperately thrusts the bottle forward as his explanation. The sight of the untouched nectar instantly changes the god's mood from hostility to astonishment. When he confirms the rider brought it all the way without drinking any, the rider indignantly rejects the idea that he would steal someone else's order. Annoyed, he pushes the bottle toward the god and tells him to just take it. Instead of taking offense, the god bursts into delighted laughter at the mortal's honesty. He praises the rider's integrity, and reveals the real reason for the warning. Even one sip of nectar would have made him a god. The rider freezes, suddenly realizing the bottle in his hand was far more valuable than he knew. As the truth sinks in, he understands that the harmless-looking liquid could have transformed his entire existence. Seeing his chance at last, he reaches for the nectar, convinced this is how he can finally escape the life of a deliveryman forever. A delivery worker reaches for the glowing drink he brought, but his customer snatches it first. The burly blacksmith pops the cap and eagerly claims the nectar for himself. The courier can only hesitate as the man prepares to drink. Ignoring any restraint, the blacksmith gulps the entire bottle in one go. When the courier protests that it was meant to be consumed all at once, the empty bottle is already tossed aside and shattered. The blacksmith, delighted by the fresh nectar, notes that the delivery arrived quickly. He warmly introduces himself as Hephaestus, and the startled courier gives his name as Hajuin Lee. Hephaestus mishears it as Hajuin Lili and thanks him, while Hajuin fails to correct him in time. Satisfied and refreshed, Hephaestus heads back to work and sends Hajuin off under the wrong name. Before letting him leave, Hajuin stops him with a hand on his shoulder. Hephaestus turns back, puzzled by the interruption. Forcing a polite smile, Hajuin reminds him that he still has not been paid. Hephaestus is confused, assuming the delivery fee should already have been handled. Hajuin insists he never received any payment at all. Hephaestus only laughs and walks away, leaving Hajuin baffled about what that means. As Hajuin checks his app in confusion, something suddenly reacts. A bright notification erupts from his phone. The flash overwhelms him, and he recoils in pain. When it clears, a floating screen shows that he now has 1,000 points. Back in his room on Earth, Hajuin realizes the encounter was real because the point window is still there. He recalls being engulfed by strange light and abruptly returned home, which had made him dismiss everything as a dream until now. The hovering pop-up confirms the impossible reward followed him back. Annoyed, Hajuin complains that points are useless to him, and that he should have been paid with actual money. He bitterly thinks that after meeting a god, the least he deserved was enough help to become a top-ranked hunter. Then another message appears, catching his attention. The system explains that points can be exchanged for items in a shop and asks whether he wants to enter it. Hoping the points might finally buy something worthwhile, Hajuin opens the shop. The item list appears, but it is full of absurd purchases like fruit, tools, arrows, and even an overpriced scooter. He dismisses the selection as useless and cannot understand why any of it costs so much. Scrolling further only reinforces his frustration, since he could never afford real hunter gear and would not survive long even if he could. He starts to give up, convinced this system will never make him a hunter. Then he notices something unexpected in the list. A conversion option reveals that 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 won. Hajuin realizes the points may be direct cash after all. He immediately selects the exchange. A 10,000 won bill materializes out of thin air in his room. The note drops onto his bed, proving the transaction is real. He snatches it up, stunned by what he is holding. The system chimes again as he checks the result. His balance has decreased from 1,000 points to 999, confirming each point is worth real money. Hajuin stares at the bill, trying to process that the cash is genuine. His disbelief gives way to greedy excitement as he looks back at the screen. He rapidly presses the exchange option again and again. Money begins appearing all around the room while his points drop fast. Now grinning in shock, Hajuin realizes he has stumbled into a fortune. He grabs at the scattered bills, desperate to feel and claim them. Overcome with exhilaration, he leaps up laughing and demands to know if this is really happening. Later, he celebrates his sudden wealth with a lavish bowl of black bean noodles piled high with toppings. Still in his delivery uniform, he eagerly mixes the sauce into the noodles. He devours the meal with the satisfaction of someone already enjoying the first rewards of his windfall. A deliveryman happily digs into his meal, still riding the high of a sudden windfall. He confirms the money he earned from the shop is real after testing it at an ATM. With points left over and a huge cash payout from a single delivery, he is overwhelmed by how profitable the job has become. His emotional reaction is so intense that a worker mistakes it for a problem with the food, but he insists he is crying because it tastes that good. Left alone with his thoughts, he starts laughing to himself at how absurdly well things are going. As he wonders how to use all that money, a news report interrupts with a major announcement about Yangwon Guild recruiting Hyan Seonlim. The report adds that the guild is accelerating preparations for a raid on Tartarus, and the deliverman is jolted by the name. The broadcast further reveals that Hyan Seonlim is contracted with the mythical Hephaestus. That detail stuns him, because he realizes the famous mythic being is the same customer he dealt with before. Even so, he dismisses the larger implications and only cares that Hephaestus was the best-paying client he has ever had. After finishing his meal, he leaves the restaurant satisfied and in a great mood. A notification sound catches his attention almost immediately. He realizes a new delivery request has come in. Expecting more easy money, he quickly gets on the scooter he wisely brought with him. Once geared up, he checks his phone and sees the new job waiting for him. He eagerly accepts the request without hesitation. The moment he commits, the world around him shifts in a blinding flash. He squeezes his eyes shut as the sudden transition engulfs him. When he opens them again, he realizes he is somewhere completely unfamiliar. He finds himself standing in an ornate, flower-filled place that looks nothing like Earth. Taking in the impossible garden around him, he wonders if he has been sent to some heavenly botanical paradise. He checks the order details and sees that he is delivering to someone named Hajuin Lili. Before he can process that, he notices someone approaching. A radiant woman named Demeter appears and introduces herself. He greets her respectfully, and she explains that she heard from her nephew that he is a deliveryman. When he asks who her nephew is, she reveals it is Hephaestus, whom he has already met. That connection makes him think this divine family has problems far beyond anything normal people deal with. Demeter praises him for delivering nectar quickly and perfectly, deciding he is reliable enough for another task. Flattered and eager for more lucrative work, he confidently promises to deliver whatever she needs. He assumes the request will be something simple and ceremonial. Instead, Demeter summons something with divine power. The magic condenses into a neatly wrapped lunchbox, which she presents to him. She asks him to take the lunchbox to her daughter. Demeter explains that divine beings cannot freely leave their palaces without a proper reason, so she must rely on him. Relieved that the job sounds easy, he readily agrees to handle a mere lunchbox delivery. But a sudden chill runs through Demeter, signaling that something is wrong. The bright garden rapidly decays into a withered, ominous landscape, transforming the mood of the entire meeting. Startled by the abrupt change, he turns in alarm while Demeter simply thanks him. Holding the lunchbox in the darkened garden, he starts to worry that this delivery may be far more dangerous than it looked. His imagination jumps to the worst possibility, and he briefly fears the lunchbox could even be a bomb. He talks himself down, deciding that as long as he gets paid and the package is meant for Demeter's daughter, it is probably fine. With that rationalization, he checks the destination on his phone. Another flash interrupts before he can fully settle himself. The same strange transport effect erupts again and tears him out of the divine realm. He suddenly finds himself back on Earth, still on his scooter, confused by how abruptly he returned. Looking at the app, he sees the order is active. Demeter's lunchbox must be delivered 8 kilometers away, and failure carries punishment. He pieces together that the route leads to Sinchon in Korea, meaning Demeter's daughter is somehow living in the human world. Remembering Demeter's claim that gods cannot leave their palaces casually, he becomes even more suspicious about why a goddess's daughter is here. Deciding the only way to understand any of it is to complete the job, he sets off toward the destination. Instead of fear, the mystery excites him, and he realizes he has never been this eager for a delivery before. A delivery rider heads through the city, expecting to earn a decent number of points from his latest job. As he nears the drop-off, the navigation announces his arrival, but the location makes him pause in confusion. Realizing where he has been sent, he immediately regrets accepting the order at all. What stands before him is Tartarus, a monstrous purple dungeon tied to the underworld's most dangerous depths. He remembers its reputation as a graveyard for hunters and is shaken by the thought of going anywhere near it. Trying to calm himself, he wonders if the customer might be waiting outside, only for the app to update the destination. The revised route shows a path leading into Tartarus itself, turning the job into something that feels absurdly game-like and very real. He decides he wants no part of this and moves to cancel the order on the spot. But the cancellation screen warns that failing the delivery will bring divine punishment, which stops him cold. The app explains that punishment means losing human consciousness while being transformed into a pig, and he can barely believe such a penalty exists. With no good option left, he slumps in despair, convinced he is trapped. He curses himself for accepting the job without checking the details first, even if he knows he never could have expected this. Looking ahead, he sees armed guards at the entrance, and realizes he has no obvious way to get past them. The threat of being turned into a pig fills his mind with pork dishes, making the punishment feel even more horrifyingly concrete. Stuck between the dungeon, the guards, and the app's curse, he searches for any way out. A system tip suggests the in-app shop might sell something useful for difficult deliveries. He dismisses the idea at first, assuming he cannot afford anything that would matter. Then he considers whether his accumulated points might be enough to buy help or hire hunters. Browsing the shop, he finds an item called a Kaini replica among the offerings. Its description reveals a helmet that completely hides the wearer's appearance and presence for 30 minutes, though it is outrageously expensive and limited to 2 uses. Even while grumbling that the sale is a scam, he realizes the concealment artifact is exactly what he needs. Swearing this will be his last job for these gods, he nervously commits to the purchase. The helmet materializes in front of him, making the cost feel painfully real. He panics as the artifact drops awkwardly toward him and nearly fumbles it. When it hits the ground, all he can think about is the fortune he just spent. He scrambles down to recover the helmet, treating it like the most precious thing he owns. With the timer still ticking, he puts it on and sees he has just over 38 minutes left. Once the helmet settles over him, he becomes unnaturally quiet and slips back onto his scooter. Using the artifact's concealment, he rides straight between the armed guards at the dungeon entrance without being challenged. A sudden sneeze almost gives him away as he passes them. The guards only notice a strange gust and return to talking about an upcoming Yangwon Guild raid on the dungeon. Before they can think further, he disappears into the vast purple maw of Tartarus. Inside, the place feels so sinister that he cannot believe anyone would order lunch here. Deciding hesitation will only make things worse, he grips the throttle and commits. He speeds deeper into the dungeon on his scooter. The ride carries him through a surreal passage as he pushes forward toward the destination. A status display identifies him simply as Hajun Lee, a man in his 20s, underscoring how ordinary he is for what he is attempting. He emerges into a cavern lined with glowing crystals, still pressing on as a delivery man rather than a hunter. A gigantic horn monster looms over him, and the contrast makes clear he has no hunter license and no business surviving here. Elsewhere, eerie robed figures murmur in the dark, while every measure of mythical backing or contract remains non-existent for him. Even his physical ability, powers, and special skills amount to nothing as he rides past grotesque monsters that could kill him instantly. Against all reason, the app finally announces that he is approaching the destination. He braces himself, tense and sweating, hardly believing he has made it this far alive. He reaches a ruined chamber in the deepest part of Tartarus, becoming the first person ever to arrive there. But when he looks around, there is no customer waiting for him at all. Seeing he arrived within the helmet's time limit, he celebrates that at least he has avoided the pig transformation. He calls out for the recipient to come collect the delivery. A blinding flash answers him from the darkness, revealing a towering presence surrounded by monstrous hounds. Shielding his eyes, he stares in alarm, unable to understand what kind of being has appeared. Then the shock settles into a single stunned realization as he takes in it with wide-eyed fear. A delivery rider in the underworld is suddenly cornered by Cerberus as the beast closes in with all three heads. Certain he is about to die, he bitterly regrets the choices that brought him here. Cerberus looms over his scooter, making it clear he has no way to outrun the attack. Even in panic, he clings to the thought that he still has enough points left to survive this somehow. As death feels imminent, his mind jumps to petty regrets about wasting money and never properly enjoying life. He suddenly remembers his Hades helm still has one use left, and realizes it might save him. He tries to activate the artifact just as Cerberus lunges to devour him. But the transformation does not happen in time, and he braces for the worst. Instead, a little girl's voice cuts through the danger and scolds Cerberus like a misbehaving pet. Cerberus halts instantly, frozen by the command before it can bite. The rider stares in disbelief, barely processing that he has been spared. When he turns, he finds a small red-haired girl standing behind him, and even Cerberus yields to her presence. He is stunned that a child is somehow living in the depths of Tartarus. The girl calmly approaches while Cerberus turns playful, revealing she has complete control over the monster. She reassures him with innocent ease, treating Cerberus as a harmless dog despite its terrifying size. The rider realizes she resembles Demeter and understands this child must be Persephone, Hades' daughter. Trying not to offend anyone, he awkwardly introduces himself and says he has a delivery. As he addresses Persephone, he suddenly realizes she has slipped from where he expected her to be. Hades appears behind him without warning, immediately taking in the scene. He coldly notes that the mortal has entered the underworld itself, trespassing on his domain while amusing his daughter. The rider panics, recognizing he is standing before the god of the underworld and struggling to explain himself. Hades remarks that no living human has come this far since Orpheus, but unlike Orpheus, this intruder has come to steal his helm. Dark power lashes out from Hades and wraps around the rider before he can defend himself. The shadowy force tightens around his throat and lifts him, cutting off his breath. He chokes helplessly as Hades' grip leaves him unable to speak. Hades contrasts him with Orpheus, who entered for love, while preparing to punish this supposed thief. He snatches the helmet from the rider, convinced this was the true purpose of the mortal's journey. Hades inspects the helm he seized, expecting to recover his stolen artifact. He quickly realizes it is only a replica, while the rider continues to struggle in the shadows. Persephone intervenes and urges her father to at least hear the mortal out before condemning him. Hades loosens the choking force enough to let the rider collapse, though he still keeps his power ready. The rider drops to the floor coughing, grateful just to breathe again. Hades demands a proper explanation for why a mortal dared enter his realm. Desperate for mercy, the rider insists he is not a thief and only came to complete a delivery. Hades questions the absurd claim that anyone would send a package to him in the underworld. The rider clarifies that the delivery is not for Hades but from his wife to his daughter. That claim catches Hades off guard, and he turns toward Persephone as if reconsidering the situation. Still suspicious, Hades asks why Hermes is not handling such a message if it is genuine. Unable to explain the politics behind it, the rider simply presents the gift he was entrusted to bring. Persephone immediately recognizes it as a lunchbox from her mother and lights up with joy. Hades confirms that his wife arranged the delivery, and the rider nervously affirms that he was only acting as messenger. Persephone happily adds that the lunchbox was actually made by her grandmother, making the gift even more personal. The rider is thrown by the implication of who that grandmother must be, while Persephone delights that the food is still warm. As the family connection clicks into place, he starts to ask the dangerous question now forming in his mind. He hesitantly asks where Hades' wife is, not realizing how badly that wording can be misunderstood. His panic makes him blurt out the start of a sentence that sounds wildly inappropriate toward Hades. He instantly realizes he has misspoken and tries to stop himself, but it is too late. Hades hears the insult as a challenge to his dignity, and the atmosphere turns murderous at once. The rider frantically stammers an apology, mangling Hades' title in his terror, and becoming certain he is finished. Hades glares down at him in ominous silence, leaving the rider to await whatever judgment comes next. In the underworld, Hades erupts into booming laughter at the sheer audacity of the human courier before him. The deliverman can only laugh along nervously, caught between fear and disbelief at having provoked a god. Hades admits he has not laughed this hard in ages and is amused that an ordinary human dared insult the lord of the underworld. Instead of punishing him immediately, Hades asks the courier's name and learns he is Hajun Lee. Pleased by the entertainment, Hades pardons Hajun's insolence for now, but makes clear that a second offense will not be forgiven. To make the warning real, Hades raises a hand and summons dark underworld power. Shadowy tendrils surge up around Hajun, trapping him in a display of overwhelming force. The courier panics as the darkness coils close enough to show how helpless he is. Hades finishes the threat by telling him to be ready for dire consequences if he ever mocks him again. Terrified, Hajun immediately submits and addresses Hades with full respect. The shadows linger around him just long enough to leave no doubt about who holds power here. Satisfied, Hades dismisses the intimidation and pays him, even asking that his thanks be passed along for the lunchbox. A system window appears, and Hajun realizes the job has earned far more than he expected. The completed delivery gives him 10,000 points plus a 5,000 point bonus personally awarded by Hades, bringing his total to 15,999. Hades also returns the insulated delivery bag, treating the whole exchange as concluded. Hajun hurriedly grabs the bag and his reward, eager to leave with both his life and his points. Relief overtakes him as the danger finally passes. He bows deeply and thanks Hades with exaggerated sincerity before departing. Elsewhere in Tartarus, a battered hunter struggles to catch his breath while bracing for another attack. A dragon-like monster towers over him and roars, pressing the exhausted team toward collapse. The hunter Doyenha throws himself back into the fight, his status marking him as Yangwon Guild's Team 1 captain and a top-ranked combat hunter. He unleashes a furious barrage, driving the monster back with sheer force. The creature tries to retaliate, but the exchange turns against it. A second fighter flashes in from above, joining the assault at the decisive moment. Seongjin Park, the Yangwon Guild master, brings down a blue-lit blade with lethal precision. The monster senses the killing blow too late, and can only recoil in alarm. Seongjin's slash cuts cleanly through the dragon in one overwhelming stroke. The monster's head splits apart in a violent burst, ending the battle instantly. As the corpse collapses, Seongjin lands calmly, breathing hard but in control. Doyen recognizes the guildmaster's intervention and praises him for finishing the fight. Seongjin reaches out and declares that they have finally cleared the first floor of Tartarus. His identity is affirmed as Seongjin Park, Yangwon Guildmaster, a mythical type hunter ranked 3rd in the world. The surviving guild members erupt in celebration, relieved that they made it through alive. Seongjin credits the entire team for the achievement and announces that Yangwon Guild has set a new record for reaching farther into Tartarus than ever before. In the aftermath, Doyen admits he truly thought they were all going to die. He tells Seongjin that, regardless of what anyone says, the guild master was the real hero of the day and the guild could not function without him. Overcome, Doyen starts tearing up as his admiration spills out. Nearby, Erin Beck hears the emotional declaration while collecting materials from the fallen monster and turns her attention toward the group. Seongjin lightly tells Erin not to mind Doyen's overzealous devotion. Erin pauses, sensing something off before she can respond. She is identified as Erin Beck, Yangwon Guild's deputy guild master and a globally ranked combat hunter. Keeping her composure, Erin answers curtly while holding a mana stone she has just extracted. She begins to caution that greedily collecting mana stones may be unwise under the circumstances. Before she can finish, a sudden disturbance makes her tense up. Erin abruptly warns that something is racing toward them at high speed from ahead. A heavy rumble rolls through the corridor, confirming that a new threat is closing in. Seongjin realizes the situation is dire because the team is too drained to properly defend itself, and he draws his sword anyway. Erin orders everyone into formation and reports that more monsters are still coming and approaching fast. As panic spreads through the exhausted survivors, Seongjin takes command and says that he and the deputy guild master will hold the enemy back. He adds that if the fight becomes too intense, the rest of them must run, even if it means leaving him behind. The battered team rallies behind their leader, swearing they will keep fighting at her side no matter how far this goes. Their leader is moved enough to brush off their dramatic loyalty with embarrassed affection. Before the moment can settle, the blonde woman and the guild master ready themselves as something suddenly approaches. A heavy roar closes in through the smoke, forcing everyone to brace for an attack. Out of the haze, a rider on a scooter in a strange helmet charges straight toward them. The rider is just as startled as they are, realizing too late that he has burst into the middle of a dangerous scene. He swerves through the group, narrowly avoiding a collision and turning the tension into confusion. After dropping off a package at the dungeon wall, he casually praises them for subduing the monster, and explains he arrived just before his magical disguise wore off. He warns that stronger enemies ahead are using black magic, so ordinary magic attacks will be ineffective, then cheerfully speeds off wishing them luck. The scooter vanishes into the distance, leaving the raid party staring after him in disbelief. They can only ask what that bizarre interruption was supposed to be. The narration puts his earnings into perspective by comparing the time span involved to going all the way back to the age of dinosaurs. It also compares the scale of his work to a crowd nearly 3 times the population of Korea. At a rate of 3,001 per delivery, he would have needed 50,000 jobs to reach his current total. The system confirms he has hit 10,000 deliveries and earned a bonus from Hades, bringing his points to the exact cash value he had calculated. That total comes out to 150 million won, and seeing it displayed makes the exhausted courier feel rewarded at last. He savors the number, even while remembering that only yesterday he was nearly transformed into a pig. The memory keeps piling on. He barely escaped death, was nearly eaten by Cerberus, and was almost strangled by Hades himself. After everything he has endured, he admits he is completely worn down. Then the sight of his earnings starts to break through his fatigue. He bursts into manic laughter, deciding that 100 million won makes all that suffering feel survivable. Instead of being satisfied, the money only makes him greedier for more. He grandly vows to change from this moment on, consumed by ambition. That declaration is immediately undercut when his stomach reminds him he is simply starving. His priorities shift to food, and he settles on fried chicken and beer. Elsewhere, a press conference wraps up for Yangwon Guild's guildmaster, Seongjin Park. Backstage, his teammates greet him now that the public appearance is finally over. The guildmaster admits the guild has had no rest since clearing the first floor, and says he still has to meet the Hunter Association chairman. One teammate stops him to ask whether he mentioned the mysterious scooter rider during the conference. He says he did not, judging that it was too early to bring up such a strange incident while they still know so little. He blames his own exhaustion for not pursuing the matter sooner, but says they are now collecting nearby camera footage. The others wonder if the rider might have been some kind of monster, since he appeared from beyond the first floor where only their guild has reached. They narrow the description down to a man in an odd helmet riding a scooter. One possibility is that he was a hunter using enchanted equipment, especially since someone vaguely remembers him mentioning the next floor. The guild master cuts off the speculation and reminds them their real objective is the dungeon raid, not chasing an unidentified stranger. He then orders one teammate to go to Suwon and collect ore needed for reforging their weapons, since it can only be mined in that dungeon. She protests that she has team practice, but he insists she handle it because she is the one with the driver's license. Resigned, she agrees and asks what material she is supposed to retrieve. After thinking it over, he identifies the ore as celestial steel. Meanwhile, the courier happily digs into his chicken and beer, finally enjoying a moment of peace. He is ready to keep eating when his phone signals a new job. The alert makes him leap up instantly, abandoning his meal without hesitation. He decides the food can wait because a god's delivery request cannot. The system teleports him out of his room in a burst of light. He arrives in a volcanic realm and immediately realizes he has been sent somewhere far more dangerous than home. As he takes in the surroundings, a troubling suspicion forms. He recognizes the place as Hephaestus's domain. Even while panicking, he notes that Hephaestus has already lined up another delivery for him, then realizes he rushed out without his gear or scooter. Now stranded and unprepared, he wonders what he is supposed to do. Before he can think of an answer, a voice behind him calls out to him, and he whirls around in alarm. A dejected Hephaestus is found sitting outside, and Hajuin recognizes that something is wrong. When asked why he is out in the wasteland instead of at home, Hephaestus can only sit there in miserable silence. He finally blurts out that he has been thrown out of his own house. Hajuin is stunned and presses him to explain what could have led to that. Hephaestus admits it started with one of his usual drinking feasts with his brother Dionysus. Their fun ended the moment his wife confronted them, and coldly demanded to know if he was drinking again. She immediately kicked both men out and forbade Hephaestus from coming back home. With Dionysus long gone, Hephaestus is left wallowing in self-pity while Hajuin privately wonders why a god is acting so pitifully. Trying to be helpful, Hajuin asks what he can bring him. Hephaestus answers with desperate simplicity, anything edible and drinkable will do. He explains that his wife expelled him before he could even touch the food, so now he is starving despite being a god. After even begging Hebe for nectar and being refused, he decides Hajuin is his last hope. Hajuin realizes the request is serious, and starts wondering what a god would even eat. As Hephaestus slumps on the ground, Hajuin asks him to be specific about what he wants. Hephaestus says any meat and some alcohol would satisfy him. Hajuin agrees to handle it, and prepares to make the delivery. Using his delivery ability through his phone, Hajuin summons the order even though he never expected to use it like this. While waiting, Hephaestus lies there groaning in hunger and misery. He keeps sniffling on the ground, still reduced to a pathetic state. Once the food arrives, Hajuin offers up what he originally bought for himself. The sight of fried chicken and beer instantly revives Hephaestus, though he has no idea what he is looking at. Hajuin explains that the meal is chicken and beer, a pairing called shamek. Hephaestus repeats the unfamiliar name, baffled but interested. The moment shifts as the meal is finally shared in peace under a radiant sky. One sip of the beer overwhelms Hephaestus with delight. He declares it the finest and most refreshing beer he has ever tasted. Hajuin is pleased by the praise, even as Hephaestus complains that the bird meat looks disappointingly small. That complaint vanishes the instant he bites into the chicken. Hephaestus erupts with praise, calling it the best meat he has ever eaten, leaving Hajuin doubting this god's dignity even more. Deeply satisfied, Hephaestus thanks Hajuin and promises to reward him generously. When Hajuin questions that promise, Hephaestus tells him to check his phone. A delivery completion notice appears, confirming that the transaction has gone through. Hajuin sees that Hephaestus has awarded him 15,000 points, bringing his total to 30,000. He is shocked that a simple chicken delivery has earned him an enormous payout. Still eating happily, Hephaestus tells Hajuin to ask anytime he needs help. As he keeps devouring the meal, Hajuin becomes absurdly fond of this easygoing god. That mood breaks when a woman calls out to Hephaestus, and Hajuin turns toward the newcomer. Hephaestus instantly recognizes the voice of his wife and grabs Hajuin in alarm. Hajuin is jolted by the sudden intimacy and the realization of who has arrived. The woman coolly asks whether Hephaestus is drinking again. Aphrodite appears in full divine splendor, making her presence impossible to ignore. Hajuin is struck speechless by her beauty. He even finds himself kneeling without noticing, while Hephaestus is left gaping at the effect she has on him. Hephaestus hurriedly defends himself, insisting he only drank here because she told him to leave and take it elsewhere. Aphrodite calmly accepts that point, making it clear she knows he is technically right. Encouraged by that, Hajuin boldly tells Hephaestus that he is the one who owes her an apology. Hephaestus reluctantly yields once he hears Hajuin side with her, and Aphrodite focuses on the young man by name. She introduces herself as Aphrodite and apologizes for her husband's behavior and any trouble he caused. Completely charmed, Hajuin assures her that he is only grateful Hephaestus used his delivery service. Before the moment can settle, Hephaestus immediately asks Hajuin to make another delivery. A goddess eagerly tells the courier that Hephaestus has heard great things about him and wants his help immediately. He proudly accepts, presenting himself as a dependable deliverman who can handle any job for the gods. But Hephaestus cuts in and makes clear the request is for a specific material, not a general favor from the courier. He explains that he needs a rare resource for his next round of smithing. The order points to a location in Suwon and identifies the target as a delivery involving celestial steel. The courier is thrown off by the name alone, realizing this is no ordinary pickup. Checking the order details, he sees the destination is near Suwon Station and that he has limited time to complete it. He heads out by scooter, hoping he has reached the correct place. A portal confirms the destination is the Seori Mines, meaning the job will require entering another dungeon. Standing at the entrance, he feels his nerves spike as the danger becomes real. He can hardly believe he is about to step into another dungeon after what happened last time. The mention of celestial steel keeps echoing in his mind, making the task feel even heavier. Before going in, he hurriedly searches for information, trying to figure out what he is dealing with. His search confirms that the Seori Mines are a known dungeon site in Suwon. The more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he becomes. Back with the gods, he admits to Hephaestus that he does not think he can take this job. He explains that Demeter's dungeon delivery nearly got him killed, which makes the new request feel impossible. Pressed for details, he admits the real problem is that he is not a hunter and cannot fight dungeon monsters. He says he only survived before by using a Kaini replica, an artifact that let him move through the dungeon unnoticed, but it has been used up. Hephaestus immediately offers to repair the broken helm instead of letting that obstacle end the job. When the courier hesitates, Hephaestus abruptly moves to prove he is serious. He reveals himself as Hephaestus, god of blacksmiths, and boasts that anything metal passing through his hands can become a treasure. With that promise, the courier is told to hand over whatever damaged gear he has. Back in the mine, he produces the old helm, trusting that divine help has solved his biggest weakness. He equips the restored Kaini replica and commits to the mission. He drives through the portal determined to earn the reward. Inside, he is stunned to find the dungeon crowded like a marketplace instead of a deadly ruin. The mine has become so commercialized that even equipment rentals are being run at the entrance. He realizes the real challenge may not be monsters at all, but the sheer number of people swarming the place. So he decides to push much deeper into the dungeon, where anything valuable is more likely to remain untouched. Along the way, he passes casual miners treating the place almost like a snack break, which only reinforces how normalized this dungeon has become. After half an hour, the crowds finally thin out and he reaches a quieter stretch of tunnel. The deeper route is rough and unstable, making the ride increasingly difficult. Still, he begins spotting minerals in the walls, a sign that he is finally reaching richer ground. He checks the reference again and reminds himself that celestial steel is not a gem, but crimson glowing metal. He keeps going, frustrated that the target still has not appeared. A skeleton suddenly lurches into his path, and the surprise alone nearly sends him into panic. He swerves past it just in time, avoiding a direct collision. The evasive move backfires when his scooter slams into the rock wall. He pulls up in alarm, realizing he may have damaged his ride while the confused skeleton trails behind. Then he remembers the helm is still hiding him, so the skeleton cannot actually perceive him, making his panic feel embarrassingly unnecessary. His attention shifts to the scooter, which has clearly taken serious damage from the crash. He pauses to assess the setback and recalculates his options. Deciding the scooter is replaceable, he forces himself to move on instead of giving up. As he advances on foot, a red glow appears deeper in the cavern. The crimson light reflects across him, signaling that he may finally be close to the material he needs. He spots a large outcrop of glowing red metal and recognizes it as celestial steel. Breathing hard, he climbs toward the deposit after leaving the damaged scooter behind. At the vein itself, he raises the repaired helm, preparing to secure the prize. At last, after all the fear and setbacks, he confirms that he has found the celestial steel. In a cave, the courier finds a massive glowing red ore deposit and pauses, unsure how to deal with it. He quickly realizes the real problem is not finding the ore but figuring out how to carry something this big back. He tries brute force first, straining to pull it loose by hand, but it does not budge. When stomping on it changes nothing, he gives up on simple force. He sits on the deposit to think, trying to work out another option. Stuck and frustrated, he wonders what he is supposed to do next. A system tip appears, suggesting that useful delivery assistance items can sometimes be found or bought. He initially dismisses the advice as an obvious attempt to make him spend money. Still, he checks the shop interface to see what it is offering. The recommended item is a single-use mining pickaxe guaranteed to extract mineral cleanly, but it costs 4,700 points. The price shocks him, and he rages that such an absurdly expensive disposable tool cannot possibly be worth it. He refuses to buy it, thinking it would be cheaper and smarter to rent equipment near the entrance instead. Deciding not to waste that much money on a pickaxe, he heads back toward his scooter with the intention of spending less on fuel. He returns to the scooter, still carrying the delivery container and breathing hard from the effort. The scooter is already damaged, a reminder of how rough this job has been on both him and his vehicle. He hesitates again, clearly weighing inconvenience against cost. Not wanting to trek all the way back, he starts considering whether paying for the overpriced tool might still be better. In the end, impatience wins, and he buys the pickaxe despite the painful point loss. He justifies the purchase by telling himself he will recover the expense by charging the blacksmith extra in the delivery fee. Armed with the glowing pickaxe, he swings with full force into the ore. The strike cleanly separates a huge chunk from the deposit exactly as advertised. But the single-use pickaxe immediately disintegrates, leaving him with only the extracted ore. The freed chunk bounces and rolls away down the cave floor, and he panics as it heads toward his scooter. He manages to catch it, but the weight nearly overwhelms him. Holding the ore confirms the real disaster. The chunk is monstrously heavy. He struggles over to the scooter and dumps the ore into the rear cargo box. As he complains that he wishes he could teleport straight to Olympus from the dungeon, a new disturbance interrupts him. Stone begins shifting nearby, and he turns toward the noise. He freezes as he realizes something large is forming in the darkness. A rock golem assembles itself from the cave wall, its eyes lighting with hostility. The creature roars, announcing itself as an immediate threat. The cave trembles under the force of its movement, sending debris and dust through the tunnel. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a fighter smashes through skeletons as the tremor reaches another area. A young woman in yellow notices the shaking and wonders if an earthquake just hit. Then heavy impacts start approaching through the tunnel, making it clear something is rushing her way. She braces herself as the sound rapidly closes in. A bright headlight appears in the distance, confusing her for a moment. The courier bursts into view on his scooter and urgently warns her to move before he barrels into her. She recognizes him as the man she encountered earlier and is startled to see him here again. As he speeds past, he identifies himself as the one she met in Tartarus and tells her to run if she wants to live. She watches him race away, still trying to process what is happening. His terror finally registers on her face, and she realizes the danger behind him must be real. The rock golem charges into view roaring, confirming that she has only moments to react. Now fully alarmed, she looks up at the monster bearing down on her. She sprints after the courier, shouting for him to take her with him before the golem catches her. Back on the road, the courier is still shaken, thinking about how narrowly he escaped death yet again. When he finally returns to the blacksmith, the old man cheerfully assumes the delivery went smoothly, which only angers him more. The blacksmith is surprised to hear the courier nearly died, because he believed the route should not have been especially dangerous. He even assumes the courier simply rushed to finish faster, while the courier tries to explain that the real problem was an enormous creature. Unable to get the point across with words alone, the courier decides to show the blacksmith directly and tells him to wait there. A young courier struggles to drag a massive glowing red chunk into a blacksmith's workshop, barely able to control its weight. The blacksmith is stunned that the courier actually hauled something this huge out of a monster, and can hardly believe the request was serious. He falls silent as he studies the material more closely. What he sees unsettles him enough to ask what the thing really is. The courier is confused by the reaction, thinking the answer should be obvious. Irritated, he insists this is exactly the celestial metal the blacksmith asked for, and refuses to be blamed for bringing the wrong item. The blacksmith quickly clarifies that he is not doubting the material, only the scale of it. The courier, still fired up, waits for the verdict while the blacksmith turns fully serious. Lifting the enormous chunk with ease, the blacksmith declares he has never seen celestial steel this large or this pure. That revelation leaves the courier baffled, and he asks how extraordinary this find really is. Instead of answering directly, the blacksmith rushes off to make a comparison. He returns with what he says is the largest celestial steel piece he owned before, and it is tiny beside the courier's haul. Convinced now of the courier's value, the blacksmith praises Haju and Lili and admits the original delivery fee no longer matches what was brought in. He tells the courier to check his payment, signaling that he has decided to reward him far beyond the agreed amount. When the courier looks, the blacksmith marvels again at how such a piece could even have been found. The courier's phone confirms the delivery is complete and that Hephaestus has granted a large bonus on top of the base reward. The total hits him like a shock, because the payout amounts to roughly 500 million won. The blacksmith explains that he paid extra because taking only a portion of such a rare mass and sending the rest back would have been absurd. Overwhelmed by the windfall, the courier drops to his knees in gratitude. He bows so hard he nearly collapses, thanking the blacksmith with complete sincerity. The blacksmith laughs the display off and tells him to get up, while the courier admits his legs have genuinely given out from the shock. Elsewhere, news reports announce that Seori Mines has been shut down after a partial collapse caused by a mysterious earthquake, though no casualties are reported and speculation about a dungeon break begins. That report is switched off with a remote. In a separate conversation, a guild master checks on Doyen, acknowledging that he barely made it through the incident. The closed-off mine and its sealed portal confirm the disaster is now under official control. The guild master presses Doyen for the truth, since he was the last one to escape the mines alive. Doyen reveals that a gigantic golem appeared inside. He also remembers that the scooter courier they had previously noticed in Tartarus was there too, racing through the mine. The guild master is startled that the same man has now turned up in multiple major incidents, and Doyen adds that the golem was specifically chasing him. That pattern convinces the guild master the courier is worth investigating, especially since he may be a skilled hunter operating unnoticed. Doyen eagerly volunteers to help track him down. He says he remembers the scooter model and license plate, and has already secured nearby vehicle footage to identify him. Pleased, the guild master tells him to bring the man in, seeing the possibility of recruiting a major asset for Yangwon Guild. She then reassures Doyen that the mine closure is no longer his burden and that she will handle the fallout herself. Moved by her concern, Doyen can only address her with renewed devotion. He pledges absolute loyalty, and she accepts his gratitude without encouraging the melodrama. Then she abruptly asks the question that matters to her most, whether he managed to retrieve any celestial steel. The room goes quiet as Doyen realizes he has nothing to show for that part of the mission. Meanwhile, the courier stares again at his current balance of 75,300 points. Alone at home, he revels in the fact that he is suddenly rich. He throws himself onto his bed, deciding the dangerous job was worth it for a reward this big and dreaming of upgrading his living situation. Even so, he knows his earnings are tiny compared with top hunters, though for one day's work he still came out far ahead after expenses. The thought sours when he remembers how often he nearly dies in dungeons, and how exhausting it is to keep surviving by luck. Wondering if money can solve that problem, he opens the system shop to look for something useful. A holographic store appears, but the initial selection is mostly trivial items. He quickly realizes the shop is full of either junk or things priced far beyond what he can afford. The weapons section is even worse, with even the cheapest replica-grade gear costing around 10 billion won. Since the weapons are both overpriced and likely unreliable, he starts thinking he may as well stop trying to fight dungeon monsters at all. Just as he gives up, something catches his eye. The shop recommends a level 1 rider's suit, a delivery-focused outfit that can boost his physical abilities and skills enough to help him survive dangerous terrain. A young man is stunned that the system only now revealed an item he desperately wishes he had seen earlier. He hesitates, telling himself the only way to judge its value is to try it, even though the cost is enormous. Compared with his earlier purchases, this item seems painfully expensive, though he admits those past buys proved useful. After a moment of wavering, he convinces himself to go through with it. He reframes the purchase as an investment, and commits to spending the 50,000 points. To ease the sting, he decides he can earn the points back through more delivery work, and the system immediately responds. A high-tech black Ensign suit materializes in his room, catching him off guard. Since the purchase is irreversible, he accepts it and picks the suit up. The system confirms his remaining points have dropped sharply, making the cost feel very real. He puts the suit on and finds that it fits him perfectly. Instead of being restrictive, the suit feels almost weightless and unusually cool, proving it is far from ordinary gear. Encouraged by how advanced it feels, he decides to test it outside. Elsewhere, the injured hunter in yellow slumps in exhaustion after losing track of the man he has been chasing. Frustrated, he curses the disappearing target and the wasted trip from Suwon to Seoul. He reflects that even tracing the scooter's plate number got him nowhere because the police could not release a home address without a crime. As his anger boils over, he spots a man crossing nearby and is still too distracted to notice the traffic changing. The rider on the scooter warns him that the light has turned green, snapping him out of it. He apologizes and steps aside as the scooter starts forward. Then he notices the scooter's model, color, and even the dents match the one he has been hunting. The realization hits him all at once. He fixates on the identical side dents and becomes convinced this is the same scooter. A clear look at the rear plate gives him the number Incheon Yansu SP 9999. Certain he has found his lead, he urgently tries to stop the rider. He breaks into a desperate chase, shouting for the scooter to stop. But the scooter accelerates away, leaving him sprawled behind and ignored. With the lead slipping away, he panics when a taxi appears behind him. He seizes on the taxi as his only chance to keep up. He jumps in and orders the driver to follow the scooter immediately. The driver refuses to play along and throws him back out onto the street. As the taxi leaves too, he realizes he has lost both vehicles and nearly all hope of catching up. With no better option, he decides to keep running in the scooter's direction on foot. He pushes himself hard, but his battered body is already giving out. He collapses in front of startled pedestrians, unable to maintain the chase. A nearby woman checks on him, and he insists through heavy breathing that he is still fine. When she recognizes him as someone from the Yanwan Guild, his pride takes another hit because he knows how pathetic he must look. Lying there, he admits to himself that following the scooter like this was a terrible mistake, and that he has no idea where it went. A sudden heavy impact shakes the area, jolting everyone out of the moment. He scrambles up, wondering if the tremor was an earthquake. The street falls into an eerie stillness as he listens for what caused it. He turns sharply, trying to pinpoint the source. Then he springs back into motion without waiting for anyone else to react. Even though the scooter is nowhere in sight, his instincts tell him it is connected to that loud crash. Trusting that gut feeling, he concludes the rider is somehow behind the disturbance. Two older bystanders warn him not to head uphill because the booming sound from the mountain suggests a possible landslide. He reassures them that he is a ranked hunter from the Yanwan Guild and can handle the danger. After telling them to get to safety, he rushes toward the source of the noise. The bystanders can only watch him go, shaken and worried by his reckless determination. He runs alone up the forest path, still chasing the faint trail of the mystery. Breathing hard, he narrows the location and judges that the sound came from somewhere nearby. Then he spots something unexpected ahead and freezes in sudden alarm. A battered young hunter in yellow arrives alone in a forest clearing, already winded from the search. He finds a huge boulder with a perfectly drilled hole through its center, and is immediately stunned. The sight feels impossible to him, because the rock was not merely broken but pierced with unnatural precision. As he examines the damage, he realizes raw strength alone could have shattered the boulder, but not produced something this exact. Looking through the tunnel in the stone, he concludes the feat required pinpoint control far beyond ordinary combat ability. The discovery rattles him enough that he wonders whether the person responsible used sorcery or some divine power. Convinced he has found someone extraordinary, he decides he must bring this mysterious fighter to his guild at any cost. Elsewhere, the man who caused the damage sits casually eating noodles in a convenience store, unaware of the stir he has created. He finishes his meal in the quiet shop, relaxed and unhurried. Privately, he relives the moment he punched through the boulder, and takes pride in how much stronger he has become. He also reflects on briefly outrunning his scooter, and realizes his special suit boosts his body far more than he expected. That success leaves him newly confident that he can safely enter dungeons now. A delivery alert interrupts him, and he notices the notification sound is different from the usual order requests. When he checks the destination, he is surprised to see Buchan. He figures this means another dungeon run instead of a trip to Olympus. To confirm his suspicion, he searches online for dungeons in Buchan. The results match what he expected, and he grows pleased with the opportunity. He identifies Mount Huagua as a dungeon site, a remote mountain area known more to hikers than to hunters. Since the delivery is not urgent, he decides to wait until tomorrow so his suit can fully recover its duration. As he stretches inside the store, a blonde customer notices him through the window. She keeps eating while taking in the odd scene. Meanwhile, the yellow-clad hunter reports to a superior that he has spotted the same mysterious man again in Noriangan. He insists they can catch up to the target this time because many guild hunters are already searching the area. His superior questions why he is so confident when he alone knows what the man looks like. He reveals he already distributed wanted posters he drew himself, making clear how seriously he is taking the hunt. The superior then returns to the more troubling issue, whether the unknown man might truly be stronger than him. The hunter points to the boulder photo and argues that anyone who could drill such a hole must be an exceptionally high-ranking fighter. His superior decides they must act fast before the Black Dragon Guild recruits the man first. That name gives the hunter pause, signaling how dangerous the rivalry has become. It is explained that although Yanwan Guild remains the nation's top guild, its nearest competitor is closing the gap. Black Dragon Guild has risen rapidly over the last 3 years and become a serious threat. Their reputation is dirty. They seize control of dungeons without permission, hide illegal dealings through bribery, and expand by any means necessary. Because of that, the superior vows that Black Dragon must never be allowed to overtake Yanwan. He adds that Black Dragon has been acting especially suspicious lately and orders the yellow-clad hunter to investigate them. The hunter eagerly accepts the assignment. The next day at Sanju Mountain in Buchan, a crowd has gathered at the dungeon entrance, making the place far busier than expected. Riding in on his scooter, the deliveryman is confused because everything he read said this dungeon was unpopular, until someone suddenly shouts for him to stop. For a moment he panics that his disguise has failed and that he has somehow been recognized despite wearing his replica armor. He quickly realizes the warning was aimed at another kid loitering nearby, while bystanders talk openly about Black Dragon Guild recruiting new members here. Relieved, he slips past as attention shifts to another entrant. As he rides deeper in, he hears that Black Dragon has effectively taken over the dungeon and that even the Hunter Association is doing nothing about it. He decides the corruption is none of his business for now and enters through the Green Gate. Inside, he arrives in the Mount Huagua dungeon. His scooter's navigation announces that the destination is ahead, and he continues deeper into the area. When the system says he is approaching the destination, he starts to suspect something is off. Checking the map, he realizes the marked location should be right where he already is. Then he looks up and understands the problem. The customer is apparently waiting at the top of a steep mountain. The absurd destination revives his fear of another disaster, and he worries the mountain itself might turn into a monster like before. Even so, he forces himself to trust the power of his suit and prepares to face whatever appears. He dismounts with the package in hand and commits himself to finishing the delivery no matter what awaits him. A courier answering a delivery request is suddenly hailed from nearby and turns toward the voice. Whoever called him urgently warns him not to stare ahead but to lower his gaze instead. He looks down in confusion, unsure what he is supposed to be seeing. The shock hits when he realizes the customer is nothing but a severed monkey head speaking from the ground. The monkey treats this as perfectly normal and mocks the courier for being startled by a talking monkey. Trying to steady himself, the courier swallows his fear and forces himself to continue the job. He confirms that this bizarre creature is the one who placed the delivery request. The monkey says yes and explains that a small child in a winged hat told him that wishing hard enough would bring someone to fulfill his request. The courier immediately realizes some mysterious child is responsible for dragging him into this absurd situation. Even so, he asks what needs to be retrieved, and the monkey eagerly accepts his help. The monkey launches into an overblown list of grand titles before admitting what he actually wants to be called. The courier is baffled by the self-important rambling and waits for the point. The monkey finally introduces himself simply as Sun Wukong. That name stuns the courier, who recognizes it as the legendary Monkey King. He crouches to speak more directly and asks why such a famous figure is trapped under a mountain. Sun Wukong bitterly says this is punishment from the Jade Emperor, supposedly for stealing a few peaches. He complains that a minor offense earned him a crushing sentence beneath a mountain, then pushes the conversation back to the delivery. Wukong gives directions. Behind him, beyond a huge pile of junk, there is a hidden box that he needs brought back. As the courier repeats the strange request to himself, his phone updates with the destination details. Seeing that the place is only about 6 miles away, he tells Wukong to wait and promises a quick return. He rides off into the forest, leaving the trapped monkey behind. Once the courier is gone, Wukong smirks as if his request is part of a larger plan. Elsewhere in the mountains, another confrontation is already taking shape. A group of nervous fighters realizes the target before them is the monster boss of Mount Wagwa. The boss reveals itself as 8 trigrams, a massive stone golem that dwarfs the humans facing it. Their fear spreads, but a calm voice cuts through the panic and tells them not to lose heart. The speaker is Juahan, guild master of the Black Dragon Guild and a globally ranked mythological hunter, arriving with authority and confidence. She explains that although a rival guild gained prestige by raiding Tartarus first, defeating this boss could let Black Dragon surpass them. If they succeed where others failed, she believes they can seize the top spot among guilds. With that ambition in mind, she orders the assault to begin. The troops reluctantly advance on the golem, trying to obey despite their nerves. One soldier senses something wrong, noting that the boss is not even moving. He takes a cautious step, testing the uneasy silence. The ground suddenly splits open toward the formation, warning them that the stillness was a trap. 8 trigrams rises fully with a violent surge, shaking loose stone and earth as it awakens. Its towering body settles into place directly before the front line, overwhelming them with its size. Then its core ignites with a dangerous red light, signaling an imminent attack. The monster roars to life and charges forward. The rank-and-file fighters panic, realizing too late that they were sent against a monster boss without proper warning or preparation. Instead of reassuring them, the guild's enforcers threaten to kill anyone who breaks formation. The trapped soldiers protest that their crude weapons are hopelessly inadequate against something this powerful. Still, the order stands: hold combat positions and face the monster anyway. One fighter forces himself to focus, warning the others that panic will get them crushed and that they must watch for any opening at all. The nearby soldiers cling to that instruction and brace themselves despite obvious fear. Watching from the rear, one subordinate asks Johan whether she truly expects these expendable troops to win. She gives no real answer, implying their survival is secondary to the gamble. At that moment, the courier races back through the forest on his motorcycle. He suddenly brakes hard as a violent tremor ripples through the area. Feeling the shaking, he first assumes it is an earthquake. But when monkeys come fleeing in terror, he realizes even the local monsters are running from something far worse. Seeing smoke rising ahead, the suited rider heads toward the trouble instead of avoiding it. He reassures himself that his special suit should keep him safe enough to investigate. With that confidence, he speeds toward the source of the disturbance. At the battlefield, a blast erupts and throws the ongoing raid into chaos. The giant stone and metal boss answers with another explosive attack, keeping the raiders pinned down. Archers try to bring it down from range, but their shots barely matter. The arrows only strike harmlessly against the construct's armored core. A frontline fighter realizes their attacks are useless and panics as the defense collapses. A frightened recruit begs for protection, only to be coldly reminded that she came for guild enrollment, not a rescue. The red-haired guild leader makes it clear that the group's survival matters less to her than appearances. She openly values her guild's reputation over their lives, revealing how disposable she considers them. When one of the bystanders recoils in disbelief, her enforcer moves immediately. The enforcer brutally strikes the dissenter down to silence any objection. The guild leader casually reframes the slaughter as the others doing useful work for her by weakening the dungeon. Even so, the trapped raiders force themselves to rally and try one more coordinated push. A swordsman charges through the explosions, gambling everything on creating an opening. He launches himself high at the boss while the others watch for a chance to follow. His descending strike lands with full commitment against the construct. The impact staggers the boss and finally knocks its massive body off balance. Recognizing the moment, he orders everyone to attack at once. The whole group swarms the weakened boss, piling on enough force to break it down. The construct crashes to the ground, seemingly defeated. For a moment, the survivors believe their combined assault has actually ended the fight. Relief turns into celebration as they rejoice at having lived through the raid. That celebration falters when someone notices a hooded figure reacting as if the battle is not over. The fallen boss begins glowing from within, signaling a dangerous change. Its broken body shifts and reassembles internally, proving the first form was only a prelude. The hooded observer recognizes the transformation and realizes the real threat is beginning. Watching with satisfaction, the guild leader confirms the boss has entered phase 2, exactly as expected. The construct rises again in a far deadlier form, its body stripped down and burning with exposed energy cores. Elsewhere nearby, the suited rider finally reaches the area just as the transformed boss starts moving. He is stunned by the sight, immediately sensing this is far beyond an ordinary incident. The story shifts to Doyen Ha, who reflects on having been in Suwon yesterday and now arriving in Bucheon. As Yangwon Guild Team 1 captain, he had expected a routine stop, not a crisis. Instead, he finds the rest area deserted except for a strange portal and realizes something is wrong. A man at the entrance calls out to him before he can proceed. The guard starts questioning him aggressively, trying to intimidate him before he enters. The moment Doyen is recognized, the guard's confidence wavers. Doyen instantly reads the situation and concludes the man is not with the official association but with Black Dragon Rat. He brushes past the imposter without hesitation and takes control of the encounter. As he moves on, Doyen realizes bribing someone at the entrance would let them control access to the dungeon. That means the enemy has been managing who can enter and leave this raid site. Seeing smoke in the distance, Doyen concludes they are targeting the boss itself. He rushes forward, determined to warn the people inside. On the way, he pieces together why Yangwon Guild abandoned the Mount Wagwa raid. He remembers the crucial detail. The 8-trigram boss becomes truly monstrous once phase 2 begins. Back at the scene, the suited rider is still trying to make sense of the disaster unfolding ahead. The transformed boss proves it is no wreckage at all but a fully active second form radiating destructive power. The rider realizes with dread that even his suit may not be enough to survive this. Overwhelmed and panicking, he desperately searches for any way out of the situation. A red-haired woman suddenly recognizes the armed men nearby and realizes they belong to the Black Dragon Guild. With that identification, the threat becomes clear. The guild is already on the scene and involved in whatever is happening here. At the same time, a captive begs for mercy and for a chance to keep fighting, but his captor ignores the plea. Instead, the guild uses the prisoner as bait beside the blazing stone giant, exposing him to deadly heat. Watching this, the helmeted young man is thrown off by the guild's cruelty and their apparent plan. The captive starts burning and panics as the heat becomes unbearable. He desperately pleads again, realizing he will die if nothing changes immediately. His tormentor coldly mocks him for failing to save himself earlier. Before the guild can finish him off, the helmeted fighter makes his move. He drops in with a single empowered strike and knocks out the guild member holding the prisoner. The bystanders are stunned by the sudden intervention and demand to know who this newcomer is. They quickly grasp how strong he is when they see he felled a B-rank hunter in one blow. The helmeted fighter rescues the captive and checks whether he is still alive. The man thanks him, but the rescuer warns that gratitude can wait because the real danger is still coming. Behind the visor, he realizes he has stepped into a far worse situation than he wanted. Surrounded by armed guild members and trapped near the monster, he understands he is in serious trouble. He regrets not simply taking the objective and escaping while everyone else was distracted by the giant. Even so, he refuses to abandon the captive and sends him running to safety. When the others still hesitate, he is disgusted that no one else is helping and sees the guild as outright scum. With his rider's suit on a time limit, he decides to keep acting before the chance is lost. He steels himself and accepts that he has no option except to keep fighting. The red-haired guild leader curses their bad luck, furious that victory was almost within reach. When asked whether the archers should fire, she refuses and chooses a more calculated approach. She explains that the key to defeating 8 trigrams is to strike during its shift from phase 1 to phase 2. As the giant enters that transition, its body changes and opens a brief opportunity. She reveals that in this moment it becomes temporarily immobile, and if they had fed enough wood into its chest cavity, they could have finished it. Before she can act on that plan, something unexpected draws attention back to the battlefield. The helmeted fighter launches himself high into the air toward the giant. He closes in on its head, aiming for a direct attack from above. At the last second, he notices something important. He spots a crack in the giant's head and realizes there may be a vulnerable point there. Betting everything on that weakness, he commits to smashing it open. He pounds the cracked spot repeatedly, trying to break through by force. The guild leader is horrified, thinking his attack might interfere with the giant instead of killing it. She immediately orders her people to stop him at any cost. The archers obey and prepare to shoot him down even if it means killing him outright. Meanwhile, the giant begins to stir again, making the situation even more unstable. With his suit timer dropping fast, he keeps hammering the weak point and urges it to give way. Then his system suddenly warns him that a new danger has been detected. He reacts just in time, twisting aside as arrows streak toward him, while the system assists his evasion. He is shocked to realize the guild is seriously trying to murder him while he is fighting the monster. The guild members report in amazement that he is dodging every arrow they fire. Even under the barrage, he keeps moving across the giant's head, leaving the archers baffled and frustrated. One arrow finally strikes the glowing point in the giant's head instead of him. That hit triggers a sudden reaction inside the monster's core. The guild's vice leader panics, unsure whether they now have to confront the giant directly themselves. As the monster reactivates, the guild leader abandons caution and orders everyone to charge it. Standing atop the giant with arrows stuck all around him, the helmeted fighter complains that the guild still will not back off. Then he senses the situation shifting again and realizes something unexpected is happening. The red-haired leader's fan falls to the ground, signaling that even she has been caught off guard by the turn of events. A red-haired guild master realizes their side is finished and openly admits they are doomed. The blazing stone boss completes a second phase, becoming even more dangerous as fire engulfs its body. A helmeted fighter gets caught in the flames and struggles to endure the heat. Around the battlefield, the remaining people can only watch in grim disbelief as the situation collapses. The giant launches itself toward the survivors, turning its attention from the battlefield to the crowd. It crashes down with overwhelming force, threatening to wipe out whoever is left. One subordinate reports that their entire force has been destroyed and desperately asks the guild master for orders. She freezes under the pressure, unable to find any real answer. Accepting defeat, she concludes there is nothing they can do. As the burning giant looms over her, she believes everyone is about to be roasted alive. At the last instant, the helmeted man slams into the monster instead of letting it finish them. The impact blasts him onto the giant's body, astonishing everyone because he is still fighting. The guild master is stunned that he survived at all. Though barely holding on, he notices his rider's suit only has 10 seconds left. He unleashes a frantic barrage, trying to break the boss before the suit expires. With 5 seconds remaining, he commits fully and forces himself to keep attacking. He pours everything into one final strike, determined to shatter the core. The countdown reaches its last second. His attack finally detonates the giant from within. The boss crashes down in a cloud of dust and debris. As the smoke settles, someone lands lightly on the ground nearby. A witness can only stare and curse in disbelief at what just happened. They realize the helmeted hunter defeated the boss alone. The onlookers identify the victor as Scooter Man. One young fighter is especially shaken, feeling an immediate connection to him because their fighting styles are alike. Recognizing Scooter, that young man leaps into action. He decides to bring Scooter back to Yangwon Guild no matter what. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon side regroups in the dusty aftermath around their red-haired leader. She coughs through the smoke and fumes that an apparent nobody managed to defeat 8 trigram guardians. When asked for instructions, she orders her men to seize him as soon as visibility improves. They reason that after spending so much power beating the 8 trigrams, the hunter should now be weak enough to capture. The guild master refuses to let his interference in Black Dragon's raid go unanswered and wants to see this arrogant intruder herself. Before they can move, a sudden blast interrupts them. The young fighter in yellow lands dramatically in front of them. He openly calls out Black Dragon. The enemy recognizes him as Doyen Ha of Yangwon Guild. Doyen exposes their scheme, accusing them of luring in new recruits only to use them as sacrifices. The red-haired leader is rattled that he somehow knew their location and orders everyone to prepare for battle. Doyen warns the others that their true target is him and tells them not to lower their guard. Even after making such a bold entrance, he quickly realizes there are more enemies present than he expected. He starts searching for Scooter, assuming he must still be somewhere nearby. At that moment, another subordinate rushes in with fresh trouble, further irritating the guildmaster. The report is simple and alarming. The man in the helmet has vanished. She turns in confusion, only to find Doyen standing there without the helmet. The realization hits her at once. Scooter is gone because Scooter was Doyen. Doyen, now exposed, is pressed on how he survived the explosion and can only curse his luck. He finds himself surrounded by armed enemies and realizes he has walked into a fight he never meant to start. Dropping the disguise in his thoughts, he admits he truly believed he was about to die. Back on his scooter, he bitterly jokes that if he had died during a delivery, he might have ended up in some other world entirely. He scolds himself for interfering to save strangers when he is not even a hunter, while already suspecting he will not be able to stop himself from doing it again. A delivery rider suddenly notices something strange and realizes the distant mountain is changing. As he stares towards Sangja Mountain, it becomes clear that the dungeon there is vanishing. He understands that the dungeon must have disappeared because someone defeated its boss. That shocks him because dungeons that linger for years were normally cleared only by organized raid teams and licensed hunters. The usual system depended on screen professionals, so this kind of outcome should have followed official channels. Instead, an ordinary non-hunter delivery man cleared it, raising the unsettling question of what trouble that might cause. While riding on, he bitterly wonders why he risked his life for this in the first place. That thought leads him back to the mountain and to the being he had gone there to meet. The monkey-like sage greets him as if he has merely returned late from an errand. The rider breaks down in outrage, making it clear the job was far worse than he had been led to expect. Trying to steady himself, he reminds the sage that he had been told to expect nothing more than scrap metal. What he actually found was a gigantic robot whose every movement shook the ground. Worse, the machine unleashed a hyperbeam that nearly burned him alive. The sage is stunned, because that should have been impossible if the enemy had really been only 8 trigrams. He presses the rider to confirm he did nothing to provoke the machine, insisting it was not the sort to attack first. The rider concludes that if the Black Dragon Guild had not interfered, he would never have been dragged into such a disaster. His anger flares hard enough that he briefly considers wiping out the guild members himself before they can say a word. He seethes over those lowlifes for ruining his delivery work and his day. The sage assumes this means the rider failed to recover the item he wanted from the dungeon. But the rider reveals that he did bring the item back with him. When the sage questions how that is possible after the robot's head was smashed, the rider goes to his bike and starts searching. He produces a metal box and presents it as the thing he retrieved. Puzzled, he notes that it looks less like treasure and more like an ordinary restaurant-style metal container. The sage's amused reaction shows he recognizes it immediately. His amusement turns to delighted laughter at how absurdly the situation has unfolded. Even after nearly destroying the monster himself in the past, he finds it hard to believe an ordinary person defeated 8 trigrams alone. Wanting to know who accomplished that feat, he asks the rider's name and learns it is Hajun Lee. Upon hearing the name, the sage reaches out, apparently deciding Hajun deserves something more than praise. A sudden force bursts from the box in Hajun's hands, catching him completely off guard. The power erupts violently upward, blasting through the ground and rock. When the dust settles, the earth is left split open by the release. Hajun reels back, realizing a staff-like object has just emerged from inside the container. He immediately recognizes that this is no ordinary item. The sage tells Hajun he owes him one, because without Hajun's help he would still be trapped waiting for Sanzang. He explains that the object is the golden staff, and that he had been buried under that mountain for years. Satisfied that his treasured weapon has returned, the sage prepares to leave. Mounting his cloud, he decides to get away before the Jade Emperor learns what happened. As he departs, he tells Hajun they may meet again if fate allows. Hajun tries to stop him, not out of sentiment but because he still wants payment. Instead of money, a small sack drops onto Hajun's face from above. The sage laughs off the complaint and insists he has already paid, refusing to be called cheap. Hajun opens the sack, doubtful that this extra gift could really count as compensation. Before Hajun can press the matter, the sage speeds away for good. Left alone, Hajun realizes he has no chance to demand anything more. Then the contents of the sack gleam, making him wonder if this might actually be a genuine tip after all. Later, while eating ramen at home, Hajun sees a breaking news report. The broadcast claims the Black Dragon Guild cleared MANHWA through unethical tactics during the boss fight. Hajun immediately recognizes the guild as the same scumbags who caused his trouble. A supposed rookie hunter appears on television and gives testimony that paints the guild as reckless and deceptive. The report goes further, saying an unidentified helmeted figure swooped in and saved the day, and Hajun realizes they are talking about him. An injured woman explains that Scooter saved her from being thrown into a fiery pit and even defeated 8 trigram-ranked enemies. Hearing that, Scooter realizes his dangerous effort truly mattered because everyone would have died without him. He recalls how abruptly his body moved on its own during the crisis, and is relieved he kept his identity hidden while still saving them. What satisfies him most is that the job paid off, as his reward points have surged. He counts 70,000 points from the delivery and feels he earned them after surviving a brutal boss monster. When he converts the value in his head, he is stunned to realize the payout is worth about 700 million won. The windfall sends him into giddy laughter as he starts imagining buying an apartment near Seoul. He then remembers the separate reward the great sage gave him and digs it out to inspect it. The item turns out to be a lock of Sun Wukong's stone monkey hair that can summon one clone of the great sage a single time. Scooter is amazed that he now carries a one-use summon of Sun Wukong himself. After so many recent brushes with death, he sees the item as more than a curiosity. The memory of the monsters he barely survived makes its value immediately clear. Even as only a clone, the great sage represents overwhelming backup. Scooter decides the hair is essentially an emergency extra life. Before he can dwell on it longer, a new delivery request arrives, and he welcomes the timing. He eagerly throws himself back into work, ready for another day of hustling. He suits up as Scooter again, fully embracing the next job. Meanwhile, at Yangwang University Hospital, another thread of the story resumes. Doyen rushes through the hospital in alarm, clearly desperate to check on someone. He bursts into the room, fearing the worst as he calls out to the guild master. Instead, he finds Aaron awake and holding her phone, leaving him confused but relieved. Aaron is surprised he came back at all, since she thought he had already left for Busan. Doyen admits he did leave, but guilt dragged him back because he blames himself for her condition. Aaron immediately rejects that guilt and insists the fault lies with her for stepping in without properly judging the situation. She bitterly reflects that she should have been more careful, cursing the Black Dragon bastards behind it. Doyen reveals the real shock. Black Dragon managed to take down a trigram rank hunter from Yangwon, proving they are far more dangerous than expected. Aaron grimly notes she had known Heron would go with him, which makes the enemy's strength even harder to dismiss. That realization hardens Doyen's resolve. He silently vows that next time he will deal with Black Dragon himself. Trying to return to the immediate issue, he asks how badly Aaron is hurt. She pretends to deliver terrible news, claiming the doctor said her condition looks bad. Doyen panics, thinking she is about to say her hunting career is over. Aaron breaks into a grin and reveals she was only teasing him. She explains that her injuries are minor, and that she should recover quickly. Laughing at how easily he fell for it, she makes clear she has no intention of retiring over something this small. Doyen gets his revenge by pinching her injured cheek and bluntly suggesting now would be a fine time to retire. She howls in protest and insists she already promised to follow him anywhere, so quitting is out of the question. The mood shifts again as Doyen processes a new rumor with disbelief. He asks if it is true that Scooter took down 8 trigrams alone. Aaron confirms she saw it happen. Scooter appeared from nowhere and smashed through the monster's head. She emphasizes that his fists moved with a level of force no ordinary martial artist should possess. Doyen connects that to reports that men from Noryangjin had been searching for Scooter and wonders how they tracked him down. Aaron says they swept the whole area exactly as he suspected. But even after that search, they still failed to find Scooter, which leaves Doyen baffled. All they could trace on CCTV was a Scooter entering an alleyway before the trail abruptly disappeared. Elsewhere, Scooter rides on unaware that people are actively trying to identify him. He simply enjoys the cold air as he continues his delivery route. His trip carries him into a fiery, forge-like settlement built against a harsh volcanic landscape. Arriving at a workshop, he calls out for Hephaestus as hammering rings from inside. Seeing the smith completely absorbed in his work, Scooter realizes Hephaestus is deep in the zone. While a dwarf-like smith works noisily at his forge, the young man decides to wait until the job is finished. The heat of the workshop makes him unexpectedly sleepy. That warmth stirs a vague, comforting memory in him. He drifts into the feeling as if he were being held by his mother again. The illusion breaks when he realizes the smith has actually pulled him close like a parent. He scrambles away in horror, while the smith cheerfully treats him like an affectionate son. Ignoring the protest, Hephaestus presents a new assignment and asks if he can handle a long delivery. The distance immediately makes the young man hesitate. He weighs the trouble against the fact that long-range jobs should pay well. Greed wins out, and he agrees to go as far as needed if the reward is worth it. Pleased, Hephaestus hands over the item, a serpent-shaped cane forged from the celestial steel the young man once brought him. He also warns that the delivery must be completed today, forcing the job into an urgent rush. Accepting the deadline, the courier takes the cane and asks where it needs to go. The answer abruptly shifts the scale of the task. Hephaestus reveals that the destination is a pyramid. The courier is stunned by how absurdly far that sounds. He complains that something tied to Greek mythology should have been mailed instead, but Hephaestus brushes that off as just another form of outsourcing. Hephaestus adds that he gets all kinds of strange requests, only irritating the courier further. Still, the courier commits to delivering it somehow within a few hours and rushes to leave, already doubting he can reach Egypt in time. Before he can go, Hephaestus stops him with one last important detail. He explains that the client is unusually particular, so he found someone to assist with the delivery. The courier turns back, trying to understand what kind of help that means. A formal greeting answers him before he sees who it is. A small winged figure appears, announcing that she has come under Cupid's orders. She introduces herself as Lucio and formally offers her service to Hephaestus. Relieved, the courier sets off on his scooter through the sky. He convinces himself the job is manageable because the pyramid lies in a mythical realm rather than all the way in Egypt, and cloud travel avoids traffic. His confidence rests on a misunderstanding about Lucio's role. Lucio had expected to ride in the Pegasus carrying the package, not cling to the back of a human's vehicle. She privately resents being dragged along with him at all. As they travel, she snaps at him for calling her little, and he learns she is touchy about being treated like a child despite her size. The courier quickly regrets being saddled with such an argumentative companion. Lucio repeats her formal introduction, insisting on the dignity of her position. Back at the forge, the pair had first stood together awkwardly as the arrangement sank in. The courier had clearly needed a moment to process what Hephaestus was assigning him. When he questioned whether this tiny nymph was really his helper, Hephaestus insisted she would be useful. Lucio immediately demanded respect and warned him not to judge her by her stature. Hephaestus admitted he did not fully trust the courier's grasp of mythology. He therefore vouched for Lucio as someone deeply knowledgeable who could guide him. The courier accepted the arrangement with easy confidence and agreed to take her along. Lucio, however, found the whole task beneath her and resented having to help an incompetent human. During the ride, her impatience grows and she keeps pestering him about how much longer the trip will take. He dismisses her complaints as nothing more than a nuisance. That only escalates things, with him ordering her to sit still and her threatening to report his behavior to Hephaestus. Lucio takes his disrespect as an attack on her honor. She launches into a defense of herself, boasting that she skipped grades in school. She continues by citing her graduation from a prestigious university as proof of her brilliance. In her own telling, she is not merely accomplished but an unprecedented prodigy among nymphs. So when he implies she is failing her duty, she explodes in outrage. Their bickering ends with him shoving candy into her mouth to silence her, brushing off her protest as mere nosiness. A helmeted man keeps the blue-haired girl quiet by bribing her with candy as they ride together. The first taste overwhelms her, and she is stunned by how heavenly it is. The candy delights her so much that she imagines a blissful, angelic celebration around Lucio. She immediately demands that he promise her more, and he takes this as proof that he finally understands how to handle her. Convinced food is the key to controlling her, he continues driving while she clings to him, and the deal between them settles in. With Lucio temporarily pacified, he turns his attention back to the delivery and speeds across the desert. That focus breaks when he notices something terrifying ahead and shouts in alarm. He brakes hard, the bike skidding as he tries to stop before reaching the threat. A huge shape with glowing eyes emerges through the dust in front of them. They come to a halt and face the looming figure blocking their path. Lucio coughs in the dust and calls to him, shaken by the sudden stop. He dryly notes that Lucio did stay quiet as promised, then demands the candy back now that danger has appeared. Privately, he regrets not simply knocking her out earlier instead of dealing with this brat now. Lucio snaps back that he was the one who told her to stay quiet and blames him for not warning her about the danger ahead. Before their argument can continue, the creature identifies itself as an intruder's judge. The giant sphinx declares that anyone wishing to pass must first solve its riddle. Lucio panics as she realizes the monster in front of them is the legendary sphinx. She explains that the sphinx is infamous for giving riddles to travelers and devouring those who fail. Its name carries the weight of ancient disaster, tied to Typhon's bloodline and old destruction. Even if this is not the original world-ending beast, its presence is still far too dangerous to dismiss. The man sizes it up and realizes that challenging it head-on would be suicidal. His instincts warn him that this is the kind of enemy brute force will not solve. He concludes that physical attacks are useless against the Sphinx. With no time to search for another route, he has to make a decision on the spot. He checks his phone, likely confirming there is no practical way around. Accepting that, he gets off the bike and prepares himself to face the trial directly. When Lucio asks where he is going, he tells her he cannot just flee and must deal with whatever riddle comes. She warns him that a wrong answer means being swallowed alive and digested in the Sphinx's stomach. He reassures her that he does not intend to die, and that he is not walking in blindly. As the Sphinx looms over them, he notes that it asks everyone the same riddle until someone solves it, making the challenge famous but still nearly impossible. Even so, he admits he cannot completely rule out the possibility of a different question. That uncertainty is why he keeps a hidden trump card from the great sage in reserve in case things go wrong. He boldly accepts the challenge and urges the Sphinx to ask quickly. Lucio is shocked that he really agreed, and fear makes her break down crying. Trying to steel herself, she vows that Lucio the mega-elite nymph will see this through no matter what. The Sphinx approves and begins the test. The man is immediately confident that the answer will be obvious. He assumes the classic answer is a human. In his mind, he runs through the familiar riddle about 4 legs in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. He completes it with 3 legs in the evening and feels certain he has already won. Because he has heard that famous riddle so many times, he is sure he can answer before the Sphinx even finishes speaking. Instead, the Sphinx asks an entirely different question: what sound a duck makes when it falls over? The man freezes, caught completely off guard by the absurdity of it. Even the Sphinx seems to pause at his stunned silence. After a beat, he can only offer a hesitant guess: duck. Lucio desperately tries to reason it out on her own, repeating duck noises and spiraling into confusion. She breaks into tears, admitting that Lucio has no idea what the answer is and cannot help him. Terrified that he will be eaten, she sobs that she does not want Lucio to die. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman watches the pair through a crystal ball and takes interest in them. Smiling at the unexpected development, she decides these new visitors are worth her attention. A violent rush of sand and noise announces something massive stirring in the desert. A giant sphinx halts the travelers by posing a riddle, forcing them into a test instead of a fight. The armored human is caught off guard by how absurd the question sounds. He first dismisses it as a painfully obvious joke, but that certainty immediately starts to feel dangerous. Realizing he is dealing with a sphinx, he suspects the answer must be a trap. He overthinks the riddle, convinced there has to be some hidden twist. The Sphinx smugly gives him only 3 minutes, turning the moment into a formal challenge. Lucio panics, taking the Sphinx's reputation as proof that the riddle must be impossible. She remembers that even the greatest elites fail these tests, and starts believing they are doomed. Her fear spirals into blaming the human for getting them into a situation where Lucio might be eaten. That panic recalls an earlier lesson when Lucio had asked her professor about Sphinx riddles. Her professor had reminded her that Sphinx riddles are infamous and deadly, and that she should already know that. He explained that countless people were devoured before anyone ever solved one. When Lucio asked whether even he could solve such riddles, The answer was effectively no. His real advice was simple: if she ever met a sphinx, survival mattered more than pride, so she should flee without hesitation. Back in the present, Lucio despairs that there is no way they can solve it in time. Ignoring all that fear, the human calmly gives the obvious answer: coaccident. The desert seems to freeze around that blunt response as Lucio struggles to process what he just did. She can only stare, unable to believe he answered so casually. Lucio erupts, horrified that he threw away their only chance with such a ridiculous reply. She even chases after him in anger, demanding to know how he could invent something that stupid on the spot. The Sphinx's amused laughter makes the tension even worse for a beat. Then the Sphinx declares the answer correct, stunning both of them. Lucio protests that a nonsense answer should not count, but the human points out that nonsense riddles can have nonsense solutions. Satisfied, the Sphinx acknowledges the human as worthy to pass. Rather than show gratitude, the human brusquely tells the Sphinx to stop talking and move aside. The Sphinx is left baffled as the travelers prepare to leave, and the human even mocks the quality of the riddle. His parting insult lands hard enough that the Sphinx starts to break down. As they ride away, the human laughs at the sight of the Sphinx apparently crying behind them. The Sphinx tries to save face, while Lucio and the human continue on together across the desert. Lucio's anger fades into awkward reflection as she watches him differently. The human tells her to hold on as he speeds up, and she obediently steadies herself. They race into a rocky canyon, leaving the Sphinx encounter behind. The human stays upbeat, saying they are close and only need to pass one more gorge. Lucio hesitates, working up the nerve to speak to him. She begins by apologizing for how she treated him earlier. Lucio admits she was supposed to help him, but instead she spent the whole time looking down on him. She goes further, saying that attitude makes her unworthy of calling herself a mega-elite. The human immediately tells her not to be so harsh on herself. He compares her behavior to far worse people he has dealt with in his delivery work. Because of that, he says her earlier insults do not bother him at all. He frames their dynamic as more like dealing with a younger cousin than an enemy, trying to ease her guilt. Then he gently checks whether she is feeling better. Lucio quietly thanks him and, for the first time, addresses him by name, Hajuin. Their journey brings them to an enormous pyramid rising out of the desert. Standing before it, Lucio is overwhelmed by its sheer scale. She marvels that it is so tall she cannot even see the top. Hajuin glances at her reaction, momentarily caught by her childlike amazement. Checking the map, he says someone is supposed to be waiting for them at this location. Lucio spots writing nearby, suggesting the next clue or contact is already in front of them. At the temple entrance, they find a stone box with a button, and the fairy girl hesitates over the strange inscription written on it. The inscription turns out to be a request to ring the bell only if no guards are present. When Lucio realizes Hajuin can read hieroglyphs, she proudly reminds him that a mega-elite should be able to handle that much. Taking the message at face value, Hajuin casually presses the bell. Instead of opening anything, the floor and air around them begin to shake with ominous force. As the tremors intensify, both of them realize they have triggered some kind of gravity-based trap. Lucio protests that they only followed the instruction, but the ground gives way beneath them anyway. They plunge screaming into the darkness below. Their fall ends in a violent crash deep underground. Hajuin survives the impact and, through the dust, is stunned that he is still alive. As he gathers himself, he notices something is wrong behind him. He discovers Lucio flattened beneath him, and she angrily scolds him for not warning her during the fall. Hajuin fears she might be dead, but Lucio irritably makes it clear she is very much alive. With no way back up, they move deeper into the dark corridor ahead. Hajuin grumbles that this delivery has turned into a dungeon crawl. Lucio suddenly senses something important and stops in alarm. She urgently halts Hajuin before he can blunder ahead into more danger. Instead, she tells him to shine his metal device at the wall. Hajuin raises his phone light toward the carvings, still unsure what she expects to find. In the illuminated murals, he sees scenes of people and what looks like a giant figure. Lucio immediately recognizes the drawings as significant and reacts with intense emotion. She recalls an old tale about an evil goddess who gathered and tormented nymphs. Convinced these murals were left by her ancestors, Lucio takes them as proof of that cruelty. Hajuin, however, thinks the images look less like abuse and more like some kind of celebration or festival. Lucio rejects that reading and vows to avenge her ancestors on whoever is responsible. Hajuin shuts that down at once, insisting their mission comes first and their client remains under his protection. Before the argument can continue, a glowing presence approaches and pointedly questions this talk of revenge. The unseen speaker mocks Lucio's motives by bringing up her sneaking into a lady's house. A radiant woman appears, offended by both of them and clearly in command of the space. She steps forward in a burst of golden light and takes control of the encounter. The woman directly asks which of them seeks revenge. Hajuin struggles to make her out through the blinding glow. Lucio, overwhelmed, realizes who this figure must be. Certain she has found her enemy, Lucio launches herself forward in attack mode to claim vengeance for her ancestors. Hajuin tries to stop her, frustrated that she charged in without thinking. The glowing woman is not threatened at all and instead recognizes Lucio as a nymph. She greets Lucio with warm familiarity, as if meeting someone precious after a long absence. Rather than fighting back, she scoops Lucio into an affectionate embrace and gushes over how cute nymphs still are. Lucio squirms and demands release, while Hajun can only stare in confusion at the sudden shift. Hajun openly admits he has no idea what kind of situation this has become. The woman explains that long ago she gathered nymphs here and held festivities and talent shows for them. She fondly remembers those young nymphs, though she adds that they are no longer with her. Hajun grimly pieces together the implication that all of those nymphs died. He bluntly asks if they died because she smothered them with this same obsessive affection. The woman cheerfully admits she cannot restrain herself around anything adorable, confirming Lucio's fears about the goddess's torment. Lucio accuses her of nearly killing her, and says she came dangerously close to death. Still furious, Lucio turns on Hajun as well for not stepping in to help her sooner. She escalates into a full scolding, calling out Hajun for hiding that she was Lucio's cousin and berating him while the goddess watches. Seeing the chaos she caused, the woman finally decides she should properly introduce herself. She declares herself the ruler of the richest and most radiant lands, and the leader of all temples. A woman declares herself the pharaoh and invokes the divine authority of Horus, establishing that the group is standing before a true goddess queen. While Hajun Lee and his tiny fairy companion are still bickering over who is right, the pharaoh cuts through their argument in irritation. As Hajun struggles to process her title, the fairy bluntly reminds him that his ignorance about gods is showing. The explanation begins with a distinction between gods born divine and another kind who rose into godhood later. Hephaestus is given as an example of a deity who was divine from birth. The pharaoh belongs to the other category, having attained divinity during her lifetime, which makes Hajun privately reduce her to an old lady. She immediately hears the insult and coolly rebukes him, proving she is far more aware than he assumed. Hajun quickly drops the subject and tries to steer the encounter back to business by explaining they came to make a delivery. The pharaoh reveals she already knows why they are there. She explains that she watched their entire journey through a crystal ball and has been expecting them. That calm reception breaks when Hajun suddenly senses something moving. The pharaoh's cane whips toward him before he can react. She effortlessly catches it herself, showing the strike was never a threat to her control. Inspecting the cane closely, she is pleased with what she sees. She praises the craftsmanship and confirms the delivery met her expectations perfectly. Then she addresses Hajun by name and as a delivery man with a reputation, catching him completely off guard. Hajun is stunned to learn he apparently has any reputation at all. He tries to recover while the implication sinks in. A more important realization hits him. If the delivery is acknowledged, he should be getting paid. He instantly switches into salesman mode, formally thanking the pharaoh and pressing for all delivery fees and tips while the moment is favorable. The fairy is disgusted by how shamelessly profit-driven he becomes. When she scolds him for lacking dignity, Hajun argues that dignity does not put food on the table. He even reveals that the money from deliveries is what he uses to buy her candy, which completely changes her reaction. Now eager to support him, the fairy joins in thanking the pharaoh and awkwardly flatters her while backing his demand for payment. Amused that he has won over a nymph, the pharaoh tells them not to worry about compensation. Claiming generosity, she snaps her fingers to reward him. A system notification announces not only completion of the delivery but a massive bonus personally granted by the pharaoh. His point total jumps to 195,300 points. When Hajun converts that amount in his head, the sum is so enormous that it leaves him trembling. The fairy immediately insists that since he is now rich, he owes her candy. Drunk on sudden wealth, Hajun promises absurdly more than that and starts dreaming of buying an entire store or even opening a chocolate factory. The fairy pushes the fantasy further by demanding most of the profits, and even the pharaoh recognizes her as the real little vulture in the room. With the transaction settled, the pharaoh warns them not to use this tunnel again and to come through the main entrance next time. She admits the tunnel stirred pleasant memories for her, but it is inconvenient because deliveries keep ending up in her basement. Hajun explains that he used the tunnel because the notice outside said to ring for help if no guards were present. The pharaoh clarifies that there have been no guards outside for ages, so visitors should simply walk in through the front door and knock. Hajun and the fairy are left sweating at the realization that the obvious solution had been available the whole time. Outside the pyramid, the fairy's hopes for candy are abruptly crushed as Hajun refuses her reward. The job is officially marked complete. The scene shifts as they depart through a portal-like transition. They return to the harsh volcanic region where Hephaestus's workshop stands. Back in his own form, Hajun removes his helmet and marvels that he somehow survived the trip intact. He shakes the sleeping fairy awake as they near their destination. She wakes in the least graceful way possible and immediately complains. Still half asleep, she realizes they are already back. As they walk through the dark lava-lit landscape, Hajun points out that Lucio can barely see anything, and the fairy snaps that he should just open his eyes. She then notices they are already standing right in front of Hephaestus's workshop. Before they go in, she calls out to Hajun and catches his attention. In an unexpectedly gentle moment, Lucio thanks him for the day and admits she had fun. Hajun is left startled by the sudden sincerity, and unsure how to respond to this change in her attitude. After finishing the delivery, Lucio realizes it is time for her and Hajun to part ways. Hajun answers her farewell lightly, showing he is not bothered by the idea. He sends her off with teasing warmth, admitting he enjoyed having her around despite her non-stop chatter. Lucio bristles at the insult, but their bickering makes clear they have grown unexpectedly comfortable with each other. Hajun privately admits that Lucio has started to grow on him. Their employer notices the chemistry and jokes that Lucio would never want to work with Hajun again, only for Hajun to silently agree with the opposite. He realizes he did not expect the two of them to get along this well. Pleased with their success, Hephaestus praises the client's satisfaction and begins proposing something more permanent. He asks whether Hajun and Lucio would consider continuing to work together from now on. The suggestion catches Hajun off guard, and Lucio immediately treats the idea like a joke. She flatly rejects it, insisting she would rather do almost anything than officially team up with him. Later, the sound of a phone notification breaks the quiet of Hajun's room. Half asleep, Hajun hears Lucio calling his name and struggles awake. Still disoriented, he tries to figure out who is there. He finds Lucio on top of him, physically shaking him awake with no sense of boundaries. Startled, Hajun yells at her for being in his bed, while Lucio acts offended that he raised his voice at all. As he regains his bearings, Hajun remembers that Lucio is now his partner and housemate. He recalls reluctantly accepting Hephaestus's request and ending up stuck living with the tiny nuisance. Already exhausted by the arrangement, he complains that this will take a long time to get used to and demands to know why she woke him. Lucio explains that the repeated noises from his phone would not stop, prompting him to ask what she means. He shows her the constant delivery app alerts that have been interrupting his sleep. Lucio, unfamiliar with the service, asks what Manhwa delivery is. The flood of notifications makes Hajun briefly think something major has happened. Instead, he discovers they are just ordinary delivery orders, and his excitement collapses into disappointment. Remembering the viral scooter incident from a week earlier, he realizes he had been hoping for a real lead tied to that mystery. Lucio notices his mood and asks what is wrong, but Hajun brushes her off. She refuses to let it go and pesters him for the truth until he starts losing patience. Before the argument can continue, Hajun's phone rings with another interruption. One look at the caller tells him exactly what kind of trouble is coming. He sees that his branch manager is calling and immediately dreads the conversation. Even so, he answers, deciding he needs to tell the man he is quitting. The manager does not let him speak, instead exploding over Hajun taking orders while still under suspension. He keeps berating Hajun, demanding to know whether he understands how many deliveries are waiting. The abuse turns personal as the manager reminds him that the suspension was leniency and acts as though Hajun owes him gratitude. He escalates to an outright threat, warning Hajun to get back to work immediately or be fired for real. That finally pushes Hajun over the edge, and he snaps back that the manager should go ahead and fire him. He doubles down, openly daring the man to do something about it while Lucio watches in shock. Trying to assess Hajun's sudden outburst, Lucio scans his energy and is stunned by how abnormal his power levels are becoming. Her attempt to observe him backfires when the surge overwhelms her device and destroys her viewer. Meanwhile, the manager threatens to blacklist Hajun from the entire business if he keeps this up. Hajun, fed up with the intimidation, throws one last insult at the man's baldness and declares he is done caring about the consequences. The manager is so rattled by the hair loss jab that the call cuts off before he can recover. Left staring at his phone, he can only brood over how deeply that insult landed. Back in the room, Lucio cautiously checks whether Hajun is all right after the blow-up. With the confrontation over, Hajun exhales and decides the best next step is simply to go eat, relieved to be rid of the manager. Elsewhere, a sharp outburst signals that another problem is unfolding. Guildmaster Seongjin Park learns that even after checking in, no one has managed to track down the mysterious scooter rider from yesterday. Captain Soho Jang reports that they searched all over Noryangjin and still found no trace of either the scooter or the helmeted man. They speculate that the rider may have realized he was being followed and changed his license number to avoid detection. Already burdened with too many problems, Seongjin ends the discussion frustrated that this unidentified man is becoming yet another headache. When the search effort stalls, the guild captain refuses to keep wasting people on it and asks for the latest report from Busan. Her subordinate admits the situation there is deteriorating fast. The report explains that even the 6A rank hunters sent into the raid have withdrawn, making it likely the gate will erupt into a full dungeon break within 5 days. The captain takes in the warning and begins weighing what it means. She recalls that the gate first appeared a month earlier at Hauni Beach and had already been treated as a serious threat. What was expected to be difficult has proven far worse than anyone predicted, since not even 6A ranks could handle it. Instead of backing down, she decides the crisis gives her the perfect chance to act. She orders Eren and Team 1 to prepare immediately, catching her subordinate off guard. When he realizes she intends to go to Busan herself, the scale of her response becomes clear. She resolves to remind everyone of her power and status. Heading out personally, she means to prove again why she is known as the strongest guild leader in the country. Elsewhere, Hajun casually eats as if none of that looming disaster concerns him. He enjoys the spicy noodles and treats the meal like a long overdue comfort. Between bites, he jokes about how satisfying it was to quit his job. He teases Hajun with mock alarm, amused by how much he is enjoying himself. Lucio, meanwhile, is overwhelmed by how good the food is and devours it with childlike excitement. For her, every texture and flavor feels like a revelation, as though the human world keeps offering impossible luxuries. Hajun downplays it as just noodles, but even he can tell how deprived she must have been before this. Other diners quietly pity them, assuming Lucio and Hajun come from a hard life if this is her first taste of something so ordinary. When Hajun overhears them conclude he must be a struggling single father, he is completely blindsided. After the meal, they head back out into the city. Lucio quickly regrets overeating and complains that she is about to burst. Hajun fusses over her and wipes her face clean while scolding her for stuffing herself. As he looks after her, he realizes the feeling is strangely close to having a daughter. That only gets worse when nearby people whisper that the young man from the tiny apartment is somehow raising a child there. Hajun realizes the whole neighborhood now sees him as a deadbeat father. Since Lucio will be staying with him from now on, he starts seriously considering moving somewhere bigger. When he mutters about relocating, Lucio instantly latches onto the idea with excitement. She argues that anyone would want to leave a cramped place for somewhere larger, while Hajun warns her not to act like the move is already settled. Lucio immediately raises the stakes by suggesting the huge castle-like tower nearby. Hajun follows her gaze to an enormous luxury apartment building and can only stare in disbelief. He snaps her back to reality by pointing out that a unit there costs at least 20 billion won. Lucio then innocently asks what happened to all the money she helped him earn at the pyramid. Checking his balance, Hajun realizes his points convert to enough cash that he actually could afford it. That revelation makes him consider buying a place of his own for real. Inside a spacious model home, Lucio is instantly dazzled by how enormous it feels. She excitedly asks if this will be their new home, but Hajun says he still has not decided. Even so, he can tell the brand new apartment is undeniably high-end. A realtor explains that the unit could be available in about 2 weeks, and that the monthly maintenance fee alone is around 200,000 won. The agent keeps praising the property and its location, but Hajun cuts him off once he has heard enough to know it is impressive. Rather than commit on the spot, Hajun insists on seeing other options first, and the realtor readily agrees. He reminds himself not to make the mistake of buying the first place he sees. So he calls Lucio over and tells her they are leaving to inspect another property, which disappoints her immediately. Carrying the sulking Lucio out while repeating that he has not chosen yet, Hajun is suddenly stopped by a familiar voice calling his name. He turns, startled by the interruption. The woman approaching is someone he recognizes at once. Before the moment can settle, Lucio casually steals food from the woman's hand without any sense of boundaries. She happily declares it delicious, completely oblivious to the awkwardness she has created. Only after savoring it does Lucio pause and finally look at the woman more carefully. Seeing Hajun tense up while Lucio cheerfully offers to share, the encounter ends with him dreading whatever complication this familiar woman is about to bring. A young man boasts that he somehow bought a home on the very first day of apartment hunting and is pleased with himself. After spending the previous day checking listings, he returns to his new place with a tiny blue-haired companion while taking in what he has acquired. He looks over the apartment's interior, confirming to himself that the unit is real and impressively modern. In the end, he chose the newly built apartment that first caught his eye. Although he got it far below market price, one detail still keeps nagging at him. What unsettles him is the blonde woman he saw next door in the hallway. He realizes she is one of the hunters he previously saw back at Tartarus. Because his helmet had hidden much of his face then, he assumed she probably did not recognize him. More urgently, he notices something else is wrong with his situation. He checks his phone and panics when no new delivery jobs have come in, despite having just finished one recently. When he confirms that 2 full days have passed without a request, his companion is surprised he finds that alarming. He explains that until now he had been getting at least 1 delivery request every day, so this sudden silence feels ominous. His companion scolds him for being greedy and reminds him he already earned plenty from earlier deliveries. He admits that was true only up until yesterday, and now the interruption matters. Checking his balance, he sees he still has 193,700 points left. He notes that even after the down payment, that still amounts to about 19.37 billion won. But once he adds the unpaid remainder on the apartment, he realizes roughly 17 billion won is still tied up in the purchase. As he factors in furniture, appliances, realtor fees, and every other expense, the financial reality closes in on him. He collapses into despair, realizing he effectively poured all his money into the apartment. His companion is outraged at how absurdly expensive Seoul real estate is compared with what his divine rewards could buy elsewhere. He can only say Seoul has always been costly, but that does nothing to solve their immediate problem. When she asks what they will do now, he warns that even her favorite candy may no longer be affordable. That threat finally makes her grasp how serious their financial crisis has become, and she forces herself to think. A solution suddenly comes to her. She proposes that he stop waiting passively for jobs and go door-to-door advertising his delivery service. Her reasoning is simple. Nothing says they have to wait for work to find them. He improves the idea by suggesting they go to Hephaestus and ask whether any deities or heroes need a courier. Delighted by the plan, he praises her as a genius and celebrates the breakthrough. Her excitement fades when she points out a practical obstacle. he does not know how to reach Olympus on his own. He reveals that he can only teleport there when he already has a delivery request. That limitation leaves both of them stunned, with their new plans suddenly blocked. Elsewhere, a helicopter arrives as a guild operation begins. Members of Yangwon Guild's first team gather at the landing area. The second team assembles as well, bringing the full force together. In total, 45 hunters are mobilized for the mission. The guild leadership steps forward to take command. Guild Master Seongjin Park appears with Deputy Guild Master Aaron Beck beside him. Seongjin announces that they are heading to Hauni Beach to deal with a newly opened gate. He urges everyone to put past failures behind them and restore Yangwon Guild's former prestige. The hunters answer with renewed morale, rallying behind his call. With the team ready, Seongjin tells Aaron to move out, and she acknowledges the order. The helicopter lifts off with the strike force aboard. Inside, Aaron settles into her seat and puts on her headset for the flight. During the trip, Seongjin brings up what Aaron mentioned earlier and asks if she is certain about it. He clarifies that he means the scooter courier supposedly moving in next door to her. Aaron says she could not verify that he was actually moving in, but she did see him checking out the apartment. Seongjin reflects that after all their efforts searching Noryangjin for the scooter rider, Aaron may have run into him by pure chance. He presses her once more for certainty, and she firmly confirms that she saw him in her building. With that lead, he concludes they should have no trouble finding the courier later, though for now he must focus on clearing the gate. Aaron turns sharply, her attention caught as the implications of that encounter sink in. A blonde woman learns that Hajuin is the one who defeated all 8 trigrams alone, and the feat leaves a strong impression on her. She quietly hopes that one day she will get the chance to test herself against him in battle. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a forge-like place in Olympus, where a heavy presence surrounds a secluded workshop. Hajuin arrives at the glowing entrance and calls out, trying to see if anyone is inside. When no answer comes and the place seems dark, Lucio grows nervous and wonders if Hephaestus is absent. Her anxiety spikes into fear that barging in uninvited might bring divine punishment on them both. Hajuin brushes that off, pointing out that they have already come this far because she led him here. Lucio still insists they are being outrageously disrespectful by intruding like this. Hajuin undercuts her complaint by recalling that she once bluntly called a pharaoh an old lady to her face, making her standards sound selective. Before they can argue further, a booming voice demands to know who is trespassing so early in the morning. The owner turns out to be Hephaestus, who recognizes Hajuin at once. Hephaestus notes that Hajuin is not there on a delivery job this time and asks what brought him. Putting on a friendly act, Hajuin admits he came to ask for a favor. To soften the request, he offers a gift instead of arriving empty-handed. Hephaestus immediately realizes the gift is alcohol and lights up. Hajuin presents a bottle of soju, remembering that Hephaestus enjoyed the beer he brought before and hoping this will please him too. Delighted, Hephaestus accepts the drink and invites Hajuin to state what he wants. Hajuin asks whether Hephaestus can introduce him to gods or goddesses who might need his delivery work. Hephaestus clarifies that Hajuin means courier jobs, then considers the request seriously. He says one possible contact comes to mind, but hesitates before naming them. His concern is that the work tied to that acquaintance may be too dangerous for Hajuin. Hajuin refuses to be discouraged, insisting that poverty is worse than danger and promising to finish any job he gets. Seeing Hajuin's resolve, Hephaestus decides to trust his confidence. Rather than merely giving directions, Hephaestus chooses to send Hajuin directly to the client himself. A burst of magic engulfs Hajuin before he can prepare for it. He tries to protest because Hephaestus still has not explained who he is being sent to. The teleport cuts him off before he can get the answer. When the light fades, Hajuin finds himself alone in a dark forest. Disoriented, he realizes he has been dropped somewhere unfamiliar without warning. He complains that Hephaestus sent him here with no details and left him to figure everything out alone. Before he can do that, his system warns him that danger has been detected nearby. The alert makes him realize something deadly is already closing in on him. A glowing red eye confirms that a predator is stalking him from the darkness. A monstrous wild boar charges straight at him, and Hajuin instantly understands he cannot evade it in time. Bracing for impact, he panics as the beast bears down on him. At the last second, a green energy attack cuts in from the side. The strike slams into the boar mid-charge and knocks it violently off course. The beast crashes away from Hajuin, sparing him by a narrow margin. Shaken on the ground, Hajuin struggles to understand what just saved him. As the boar collapses, he wonders if the creature has finally been killed. Movement in the grass reveals that someone else is nearby. Lucio pops out and cheerfully points out how close Hajuin came to being skewered. Hajuin is stunned to discover she was teleported along with him after all. Lucio explains that once Hajuin vanished, she was immediately warped over too, though she also scolds him for not noticing her sooner. She excitedly praises the shot, noting that Olympus's wild boars are famously ferocious and that Hajuin just dropped one in a single blow. Hajuin denies the credit, because he knows he was not the one who fired that attack. An unseen voice claims responsibility, catching Hajuin completely off guard. A new figure approaches and remarks that he had not expected to find anything here besides wild boars. The stranger turns out to be a centaur, and Hajuin is baffled by the flamboyant, half-horse old man now standing before him. The centaur sizes them up as a human and a nymph, making it clear that Hajuin has finally met the person Hephaestus sent him to. The pair first realize the figure in the forest is a centaur, human above the waist and horse below. A navigation alert interrupts the boy just as he notices the strange old being. The device confirms they have reached their target, making the boy realize this centaur is the client they came to meet. The centaur immediately challenges the strangers, wary because almost no one comes to this place. As he limps closer and demands their identities, the visitors note both his injury and how dangerous the encounter could become. Before the boy can answer, Lucio excitedly claims she recognizes him. She identifies him as Jason, the famed leader of the Argonauts. Then she guesses Achilles, the legendary hero of the Trojan War. Her imagination races through famous Greek heroes in a grand mental parade. She even lands on Hercules, the warrior who helped the Olympians defeat the giants. At last she gets it right. The centaur is Chiron, the mentor who trained many of those heroes. Instead of being pleased, Chiron bristles at hearing Hercules named in front of him, and his temper flares. He lashes out with a magical attack, blaming Hercules for past suffering, while the boy protests that he never said anything. The boy hurriedly explains that they were sent by Hephaestus, and insists they mean no harm. That name makes Chiron pause and lower his attack, surprised enough to listen. Even so, he tests them with another strike, forcing the boy to evade while shielding Lucio. The boy keeps insisting they are telling the truth as the blast slams into the ground. The confrontation gives way to a calmer setting at Chiron's rustic home in the woods. Inside, the boy explains how they ended up there, and Lucio backs up his account. Chiron admits the story is plausible because Hephaestus would not casually invoke his name. Still, he sees nothing heroic in the human boy standing before him. Then his judgment shifts as he considers Lucio instead. The nymph's timid presence catches his attention. Chiron reflects that even great heroes struggle to find a nymph willing to accompany them. While the visitors whisper that Chiron seems too suspicious, they also admit they know little about him beyond his reputation for kindness. After a long silence, Chiron finally reaches a decision. He chooses to believe them, and the two immediately celebrate his wisdom. Chiron then tests their sincerity by asking whether they can fetch whatever he needs. The boy nervously agrees, and Chiron decides to give him a chance. He orders him to travel north beyond the forest to a massive cave. There, the boy must collect saliva from the lazy creature sleeping inside. The bizarre request leaves the boy stunned as he stares at the jar he has been handed. He can hardly believe he is expected to return with saliva in a container. When he asks if Chiron really means drool, Lucio cheerfully confirms it in the most unhelpful way possible. Chiron bluntly confirms that is exactly what he wants, despite how invasive the task sounds. Seeing no better option, the boy rushes out with Lucio, determined to complete the delivery. Left behind, Chiron scorns him as reckless for charging toward the cave without understanding the danger. He reveals this errand is a trial meant to prove whether the boy is truly worthy. Even surviving the woods would only lead to an even harsher challenge. Climbing deadly snow-covered mountains no ordinary human should manage. Chiron expects the boy to quit long before reaching that point if he is all talk and no substance. Instead, the boy suddenly launches forward with explosive speed, leaving Chiron behind. The burst is so extreme that Chiron can only watch in disbelief as they vanish into the distance. For the first time, Chiron is genuinely shocked by what the boy can do. The boy activates his rider suit's skill, super jump, and carries Lucio as they rocket ahead. A status display shows he has nearly 2 minutes of use left, enough to press the advantage. Confident from experience with the suit, he decides to maintain top speed and reach the cave in a single push. They streak across the mountainside in a series of rapid leaps. He lands hard with Lucio still in his arms, keeping her protected through the impact. Focused and composed, he prepares for whatever waits next. He arrives at the cave entrance, where a dark and ominous presence signals that the real test is about to begin. Hajuin's rider suit begins shutting down, leaving him with only seconds of protection after he already burned through too much of its time. Outside the cave, Lucio is reeling from dizziness, but Hajuin checks on her and keeps them moving. Since they have finally reached the place, Hajuin pushes ahead with one goal: get the saliva they came for and leave fast. He carries Lucio deeper into the cave, relying on a small light as they hurry through the darkness. The deeper they go, the stranger it feels to Hajuin, because nothing inside seems to be sleeping as expected. Lucio tries to laugh off the tension and needles him for being scared. She insists someone of her rank should fear nothing, trying to preserve her pride even while uneasy. That bravado collapses instantly when a few drops of water make her scream. Hajuin scolds her for panicking over dripping water, while Lucio tries to recover from the embarrassment. He had assumed her scream meant a real monster attack, which only makes the false alarm more irritating. But the mood shifts when Hajuin senses something far more serious nearby. A mass of giant serpent heads rises before them, revealing that they have walked straight into a nest of monsters. Faced with that sight, Hajuin can only stall for a beat. Then his nerves snap into reckless humor as he jokes that at least there will be no shortage of saliva now. Elsewhere, the centaur Chiron forces his injured leg onward as he chases after the boy. Breathing hard, Chiron realizes Hajuin has gotten much farther than an ordinary human should have. He recalls dismissing Hajuin as a mere mortal, only to admit the boy has far more ability than expected. Even so, Chiron remains convinced Hajun should never have been able to reach the cave first. That confidence breaks as Chiron suddenly understands the impossible may already have happened. Seeing the trail of destruction, he realizes Hajun is indeed making it to the cave. Alarmed, Chiron curses and prepares to intervene. He gathers power around himself, forcing his body to move despite the strain. The effort tears at his injured leg, but he pushes through the pain anyway. He grimaces, knowing the cost, yet refuses to stop. Chiron launches himself forward at full speed, determined to cut Hajun off. His urgency comes from what lies inside the cave, something he believes must never be reached. Within that cave, Hajun is standing before the truth. An immortal monster is lurking there. For a brief instant, he goes blank trying to process how bad the situation is. Then the reality hits him completely, and he knows they are in deadly trouble. Instead of freezing, Hajun commits to action and surges forward. He grabs Lucio and runs, cursing Chiron for sending them into this disaster. Around them, the many-headed serpent looms over the cave like a living wall. Hajun first clings to the hope that the beast might still be asleep, but Lucio immediately rejects that wish. Shaking, she identifies the creature as a gigantic multi-headed serpent. She names it plainly, Hydra. Hajun demands to know what kind of mission Chiron tricked him into, insisting he never agreed to collect saliva from something like this. He finally understands that the old centaur deceived him from the start. With monsters closing in, Hajun bitterly reflects that he might have tried fighting if he still had his Kaini artifact, but he was warped here before he could take it. At that moment, a system alert interrupts his panic. The message offers an emergency option called Warp Service. It explains that for 5,000 points, an item bought from the shop can be delivered directly to his current location. Hajun is horrified by the absurd cost, especially since the item he needs was cheap by comparison, but he has no better choice. Swallowing the loss, he immediately confirms the purchase. The points are deducted, and the requested item materializes in his hands. Lucio is stunned to see a helmet appear from nowhere, while Hajun mourns the money he just burned. He puts on the helm and prepares to face Hydra head-on. Armored with his new gear, Hajun turns toward the towering monster instead of retreating. Lucio is baffled, warning him that the cave entrance is the other way and that he is moving toward the beast. Hajun calmly admits he knows exactly what he is doing, even as Lucio protests that this is no ordinary monster. She drives home the danger by revealing Hydra's lineage and terrifying reputation, warning that even gods and demigods avoid its lethal venom. The scene opens on Typhon, a monstrous many-headed serpent, asleep despite the horror of what it is. Hajun realizes in disbelief that this nightmare creature is somehow someone's daughter, while the blue-haired girl is dragged away in tears. She panics that this Hydra is far beyond the Sphinx they dealt with before, making clear how hopeless the matchup feels. Hajun tries to calm her and tells her to wait by the entrance while he handles the situation himself. Instead of calming down, she trembles with hurt and anger at being dismissed. She bursts into tears, calls Hajun a cruel idiot, and leaves him with a vicious parting curse that Hydra's venom will melt him. Left alone, Hajun regrets being jinxed right before facing the monster. He steels himself and refocuses on the job. Turning back, he faces the looming Hydra as the real danger resumes. He advances with a jar, clearly intending to collect something from the beast. Seeing all of Typhon's eyes open at once unsettles him, as if the creature is too alert even in sleep. He quietly opens the container, preparing to gather the saliva. He reaches toward one hanging tongue, trying to avoid provoking the heads. With extreme caution, he lets the dripping saliva fall into the jar, aware that even a drop could be lethal. Once he has enough, he thinks the dangerous part may finally be over. But the Hydra's looming presence reminds him he is still one mistake away from death, and he hopes the payment will justify this delivery. Before he can leave, the cave begins to shake around him. He panics as the rumbling intensifies and he cannot tell what is happening. The ceiling starts collapsing, turning the mission into a scramble for survival. Dust and debris flood the cavern as the quake worsens. Hajun wonders if it is an earthquake, then notices something is wrong with the jar. His worst fear comes true when the container shatters and the collected saliva spills onto the ground. Now empty-handed, he realizes he has no way to bring the saliva back. The noise and chaos rouse the Hydra completely, and all of its heads awaken at once. Hajun silently freaks out as the disaster escalates beyond recovery. He remembers the helm should hide him and decides his only chance is to stay perfectly still and quiet. That hope fails when one of the heads senses an intruder and demands to know who is there. The Hydra circles him, identifying him by the smell of decaying flesh from the underworld and asking whether Tartarus sent him. Hajun realizes the creature has picked up his true scent despite the helm's concealment. The Hydra reassures him that it sees the helm and knows he is hidden only by Hades' artifact, not truly absent. Hajun understands she can perceive straight through his disguise and that he is in serious trouble. She presses him to explain why he crossed the river Styx just to reach her. He quickly judges that admitting he came for her saliva would get him killed immediately. As the heads argue over whether such a crossing is even possible, one concludes Hades must have sent him. Their bickering gives Hajun an opening, and he decides to play along rather than correct them. When she demands to know why he still will not answer, he flinches under the pressure. Her patience runs out, and she warns that if he woke her without reason, he will pay for it. Cornered, Hajun blurts out that he came only to check on her. He commits to the lie, claiming he traveled all the way from Tartarus out of concern for her. That answer catches her off guard and immediately changes the mood. She decides this must mean Cerberus sent him, and Hajun hastily agrees. He improvises a fuller story, saying Cerberus had not heard from her in a while and asked him to make sure she was fine. The Hydra is deeply touched by the idea that her little brother worried about her. Hajun is baffled as the deadly interrogation suddenly turns sentimental. Typhon appears in a far gentler form, delighted that Cerberus checked up on his big sister, and eager to hear how he is doing as gatekeeper. Elsewhere above the mountains, the story cuts away from the underworld cavern. The blue-haired girl flies through the sky still crying and hiccuping from the argument. She keeps venting that Hajun is a complete idiot. Even so, she knows Hajun cannot beat Hydra alone and decides Lucio must be warned immediately. She rushes toward help, only to stop short when someone suddenly appears in her path. A fairy finds Chiron alone outside the cave and immediately realizes something is wrong. Panicking, she blurts out that Hajun and Hydra are in danger inside. Chiron understands that the boy really did reach the cave's depths, confirming his fears. The fairy begs for immediate help, but Chiron admits even he is no match for Hydra. With no obvious rescue possible, the fairy breaks down and asks what they can do. Chiron regrets testing Hajun at all and wishes he had simply sent him home. After a moment of grim resolve, he decides to act anyway. Power surges around him as Chiron orders the fairy to lead him to the cave. Inside, Hajun is confronted by Hydra's true form, a woman standing before her monstrous serpent heads. He is stunned to learn that Hydra can take human shape. Hydra explains that because she has been sealed here, she cannot return to her original body. She adds that even her own brother has never seen her like this, so Hajun's confusion is understandable. Hajun realizes her brother must be Cerberus, and is baffled by how strange this family is. Hydra's mood softens as she anxiously asks how her little brother has been doing. Caught off guard, Hajun lies that Cerberus is doing perfectly well. He piles on the lie, claiming Cerberus is fed regularly, paid on time, and content with his work as Persephone's pet dog. Relieved by that answer, Hydra relaxes and believes her brother is safe and happy. Hajun tries to end the conversation before she notices he is making everything up. Hydra stops him, having already guessed that he came all this way because Cerberus asked for help. Moved by that effort, she refuses to let him leave empty-handed and binds him in place. Though trapped, Hajun awkwardly insists she does not owe him anything. Hydra ignores the protest and decides to give him something anyway. She turns around and offers him a special scale from the center of her back. Hydra explains that this differently colored scale carries magical power that will aid him on his journey. Hajun hesitates at the intimacy of what she is asking, but she assures him there is nothing improper about it. When he sees the glowing scale, he realizes it resembles the kind of item Sun Wukong once gave him. That convinces him he cannot refuse the gift, so he agrees to take it. He tries to peel the scale off by hand, only to find it stuck fast to her back. To solve that, Hajun activates his rider's suit for extra precision and grip. This time the scale finally starts to come loose. But the effort throws off his balance, and he slips backward as it gives way. He tumbles through the cave smoke with the glowing scale clutched in his hand. Recovering on the ground, he realizes he succeeded after all. Proudly, he calls out that he got the scale for Hydra. Hydra praises him, but the situation has already become awkward. Looking up from where he fell, Hajun notices he has ended up in a compromising position with her. Hydra teasingly suggests he may be getting a little too bold. She pushes the joke further by acting as if he is making an advance on her. Flustered, Hajun immediately denies any romantic intent and scrambles to explain himself. Outside the cave, Chiron hears enough to stop short in utter confusion at what he has walked into. The misunderstanding leaves the whole situation hanging in stunned silence. Hajun is still trapped between embarrassment over the fall and relief that he secured Hydra's gift. Hydra, meanwhile, seems amused that his earnest attempt turned into something so awkward. The magical scale remains the real prize, proof that Hydra has chosen to help him rather than hinder him. That gift also confirms a shift in their relationship from dangerous encounter to uneasy trust. Even so, Hajun now has to survive the social disaster of how he obtained it. Hydra's teasing makes clear that she is fully aware of his embarrassment and intends to enjoy it. His frantic denial only makes him sound more suspicious, deepening the misunderstanding instead of clearing it up. Chiron's arrival threatens to turn a private embarrassment into an even worse explanation, and with Chiron left speechless, the rescue mission gives way to bafflement over the scene before him. A young man reels in disbelief at what he has just witnessed. A centaur-like man approaches and confirms the impossible. This human is the one who defeated Hydra. From Chiron's perspective, the newcomer's presence is startling enough to demand why Hajun is here. Before the tension can settle, a small blue-haired nymph rushes in and throws herself at Hajun. Lucio clings to him in relief, overjoyed that he survived, while Hajun is caught off guard by the reunion. She immediately scolds him for ignoring orders to stay outside, making it clear he walked into danger on his own. Hajun teasingly squeezes her despite her protests, showing an ease that contrasts with the danger around them. Watching this, the centaur is shaken that a mere human truly brought down the same hydra that once overwhelmed Hercules. He silently credits Hephaestus for sending such a formidable human into this conflict. Hajuin calms Lucio with a casual touch, while the woman before them studies the pair closely. He abruptly turns his attention toward her, ready to address the real threat. He apologizes to Hydra for the noise, and she coolly asks whether the nymph belongs to him. Hajuin dismisses the idea and downplays Lucio as just a local child, even as he keeps her restrained in his arms. Hydra finds that answer amusing and immediately more interesting than he intended. Her eyes sharpen with recognition as another thought surfaces. She reveals that she knows Chiron and notes that it has been a very long time since they last met. Chiron recognizes her in turn, remarking that age has touched even an immortal body. Hydra suggests that time may not be the true cause of his condition. She hints that her venom is what has been wearing him down, and the pain visibly throbs through him. Hajuin realizes there is a deeper history between them, while Lucio treats his confusion as typical and tells him to stop interrupting. Lucio frames what follows as an old, well-known tragedy. Chiron lowers his head, burdened by the memory and its consequences. The story begins with Hercules. One of Hercules' arrows was tainted with Hydra's venom. That poison arrow brought an end to Chiron's immortal life. But the truth of it was not simple misfortune. In the aftermath, Chiron lay broken in the rain, suffering beyond endurance. Around him, other centaurs had also fallen in the chaos, showing how disastrous the event had become. Chiron tried desperately to pull the poisoned arrow free, trapped in agony. He rejected the idea that this was merely an accident, and saw it instead as deserved punishment. As he collapsed, he blamed himself for helping create a monster. That despair eventually drove him to Olympus. Before Zeus, Chiron the Wise sought judgment. Zeus understood at once that Chiron had come to surrender the immortality he had once been granted. Chiron begged for release. Unable to bear the pain any longer, he pleaded for Zeus to end it. After a long silence, Zeus agreed. As a final gift in return for Chiron's guidance of heroes, Zeus prepared a different fate for him. He declared that Chiron would be granted a place among the stars, leaving Chiron stunned. Zeus insisted that Chiron must not die yet and promised that one day he would understand. Even as Chiron protested, divine power transformed his fate. Thus Chiron ceased to be merely the wise mentor and became the mythic Sagittarius in the heavens. Lucio concludes that Hydra's venom is effectively a death sentence for any living being. Back in the present, Hydra marvels that Chiron has endured this long after being poisoned. She mocks him for surviving only by relying on his power as a mythical being. Chiron answers with equal venom, saying her tongue is as vicious as ever and threatening to cut it out too. Hydra notes that he has grown harsher, remembering him as gentler in the past. She then turns her attention to Hajuin and confirms his name. While Hajuin nervously answers, Hydra begins searching through her belongings for something. Lucio instantly covers Hajuin's eyes and warns him not to look, treating whatever Hydra is about to reveal as indecent enough to get him in trouble. Hydra immediately sees through the visit and identifies the real goal as obtaining her saliva. She exposes Chiron as the one who sent someone else to collect it for him, putting him on edge. When Hajuin realizes she knew all along, Hydra explains that Chiron's scent on him gave him away. Her smug look makes it clear she has been in control of this exchange from the start. Instead of resisting, Hydra openly offers the antidote to Chiron himself, shocking Hajuin and Lucio. Chiron cannot believe she would hand over the cure so easily and suspects a hidden motive. Hydra rejects the image of herself as the villain and reveals that Chiron's suffering was not originally her doing. She names Hercules as the one who poisoned Chiron with Hydra's venom, overturning what everyone assumed. Hajuin is stunned because Hercules was supposed to be Chiron's disciple, not his betrayer. The offered antidote becomes the center of everyone's attention as the truth sinks in. Hydra says she has been waiting all this time for Chiron to come personally and claim the cure. Her tone shifts from taunting to strangely sincere as she addresses him directly. Chiron listens in wary silence, unsure whether to trust her. When he reaches for the vial, she lets him take it without resistance. Desperate to end his torment, Chiron immediately applies the antidote to himself. He drinks the rest as the cure begins spreading through his body at once. The sudden reaction catches him off guard, and panic flashes across his face. A violent surge of energy tears through him as the antidote starts purging the venom. The healing reaches his damaged leg, forcing the poison out of the place that had crippled him. His body convulses under the strain, but the cure keeps working. Hajuin and Lucio can only watch in alarm as the transformation intensifies. The release of power throws Chiron down in a burst of force. When the shockwave settles, he lies collapsed on the ground while Hydra stands over him. Hajuin is horrified that Hydra may have just killed him after all. Hydra only lets out a small laugh, as if Hajuin has misunderstood the moment completely. Chiron realizes his ruined leg has finally returned to normal, and the truth of the cure hits him. He reflects that he has endured this agony for 3,890 years in the world of mythicals. The endless pain that defined his existence is finally ending. Hydra gently acknowledges how much Chiron must have suffered and tells him the pain is gone at last. Hajuin rushes toward Chiron, calling out to him in relief and confusion. The scene shifts away from the cavernous meeting place to a quiet forest. It settles on Chiron's rustic home hidden in the woods. Inside the cabin, Hajun and Lucio wait for Chiron to return. As the delay drags on, Hajun starts worrying that Chiron may be trying to avoid paying the delivery fee. Lucio fiercely defends Chiron's honor and treats the accusation like a personal insult. She insists Hajun deserves no payment anyway because Hydra gave the saliva to Chiron, not to him. Their argument is interrupted by someone entering the cabin. The newcomer apologizes for the wait, drawing both of their attention. Chiron appears carrying a bow he says took longer than expected to find. Hajun starts to complain about the delay, but Lucio instantly covers for Chiron and pretends they were never bothered. When Hajun asks if the bow was what Chiron had been searching for, Chiron confirms it was. Chiron explains that he had once intended to give the bow to Hercules, but now believes it suits Hajun better. Hajun privately grumbles that he would have preferred more points over a mysterious gift. Even so, he reaches out to accept the bow. Before the handoff can happen, a new figure appears in the doorway in a blaze of light. Hajun and Chiron both react in confusion to the sudden intruder. The stranger apologizes to Chiron for arriving without warning. Lucio recognizes at once that this is no ordinary visitor. The newcomer introduces himself as Ares, the god of war, and says explanations can wait. Hajun casually recalls Ares as Olympus's enforcer, which Lucio treats as outrageous disrespect. She hurriedly restores his dignity by declaring Ares a prince among gods as the son of Zeus and Hera. Ares ignores the flattery and focuses instead on the mortal standing beside the nymph. He asks if Hajun Lee is the man he is looking for, and Hajun reluctantly confirms it. The moment Hajun answers, Ares drops to one knee before him. Ares declares that he has finally found Hajun, leaving the mortal completely blindsided. Hajun can only stare as a god kneels before him. Ares begs Hajun for help, reversing the power dynamic in an instant. The narration marks the absurdity of the moment by noting that Hajun, aged 27, became the first man to make a god kneel before him. The story then jumps to Hajun traveling by train after taking on yet another job. Lucio is delighted by the speed of the ride and treats the trip like an adventure. She excitedly tells Hajun the vehicle is unbelievably fast. Hajun corrects her that it is a train, not a car, and warns her to behave in public, only for her to promise obedience while still talking back. Exhausted from non-stop work, Hajun thinks he may collapse if he keeps taking deliveries like this. A notification on his phone interrupts his misery. Chiron rewards him with 100,000 points, and then adds another 100,000 on top. Seeing his total rise, Hajun instantly forgets his fatigue and becomes thrilled by the payout. His outburst earns a polite request from another passenger to keep his voice down, and he apologizes at once. Lucio mocks him for lecturing her about etiquette when he was the one causing a scene, and Hajun snaps that he only panicked because the fee had not arrived yet. He revels in the fact that Chiron's delivery alone earned him 2 billion won, enough to ease his fear of going broke. Just as he starts savoring his good fortune, something else catches his eye. A new urgent mission appears, ordering him to save Ares' hunter within 5 hours and ruining his relief. The story returns to Chiron's cabin, where the emergency request is being discussed. Hajun and Lucio are shocked to learn that Ares wants them to rescue the hunter contracted to him. Ares explains that he examined the hunter's thread of fate and saw that the man is destined to die that very day. When Hajun asks why Ares does not intervene himself, the answer reveals the limits even gods must obey. Chiron explains that deities are forbidden from directly interfering in human life and death under the law of causality. He adds that Ares knows this rule well and must accept fate even when it is unbearable. Ares admits that this time he cannot accept it and refuses to stand aside. He tries to explain why this particular hunter matters so much to him. Ares confesses that he has wagered his entire life savings on that hunter's success. Chiron explains that mythicals can invest points into their contracted hunters, creating mythical-type hunters with extraordinary power. If those hunters achieve great feats and gain fame, the mythical's investment can pay off enormously. The rewards can multiply the original stake hundreds of times over, making the arrangement as much financial speculation as divine patronage. But if the hunter dies before completing the mission, the investment is effectively lost. Hajun bluntly compares the whole thing to blowing all your money on a disastrous crypto gamble. Chiron scolds Ares for relapsing into gambling now that he is a mythical and demands to know how reckless he has been. Ares breaks down and admits he also invested all of his father's points without Zeus knowing. Hajun and Lucio are horrified to realize he gambled with the ruler of Olympus's assets too. The scale of Ares' recklessness becomes clear when they understand he went all in with Zeus's points as well. Back on the train, Hajun wonders how he is supposed to save a mythical-type hunter when he is no miracle worker. Still, he decides that if Olympus's prince is desperate enough to ask, the delivery fee will probably be enormous. Lucio asks where they are headed for this rescue. Hajun checks the ticket and reveals their destination is Busan. The story cuts to the dungeon itself, where the aftermath of a brutal battle litters a wet cavern floor. The tunnel is filled with monster corpses, showing how hard the hunters have fought just to get this far. A battered swordsman named Osong warns his team that another wave is coming and tells them to prepare. The surviving hunters regroup in the tunnel and brace themselves for more monsters. A giant maw lunges at Osong from the darkness, threatening to swallow him whole. Eren cuts through the attack in time, protecting him with a decisive strike. Even after the save, Oh-song is still surrounded and under pressure from the remaining creatures. He hardens his resolve and pushes past the fear. With a burst of glowing sword energy, he carves through the swarm and wipes out the immediate threat. The last of that wave crashes down, leaving the tunnel briefly quiet again. Oh-song complains that no matter how many monsters he kills, the stream of trash mobs never seems to end. Erin joins the fight with twin blades and helps thin out the remaining enemies. Once the area is secure, she stands ready among the corpses, still alert for another attack. Oh-song checks with Erin, and she reports that the rear is clear. He orders the team to take only a short rest before pressing on. The exhausted party slumps down for a moment amid the carnage. Oh-song asks how much farther they have to go, and a teammate says the boss room should be close. Oh-song praises the guide for leading them here in half the time it took the first team. Even so, he worries because the first team had 6A rankers and still retreated, which suggests the boss is far stronger than expected. The guide describes the boss as a giant monster around 32 feet tall. He explains that the first team might have cleared the dungeon if they had reached the boss sooner, but the endless mobs wore them down first. Oh-song takes comfort in having more manpower now and believes reinforcements will let them finish the job. One teammate, aching all over, agrees to keep moving because he wants to survive and see his mother again. The team rises and resumes the march despite their exhaustion. At last they reach the massive sealed doors of the boss chamber. Oh-song warns everyone that the boss is right behind the doors and demands full focus. The hunters answer with confidence and prepare for the final fight. Oh-song assigns the tanks to lead the entry. The glowing doors begin to open. The party steps into the chamber expecting the decisive battle. Instead of a towering monster, the tanks find only an empty room and stop in confusion. The chamber appears vacant, and the expected boss is nowhere in sight. As the team hesitates, they begin questioning whether this is really the boss room at all. Erin notices something off about the room and looks upward. She realizes the constant dripping from the ceiling is unnatural and starts connecting the danger too late. The truth hits her in an instant. She screams for everyone to fall back immediately. Before they can escape, a massive purple mass crashes down from above. Oh-song calls out to Erin in panic as the ambush unfolds. The creature's body splatters around them, cutting off movement and confirming the chamber was bait. Oh-song demands to know why the guide never mentioned this during the update. The guide can only stammer, unable to explain the disaster. Then the guide reveals his betrayal by speaking to his mother while dark tentacles force his mouth open, saying he brought the hunters exactly as ordered. Oh-song realizes too late that they were led here on purpose and curses the situation. The monstrous truth emerges as the room itself becomes the trap. The story cuts back to the coast where Hajuin and Lucio arrive at the gate's location. They confirm the portal over the beach is the entrance they were looking for. Hajuin steels himself to finish this job quickly so he can finally sleep. The narration marks his arrival at the scene. Lucio is confused by the dramatic announcement and does not understand why it matters. She protests when Hajuin says she cannot come with him into the gate. Hajuin insists she has to stay outside because this is one of the largest gates after Tartarus, and too dangerous for her without another Kaini. He reflects that her anger may be less childish than usual because of what happened the previous day, and he worries about leaving her behind. Then he suddenly thinks of a way to distract her. Hajuin offers her money for candy to keep her occupied while he is inside, congratulating himself on the idea. Lucio initially rejects the bribe and insists she still wants to enter the gate with him. But when Hajuin points out the money could buy 50 pieces of candy, her resistance instantly starts to crumble. Lucio casually explains that anyone has a price, leaving the listener unsettled by how easily she reduces people to something that can be bought. Before leaving, Hajuin warns the small girl not to follow strangers while he is gone, and she obediently agrees to send them away. With that settled, he commits himself to entering the dungeon. He steels his nerves and focuses before crossing over. Hajuin arrives inside Houndy's dungeon and immediately finds himself in a cave-like interior. Using his phone as a light, he realizes the place is oppressively dark and unfamiliar. His first step lands on something soft and rotten underfoot. The disgusting texture makes him recoil as he realizes the ground is covered in sticky remains. A sudden thought stops him cold. When he looks around, he sees monster corpses everywhere and understands he has walked into a killing ground. That sight confirms why the area's hunters are in serious danger. The dungeon is packed with monsters even before reaching whatever caused this massacre. The dead bodies also turn simple movement into a problem, blocking his path through the cave. His combat suit's cooldown is not ready yet, and without his scooter he has no easy way to push through. Panic starts to set in as he realizes he is already in trouble almost the moment he entered. Then he remembers the emergency shop function and seizes on it as his way out. He quickly opens the shop, relieved that he still has one option left. Searching the listings, he goes straight for the scooter he needs. The price shocks him, because the vehicle costs an absurd amount. As he hesitates and looks for a cheaper alternative, something approaches from behind. A shadowy figure mocks his indecision, turning his private scramble into a direct threat. Forced to act, Hajuin buys the scooter on the spot. Lucio pops up beside him, amused that he spent such a huge sum so quickly and clearly pleased by the transaction. Hajuin is stunned to find her inside the dungeon and demands to know why she is there. She reminds him that Lucio had already decided she would accompany him, and reveals she has been following him the whole time. Hajun protests that he never agreed to bring her, but a sudden disturbance cuts him off. The girl urgently warns him that danger is right behind him. At that moment, the purchased vehicle materializes. Hajun realizes the scooter he bought is not a small ride at all but a full motorcycle. His fear gives way to excitement as he admires the machine's sleek design. That excitement ends when monsters gather in the darkness, drawn toward them. Hajun realizes their noise has alerted the creatures and that they have no time left. He throws the girl onto the bike with him and tells her to hold on. They blast forward, and Hajun is impressed by the motorcycle's overwhelming power. Elsewhere in the dungeon, purple fluid drips from massive organic structures overhead. The true threat is revealed as a gigantic ceiling-bound mass covered in watching red eyes looms over trapped hunters below. A battered swordsman understands this was the enemy's plan from the start. Realizing everyone else has already been caught inside the creature's tentacles, he resolves to save them alone. The monster lashes down at him from above. He leaps in to strike at one of the tentacles, trying to cut a path through. The effort costs him, and he grits through the pain. Even so, he lands a powerful slash against the creature's body. But as he retreats, he realizes the thing is attacking from every direction and steadily boxing him in. Looking up, he identifies the ceiling creature as the true boss and recognizes that it does not match any prior information about this dungeon. He also senses that the situation is even worse than a hidden boss monster. One victim is already being overtaken by the purple organism, proving it can invade and manipulate human bodies. The swordsman understands that if these parasites escape the dungeon, they will cause chaos outside, so he decides to end them here. Among the captured is a blonde woman suspended in the creature's flesh. She appears eerily calm, as if something inside her is waking up. A golden light ignites in her eye, signaling a sudden return of power or consciousness. She erupts into motion in a burst of golden energy, violently breaking the stalemate. A bloody blonde fighter stands against a towering purple horror covered in eyes and teeth, still ready to fight despite being cornered. Her ally Seongjin catches up and realizes Eren has somehow escaped the monster's grasp. When he asks if she can still go on, Eren admits she is near her limit but not finished yet. She warns that they have to kill the boss immediately or everyone trapped by its tentacles will die. The two commit to one last all-out attack and face the creature together. Eren takes the lead, telling Seongjin to create an opening while she prepares to strike. The monster lashes out with its massive body, trying to crush them before they can act. Both fighters evade in rapid succession, slipping through the sweeping attack to stay alive. Eren closes in with fierce determination, forcing the plan into motion. She carves through the creature's assault and creates the opening they needed. At the critical instant, she signals Seongjin to unleash everything. Seongjin steps in as the monster hesitates, seizing the chance Eren bought him. He activates Ares' divine power, pouring overwhelming force into his sword. With his eyes blazing, he commits to his strongest technique. His Mars Punisher erupts upward in a devastating beam that tears into the boss. The attack detonates with enough force to shake the entire cavern. For a moment, the blast seems absolute, swallowing everything in red-white light. When the energy crashes down, it leaves a massive impact zone and a storm of dust and wind. Seongjin drops to one knee, exhausted and gasping after spending nearly everything on the strike. He tries to reassure himself that the mythical attack should have finished the job. He recalls that this technique is the reason his guild became dominant, because no one had ever survived it before. That confidence collapses when the boss reveals its core still intact, glowing from within its maw. Seongjin can barely believe the monster endured an attack that should have been fatal. Eren snaps him out of his shock and demands that he get back up. Instead, Seongjin apologizes to her, already fearing they have failed everyone. As the boss charges another attack, both of them realize death is closing in. Eren bitterly accepts that she was not strong enough to save everyone before the core fires. At the last second, something crashes into the scene and interrupts the attack. A bizarre armored rider bursts in loudly, announcing himself like a delivery man making an entrance. The sudden rescue leaves both battered fighters staring in disbelief. The newcomer's scooter skids hard through the cavern as he barrels straight into danger. He rides past them at full speed, cutting through the battlefield with absurd confidence. The dust settles enough for Eren and Seongjin to watch the intruder take over the scene. Eren begins to recognize the ridiculous figure who just arrived. She identifies him as Scooter Man. He plants himself on the ground in spiked footwear, making it clear he intends to stay. Before the heroes can process him, another strange voice mocks humans and prepares a dramatic introduction. A tiny blue-haired girl appears and grandly declares herself the mega-elite rider Lucio. Her absurd self-introduction leaves Eren and Seongjin completely dumbfounded. Lucio mistakes their confusion for awe and boasts about her own greatness. She calls over Hajun just to laugh at how pathetic the humans look, but while she grandstands, a surviving tentacle creeps up behind Hajun, putting him in immediate danger. Lucio's overblown persona is cut short almost instantly as the threat reaches them. Hajun reacts in a flash, grabbing for the tentacle before it can strike. He yanks the squid-like thing free while shielding Lucio, startling everyone with how casually he handles it. The creature stretches grotesquely as he pulls it completely out. Hajun dismisses it as disgusting and realizes it had been lodged inside the boss's body, while Lucio panics over being squeezed. Ignoring the chaos around him, Hajuin finally looks up and assesses the real enemy. He spots the giant monster and immediately recognizes it as a serious threat. Realizing this is the boss of Houndy's dungeon, Hajuin concludes he has arrived right in the middle of the main fight. As the group regathers in the cavern, someone suddenly realizes Seongjin Park is missing. The armored stranger awkwardly admits he is the one they mean, confirming that he serves Ares as a hunter. Instead of acting like a warrior, he fusses over Seongjin's injuries and is relieved to hear they are only minor. He then recognizes Seongjin from somewhere and starts digging through his memory. He remembers meeting him in Tartarus and is amused that the man from back then turned out to be Ares' hunter. Seongjin cuts off the reunion and insists they focus on defeating the boss before the others are endangered. The Deliverman refuses to be dragged into the fight and bluntly asks why this should involve him at all. He argues that hunters are supposed to handle monsters, while he is only a Deliverman and not a combatant. To make matters worse, he adds that his special suit is still recovering and cannot help him fight. The blonde woman, still angry over his earlier behavior, says she did not expect him to be someone who treats lives like bargaining chips. Her accusation hardens into open hostility as she prepares to attack him for putting conditions on saving people. He hurriedly backs down and insists she misunderstood what he meant. He clarifies that Seongjin Park is the one meant to defeat the monster, not him. Seongjin objects that his own weapon is broken and he is in no shape to handle the boss alone, but the Deliverman calmly says he already has that problem covered. He presents a new delivery request on his phone, offering to deliver Ares' weapon directly to Seongjin. The moment he confirms it, a brilliant light erupts in the cavern before the stunned party. The sudden divine transfer overwhelms the others, leaving them coughing and confused. Seongjin senses something extraordinary and focuses on the change in front of him. A massive sword materializes out of the light, and Seongjin instantly recognizes it as something legendary. The weapon is revealed to be Ares' mythical buster sword, War Ender, a blade said to end all warfare. Having completed the delivery, the courier cheerfully tries to leave at once, while Seongjin desperately stops him. Seongjin demands to know who sent such a weapon to him, and why a non-hunter like this man can casually wander through deadly dungeons. Rather than answer directly, the courier teases him and prepares a dramatic introduction. With a grin and a hostage-like hold on the tiny blue-haired companion, he names himself the Divine Deliverman. He immediately speeds off on his motorcycle, leaving the others shouting after him in frustration. Seongjin is left baffled by the cryptic encounter and unable to make sense of what just happened. Before he can dwell on it, the monstrous boss descends again and forces the battle back into motion. Realizing there is no other choice, Seongjin reaches for the newly delivered sword. The instant he grips it, divine power surges through him. A pillar of red energy explodes upward as the weapon responds to him. The force tears through him and begins transforming his body and presence. His eyes change first, signaling a deeper awakening. Seongjin undergoes a second awakening as Ares' mythical type hunter, gaining a new warlike form and overwhelming power. The blonde woman can only watch in shock as he strides forward wrapped in red divine energy. She realizes Seongjin has become something far stronger than before and fears what this transformation is doing to him. The boss attacks with another shrieking blast, but Seongjin now meets it head-on. He steadies himself, feeling the sword and his own power resonate together. Certain of victory, he raises the blade and commits fully to the fight. He consciously activates Ares' divine power. A blazing red slash erupts from the sword with catastrophic force. Seongjin roars as he drives the attack through the monster's assault. The boss fires back with a concentrated beam from its eye, trying to overpower him. Their attacks collide in a violent explosion of red and violet energy. Seongjin's strike pushes through the monster's core despite the resistance. The clash peaks as his power tears the boss apart. The aftermath leaves a massive divine mark overhead, showing the scale of the blow. Seongjin's attack continues beyond the monster and rips through the cavern itself. Even in the blinding light, he remains focused until the strike is complete. The blonde woman braces herself as the blast races past and the cavern begins to open. She can barely comprehend what she has witnessed. When the dust settles, daylight pours in through a hole blasted through the entire ceiling, proving Seongjin's attack reached all the way outside. The transformed Seongjin begins to break apart from the strain as his divine state collapses. He falls unconscious, and the blonde woman catches him before he hits the ground while the legendary sword lies nearby. Holding him up, she quietly praises Seongjin for carrying them through the battle. Her shock gives way to a more personal, unsettled curiosity about who he really is. Far away, the courier races along and jokingly rebrands himself yet again as Scooterman. Even after everything, he is already thinking about his next meal, reinforcing how absurdly casual he is about divine errands. Back in the human world, the news reports that the dangerous gate in Houndy, Busan has been successfully cleared. The public credits Yangwon Guild with preventing a dungeon break, while sensational side stories and rumors swirl around the incident. Recovering in a hospital room, Seongjin notices that everyone has been talking non-stop about the Houndy dungeon. He reflects that without the Divine Deliverman, they never would have defeated the boss. That thought leaves him more suspicious than grateful. Looking at the legendary sword now in his possession, he concludes the courier must be far from ordinary if he can deliver artifacts belonging to gods. Before he can think further, someone comes running frantically down the hospital hall. Doyen bursts in, panicked, and rushes to check how badly his guild master was hurt. He is stunned to find Seongjin sitting up and apparently fine. Doyen complains that Seongjin is barely injured at all and seems oddly disappointed after all his worrying, though Seongjin reassures him he is glad Doyen is safe. Doyen quickly pivots into admiration, praising Seongjin for obliterating the monster and living up to his elite reputation. Then he notices the unfamiliar sword and asks what happened to Seongjin's original weapon. When Seongjin casually says the old one broke, Doyen nearly faints at the thought of such an expensive weapon being destroyed. Seongjin remains calm about the loss. He explains that he received this new sword in exchange, and wonders if it is really that special. When he mentions that Scooter Man delivered the Buster Sword to him, the courier himself suddenly appears in the room to overhear it. Doyen is horrified to learn the mysterious delivery man was actually present in the Houndy dungeon. Seongjin takes advantage of the moment and asks Doyen for a favor. He reveals that he now knows Scooter Man's identity. What he wants is simple but obsessive. He orders Doyen to find the man's address. Doyen cannot understand why Seongjin wants that information so badly. Seongjin answers with a grin that he intends to recruit the divine delivery man. The story then shifts to Ares' temple, where the truth behind the delivery begins to unfold. Ares returns and is pleased to see the courier survived the mission intact. The delivery man reports that the sword was handed over safely to Ares' chosen hunter. Ares praises him for living up to his reputation and says trusting him with the delivery was the right call. He then invites the courier inside to receive a reward, and the delivery man realizes Ares carries himself with far more refinement than he first assumed. The blue-haired nymph angrily reminds him that Ares is royalty and should be treated with proper respect. Ares casually confirms the point by revealing that he is indeed a prince. The grandeur of the temple reinforces just how high his status really is. Ares leads the courier deeper into the temple while the nymph trails behind. He suddenly stops, having decided something about who may accompany him further. He addresses the nymph directly and calls for her attention. Ares orders her to wait behind and declares that only Hajun Lee may accompany him from this point onward. The nymph sulks while Hajun quietly enjoys being singled out. Ares brings Hajun into the treasure corridor within his temple. Hajun looks around in open amazement at the scale of the place. When he marvels at the enormous doors, Ares matter-of-factly explains that each one weighs about 3 tons by human standards. Hajun naturally asks how anyone is supposed to open something like that. Ares finds the question ridiculous, and says they are open just like any other door. He proves it by simply pushing the massive doors apart with ease. Beyond them lies a dazzling mountain of treasure, and Hajun is overwhelmed by the sight. Ares presents the hoard as the possessions of someone of the highest divine rank. He formally identifies himself as Olympus's rightful heir and the god of war, Ares. Hajun's first instinct is not reverence but greed, as he wonders how much everything is worth and whether he can take whatever he wants. Ares says Hajun's service deserves a reward greater than anything in the room and insists that, as a prince, he must repay such help properly. He rummages through the treasure, searching for the particular gift he has in mind. At last he finds a small golden box and hands it over with ceremonial flair. Hajun opens it only to find that even Ares does not actually know what the item inside is. Ares laughs off the uncertainty and claims the object must still be priceless, since even he preserved it untouched. He assures Hajun that the item is definitely not useless. Ares explains that his father personally gave him the box and called it one of his most precious treasures. Because of that, Ares has always been curious about its contents, and now asks Hajun whether he appreciates the reward. Hajun flatly rejects it, calling the gift worthless. Ares is offended until Hajun pulls the item out and reveals why he is so unimpressed. The supposed treasure turns out to be nothing more than a giant wooden stick, and Hajun cannot believe this was treated as sacred. The stick's reveal triggers a flashback to a stormy voyage on the sea. A ship struggles through violent weather as lightning tears across the sky. A man aboard realizes their expedition is in serious danger. He explains that the real problem is an unexpected encounter with sirens. The sirens gather around the ship, using their song to lure and trap the crew. The scene identifies the speaker as the great adventurer Jason. Back in the present, Hajun instantly recognizes the connection and realizes the divine delivery man is Jason, the legendary head of Argos shipping. The story then returns to Hajun's ordinary apartment in the human world. After finally waking up, he stretches out the exhaustion from the ordeal. He reflects that he rushed straight to Busan without sleep, met Ares immediately after, and only got home after midnight, so his body is paying the price. Nearby, the little nymph talks in her sleep about demanding 50 pieces of candy. Hajun laughs at how absurdly childish she sounds even while asleep. Still, he notices she must be exhausted too and gently covers her with a blanket. He promises that once they move, he will make sure she has a proper bed to sleep in. Later, he heads to a convenience store to buy drinks. At the register he pays for an energy drink and chocolate milk. He leaves with the bag, still moving through life like an ordinary young man despite everything he has seen. On his way out, something catches his eye. A poster announces the upcoming state-certified hunter exam. Hajun realizes the exam is only 3 days away. He admits that becoming a hunter was never really part of his plans, but recent events have made that impossible to ignore. He decides it may finally be time to seriously consider becoming a hunter instead of sneaking through dungeons in secret. Back home, the nymph wakes up groggy and immediately looks for Hajun. He returns with the drinks and tells her he only stepped out briefly. She is still fixated on candy, but Hajun scolds her to stop eating so much sugar before a new notification interrupts them. A fresh delivery request arrives from Minsim Delivery. The sender is none other than Hephaestus. Hajun smiles and tells the nymph they will have to postpone their drinks. He is soon riding into a fiery divine realm filled with lava and smoke. Arriving at the forge, he cheerfully announces himself to Hephaestus. Hephaestus welcomes him warmly and makes it clear Hajun has become a favorite customer. The smith says Hajun is already famous in Olympus for helping both Chiron and Ares. Hajun is surprised that his reputation has spread so quickly, since only 2 days have passed since those events. He asks what kind of job Hephaestus needs done today, but the smith's attention shifts to someone else. Hephaestus notes that the person for today's delivery has arrived right on time. The nymph panics at the sight of the newcomer and clings to Hajun, clearly recognizing him. The newcomer is revealed to be Jason, head of Argo Shipping, whose business dominates lightning-fast ocean delivery across Olympus. A man introduces himself as Jason, captain of the Argo expedition, and presents himself as a famed adventurer. The Argo expedition is revealed to be a crew of legendary Greek heroes, also known as the Greek Avengers. Jason thanks Hajun for previously helping heal his adoptive father's leg, and Hajun brushes it off as simple duty. Seeing Hajun's modesty, Jason drops the pleasantries and pushes the conversation toward the urgent matter that brought him here. He explains that his company's shipping operation has run into serious trouble. Their cargo route has been blocked because sirens have appeared and disrupted passage through the area. Hajun realizes this is the same Argo shipping business he had heard about before. Jason says they normally relied on Orpheus to drive the sirens away, but he is currently unavailable. With no other option, Jason asks Hajun for help after hearing rumors about his abilities. Hajun confirms that Jason wants him to handle the sirens on the company's behalf. Jason makes it clear that this is exactly the job he is offering. Hajun protests that he is only a deliverman, not a professional monster hunter, and wonders why these jobs keep finding him. Jason counters by deciding the matter with money, confident the payment will change Hajun's mind. The reward is set at 500,000 points for slaying the sirens. That amount immediately wins Hajun over, and he admits victory over monsters is satisfying when the payout is this good. As he accepts, he is reminded that sirens live in the sea, meaning the fight will take place across open water. Hajun is startled to learn sirens are ocean creatures, having apparently imagined something far less aquatic. The old man reassures him that magic can cover that weakness and support him for the mission. Soon they set out by ship toward the sirens' territory. Their destination is the Melodic Islands, the home of the sirens. Jason points out that the ship's route must pass through those islands, and Hajun confidently promises to solve the problem. Jason offers him a boat to reach the islands, but Hajun refuses because he has another method in mind. He heads out at once with Lucio, launching away from the ship instead of taking a normal vessel. Jason is left stunned, unable to understand what Hajun is doing. Hajun answers by summoning specialized gear, including a vehicle suited for crossing the sea. Riding over the water with Lucio behind him, he charges off enthusiastically toward the islands. His helmet grants a temporary water mobility enhancement that lets him move across the sea for 5 minutes. Watching him speed away, Jason can only marvel at how unpredictable he is. As they approach the island cluster, Hajun checks that this is indeed the sirens' territory and asks Lucio what he knows about them. Hajun reduces them to mermaids with deadly voices, and Lucio immediately realizes he is underestimating them. Lucio explains that if sirens were only singers, heroes like Odysseus would not have needed such extreme precautions to pass these waters. He reveals that sirens are formidable underwater fighters capable of overwhelming even massive sea monsters in groups. Hajun accepts that the job is dangerous, but says the reward is high enough that he came prepared. His plan for dealing with violent monsters is brutally simple. He pulls out a giant wooden club borrowed from Ares, intending to beat the sirens down with it. They race deeper between the rocky channels of the islands in search of their targets. 2 sirens spot the approaching pair and decide to intercept them. One siren dives into attack from the water while the other watches from cover. Beneath the surface, the attacker closes in on them from below. Hajun and Lucio skim over the water, unaware for a moment of how close the threat has come. Lucio suddenly warns Hajun that something is charging at them, and Hajun spots it too. The siren bursts up with jaws wide open, trying to ambush them at point-blank range. Hajun raises the giant club to meet the attack. He brings it down in a full-force strike directly onto the siren. But the supposedly divine weapon proves underwhelming, and Hajun bitterly compares the blow to being tapped with a weak novelty stick. The siren surfaces dazed more by surprise than injury, touching her head as she processes what just happened. She openly mocks the attack, saying it felt embarrassingly soft. Hajun realizes Ares saddled him with a useless weapon and fumes that he was cheated. The fight pauses in the waters around the rocky islands as the failed opening attack changes the tone of the battle. The 2 sirens remain in the sea, shaken but still very much in the fight, leaving Hajun's plan in immediate trouble. two sirens realize their targets have suddenly vanished and begin searching the shoreline before they can get far. Hidden behind the rocks, the intruders stay silent and avoid detection. They confirm they narrowly escaped notice thanks to Kaine's stealth ability. After checking the situation, they realize the sirens are focused elsewhere and consider slipping past them. Their scouting reveals the destination they need to infiltrate, the Siren's temple lair. The man recalls earlier instructions that the Siren Queen can be found inside a temple offshore, and that killing her should weaken the whole group. He remembers being told that eliminating the queen matters more than fighting every siren individually. Even with that goal in mind, his companion worries because the weapon they got from Ares turned out to be useless. He bitterly agrees the wooden weapon was worthless, but decides they still have another way forward. Kaine opens a shop interface so they can improvise a new plan on the spot. She insists money can solve this problem and immediately spots an expensive item called Zeus's lightning marble. They spend a huge amount of points to buy the lightning weapon despite the cost. The man forces himself to accept the painful loss of his fortune and commits to using the new weapon now. With their plan set, they move on the temple under the open sky. Inside, the Siren Queen sits in command while her followers gather before her in the flooded hall. One hungry siren begs permission to resume hunting, saying they have already gone too long without food. The queen refuses to let them attack yet. She explains that Orpheus, the usual obstacle to their hunts, is currently absent, making this a rare opportunity. Rather than strike immediately, she wants to wait until a large human ship sets sail so they can hit it at the perfect moment without warning anyone too soon. Confident in the plan, she promises that a ship full of prey from Argos shipping will soon pass by them. At that moment, the hidden intruders step into the temple. Listening in under invisibility, they are disturbed by how casually the sirens discuss devouring people. Realizing an entire crew is about to be slaughtered, they decide they have to intervene somehow. The man quietly calls on Lucio and starts steering her attention with a reminder of a meal she loved. The mention of those black bean noodles instantly hooks Lucio's full interest. He offers her an even better deluxe feast if she helps him now, and the promise overwhelms her hesitation. Lucio commits herself to the job without further argument. He leans in and whispers the details of a risky plan, and she agrees to follow it. Even after hearing it, Lucio is shocked by how dangerous the plan sounds and notes that another ally would have objected. The man begins turning that plan into action by removing his helmet. He places the helmet onto Lucio and tells her he is counting on her. He reassures the nervous Lucio that she can pull this off. Encouraged, Lucio vows that she will not fail him. The man realizes the cost of the invisibility trick. Once Lucio moves away, only he will remain visible to the nearby sirens. Accepting that, he deliberately reveals himself and loudly insults the sirens to draw all attention onto him. The sirens are stunned that a human somehow got inside their temple. He doubles down on the provocation, taunting them crudely so they will chase him instead of noticing Lucio. The queen's composure breaks as his baiting enrages her. Furious, she orders her followers to seize him at once. The sirens surge forward together to capture the intruder. He sprints across the flooded temple, leading the entire pack away in pursuit. While running, he gets a warning that his aquatic mobility will soon disappear and urgently calls for Lucio. From above and still out of the siren's focus, Lucio announces that she is in position. Following his cue, she activates Zeus's lightning and sends the attack down at the clustered sirens. Lucio immediately flees the blast zone as the temple begins to shake from the weapon's power. The lightning item is confirmed to be a single-use attack, so this is their one chance. A blinding flash engulfs the temple interior. The strike detonates with far more destructive force than expected. The man barely escapes the explosion and realizes the weapon hits much harder than he anticipated. The surviving sirens are left in a feral rage, their hunger and fury only intensified. A young man stands over the wreckage by the sea, taking in the aftermath of a battle that seems to have ended in total destruction. He reflects that the mission began with eliminating the queen, and now that the enemy force is gone, he assumes the sailors' work will finally become easier. His small companion Lucio rushes in to celebrate their success, and he accepts the praise with quiet satisfaction. But the victory immediately feels wrong to him, because although the queen is supposedly gone, the promised reward has still not appeared. Before he can make sense of it, a hand suddenly erupts from below and seizes the situation from under him. Lucio is grabbed first and yanked toward danger, turning the false calm into a fresh crisis. The queen reveals herself alive and furious, demanding to know what he has done to her domain. She realizes her subjects are gone and explodes in rage at the silence where their lives should be. Hearing Lucio in danger, he lunges forward without hesitation to protect her. The queen opens a monstrous maw and moves to devour Lucio outright. He throws himself into the attack path, committing fully to a rescue. His rider suit responds to the emergency by activating a second stage around him. The suit pushes into overdrive, flooding him with far more power than before. The queen notices the sudden shift too late to stop him. He slams into her and drives her away from Lucio, making it clear that she will not touch his companion. The impact sends the queen crashing back into the water while he holds his ground. As the immediate threat breaks, he realizes stage 2 has made him dramatically stronger than he expected. Lucio is impressed, but he forces himself to stay focused on the unfinished fight. They quickly notice the queen has vanished again instead of staying down. The water below starts bubbling, warning that she is stalking them from underneath. Lucio warns him too late, and the queen bursts up from below to drag him into the sea. Clinging to him with a triumphant grin, she reveals that pulling him underwater was her real plan. He freezes for a beat as he realizes how badly he has been outmaneuvered. A violent splash marks both of them disappearing beneath the surface. Left above alone, Lucio can only call after him in panic. Underwater, the queen hauls him deeper where the environment itself becomes a weapon. She taunts him that she will keep dragging him down until he drowns, while he starts running out of air. As suffocation closes in, he confronts the possibility that he might actually die here. That thought immediately collides with the life he has only just begun to build, including the first apartment he worked so hard to get. He also remembers the huge reserve of points he still has left, making death now feel even more unacceptable. Refusing to lose everything before enjoying any of it, he gathers power in his hands for a desperate counterattack. He summons a wooden stick even underwater, betting everything on the most basic weapon he has. The weapon enters overdrive as well, turning into a far deadlier version in his grip. Its power reaches full output, giving him the force he needs to reverse the fight. He brings the overdriven stick down on the queen's head with crushing force. The blow rattles her badly enough that she complains her head is ringing, while he presses the advantage. He follows with another savage strike, venting all his fury as he beats her back underwater. The attack culminates in a blinding burst of energy that overwhelms the battlefield. That explosion erupts up through the sea, sending light and bubbles surging to the surface. Even Lucio is left stunned by the scale of what just happened below. She screams his name, terrified as she waits to see whether he survived. He bursts back out of the water alive, weapon raised, having won the underwater struggle. He declares justice done, and the system confirms the mission is complete because the sirens have been defeated. Later, the story shifts to a peaceful Chinese restaurant, far removed from the chaos at sea. Now safe, Lucio happily digs into a plate of noodles. She is delighted by the food and openly revels in how good the meal tastes. He watches her with fond amusement, pleased that she is enjoying herself. Wanting to spoil her after everything they survived, he tells her to order anything she wants and promises to pay for it all today. A brief flashback reminds us that their partnership began in disaster, with Lucio caught in the middle of a violent magical blast. And from that explosive beginning, he had no choice but to run straight into the chaos that started it all. Looking back on the battle, Hajuin reflects that with Lucio's help he managed to wipe out the sirens. He smugly gives himself extra credit for taking down the queen, even while admitting he nearly died doing it. Satisfied with the result, he tells Lucio to eat as much as she wants because she earned the reward too. Their victory has translated into a huge pile of points, while Lucio immediately focuses on devouring a mountain of food. Hajuin excitedly calculates the cash value of the points and realizes that even after expenses, the hunt has left him with a massive profit. As he eats, he concludes that monster hunting pays far better than ordinary delivery work. That thought leads him to consider the hunter path more seriously, especially with the state-certified hunter exam on his mind. Meanwhile, Lucio notices his dish and asks what it is, prompting him to introduce sweet and sour pork. When she tries to eat it wrong, Hajuin hurriedly stops her and insists there is a proper way to enjoy it. He demonstrates by dipping a piece into the sauce first. Lucio follows his example and takes a bite. The flavor overwhelms her in the best way, and she openly declares the dish delicious and deeply satisfying. Seeing her enthusiasm, Hajuin tells her not to hold back because the whole plate is hers. Lucio decides the dipping is inefficient and prepares to pour the sauce over everything instead. Hajuin instantly shuts that idea down, physically stopping her and treating it like culinary sacrilege. Later, the scene shifts back to Hajuin's home after the meal. Stuffed and exhausted, Hajuin collapses on the floor with Lucio sprawled on top of him in the same overfed state. He notes that Lucio looks ready to burst, which makes sense after she finished an entire plate by herself. After days of non-stop work, Hajuin decides he deserves to rest for once. That plan is ruined immediately when someone rings his doorbell just after he gets home. Grumbling, he goes to answer it, assuming it might be a realtor or some other unwanted visitor. He opens the door cautiously, already trying to figure out how to get rid of whoever is there. Instead, the visitor asks for him by full name, which instantly puts him on edge. Hajuin recognizes the man and realizes this is no ordinary caller. He reflexively tries to shut the door and dismiss him like a salesman, but the visitor refuses to leave. As the knocking continues, Hajuin becomes suspicious that a random solicitor should not know him so personally. Lucio peeks out to ask what is happening, and Hajuin downplays it as just some pushy stranger. The man bangs on the door and reveals that he knows exactly who Hajuin is. He identifies Hajuin as the divine deliverman, shocking Hajuin that his secret reputation has reached this person. Hajuin throws the door open and demands to know who he is. The visitor casually burns his way in and acts as if forcing entry is the simplest solution. Hajuin recognizes him as Seongjin Park and demands an explanation for his sudden appearance. Seongjin answers with a grin that he has come to recruit Hajuin into Yangwon Guild. The confrontation moves inside so they can talk more seriously. Before discussing terms, Seongjin says he first wants to repay Hajuin for the help he gave last time. He slides over a reward and asks Hajun to accept it as a gesture of gratitude. Hajun is stunned to discover it is a cashier's check worth 500 million won. He quickly warms to the conversation, joking that this would have been a much better opening move. Seongjin takes that as a good sign and moves on to the real purpose of his visit. He begins laying out Yangwon Guild's offer if Hajun agrees to join them. The proposal is enormous: a 200 million won signing bonus, a 300 million won annual salary, and additional incentives tied to performance. Seongjin presses him for an answer, convinced this is the kind of once-in-a-lifetime deal no hunter would reject. He backs up the offer by recalling what Doyen said after the Busan hospital incident. Hajun had no formal hunter background at all. Even so, Hajun somehow accomplished what trained hunters could barely comprehend by making a delivery inside Tartarus. On top of that, he helped defeat the 8 trigrams. And he even passed through the gate at Hauni with absurd ease, proving he is far beyond normal standards. Seongjin concludes that recruiting Hajun would more than pay for itself because his value to the guild would be immense. So when Hajun abruptly says he is going to pass, Seongjin is so sure of success that he initially mistakes it for acceptance. Hajun makes himself perfectly clear: he is rejecting the offer outright. Even as Seongjin chases after him and offers to renegotiate any term, Hajun walks away with Lucio and firmly states that he has no interest in joining any guild. A pushy recruiter rushes off despite Hajun's protests, leaving him no chance to respond to the once-in-a-lifetime offer. Instead of dwelling on it, Hajun immediately turns back to what matters more to him: a new delivery request has arrived. Without hesitation, he accepts the job. The acceptance triggers the familiar teleportation light and pulls him away at once. The recruiter recognizes the same transport phenomenon from Hauni Dungeon and realizes Hajun has escaped through it. That realization leaves him stunned. By the time the light fades, Hajun is already gone, and the recruiter is left behind with nothing to chase. Hajun is transported to a remote mountain region far from the city. Lucio is caught off guard, having expected the two of them to be resting that day. Hajun admits that had been the plan until this request interrupted it. When they see they have been sent to the top of a mountain, Hajun fumes at the absurdity of a delivery starting in such a place. Checking the request, he realizes the teleport dropped them at the mountain's base area rather than directly at the proper starting point, forcing them to climb. Lucio scolds him for accepting jobs blindly, while Hajun explains he had to get away quickly from the recruiter who appeared at his home. He reflects that the visitor was Seongjin Park of Yangwon Guild and is irritated that such a major figure tried to recruit him personally. Even though the offer included a huge signing bonus and salary, Hajun refuses to join because he has not awakened yet and wants to keep his item-based strength hidden. He reassures himself that guild work is unnecessary when deliveries already earn him enough, and he rejects the offer outright in his mind. Determined to finish the job, he presses on. After the climb, the system confirms they have finally reached the destination. Exhausted, Hajun starts complaining about whoever chose such a miserable location. Then something ahead abruptly catches his attention. The mountain pass is littered with purple, one-eyed blobs, and Hajun realizes something is very wrong. Lucio also spots the creatures and demands to know what they are. Hajun advances cautiously, admitting he has no explanation yet either. As he steps onto one of the blobs, it squelches underfoot. The sensation and appearance remind him of the tentacled monsters he encountered in Hauni Dungeon. He asks Lucio whether mythology contains anything like them, but even she has never seen or heard of such creatures. Before he can finish the thought, the ground starts shaking beneath them. A giant maw erupts upward, revealing that the blobs were not dead remains but part of a living monster. Both of them recoil in shock as they realize the creatures they assumed were corpses are still alive. A massive strike comes crashing down toward them. Before it can hit, a powerful warrior bursts in and slams into the monster head-on. With a roaring charge, he drives his attack through the creature. The impact detonates across the mountainside and obliterates the threat. Hajun is left reeling, barely understanding what just happened. The newcomer lands amid the smoke, brushing off the feet as if it only strained his aging back. He emerges from the dust still radiating overwhelming strength, casually remarking that his body is not what it once was. Then he addresses Hajun directly, revealing that he has heard a great deal about him. Facing the towering stranger, Hajun is struck by his sheer size and wonders if this man is the client. Lucio suddenly recognizes him, and when Hajun asks how, she is amazed he cannot tell. She recalls the legendary champion who completed the 12 labors set by the goddess Hera. Her memory continues through his mythic rise from giant slayer to immortal deity of Olympus. The man confirms it with easy confidence. He is Hercules, though he jokes that such praise is embarrassing. Hajun then connects the name to Chiron and realizes this must be the one who fired the poisoned arrow that wounded the centaur. Hercules explains he knows what Hajun did for Chiron and thanks him for helping his mentor recover. His gratitude comes with a crushingly strong slap that Hajun's suit barely absorbs, proving Hercules' monstrous strength. After introducing himself properly, Hercules explains that although he was once a demigod, he now serves Olympus as a divine protector. Hajun and Lucio introduce themselves in return, with Lucio thrilled and Hajun still aching from the greeting. Hercules reveals why he summoned them. He needs both of them to investigate something. When Hajun asks what it is, Hercules simply tells them to look ahead. He points out a glowing portal once used during the Gigantomachy for monsters invading Olympus, and warns that recently the number of monsters emerging from it has been rising sharply. A powerful man identifies the fallen creature as something like the rare invaders he has seen before and suspects another breach from a different realm. He stamps down on the purple remains, treating the monster as proof that the threat is real. The delivery man connects this incident to the dungeon that appeared in Houndy and wonders if the two events are linked. Hercules cuts to the point and orders him to discover where these monsters are coming from. The mission is formalized as an urgent investigation into why monsters are entering Olympus through the opening, with only 24 hours to solve it. The reward is enormous, but failure carries divine punishment, making the job feel less like a request and more like a dangerous contract. Even with that payout, the delivery man immediately senses this assignment is far too risky to accept lightly. Hercules' scarred body reinforces that even gods have already been fighting these intruders directly. Still, the delivery man quickly agrees, partly because refusing a first request in Olympus would ruin his standing before it even begins. Hercules is delighted by his enthusiasm and casually reveals that his wife had described the delivery man in exactly this way. The delivery man realizes with a jolt that Hercules' wife is Hebe, the goddess who first hired him for divine deliveries. Hercules explains that Hebe had wanted to apologize for misjudging him earlier, but the delivery man brushes it off and is more struck by how tangled the gods' relationships are. A small blue guide appears to lead him to the destination, but he notices something odd about the route it is showing. The map directs them straight off a cliff, and even Hercules confirms that this absurd path is somehow correct. Before the delivery man can object, Hercules grabs both him and his tiny companion and launches them toward the destination by force. As they are hurled away, Hercules cheerfully wishes them luck while the delivery man vows revenge for being used as a projectile. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a modern office tower where another thread of events is unfolding. A young man in a yellow tracksuit bursts in, desperate for news from his guild master. He demands to know how the guild master's meeting went and whether the target had accepted the offer. The guild master admits the approach failed completely because the man he met showed no interest in joining them. The assistant is stunned that such a rare opportunity was rejected, while the guild master notes the man abruptly left, claiming he had a delivery to make. That excuse does not sit right with the guild master, especially after learning the delivery had taken him to Houndy Dungeon. He recalls that Ares later confirmed sending that same man to deliver a sword to Hajun Lee, tying the delivery man directly to the matter. Even so, the guild master refuses to give up on recruiting him and turns to ask for updates on another assignment. The issue concerns the divine weapon Ares had delivered to him, a spare sword he no longer needed and had put up for auction. He had planned to use the sale money as Hajuin's signing bonus, but that plan collapsed once Hajuin turned them down. The assistant reveals that a bidder from Japan has already shown interest, so the sale is moving ahead. The guild master accepts that they now need to prepare for the transaction. At the same time, reports are spreading about a wave of thefts targeting high-value goods during exchanges between guilds. With his sword now worth even more, the guild master starts considering extra protection for the deal. Then he remembers that the man who rejected him was not a fighter for hire at all, but a delivery man. That realization sparks a new plan, and he decides he has found a better way to use him. Back at the cliff, the delivery man relives the moment Hercules flung him and his companion into the abyss. Hercules' carefree send-off only makes the delivery man angrier as they continue hurtling downward. The pair plunge through darkness with no control over their fall. His small companion panics and complains that Hercules had no reason to launch them so violently. A system notice announces they are nearing the destination, which only horrifies the delivery man when he realizes the destination is the bottom of the cliff. Facing certain disaster, the companion summons a scooter in midair as an emergency escape. They gamble everything on the vehicle and try to ride out the fall. The scooter slams into the ground in a violent crash. Dust and debris explode upward, briefly hiding whether they survived. When the smoke begins to clear, the delivery man lets out a relieved breath. He credits the scooter for saving them from being smashed to pieces. On the ground, he checks on Lucio, who is dazed and clearly pushed to her limit by the ordeal. Looking around the barren pit, he realizes Hercules gave them no useful guidance about what they are actually supposed to find here. He complains that Hercules told him nothing and simply threw them into the hole out of impatience. The two stand in the dark ravine, trying to make sense of the place in uneasy silence. That uncertainty breaks when the ground starts shaking hard enough to feel like an earthquake. The delivery man immediately fears that if a monster like the ones above is lurking down here, they could die unnoticed at the bottom of the cliff. In that moment of danger, he calls on Hercules, either in accusation or in desperate hope that the god has not abandoned them completely. Deep in the mountain, Hajuin is suddenly stopped when a hidden voice reacts sharply to the name Hercules. He realizes someone enormous is nearby and turns in alarm toward the source. A colossal figure emerges from the darkness, leaving Hajuin stunned by the sight of a giant chained in the cavern. The giant's full scale becomes clear as he looms over the tiny visitors like a captive titan. Hajuin recognizes him as one of the 8 great Trigmas from Mount Wago, and wonders why such a being is imprisoned here. The giant's heavy movement and hostile tone make it clear that Hercules has caused him serious trouble. Hajuin explains that Hercules hired him to investigate the monsters appearing on the mountain, and said this giant might know the cause. The mention of monsters amuses the giant instead of concerning him. His laughter grows louder, making Hajun uneasy about where this conversation is going. The giant mocks Hercules as a fool and reveals he has been waiting for someone like Hajun to come looking for him. Still laughing at Hercules' misfortune, he admits he understands why Hercules sent a messenger to question him. Hajun politely asks the giant to share whatever he knows. The giant immediately refuses, furious at the idea of helping Hercules in any way. When Hajun asks why he is so hostile, his companion points out that the answer should be obvious. She explains that the giant is Atlas, the titan who bears the celestial sphere and was punished after the ancient war between the Titans and Zeus. Because Hercules is Zeus's son, she concludes there is deep resentment between them. Hajun regrets not being warned about that history, and complains that every god he deals with is selfish. Atlas catches their side conversation and forces Hajun to admit he heard all of it. Atlas declares that whether monsters are invading from beyond the world means nothing to him. Hajun realizes the mission will fail unless he can somehow make Atlas cooperate. He briefly tries shameless flattery, but Atlas is disgusted rather than persuaded. Changing tactics, Hajun says he is not asking for information for free. He offers to perform any favor Atlas wants in exchange for the truth. That unexpected offer finally catches Atlas off guard. His companion warns Hajun that he is being reckless, but Hajun insists he has no better option. Atlas laughs at the idea of trusting a mere human, though Hajun presses that he might be surprised. Amused by Hajun's nerve, Atlas sets a condition: bring him a golden apple. The demand sounds impossible enough to feel like a trap. Atlas promises that if Hajun retrieves a golden apple without crossing the river Styx, he will reveal what the monsters are plotting. Hajun recognizes the item and his companion urgently begs him not to accept. She tries to explain that golden apples are sacred fruits from Gaia's tree, but Hajun cuts her off as a realization hits him. He asks Atlas to confirm that a single golden apple is all he wants. Atlas swears on his honor as a titan that one golden apple will be enough. Hajun immediately makes him swear by the river Styx so he cannot back out. Entertained, Atlas agrees and gives his binding oath. With the deal secured, Hajun reveals why the request sounded familiar. He remembers that golden apples can be bought through his system shop. He purchases one on the spot for points. The fruit materializes in his hand, and he casually presents it. Holding the apple up while restraining his panicked companion, Hajun announces that he has fulfilled the request. Atlas is left staring in disbelief, convinced he is being toyed with. Elsewhere on the mountain, the battlefield lies littered with the remains of purple monsters. A final strike pierces one of the creatures, finishing it off. A muscular warrior named Lucio stands among the corpses, satisfied that the fight is finally over. He wonders how much longer Hajun and Lucio's companion will take, while doubting that dealing with Atlas will be easy for them. Only afterward does he pause and wonder whether he even mentioned Atlas to them at all. He shrugs off the oversight, assuming they will manage somehow. That confidence vanishes when he hears something rushing toward him at high speed. A vehicle tears across the ground with explosive force, charging straight into the scene. Lucio looks up just as Hajun arrives dramatically on a motorcycle, bursting back into the story at full speed. Hajun and the small blue-haired girl barely escape on a scooter in overdrive, but they arrive with only seconds to spare and no control over their entrance. A shirtless man greets their dramatic arrival with amused applause, treating the chaos like entertainment. His amusement breaks when he realizes the speeding bike is coming straight at him. The scooter crashes into him head-on, turning their entrance into an outright collision. Hajun immediately realizes how badly he has messed up. The dust settles in a barren canyon under the evening sky. Hajun drops to his knees and desperately apologizes, with the girl joining him in begging forgiveness for his rudeness. The man laughs off the impact as harmless, but Hajun points out that his face is mangled and he is clearly injured. Even coughing blood, the man jokes about his ruined face and downplays the damage. From Hajun's ignorance, he concludes Atlas must not have told him much and starts suspecting this mission was doomed from the start. He grumbles that Atlas is still petty over some old slight involving stolen golden apples, even after all these years. Still, he decides to forgive Hajun's failure because Atlas apparently told them everything they needed to know. That claim catches him off guard at once. Hajun explains that Atlas actually did spill the information surprisingly easily. The reason becomes clear when Hajun reveals he bribed Atlas with a golden apple. He begins recounting exactly how that exchange happened. In the flashback, Hajun presents a single golden apple as leverage. Atlas is stunned that Hajun possesses such a treasure and immediately wants it for himself. Hajun refuses to hand it over first and insists on getting answers before payment. When Atlas tries to seize the deal on his own terms, Hajun forces him back into the bargain by demanding the truth about the monster's origin. Hajun threatens to eat the apple himself, and Atlas caves rather than lose it. After getting the information, Hajun simply ran off with the apple, making it clear Atlas was the one who got swindled. The man is impressed, recognizing Hajun as no ordinary mortal and feeling oddly fond of the boy's nerve. Hajun's boldness reminds him of his younger self, and that resemblance makes him warm to him even more. Putting that aside, he asks for the actual message Atlas gave about where the monsters are coming from. Hajun admits Atlas spoke in riddles, but repeats the strange clue as best he can. The key line was that the ground would split into 7 sections with blue flames flickering across it, and that was where the monsters would emerge. Hearing that, the man realizes the situation is far more serious than he first thought. He concludes the monsters come from another world, and worse, from the one place he most feared. Remembering Hajun's name, he connects the boy to a nymph and realizes Hajun can move freely between Earth and mythical realms without restriction. That makes Hajun's involvement feel less like chance and more like cruel destiny closing in on him. His thoughts turn to the 3 goddesses of fate, and he bitterly blames them for placing such a burden on Hajun's shoulders. Hajun interrupts his brooding by holding out his hand expectantly. When the man asks what he is doing, Hajun makes it plain that the meaning should be obvious. Hajun reminds him that the delivery is complete, so now he expects payment. The man pauses atop the monster remains, weighing the demand. He hesitates, still thinking. Before he can answer, a familiar voice addresses him and asks what he thinks of Hajun now that they have met. Hermes appears, having returned right after 2 others left. He drops the formalities at once and complains that he hates how stiffly Hercules always speaks to him. Hercules explains he cannot help it after Hermes once dragged him into the 12 labors, leaving him to tread carefully ever since. Ares is brought up as another example of the same problem, showing how strained Hercules' ties with the other heroes remain. Hercules admits those old grudges are his own fault, though he is still exasperated by the hero's stubbornness. Hermes asks whether Hercules is still on bad terms with Grandpa Atlas. Hercules confesses he wants to reconcile, but the shame and the depth of the old wound make it hard to face Atlas directly. Hermes then focuses on Atlas's warning and asks if the place described to Hajun is the one they both suspect. Hercules confirms it matches the prophecy exactly, the place where the earth splits into 7 parts and blue flames flicker. Realizing the prophecy is unfolding, Hermes declares that they must prepare immediately. He starts to fly off to report everything to the temple. Hercules stops him, insisting Hermes already has enough to handle and that he will take responsibility for informing the temple himself. A winged messenger insists he has to leave, brushing off concern about the recurring threats because carrying messages is his duty. He flies off cheerfully, even asking that a greeting be passed along to the listener's wife before disappearing into the sky. Left behind, the man turns serious and prepares to deal with what remains. He faces a cluster of looming monsters and decides it is time to finish the cleanup himself. Elsewhere, Lucio is still fast asleep, completely unaware of the day ahead. Hajun rudely drags Lucio out of bed to force him awake. Half conscious, Lucio tries to bargain for a few more minutes of sleep. Hajun refuses, hurrying him to wash up and get dressed because they need to leave soon, while Lucio still has no idea why. Hajun reminds him that today is the hunter exam, the very event Lucio begged to attend after being told to stay home. Lucio finally remembers and, while gulping down a drink, admits he still does not even know what the exam actually is. Hajun is baffled that Lucio pushed so hard to come without understanding the test, while Lucio defends himself by saying being alone is boring and nobody else would cook if Hajun left. As they get ready, Hajun checks that he has his ID and registration form and decides to hide his staff so he will not attract attention. Lucio excitedly announces he is ready, but his messy, smelly state makes it obvious he is not. Hajun solves that by dropping a hat onto Lucio and forcing at least a minimal disguise onto him. They arrive at a large modern building hosting the exam. Seeing the venue, both of them are immediately impressed. Inside, Lucio is overwhelmed by the crowd gathered for the event. He wonders if the attendees are divine representatives, and Hajun explains they are mostly mythical-type hunters, many of them combat-oriented or physically enhanced. The exam begins with an announcement that the official hunter certification test is starting and the first candidate is called into the cage. The test is revealed to be a fight against 3 goblins inside the arena. The goblins rush the candidate all at once, turning the trial into a straightforward survival and combat check. The first candidate counters with a heavy strike and knocks one back. Watching from the stands, Lucio thinks 3 goblins seems too easy to be a real test and more like a safety measure than a challenge. Hajun realizes the exam is not just about defeating the monsters but about how efficiently and appropriately each candidate handles them, which worries him because his own strength may be too blunt for that standard. When candidate number 38 is called, Hajun answers and heads down to the arena. Stepping into the cage, he resolves to stay inconspicuous for now. He activates his rider's suit and decides his goal is simply to pass without drawing attention. Among the recruiters observing the exam, a red-haired woman in sunglasses watches with detached interest. Something about Hajun immediately catches her attention. The arena waits under the lights as the next test is set. Before Hajun's turn fully begins, another candidate finishes in just under 3 minutes, showing solid but unremarkable performance. A spectator praises that candidate's coordination and guesses he may be a combat-type hunter with strong training behind him. The recruiters are less impressed, noting that while the candidate did fine, he lacked a decisive finishing blow and did not stand out from the rest. The red-haired recruiter cuts off the chatter, unimpressed by the other's commentary. She remarks that second-tier guild recruiters are far too picky, and nearby people realize she is Juahan from the Black Dragon Guild. Her presence causes a stir because someone of her status has come to scout new hunters personally. Privately, Johan wonders how her guild's situation has deteriorated enough to bring her here. She recalls that the Black Dragon Guild had recently been the country's clear second strongest. But after a scandal involving the 8 trigrams, the guild lost most of its sponsors, forcing her into direct recruitment work. With a weary sigh, she lowers her expectations and hopes to find at least one decent prospect. Then candidate number 38 is announced, and Hajuin steps forward for his test. Lucio loudly cheers him on from the stands, and Hajuin accepts the support with embarrassed resignation. Facing the goblins, Hajuin reminds himself that standing out too much could be dangerous, so he plans to do only the minimum needed to pass. The goblins charge him from multiple directions, forcing him to react immediately. His suit warns of danger, and Hajuin slips past their attacks with clean evasive movement instead of meeting them head-on. He quickly judges the goblins to be much slower than enemies he has fought before and realizes he may not even need the suit to avoid them. Johan is intrigued, recognizing that candidate 38's movement is unusually refined. The more she watches, the more his motions feel strangely familiar to her. As the goblins close in again, Hajuin finally answers with a controlled sweeping strike that catches all of them at once. Even while attacking, he reins himself in, reminding himself not to end the fight too decisively and expose more than he should. Hajuin unleashes his power during the hunter exam, making a spectacular impact that immediately draws attention. A red-haired recruiter is jolted by the result and realizes something extraordinary has just happened. She identifies him as the kind of talent her side has been searching for. Hajuin, pleased with himself, recognizes that his performance has hit exactly the mark he wanted. After the exam, the waiting area settles into normalcy as the outcome is processed. An official informs Hajuin that he has passed the exam. The announcement becomes even bigger. He achieved the highest score ever recorded, marking him as a standout new hunter. Even though he expected to succeed, Hajuin finds the moment strangely anticlimactic as the reality of becoming a hunter sinks in. His companion Lucio celebrates his success, but immediately shifts the focus to getting food. Carrying Lucio out, Hajuin agrees to eat nearby while Lucio fixates on a sweet and sour pork craving. Before they can leave cleanly, Hajuin is stopped by someone introducing herself. The woman reveals she is Juahan from the Black Dragon Guild. Hajuin recognizes her at once as the unpleasant woman he encountered at Mount Wagwa, making him wary. Jua praises his exam performance and moves straight to recruiting him into Black Dragon. Hajuin cuts her off before she can finish her pitch and bluntly refuses. His immediate rejection catches Jua completely off guard. She chases after him, stressing that a major guild is personally scouting a brand new hunter, but Hajuin still declines. Jua decides she cannot afford to lose someone this valuable and resolves to recruit him at any cost. She throws out a massive signing bonus of 5 billion won, convinced money will change his mind. The offer makes Hajuin stop, and Jua thinks she has finally found the key to persuading him. When he repeats the amount, she eagerly confirms it, certain the deal is about to close. Instead, Hajuin dismisses the offer as embarrassingly cheap, making clear he is not impressed at all. Jua protests that such money is unheard of for a rookie and warns him no other guild will match it. Hajuin calmly reveals that another guild already has. The claim shocks Jua, especially when the competing offer turns out to be 20 billion won from Yangwon Guild. As Jua reels from the revelation, Hajuin remains focused on feeding Lucio and wonders who could have made such an offer. The scene shifts to a nearby restaurant where Hajuin and Lucio go to eat. News coverage is already broadcasting Hajuin's exam result, framing him as a breakout rookie hunter who made history. Seeing himself on television so soon after the exam, Hajuin is startled by how fast his fame is spreading. He sets aside his second thoughts and asks Lucio what to order. Lucio insists again on sweet and sour pork, frustrated that Hajuin still has not accepted the obvious choice. Since that dish is unavailable, Hajuin settles on meat instead and orders 2 bulgogi set meals. The food arrives almost immediately, surprising him. The server turns out to be Seongjin Park, someone Hajuin knows, adding an unexpected twist to the meal. Hajuin suspects Seongjin followed him, but Seongjin brushes it off as simply joining them for food after spotting him. While eating, Hajuin makes clear once more that he has no intention of joining any guild. Seongjin reveals that guild recruitment is not why he came, despite Hajuin's assumption. Hajuin, already tired of the attention his exam result has brought, tries to shut down any further pressure and just eat in peace. Seongjin corrects the misunderstanding and says he is not there to recruit Hajuin at all. Instead, he wants to hire the Divine Deliverman for a job, catching Hajuin off guard. Seongjin explains that an item must be delivered to Japan within 2 days, normally a simple air shipment. The problem is a notorious thief has recently been targeting overseas deliveries, so he needs someone reliable to ensure the package arrives safely. Hajuin immediately recognizes that secure delivery is exactly his specialty, and begins considering the offer seriously. He warns, with some pride, that his services do not come cheap. Seongjin accepts that without hesitation and invites Hajuin to name his price. Hajuin starts with what he thinks is a bold demand, only for Seongjin to signal he is willing to go far higher. When Seongjin clarifies the payment will be 2 billion won, Hajuin instantly commits himself to the job. Lucio happily praises the Divine Deliverman's reliability while continuing to enjoy the meal. Lucio is even more delighted by the bulgogi than by the sweet and sour pork she wanted, marveling at how good human food is. That night, the story shifts again as a sudden disturbance breaks the quiet, signaling the next development. A masked woman surrounded by blue energy reports that she is ready and asks Hermes for instructions. Hermes addresses her directly, confirming she is the operative being deployed. That night, a brightly lit cargo ship moves out across the water. On board, a little girl marvels at the mountain of containers while Hajuin escorts her through the ship. Hajuin reflects that this assignment feels less like a delivery and more like standing guard over something important. At the stairway, armed crewmen stop them and demand identification and guild affiliation before allowing them further. Hajuin presents a Yangwon Guild VIP pass, relying on it to get them through. The guards immediately back down and wave them through, leaving Hajuin puzzled by how deferential they become. Once aboard, the girl is impressed by the ship's enormous scale and compares it to the famous vessels of Olympus. Hajuin explains that ships tied to major heroes in the Argo expedition are naturally massive, and the girl proudly takes that as proof of Olympian greatness. They continue deeper into the cargo area. Hajuin identifies a particular container as their destination. He notes that the target container is so conspicuous it almost seems designed to tempt thieves. A scanner confirms Yangwon Guild authorization. The container unlocks and opens for them, granting access to the guarded cargo inside. Hajuin realizes the guild never bothered hiding the item because stealing it would be nearly impossible. Inside, he sees the prize sealed behind chains and numerous locks, making the security overwhelming at a glance. He doubts any thief would dare attempt it, given how heavily protected the cargo is. The girl suddenly recognizes the weapon and is shocked that it is here. She identifies it as Durandal, the legendary radiant sword of Charlemagne. Hajuin praises her knowledge, and she proudly credits Lucio for teaching her. When she asks what they should do now, Hajuin makes clear their job is simply to remain here and prevent anyone from taking the sword until delivery is complete. He warns her to stay alert because the sword is worth about $2 million, even as he fights off drowsiness. Reminding himself that losing Durandal would cost the guild dearly, Hajuin forces himself to stay vigilant. A sudden sound from outside signals that the ship has begun moving. Trying to pass the time, the girl proposes a game about who falls asleep first, while an unseen mist starts creeping in. Elsewhere on deck, armed guards remain posted around the ship. The drifting smoke reaches one guard, and he realizes too late that it is making him unnaturally sleepy. He collapses mid-sentence as the gas overwhelms him. The sleeping gas spreads across the deck and drops the rest of the armed crew as well. Someone moves silently through the haze toward the ship. The masked woman from earlier arrives on deck, clearly the infiltrator behind the attack. With glowing eyes, she calmly reports that Phase 1 of the operation is complete. The gas continues to seep through the ship's interior. Despite his earlier resolve, Hajuin succumbs and falls asleep too. The girl keeps her promise and flicks his forehead to wake him. The painful snap jolts Hajuin fully conscious. As he wakes in the lingering haze, the girl urgently tells him something is wrong. She explains that smoke suddenly filled the ship and caused both him and the entire crew to collapse. Hajuin quickly identifies the smoke as sleeping gas and realizes the situation has turned dangerous. He checks Durandal first and is relieved to find the sword still secured in place. Because his suit should have protected him from ordinary gas, Hajuin suspects the thief used a special skill rather than a simple chemical attack. He senses another presence nearby and realizes the intruder has already reached them. The masked thief appears in prayerful composure, invoking her lord before acting. She asks for strength to be a righteous thief today, and Hajuin dismisses her as ridiculous. Rather than engage normally, Hajuin activates a shop-like ability, deciding this delivery is as good as done once he catches her. He spends points to purchase an item on the spot, preparing an immediate countermeasure. The thief moves in to seize the sword before he can stop her. Hajuin's purchase tool lashes out first in the form of a glowing rope. The thief is abruptly ensnared and realizes too late that the rope has wrapped around her like a spider's web, pinning her before she can take Durandal. A masked intruder laughs, convinced her raid has gone smoothly. But a young man in a combat suit catches her in the act, revealing he stayed awake despite the sleeping gas and immediately corners her with a glowing rope. He proudly relies on Arachne's rope, a costly divine artifact he believes is more than enough to restrain a petty thief. Bound and furious, she demands to know who he is, why he resisted her gas, and how he got hold of a rope that should belong to a divine being. When she keeps pressing him, he shuts down her attitude with a smack and refuses to accept her excuses. She insists she is not a thief and begs to be released because she came for something important. He dismisses that claim, certain she is just another criminal targeting the guilds. Trying to justify herself, she argues that she only steals what must be taken for a greater good, which only makes him think she sounds even more delusional. She reframes herself as a Robin Hood figure, taking from those with excess to return it to those in need. Her self-description leaves him and his tiny companion in speechless disbelief. He concludes she needs professional help, and the fairy-like girl agrees that the woman sounds unhinged. Offended, the captive reveals she was sent by Hermes to recover items and return them to their rightful owners before some coming threat. The mention of Hermes catches both of them off guard. The little companion identifies the intruder as an emissary of Hermes, though the man still struggles to reconcile that with her behavior. When he asks what threat she means, she clamps up and refuses to say more. Deciding she has no other choice, she prepares a hidden pill even though she knows it was not meant for this situation. She vows to make him pay for interfering and activates the pill. A burst of energy erupts into a blinding explosion of smoke, forcing him back. As the smoke spreads, he realizes he can barely see but assumes she should still be trapped in the rope. He reassures himself that it is only a smoke grenade and that her restraints should prevent escape. When the smoke clears, the rope lies empty, and he is left stunned that she somehow slipped free. The answer comes as something dives into the harbor and disappears beneath the water. Underwater, she curses the expense of the pill but accepts it was necessary. The elixir reveals its effect. It temporarily transforms the user's body into a spiritual form, letting her phase through physical restraints. Now free, Seoyun Choi, Hermes' hunter, swears she will recover the item no matter what and vents her anger at the man who interfered. She swims through the harbor and heads for shore. Still in spiritual form, she steps onto land. As the transformation expires, she catches her breath and reflects on how close the escape was. She grumbles that the strange man nearly ruined everything and bitterly remembers his flashy outfit. A sudden message interrupts her thoughts. Hermes congratulates her on completing the mission, and she happily reports that despite the trouble, she retrieved the requested item. The item turns out to be the Ring of Dispel, a mystical artifact from the legends of King Arthur. Its history is explained. It once belonged to the Lady of the Lake, making the ring an astonishingly real relic. Hermes, intrigued, asks her to explain what happened during the mission. She begins by saying the sleeping gas worked on the ship's crew, but one person unexpectedly resisted it. When Hermes asks who that person was, she tries to recall the details. She describes a man in a flashy skin-tight suit who wielded a strange rope with mystical power and immobilized her, forcing her to use the pill to escape. Those details strike Hermes as oddly familiar. At Hermes' prompting, she also remembers that the man was accompanied by a cute little girl with sky-blue hair. That precision alarms her, making her wonder if the man she fought was someone important. Hermes finds the coincidence amusing rather than shocking. He reassures her that the man is one of their own personally chosen people, and she is immensely relieved she did not attack an outsider by mistake. That reassurance immediately leads her to a new realization about rank. A smug smile spreads across her face as she decides she outranks him. She resolves that the next time they meet, she will put him in his place as his senior. Elsewhere, a vehicle speeds along through lingering smoke. A notification appears announcing that 2 billion won has been deposited into the young man's account. He happily realizes he has received his payment. Reviewing the job, he notes that although the Yangwon Guild predicted a thief and the Ring of Dispel was lost, their true objective was to ensure a sword called Durandao reached Japan safely, which succeeded. Satisfied with the payout, he starts planning to clear his remaining apartment debt and spoil Lucio with candy. On the way to visit Hephaestus, Hajun explains that he is not just dropping by socially but also wants to learn how to use the Hydra scale he received. He keeps the scale in mind as a practical reason for the visit, hoping Hephaestus can tell him what it does. They arrive at Hephaestus's forge, a fiery workshop set in a harsh, volcanic landscape. Finding the place dark and quiet, Hajun calls out for Hephaestus while Lucio waits beside him. When no one answers, Hajun assumes he came at a bad time and starts to think they should leave. He tries to cheer Lucio up by suggesting they go eat bulgogi again, teasing her for already abandoning her old favorite sweet and sour pork. Before they can go, a voice recognizes Hajun, and he turns expecting to greet Hephaestus. Instead, Hajun is caught off guard by what he sees. A dwarf-like, red-bearded man warmly welcomes him and reveals they had just been talking about him. The man points out the woman beside him and identifies Hajun as the famous deliverman he had mentioned to her. The woman introduces herself as Freya with polished confidence. Hephaestus explains that Freya leads the Valkyries and even taught magic to Odin, making Hajun realize he is standing before a major Norse figure. Overwhelmed and confused, Hajun blurts out a wild misunderstanding and accuses Hephaestus of acting like Zeus. He escalates the mistake by accusing Hephaestus of betraying Aphrodite, forcing Hephaestus into a flustered argument, while Lucio tries to stop Hajun from making it worse. Hephaestus hurriedly clears things up and insists Freya is only here as a client seeking delivery services. Freya finds the misunderstanding amusing rather than insulting, while Hajun panics and apologizes for jumping to conclusions. Embarrassed by her beauty and his own assumptions, Hajun throws himself into an exaggerated apology, and Freya laughs it off by noting Aphrodite would have caused a far bigger scene. Once the confusion settles, Freya returns to business and says she has an item that needs to be delivered. She presents the delivery item, a sealed letter. The job is to deliver the letter to Hel, ruler of Helheim, so she can investigate strange events in Valhalla, with a strict deadline and an enormous fee. Hajun immediately asks what Valhalla and Helheim even are, showing how little he knows about Norse mythology. Lucio explains that Helheim is the Norse realm of the dead, similar to Tartarus, which makes Hajun realize this delivery could be extremely dangerous. For the first time, he seriously hesitates, admitting that he no longer wants to accept jobs that could cost him his life. He reminds himself that he already has enough money and stability to retire comfortably, so he no longer needs to take reckless risks. Seeing his reluctance, Freya and Hephaestus seem ready to let the matter drop if Helheim is too much for him. But the moment Hajun focuses on the massive payout, greed overpowers caution and he instantly changes his tune. He rationalizes that spending more money should earn clients better service, trying to make his greed sound professional, while Lucio silently judges him. Fed up, Lucio kicks him hard and calls out his obsession with money. Soon after, they head toward Helheim through a sickly green underworld landscape charged with eerie energy. Hajun rides his delivery bike along the edge of the glowing waters with Lucio behind him as they press deeper into the realm of death. Even while trying to stay casual, Hajun admits the road feels ominous, and Lucio reminds him she warned him this job would be dangerous. Lucio scolds him for being reckless and stresses that the Norse realms are far more treacherous than he is taking seriously. Hajun brushes off her fear and complains that she has become much more outspoken lately, while Lucio blames him for that change. As they continue riding, Hajun jokes about how every dangerous delivery seems to shave years off Lucio's life and teases her for acting scared despite her grand title. Their conversation is framed by the explanation that Valhalla is the honored afterlife reserved for warriors who die heroically in battle. By contrast, Helheim is described as the underworld where ordinary dead and even the dishonorable are sent. Remembering Freya's reassurance that she had heard nothing alarming from Helheim lately, Hajun convinces himself the trip should be safe enough. He clings to that reassurance and decides the danger cannot be as bad as it sounds. A navigation alert announces that Helheim's entrance is only 10 minutes away, and Hajun relaxes at the thought that they are nearly done. They reach a narrow bridge over the glowing deathly waters, and Hajun decides crossing it is the final step. Confident they can finish quickly, he accelerates onto the bridge. The moment the bike rolls across, the atmosphere shifts abruptly around them. An unnatural effect washes over the pair as if the bridge itself is rejecting their presence. Hajun suddenly feels the air change and his body turn numb with a freezing paralysis. Lucio cries out that she cannot move either, confirming the bridge is affecting them both. A hidden observer notes the absurdity of seeing living beings attempting to cross Helheim's bridge. That observer reveals herself as a red-eyed woman looming over them from the darkness. She studies them and concludes that there is something unusual about the two travelers. She senses no death on Lucio at all, but Hajun gives off a different impression. Her final deduction is that Hajun has died once before, marking him as neither fully ordinary nor fully alive. A nervous delivery rider is pushed into action despite his fear. On a day of relentless rain, he heads out on his motorcycle to make deliveries. He presses on through the storm, riding through streets made dangerous by the weather. He knows this kind of work in these conditions is asking for trouble, but overdue rent leaves him no choice. With his landlord demanding payment and threatening eviction, he keeps working because he has no other way to survive. A car suddenly cuts too close to him, jolting him into alarm. He swerves hard to avoid a collision and loses control. Shaken and furious, he curses the reckless driver and the near miss. Then he realizes the real damage is behind him. His spilled food and broken containers mean the deliveries are ruined. He despairs at the thought of having to repay the orders when he can barely afford rent as it is. Before he can process it, a new danger catches his attention. A truck bears down on him while he is trying to recover the dropped orders. He is struck and killed at 27, his delivery bike crushed in the rain. His life ends absurdly and unfairly, reduced to a funeral after a desperate attempt to salvage his work. Instead of passing on quietly, he finds himself alive enough to protest that someone nearly killed him again. A red-eyed woman tells him he reeks of decay and realizes he is not actually dead. She suggests the smell comes from Tartarus still clinging to him, which confuses him completely. To explain, his small blue-haired companion describes how living beings carry the scent of the places they come from. She gives examples from nature, showing that different nymphs smell like their environments. She identifies herself as a riverside nymph, whose kind carries the scent of riverbanks, trees, and moss. She concludes that because he came from Tartarus, the odor of death has stayed on him. He checks himself but cannot sense anything unusual on his own. Then he remembers that Hydra had already noticed underworld spirits lingering on him back in the cave. The woman understands at last that he is the mortal who survived the depths of Tartarus, and calls him a brave soul. She introduces herself as the guardian responsible for the bridge ahead, while he still has no idea who she is. The nymph recognizes the title immediately, and realizes there is only one being it could belong to. She identifies the guardian as the bridge keeper of Jalabru, the passage between Helheim and Midgard. The writer finally names her true identity, Modgud. Pleased that they know her, Modgud asks why they seek to cross Jalabru. They explain that Freya sent them with a letter meant for Hel, which makes Modgud pause. After considering the mention of Freya, Modgud decides she understands their purpose. She grants them permission to cross, surprising them with how easily she relents. The writer is suspicious of the sudden approval but recognizes that Freya's letter must be carrying them through. Not wanting to risk losing that chance, he accelerates across the bridge immediately. As they speed away, Modgud watches them head deeper into the realm beyond the bridge. She reflects that Freya sending a mortal and a nymph means they are heading into serious danger. They continue across the bridge toward a glowing, unfamiliar horizon. Believing they are close to their destination, he expects the crossing to end soon. Instead, a brutal blast of cold slams into them without warning. He is stunned that Helheim is freezing rather than burning hot as he had assumed. The nymph sneezes from the cold while he complains even as they keep moving. The landscape opens into a vast frozen wasteland, making it clear this underworld is more like Antarctica than a fiery hell. He bitterly realizes Freya sent them into a blizzard without any warning. The nymph recalls that Helheim is lethally cold to the living unless they are dead souls or frost giants. He snaps at her for remembering that only now, and she dryly points out that memory does not always arrive on command. Since they have no better option, he tells her to use the same shopping ability that helped them before. Accepting that they need supplies fast, he opens the shop while riding through the storm. Scanning the available items, he immediately spots a parka that seems made for surviving this place. The pet wolf parka promises extreme warmth and mobility even in savage cold, making it the obvious choice for enduring Helheim's frozen winds. Hajuin is stunned to learn a coat for the delivery costs 200,000 won, twice what he paid for his scooter and far more than he wants to spend. Even so, he gives in because he has no other way to survive the cold and buys the pet wolf parka. The purchase drains a huge chunk of his points, and he bitterly regrets having to waste them just to keep going. He consoles himself that finishing this job should earn 500,000 points, enough to make the expense worthwhile. Lucio excitedly reveals there was an extra winter jacket, solving the child's problem as well. Hajuin realizes the parka's protection can extend to others nearby, which makes the costly purchase feel much more useful. With both of them bundled up, he decides to stop hesitating and rush straight for the delivery point. He speeds off through the blizzard, already imagining the reward as if it were practically in his hands. The scooter tears across the frozen wasteland, but the storm around them grows even harsher. Hajuin is impressed by the scooter's power, yet the snow is so thick that Lucio can barely see anything. The coats keep them warm, but Hajuin realizes the blizzard is still crippling their progress. When even the map stops helping, he sees they may miss the deadline if they keep forcing their way forward. He pulls over to regroup, judging that standing still too long would only get them buried in snow. Lucio treats the stop casually and starts warming up by the scooter, still thinking more about food than danger. Checking the mission timer, Hajuin sees they still have a little over 41 hours left and thinks they can barely make it. Even with that reassurance, he knows everything depends on nothing else going wrong. When Lucio calls out, Hajuin jokes that he was not foolish enough to fall asleep in the snow. Lucio urgently points out that something is approaching and drags Hajuin's attention to it. They cautiously peek around the ice to identify the disturbance. Hajuin freezes when he hears heavy footsteps closing in through the storm. What emerges is not a monster but a nearly naked, heavily muscled man sprinting across the snow. The stranger spots them and immediately tries to get their attention. He warns them to run because wolves are chasing him and will devour them if they stay. Hajuin snaps that charging straight toward them defeats the purpose of that warning. A pack of wolves bursts into view behind the stranger, proving the threat is very real. The man keeps sprinting at full speed despite the freezing terrain and the beasts on his heels. Hajuin guns the scooter to escape, but the stranger somehow catches up while still being pursued by the wolves. The man complains about talking while running, and Hajuin is baffled that anyone can keep pace with his overdriven scooter. Lucio furiously demands to know why, out of all directions, the man chose to drag his problem directly onto them. The stranger cheerfully explains that after seeing no one for so long, he was simply happy to find other people. Lucio is outraged that simple friendliness led a deadly wolf pack right to them and mockingly tells him to finish the job if he wants them dead. Hajuin stops arguing and starts searching for any practical way out of the situation. He spots a cabin nearby and realizes it could serve as temporary shelter from both the storm and the wolves. Seizing that chance, he races the scooter straight toward the cabin. As they near safety, the stranger begs not to be abandoned, and Hajuin remembers he is still trailing behind them. The wolves close in again, their howls making it clear there is no time to waste. Hajuin decides they cannot afford to wait for the stranger if it means getting caught by the pack. He apologizes and rushes to open the cabin entrance, effectively sacrificing the man to save Lucio and himself. Lucio tearfully salutes the stranger's supposed noble sacrifice while Hajuin struggles to secure their refuge. But Hajuin refuses to accept that he is about to die here. In a shocking move, the stranger leaps high enough to clear the cabin's tall wall in a single bound. Hajuin is left stunned by the impossible jump, recognizing the man's strength is far beyond normal. The stranger lands back near them, having escaped the wolves through sheer physical ability. He brushes off their amazement as if such a feat were nothing special. Boasting like a hero from legend, he declares that a true man can overcome any obstacle. Hajuin cannot help admiring the feat for a moment, while Lucio cuts in to complain that the man should put some clothes on. Now that they are no longer immediately fleeing, the stranger decides it is finally time to introduce himself properly. He grandly begins with a mythic lineage, claiming descent from Odin and the rulers of the world. After the dramatic build-up, he gives his actual name as Sigurd and identifies himself as a warrior of the Volsung family. Hajuin awkwardly introduces himself in return, and Sigurd warmly greets both him and Lucio as if they have just met under perfectly normal circumstances. A traveler recognizes the nearly naked man before them as Sigurd and pushes for information about him. Sigurd is introduced as the legendary hero who slew Fafnir, the dreaded dragon of Norse lore. His fame rests on earning the title of Dragon Slayer by defeating dragons with his enchanted blade. When confronted with that reputation, Sigurd laughs it off and shows he enjoys the admiration more than denying it. Rather than keep talking in the freezing storm, he invites the pair into the cabin despite their hesitation about trespassing. He insists the blizzard and prowling wolves make staying outside foolish, and they reluctantly accept. Once inside, the travelers reassure themselves that their route is still manageable, and that waiting out the storm outside would have been worse. The cabin offers a brief refuge, with warmth enough for the conversation to continue. By the fire, Sigurd asks what business brought strangers like them into these mountains, since they do not seem to belong to any warrior clan he knows. The young man explains that he is only a courier, delivering something on behalf of someone who lives far away. Sigurd finds that explanation unusual, since a delivery to this remote place is no ordinary errand. The courier then questions why a famed dragon slayer had to flee from wolves if his reputation is deserved. Sigurd reminds him that they are in Helheim, where ordinary assumptions about killing monsters no longer apply. Here, the dead remain in the realm of the dead, so fighting underworld beasts is often pointless. Sigurd admits he ran because he could not kill them permanently, and saw no reason to exhaust himself only to be eaten. With that cleared up, he asks what exactly they are delivering and offers to guide them onward after sunrise. The little blue-haired companion decides Sigurd can be trusted enough to hear the truth. The courier reveals they carry an urgent letter from Freya and produces the sealed envelope. The name alone jolts Sigurd into immediate seriousness. Seeing the seal confirms beyond doubt that the message truly comes from Freya. Sigurd scolds them for not revealing its importance sooner, while the courier points out that Sigurd hardly looked reliable dressed only in underwear. Before the argument can continue, all three are interrupted by a sudden threat outside. The same wolf pack from earlier returns, crashing back into the scene. The beasts close in on the cabin, forcing the group to react at once. Sigurd orders Hajuin to take the nymph and escape while he holds the wolves off, ignoring the protest that the undead beasts cannot truly be killed. Hajuin steadies himself with the belief that things will somehow work out. At that moment, Sigurd summons crackling purple power into his hand. The energy condenses into the shape of a weapon. He calls forth Gram, the dragon-slaying sword that made his legend. Hajuin realizes this is the very enchanted blade Sigurd used to defeat Fafnir. Sigurd fully arms himself, now ready to fight in earnest. The wolves charge despite the sudden display of power. Sigurd meets their rush head-on with a single decisive swing. The strike carries the force expected of the man known as the Dragon Slayer. His blow erupts across the battlefield in a massive burst of purple energy. When the light clears, the entire pack has been cut down in one attack, leaving Hajuin stunned. Hajuin marvels that Sigurd wiped them out at once, but Sigurd immediately warns that the fight is not finished. The fallen wolves begin to melt together into a red-black mass instead of staying dead. That fused corpse reshapes into a far larger monster, proving Sigurd's warning right. Hajuin finally understands that Helheim's wolves do not stay slain, but merge into something worse. Sigurd orders Hajuin and the nymph to flee immediately while he buys them time. The giant beast attacks with crushing force as the battle escalates. Facing a creature formed from all 8 wolves combined, Sigurd braces for a much harder fight. Even while moving to engage it, he worries whether Hajuin and the nymph escaped safely. That concern turns to shock when he senses something unexpected. A surge of blue power suddenly erupts nearby. Instead of fleeing, Hajuin launches himself back into the fight from above. He charges in with a simple wooden stick, but his aura flares to full power and turns the improvised weapon into a serious threat. Hajuin brings the glowing strike down toward the fused wolf with overwhelming force. The impact detonates in a blinding blue explosion that engulfs the battlefield. A young man trudges through the snow gripping a crude wooden stick as he approaches the aftermath of a fight. He can hardly believe what he is seeing in Helheim's frozen wasteland. Sigurd reminds him that the wolves of Helheim are supposed to be impossible to kill. Yet the beasts are breaking apart and vanishing, proving that something impossible has just happened. The young man is stunned that someone who seemed like an ordinary mortal could do this. When Sigurd demands an explanation, the answer is embarrassingly simple. The wolves were only struck with that stick. Even Sigurd, who knows Helheim well, struggles to accept that anything there could truly die, much less by such a casual blow. The young man immediately starts imagining that this might be his hidden greatness finally awakening. Lucio excitedly reveals she remembers the truth and cuts off his fantasy before it goes any further. She explains that the power came from the wooden stick itself, the one she had given him. Lucio recounts an old myth about Baldur being slain by a weapon made from mistletoe. She identifies the branch in his hand as Mistiltine, a legendary weapon that can pierce invulnerability. Realizing he is holding something that can harm even the untouchable, he is overwhelmed by how valuable it must be. His thoughts jump to another priceless divine weapon he was hired to deliver, and he concludes this one could be worth even more. Greed takes over, and he starts wildly celebrating the fortune he thinks he has found. His reckless swinging nearly hits Sigurd, who angrily warns him not to get carried away. The young man instantly backtracks and apologizes, suddenly treating Ares with far more respect now that he knows the stick's worth. Still riding the excitement, he decides they should head straight to hell and races off on a summoned bike, dragging Lucio along. Sigurd chases after them, worried it would be dangerous to let him blunder into Hell's domain alone. The magical vehicle tears through the underworld at full speed. Lucio clings to him as they ride through the eerie green haze toward their destination. They arrive before the massive gates of Helheim's castle. The young man is struck by the scale of the place, while Lucio is thrilled to finally see Helheim's castle for the first time. Before they can proceed, a voice orders Hajuin to stop. The pursuer catches up, and Hajuin realizes it is Sigurd. Sigurd insists it was too dangerous to let them enter alone and makes clear he came to keep them from doing something reckless. Hajuin questions why Sigurd bothered coming, still assuming the unguarded entrance means they can simply walk in. Sigurd warns him that assumption is about to prove very wrong. A squad of armored gatekeepers rushes out and demands that the intruders identify themselves and explain their purpose. Sigurd immediately takes control of the situation and greets the guards as their superior. He informs them that Hajuin and Lucio are carrying a message on Freya's behalf, and the guards obey at once by preparing to open the gates. Hajuin is baffled that Sigurd can command Helheim's soldiers so easily. Sigurd explains that these men are the Garmr, Helheim's elite guard. He then reveals that he is the officer who commands them. With his authority established, the castle doors open for the group. Sigurd leads them inside, while Hajuin carries Lucio through the grand interior. Hajuin remarks that the castle looks surprisingly ordinary for the underworld, and Lucio matter-of-factly tells him not everything there has to look sinister. Their walk is interrupted when someone ahead draws Sigurd's attention. The figure is Ganglot, Hell's attendant, who identifies herself as the one receiving them. She states that she already knows why they have come and confirms they carry a letter from Freya. After Sigurd confirms it, Ganglot says Hell is expecting them and orders them to follow her. As they proceed, Hajuin quietly asks Lucio whether Ganglot is some kind of goddess or legendary hero. Lucio explains that Ganglot is either only a long-serving attendant, then cheerfully asks how someone could stay devoted to one goddess for so many years. Ganglot pointedly ignores the question, making it clear she has no interest in indulging Lucio. Lucio takes that cold response as a cute display of pettiness rather than an insult. Ganglot continues onward without softening in the slightest. She brings them to a set of heavy inner doors and tells them Hell is waiting beyond them. Sigurd stops there, warning that they must proceed alone from this point and reminding them to deliver Freya's letter once inside. Ganglot opens the way and ushers Hajuin and Lucio into Hell's presence. As Hajuin steps forward, he realizes he is more nervous to meet Hell than he ever was before gods like Hephaestus or Ares. A messenger sent by Freya is brought before the mistress of Helheim. The maid escorting him senses at once that her ruler has taken an interest in the outsider's strange presence. From the throne, Hell notes that his aura is unnatural, either fully living nor dead. She identifies him as the one whose arrival has disturbed the peace of Helheim. He quickly clarifies that he is only delivering a letter from Freya. Before he can do more, the letter is pulled from his hand by Hell's power. She seizes it without hesitation, amused by his surprise. After opening it, she silently considers its contents. When he asks what the letter says, she instead demands to know whether its claims are true, but he admits he only delivers messages and does not read them. His casual question about her motives shocks the maid, who thinks he is being far too bold. Hell descends from her throne, remarking that most people are too afraid of her to speak so freely. Pleased by his nerve, she decides to answer him. She reveals that someone has infiltrated Valhalla by disguising the living as the dead of Helheim. Since she gave no such order, she concludes the scheme was arranged by an outsider beyond Helheim. That leaves only one place in all mythic lore where such a violation of life and death would make sense. The messenger recognizes the clue about a land split into 7 sections with blue flames and realizes what realm she means. Hell confirms his deduction and identifies the culprit as the ruler of that realm. The maid is briefly disarmed by how adorable her fearsome mistress looks in that moment. The scene shifts away from Helheim to the mortal world. Back in Helheim, Hell asks whether the visitors have already departed. The maid reports that she opened a warp and sent them back to Olympus, and Hell regrets losing such entertaining guests so soon. Still amused, she remarks that Freya has a peculiar sense of humor for sending a living human into Helheim. The maid explains that the man is famous as the Divine Deliverman, a courier who travels across mythological realms and takes payment in points. Hell latches onto that title and starts thinking seriously about him. Now that the threat source has been confirmed through his information, she decides she can no longer remain idle. She orders Ganglot to prepare for departure, stunning her attendant. Hell declares that she will personally set out herself. With her power flaring, she vows to go straight to the source of the incident. Elsewhere, the story returns to a forge-like place in Olympus. A red-bearded smith struggles to believe the report that was just brought to him. The courier insists he heard it exactly, and his small blue-haired companion backs him up, saying Lucio's earlier warning was right. A blonde woman recalls the same prophecy-like words and realizes what she dismissed as nonsense may have been genuine. The room falls into uneasy silence as everyone grasps the seriousness of the connection. Then another clue clicks into place. Hercules had also borne the same mark. Understanding the implications, the blonde woman apologizes to Hephaestus and says she must leave at once, promising to retrieve her item later. As she turns away, she wishes she had never learned any of this, because now she is obligated to report it. She worries over how such a plot went unnoticed and rejects the idea that anyone, including Ragnarok, would benefit from it. Before she can leave, the courier grabs her shoulder and stops her. With shameless cheer, he reminds her that she is forgetting something important. When challenged, he bluntly explains that she was about to walk out without paying him. Her mood instantly darkens at being handled so casually by a mortal. She erupts in outrage, furious that someone beneath her station dared touch her without permission. The pressure of her anger and power surges through the room as she prepares to make him regret it. He feels the atmosphere turn crushingly heavy, realizing her presence is no joke. Even so, he decides that after everything he went through to deliver the letter, he is absolutely not leaving unpaid. He answers the threat with his own absurdly serious payment collection technique, choosing money over self-preservation. He invokes his unique skill, money or mayhem, meant specifically for customers who tried to dodge payment. The moment turns comically instructional as the skill is framed like a proven method for forcing payment. Faced with his stubborn insistence, the woman relents and admits she did forget to pay for the delivery. The job is completed, earning him 500,000 points plus an extra 250,000 point bonus from Freya. The young man happily accepts the tip through his device, clearly thrilled by the extra money. His earnings have climbed to 1,372,700 points, confirming he has finally crossed a major milestone. Realizing he now has over 1,000,000 points, he celebrates wildly and immediately calculates how much cash that could become. His gloating is cut short when Freya violently kicks him for acting like a shameless work addict. Watching the scuffle, Freya's amused companion remarks that the two of them are entertaining together. She excuses herself to leave, apologizing to Hephaestus for the interruption, while he promises to send word once her request is done. Once she is gone, the young man awkwardly wonders if he has offended Hephaestus, only to be told that surviving Freya's temper already proves a certain reckless courage. Hephaestus laughs off the tension and jokes that Freya had nearly torn him apart moments earlier. The young man seizes the calmer moment to ask Hephaestus about something that has been bothering him. He brings up the prophecy about thunder being split into 7 parts and asks why everyone reacts so strongly whenever it is mentioned. When he adds that even Hercules once became serious over it, Hephaestus is startled by how much he has already heard. The young man and the small blue-haired girl wait as Hephaestus processes the implications of that revelation. After hearing the full explanation of how the subject came up, Hephaestus visibly trembles at what the young man has stumbled into. Hephaestus angrily demands to know why this was only being mentioned now, frustrated that such dangerous information surfaced so late. The young man points out that no one had asked and that he still barely understands this world himself, which forces Hephaestus to concede the point. Thinking it through, Hephaestus connects the prophecy to the upcoming council meeting of the main gods. He explains that the Council of the Olympians is the gathering where all 12 gods convene to handle major matters of the heavenly realm. Since no council had been called for centuries, Hephaestus realizes their sudden summons must be because of this prophecy. As the young man presses for more, Hephaestus abruptly changes course and decides he should not hear any further details. He warns that knowing too much could itself become dangerous, and insists the young man would be better off forgetting the matter entirely. The young man feels shut out, but Hephaestus makes clear this has always been a problem for the gods alone to handle. Even so, Hephaestus admits the young man will eventually learn the truth, because his role already ties him to conflicts between mythological realms. He warns that whether he wants it or not, this issue will come back into his life. Privately, Hephaestus concludes that delaying that knowledge as long as possible is still the safest choice. The story shifts back to the modern city, where a new chapter begins under a bright, ordinary sky. At their new apartment, the little blue-haired Lucio excitedly urges Hajuin to hurry up and open the door. Hajuin works the lock, trying to remember the password he set for their new home. The door finally opens, and the two step into the apartment they have just moved into. Lucio is instantly dazzled by what she sees inside. She marvels at the sheer size of the place, amazed that they now live somewhere far grander than their old cramped home. Hajuin feels the same relief, thinking that with the previous owner's belongings gone, the apartment finally feels like it truly belongs to him. Lucio immediately claims the master bedroom as her own, treating the new home like conquered territory. When Hajuin challenges her authority, she tries to settle it with a childish game, then threatens him when he refuses to play along. Hajuin shuts the argument down, declares the master bedroom his, and decides they should go buy furniture instead. Before they can leave, something at the door catches Hajuin's attention. Assuming it must be a visitor from management, since they just moved in, he goes to answer while Lucio sulks in his arms about losing the big room. He unlocks and opens the door to see who has come. The sight of the visitor surprises him enough to stop him mid-greeting. It is Erin Beck from Yangwon Guild, standing there with a boxed gift in her hands. Both Hajuin and Lucio are caught off guard, and Lucio recognizes Erin as the woman they met during the delivery of Ares' sword. Hajuin then remembers that Erin lives next door, something he had completely forgotten in the chaos of recent events. Erin presents the box as a welcome gift for her new neighbor, addressing Hajuin by his divine delivery title. When Hajuin asks what it is, she explains that it is rice cake meant as a housewarming present. He awkwardly admits he was too busy moving to even think about a housewarming, and quickly denies any idea of throwing a party. Looking at the strangely blue-green rice cake, Hajuin is baffled by its color, while Lucio immediately focuses on the fact that it is edible. Before he can react, Lucio snatches the entire gift and claims it as hers. She justifies it by saying Hajuin never fed her breakfast or lunch because they were too busy moving, so she has been starving all day. The moment she tastes it, her expression changes as the flavor hits her with horrifying force. She spits it out in disgust, and Hajuin panics at the mess while demanding to know what could be so wrong with it. Lucio declares the rice cake unbelievably awful, comparing it to eating chocolate and then washing it down with filthy toothbrush rinse water. A woman mocks the little blue companion for stealing her mint chocolate chip ice cream, while the creature pants from eating it and still cannot understand why humans enjoy the flavor. She casually proves she likes it herself, leaving the others baffled by her taste. Once she finishes the bite, she drops the joking and demands to know why they came to see her. The young man explains that Seongjin sent him because his guild needs her to investigate something. She directs him to ask the guild master for specifics, adding that the job pays well even if she hates dealing with Seongjin. He immediately asks the real question, how much money is involved, warning that his help is expensive. She names a fee of 2 billion won, but he makes it clear that rate is outdated for him. She instantly doubles the offer to 4 billion, turning the negotiation in his favor. He accepts the new number at once and asks to be taken to the guild master before the chance disappears. They head to the headquarters of the nation's top guild, a place far grander than anything he expected to enter. Their arrival underscores that this is serious guild business, not a casual errand. As they stop, she tells him they are here and thanks him for the ride. Before they can go in, the blue companion reminds him of their plan to shop for furniture that day, but he brushes it off for later. The little one protests that he had promised an evening of shopping and food, exposing how quickly he abandoned those plans. He argues that a 4 billion won opportunity matters more than errands, and the companion angrily calls him a liar. To calm things down, the woman offers the companion something as compensation. It turns out to be an employee cafeteria pass, and the promise of good food wins the little creature over immediately. The companion happily revises its opinion of her on the spot, while he watches how easily food settles loyalties. He pauses to take in the situation, realizing just how deep into elite guild affairs he has stepped. Staring up at Yongwon Guild's tower, he admits to himself that he never imagined he would be walking into the strongest guild in the country. Inside, the meeting shifts to a private office, signaling that the real purpose of the visit is about to begin. The guild master greets him warmly, notes that he has recently moved, and acts far friendlier than expected. He skips pleasantries and presses to hear about the new job immediately. The blue companion, now clutching food, impatiently urges everyone to hurry so it can get back to eating. The guild master seats them and moves straight into the briefing. He presents a report on reassessing dungeon difficulty levels, and the young man grows uneasy as the topic sounds far bigger than a normal contract. His suspicion sharpens the moment he hears what the report concerns. He realizes the guild is re-evaluating dungeon rankings, which means the problem must be severe. The guild master explains that a recent Hanilan dungeon contained monsters far stronger than its assigned level, forcing raids nationwide to be suspended. He warns that if dungeons keep being misjudged, the country could face the worst possible outcome. That outcome is a dungeon break, where the dungeon ruptures and unleashes its monsters into the outside world. He stresses that such a disaster would spread chaos across the nation and threaten its stability. The young man accepts the urgency but refuses to believe they expect him to solve the entire cause of the crisis himself. The guild master quickly clarifies that the request is narrower and tells him to check the next page. There he finds the actual assignment: enter the reported dungeon and investigate the monster inside, which sounds absurdly dangerous. The target is the Red Drake, and he repeats the name in disbelief. The file reveals the Red Drake is a boss monster considered stronger than all level 7 monsters in the country, beyond what even combined A-rank hunters could normally defeat. He slams the table and demands to know why a deliverman is being sent after something so lethal instead of the nation's best guild handling it. The guild master says the guild will cover support work like scouting, and insists they only need him to gather information on the Red Drake and another nearby threat. That second threat is the Lizard Man King, another boss monster occupying the same area. The guild master sheepishly admits he hoped the young man would check that one too while he was already there. Outraged, the young man grabs him and calls the mission suicidal, furious that they are offering only 4 billion won for something this deadly. The guild master hurriedly reveals that 4 billion is merely the retainer and promises to double that once the investigation is complete. The sheer amount stops the young man cold as he confirms they are now talking about double the already doubled fee. The guild master, sweating under the pressure, waits for the answer. Greed wins instantly, and the young man seals the agreement with an enthusiastic handshake, accepting the 8 billion won job. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a radiant, otherworldly realm under a star-filled sky and rainbow light. A robed, staff-bearing figure stands in solemn silence, suggesting a powerful presence watching events unfold. Another figure approaches, breaking the stillness of the scene. Mounted on a golden horse, the newcomer remarks that the waiting figure is unusually late, hinting at an important meeting now beginning. The armored rider returns and admits he ran into trouble on the way back. That trouble turns out to be a grotesque purple serpent-like creature. He explains that he found one of these monsters roaming below in the Nordic lands. The elder realizes the corruption has already spread this far and urges an immediate response. The writer reflects that the foretold apocalypse had already begun, but its rapid expansion is worse than he expected. Even so, he refuses to stay, saying he has another urgent matter to handle. He reveals Odin has summoned him to Helheim because a disturbance in Valhalla has delayed him, so he must hurry. The elder tells him not to worry, since Freya already sent a Greek hero who apparently resolved the problem well. Hearing that, he asks whether the Greek was a famous legend, only to learn it was just an ordinary mortal. That comparison unsettles him, because it suggests another human is carrying out divine work just as he is. He becomes suspicious about why a servant of the Greek gods would interfere in his realm. Elsewhere, Hajuin decides he wants to meet this so-called hero for himself, while his tiny companion is more interested in food and money. He opens the Chungnam Nonsan gate to head out. He steps through the portal into the dungeon. Back in this place he once swore never to revisit, Hajuin steels himself and moves forward anyway. His companion asks whether he has been here before, and he says no, though he has survived somewhere even more dangerous. That answer convinces her even more that he is far from ordinary. While he brushes it off with dark humor, he decides to inspect the interior and activates his latest tool. He unveils an upgraded scooter, confident it will make the trip easy. The machine is introduced as a heavily reinforced model that greatly reduces harmful status effects on its rider. Hajuin recalls asking Hephaestus on a whim to fuse divine materials into the scooter, and the god actually delivered. Seeing the finished result, he is impressed that a sturdy vehicle became something this advanced. He notes that the upgrade matters because he cannot risk being immobilized again like when Modgud struck him with her powers. With that reassurance, he and his companion speed through the gate, joking that he is ready for whatever boss awaits. They arrive in a swampy forest deep inside the dungeon. The scooter tears across the wet ground without bogging down. Hajuin is pleased that the upgraded wheels handle the marsh effortlessly. His companion complains as filthy water splashes all over Lucio, but Hajuin says there is not much he can do about it. She suddenly notices something ahead and urgently calls for Hajuin's attention. As they ride on, a grand structure emerges beyond the swamp, and she points it out. The sight catches Hajuin off guard. He realizes the dungeon contains an enormous castle. Remembering the strange building he saw from above, he concludes it must have been this place and briefly gets sidetracked by the absurdity of a jumping ship. Refocusing, he decides the Lizard Man King should be somewhere beyond the castle gates and heads straight in. Once inside, he immediately senses something wrong because the entrance is unguarded. That suspicion is answered when lizard soldiers appear deeper within the grounds instead of at the front. Hajuin is annoyed that the situation has once again turned into an obvious ambush. One of the lizard men catches a scent and starts to notice something unusual. The guards discover the gate area is empty and become confused about what they sensed. Hidden by the doorway, Hajuin realizes they somehow keep falling into the same kind of trouble. His companion unhelpfully states the obvious that they are lizard men, which only irritates him further. She asks what the plan is now and assumes he will solve it by wrecking everything as usual. Hajuin rejects that approach, reminding himself that he is here to gather information on the boss, not clear out monsters. He resolves not to risk himself in direct fights the way he used to. Instead, he decides to quickly locate the Lizard Man King and finish the first objective of the mission. He cloaks himself and his companion in key and slips into the castle past the unaware guards. Pleased that the concealment is working, he hopes to find the boss without any detours. He reassures himself that even if things go badly, his recent fortune means he can simply buy his way out of trouble. At that exact moment, his phone suddenly announces a new delivery request. The absurd timing stuns both of them, as Hajuin cannot believe new work is arriving in the middle of this mission. Hajuin and Lucio are suddenly rushed by armed lizard men, and Lucio panics as the threat closes in. While fleeing, Hajuin fumbles with his phone notifications instead of fighting, leaving Lucio begging him to do something. Hajuin realizes something important mid-run and abruptly rethinks the situation. He stops on the spot, no longer treating the lizard men as attackers. Despite Lucio's confusion, Hajuin calmly insists everything is about to work out. As a lizard warrior lunges, Hajuin raises his phone and halts the confrontation. He answers the alert with sudden confidence, as if he has just found the key to the misunderstanding. The message reveals that the Lizard Man King has placed a delivery request, meaning Hajuin has been officially hired. The lizard men are stunned that their own king has summoned this outsider. Hajuin confirms that the king has requested his services, turning the ambush into a job assignment. Though he finds it odd to get a delivery order from a monster instead of a human, Hajuin decides work is work and sees an opportunity in it. He tells the soldiers to stop wasting time and take him straight to their ruler. The lizard men can only nervously repeat themselves, too flustered to explain properly. A much larger lizard presence looms behind Hajuin, raising the tension again. Lucio suddenly realizes who they are dealing with and starts to identify the figure before them. The trembling elder is revealed to be the Lizard Man King himself. Hajuin is thrown off because this frail old king looks nothing like the terrifying beast from the report. As the king hisses anxiously, Hajuin admits he has no idea how to communicate with him. He considers solving the problem through the shop, but realizes he cannot deliver anything without knowing what the king wants or where it belongs. Lucio offers to translate, catching Hajuin completely off guard. She explains that she can understand the king because she learned the lizard language from a different accent, giving Hajun an unexpected interpreter. Lucio listens carefully to the king's trembling plea and begins to make sense of it. She relays that a disaster struck the lizard kingdom long ago. The king's story describes a brutal invader who slaughtered hatchlings, adults, and elders alike. That attack left the entire kingdom in ruins under the shadow of a monstrous enemy. Hajun immediately worries that the king expects him to defeat that invader, something far beyond a delivery job. But the king's tone shifts, and he instead offers a reward, trying to persuade Hajun rather than command him. Lucio translates that helping them would earn Hajun a valuable treasure from the kingdom, and Hajun quickly rejects the idea of being treated like a hero. Still, the promise of treasure weakens his resistance, and he asks what exactly the reward is. Once the king promises to show him personally, Hajun agrees to help and reassures the lizard people that he is in. They are led to a chamber overflowing with treasure, suggesting the kingdom still guards immense wealth. Inside, an unknown woman is already there, quietly helping herself to the riches. She casually sizes up the vault, wondering whether anything here is worth taking. With only seconds before Hajun arrives, the thief considers simply stealing everything and leaving. She remains in the treasure room, still moving through the loot as the others approach. Unaware she is about to be interrupted, she keeps evaluating the vault's contents. Amused by the opportunity, she toys with the idea of taking the entire hoard. Meanwhile, Hajun and Lucio come to a stop before the sealed treasure chamber. The massive doors begin to open as Hajun, Lucio, and the king wait for the promised reward. Hajun assumes that anything hidden behind such secured doors must be extraordinary. The king reaches out and opens the chamber for them himself. Golden light pours through the widening gap, revealing the brilliance of the treasure within. The doors fully part, exposing the vault to the waiting group. Hajun is immediately overwhelmed by the sight. He marvels at the sheer amount of treasure filling the chamber. As they step inside, Hajun compares it to another legendary vault, but Lucio translates the king's warning that the place has not been fully explored. She explains that much of the treasure was stolen over time from humans who wandered in, making the hoard less noble than it first appears. Before Hajun can ask what special treasure the king intends to give him, a metallic sound interrupts him. He turns and discovers a woman in the vault holding an armful of gold, exposing the thief in the act. The stolen treasure slips and clatters from her arms as she and Hajun lock eyes, ending the reveal in sudden tension. A girl in a treasure-filled chamber casually greets the intruders even as stolen gold spills from her arms. The lizard guards immediately identify her as the thief and move to seize her, while the blue-haired girl translates their outrage for Hajun. Caught red-handed, the thief is forced to the ground as Hajun and his companions stare at the absurdity of finding her inside the monster vault. She panics because she was ordered to retrieve the target item at any cost, but her usual escape method is already unavailable. Desperate, she tries to appeal to the guards by claiming she works under Hermes and asking Hajun to explain her presence. Hajun refuses to cover for her, and instead reveals that the Lizard King already suspects the thief is tied to Hermes. When she calls herself his senior, Hajun indignantly rejects the idea and vents his resentment at being looked down on. He also firmly denies serving Hermes, while she realizes Hermes has kept him in the dark. Seeing no other option, she offers Hajun a deal: help her escape, and she will grant him any favor he wants. The blue-haired girl warns Hajun not to trust the thief, but he pauses to consider the offer anyway. He agrees, though not without making it clear he intends to set the terms. Hajun demands a binding oath, forcing her to swear by the river Styx if she wants his help. She is shaken because she understands that invoking the Styx is no trivial promise. Hajun coldly tells her the alternative is death or imprisonment, leaving her no room to bargain. With his blade at her throat, the threat becomes unmistakably real. Under pressure, she gives in and agrees to swear the oath. She formally promises that if Hajun gets her past the lizard guards, she will repay any one favor he names. Satisfied, Hajun has Lucio relay the arrangement, and the lizard side reluctantly accepts his judgment. The guards back off, and the thief realizes she has narrowly escaped disaster. Once free, she thanks Hajun, but he immediately reminds her that the dead is real and that she is not his superior. She jumps to the worst conclusion and accuses him of planning something perverted, only to protest that she is not that kind of person. Before Hajun can answer, a quest window appears in the treasure room and steals his attention. The mission declares that he must defeat the Crimson Invader and save the kingdom in fulfillment of an ancient lizard prophecy. The notice adds a brutal condition: he has only 3 hours, with a treasure from the Lizard Kingdom as the reward. Hajun is stunned because the deadline seems absurdly short for killing a monster he knows nothing about. He stops worrying about the reward and rushes out at once, dragging Lucio into the emergency. As Hajun speeds off, the thief calls after him, trying not to be left behind. Left standing with the Lizard King, she complains that Hajun ignored her completely despite everything that just happened. The king's reaction catches her off guard and leaves her oddly flustered. Meanwhile, Hajun tears across the landscape on his bike, pushing for maximum speed. A navigation prompt shows he still has 30 kilometers to go before reaching the target. He calculates that he can make it in time if he keeps this pace. But his confidence falters when he imagines the monster ahead and admits he has no idea whether he can beat it. Lucio struggles to endure the reckless speed, while Hajun insists they cannot afford to slow down. The thief suddenly appears in their path, revealing that she has caught up to them. Her interruption shocks Hajun and forces him to react before he crashes into her. He brakes hard, skidding the bike to a violent stop. Now face to face on the road, Hajun demands to know why she followed after he already got her out safely. She says she could not just abandon him after his help, and hints that she has exactly the information he needs. Hajun tries to brush her off, insisting he only wants the promised favor later and no more trouble now. She ignores the dismissal and tells him the truth about the monster he is chasing. Her revelation lands like a blow. The target is the Red Drake. Hajun recognizes the name as the same high-level boss tied to Seonjin's investigation, making the mission far more dangerous than expected. He realizes the lizard crisis and the Red Drake may be connected, and that Seonjin may have anticipated this link. That realization leaves Hajun hesitating at the bike instead of charging ahead blindly. The thief also fears the Red Drake, but decides she cannot earn the lizard's trust or claim the treasure unless she helps him. So she offers a concrete bargain. She knows the fastest route to the Red Drake and can guide him there, even helping him fight it. Hajun remains skeptical and questions what a thief could possibly contribute against a monster like that. She brushes off his doubt and warns him not to underestimate someone he barely knows. With quiet confidence, she promises that a thief always has a way out of trouble, implying she has hidden tricks that may turn the battle. At sunset, the group reaches a forested area where a dangerous target is waiting. They ride deeper in and stop near the source of a heavy, ominous presence. Their leader confirms they have arrived at the hunting site. He identifies the sleeping beast ahead as the Red Drake, making clear this is the monster they came for. Seeing its size and aura up close, the others realize the reports were true and fear they may be outmatched. Refusing to back down, Seoyun powers up with Kaini and pushes his suit into overdrive to test himself against it. He launches first with a super jump, turning himself into a blue streak aimed straight at the Drake. His sudden charge carries enough force to suggest he can challenge even a boss-level monster. He crashes into the Red Drake before it can fully react. The Drake wakes in fury and rises roaring as Seoyun closes in without hesitation. Seoyun commits fully to the fight, bracing himself to overwhelm the monster head-on. His first blow slams into the Drake's head hard enough to make it cry out. He follows through with relentless momentum, driving the attack deeper instead of letting up. The shockwave forces his companion to shield herself from the violence of the clash. Watching his power, she can barely believe what she is seeing. She recalls that since being chosen by Hermes, Seoyun has already surpassed limits no ordinary hunter could endure. Even so, what he is doing now exceeds anything she thought possible. Before her eyes, he batters the Red Drake with enough force to send its massive body reeling. The monster crashes to the ground, momentarily overwhelmed by his assault. She knows the association rates the Red Drake as an elite monster, so his dominance makes even less sense. As the Drake struggles back up, she remembers it is counted among the strongest monsters ever recorded. Because Seoyun was chosen by Hermes like she was, she tries to explain his strength through that connection, but it still should not be possible. Top-ranked hunters usually need many years of experience before reaching this level of power, and mythical-type hunters are supposed to be the rarest and most exceptional of all. Yet Seoyun has had his powers for less than a year and is somehow fighting beyond that standard. She is forced to confront the possibility that he may already be stronger than hunters who should be far above him. The Drake's behavior troubles her too, because something about this fight is clearly abnormal. Even with Seoyun standing right in front of it, the Red Drake acts as if it cannot properly perceive him. That strange blindness makes her realize what hidden advantage he may be using. She identifies it as Kaini and understands that Seoyun is masking himself from the monster. The Drake, enraged and confused, lashes out wildly instead of striking at him directly. Its attack tears through the area in a blind attempt to hit what it cannot track. Unable to find its true target, the Red Drake throws itself into a destructive rampage. Its weight and fury smash the ground apart as it thrashes around. Seoyun avoids the chaos, and realizes the beast is wrecking everything simply because it cannot locate him. Disgusted by its mindless destruction, he condemns it as a monster in every sense. He surges back in, deciding to punish it for that brutality. His next strike comes down with a demand that the beast respect the natural world it is ravaging. The Drake can only snarl beneath the crushing force of the blow. Seoyun drives the attack home in a massive impact that engulfs the battlefield. When the blast clears, the Drake is left buried in a crater amid dust and broken earth. Seoyun lands and immediately moves again, unwilling to give it time to recover. He admits he has already pounded the creature countless times, frustrated that it still refuses to stay down. The Red Drake erupts back out of the dust, proving its endurance and forcing the fight to continue. At the same time, Seoyun sees his rider's suit has barely more than a minute left, putting him under sudden pressure. He knows Kaini can keep him hidden, but without the suit's power he will lose any real chance of winning. Realizing time is against him, he decides he has to finish the battle immediately. He summons a wooden stick, choosing a crude but decisive weapon for the final push. Charging the Drake at close range, he abandons restraint and throws himself into a desperate killing strike. The Drake's glowing eye fixes on the attack, hinting that the next instant will decide the fight. Hajun launches himself in and brings down a massive strike against the Red Drake. The hidden observer is stunned that the monster evaded him at all, since it should not have been able to sense his concealed approach. He quickly suspects the wooden stick he carries is too powerful for the concealment skill to fully hide. Before he can adjust, the red drake counters by rearing up over him with crushing force. Its attack slams down in a violent explosion, seemingly catching Hajuin head-on. Watching from cover, the girl in purple cannot understand why Hajuin failed to dodge. She insists he should have been able to avoid that blow and starts preparing a potion, trying to make sense of what went wrong. As she steels herself to help, a small blue-haired girl suddenly cuts in and mocks her for interfering. The newcomer tells her to stay out of the way and reveals she has been secretly watching from nearby the whole time. She reassures her that Lucio believes Hajuin will be fine, so she should not panic. To support that faith, she recalls that Hajuin has survived dangerous situations before. Again and again, he has managed to endure when others thought he would fail. Those memories reinforce the idea that he keeps finding a way through impossible moments. That record is why even powerful beings have begun placing their trust in him. She concludes that someone like Hajuin should not lose to a monster like this. The girl in purple pushes back, warning that confidence alone changes nothing if Hajuin just absorbed the full attack. But as she argues, something about the situation suddenly makes her stop. She notices the blue-haired girl trembling despite her brave words. It becomes clear that beneath her confidence, she is deeply worried about Hajuin too. Realizing that, the girl in purple decides she has to help however she can. Before she can act, something unexpected catches her attention. Hajuin has somehow latched onto the drake's underside, and the monster mocks him even as he clings there. The onlookers are shocked that he managed to get onto the dragon at all, let alone hold on to its stomach. As the girl in purple stares, the blue-haired girl urgently reminds her that Lucio still believes in Hajuin. Hajuin checks his rider suit and realizes he has less than a minute left to finish this. While hanging on, he notices an unusual feature on the drake's body. One scale beneath its neck is different from the rest and glows like a target. The blue-haired girl identifies it as a reverse scale and shouts the clue to Hajuin. Hajuin immediately understands that the reverse scale should mark the drake's weak point. With no time to waste, he opens his system shop in mid-battle. Seeing the available items, he decides he needs a weapon powerful enough to guarantee the strike. He quickly confirms with the others that a red drake still counts as a dragon for what he has in mind. The blue-haired girl admits she does not know this breed well, but the reverse scale strongly suggests it is dragonkin. That answer is enough for Hajuin, and he reaches for the item he wants. His system shows he has more than enough points to afford a costly purchase. He commits without hesitation, deciding the price is worth it. A huge chunk of his points vanishes as the purchase goes through. A glowing sword materializes in his hand while he remains pressed against the drake's body. He has summoned Gram, an enchanted blade famed as the bane of dragons. Using the new weapon, Hajuin drives himself into position directly before the drake's chest and neck. The girl in purple can barely believe he managed to pull out something so absurd in the middle of the fight. The blue-haired girl recognizes the weapon at once as the legendary Norse sword Gram. Hajuin focuses completely, knowing this blade finally gives him a way to end the fight. He lines up his attack on the glowing reverse scale, aiming straight for the weak spot. Then he unleashes the strike with everything he has. The blow lands at the drake's neck, directly on the vulnerable scale. For a moment, Hajuin thinks he may have succeeded. Instead, the red drake erupts in flames and roars as its body ignites with a new surge of power. The fiery backlash blasts Hajuin away before he can capitalize on the hit. As he regains himself, he realizes the drake has entered its final desperate trump card. A fighter in a powered suit is thrown back as the battle with the blazing monster turns against him. He realizes he cannot get close enough to strike because the creature's flames block every approach. The red drake's second phase reveals its true threat, a massive fiery form whose reverse scale is unreachable behind a wall of heat. While a small companion warns Hajuin, he admits the monster has become far too strong for him to handle alone. His ally rushes in insisting they must cooperate, but he tries to keep her away because hiding her presence is no longer possible. She ignores the warning and reveals she has been saving a thief's hidden trump card. Telling him to watch, she throws a glowing blue potion toward the drake. The potion arcs through the air as Hajuin moves to capitalize on the opening. The item is identified as Demeter's Tear, an ice potion carrying divine power. On impact, the potion unleashes freezing force directly onto the red drake. Ice rapidly spreads over the monster's body and locks it in place. For a moment the drake is trapped inside a solid prison of ice, though it still growls from within. The woman boasts that Demeter's Tear can freeze anything and believes the overgrown lizard is finished. Hajuin complains she should have used it earlier, but she explains she was waiting for the drake to enter phase 2. He argues that using it while the beast slept would have spared them both this disaster. Their bickering is cut off when the child spots the ice starting to crack. The red drake shatters the prison and breaks free, proving the freeze was only temporary. Both are stunned that the potion failed so quickly, and Hajuin points out freezing something is not the same as making it unbreakable. The enraged drake surges forward breathing fire again, forcing them to find another answer immediately. Hajuin warns that his rider's suit only has seconds left before it gives out. His ally reveals she has only one last Demeter-based potion and tells him to pin the drake down so he can strike the reverse scale. Knowing this is their final chance, Hajun commits to the plan. The last potion proves to be a plant variant of Demeter's tear, releasing nature magic instead of ice. Vines and roots erupt around the red drake and bind its body under Demeter's command. With the monster restrained, the child orders Hajun to move, and he launches himself in at once. He commits to a full-speed leap, channeling crackling purple power into the attack. Hajun drives his strike into the drake's weak point with a desperate scream. The impact floods the battlefield with violent purple energy as he forces the blow through. In that instant, the deliveryman Hajun Lee overcomes a level 7 boss. The red drake's huge body collapses under the finishing strike. Hajun can barely believe it, but the system confirms the red drake has been cleared. Later, the story shifts back to the guild building after the mission. A guild worker reports that the research on Wyvern's Gorge and its boss conditions has been completed. The guild master thanks Doyen for his work and tells him to rest early. Instead, Doyen hesitates and asks about a rumor he overheard concerning a dangerous assignment. He brings up the association handing a ticking time bomb to someone, pressing the guild master for the truth. The guild master assumes he means the Lizardman's Nest case and admits the situation is already giving him a headache. Doyen senses something is off and waits for the real explanation. The guild master clarifies that the issue is not the investigation but that the assigned job was somehow finished yesterday. Over the phone, Hajun corrects him and explains the surprise is bigger than that. He casually reveals that he ended up defeating the red drake itself. The guild master is stunned, while Hajun's first concern is whether this still means he will get paid. A guild team sent to verify the claim confirms the red drake's corpse is real. Now the guild master is left wondering how he is supposed to explain this impossible outcome to the association. He admits the drake's death solves one problem, but the scale of the incident has become far more serious. Because the contract was supposed to conceal Hajun's identity, the guild master fears the association will start asking who could kill a level 7 monster. Doyen excitedly realizes that beating both the light trigrams and the red drake means Hajun could shake up the rankings of top hunters. The guild master dryly notes that by that logic Doyen would be demoted, instantly killing his enthusiasm. Doyen hurriedly takes back his excitement and jokes about his own rank, while the guild master dismisses the fantasy. Even so, the guild master remains focused on the larger threat, wondering whether Hajun is still gathering intelligence on the Lizardman King. A grand reptilian kingdom comes into view as the aftermath of the rescue settles into peace. Inside, lizard warriors rush forward in agitation, signaling an emotional reception rather than a threat. The kingdom's people kneel before Hajun and his companions, treating him as the one who saved their realm. When Hajun hesitates, the blue-haired girl explains that the crowd is offering thanks for saving their kingdom. Hajun quickly stops the elderly king from kneeling, insisting he only did what had to be done and that a king should not bow to him. The old king grows tearful and seems to decide it is finally time to deliver Hajun's promised reward. Hajun drops the polite act and eagerly presses for the reward, startling the king with his intensity. The king has a chest brought out and presents it with ceremonial pride. A guard carries the treasure chest to Hajun, building up the moment as everyone watches. Hajun and the girl brace for something impressive when the chest is opened. Instead of treasure, the chest contains only a small pouch, immediately undercutting the buildup. Still fixated on payment, Hajun repeats his demand while the king remains confused by his tone. The king again presents the chest as if the reward should be self-evidently valuable. The box is opened once more, confirming that the reward really is just the pouch. The reveal lands with the same baffling disappointment. Hajun can only stare at the pouch, unable to hide that he expected far more. The king proudly asks whether Hajun likes the reward, clearly unaware of the mismatch in expectations. Hajun snaps and accuses the king of insulting him after everything he risked, while the king is offended in return. Before the argument can worsen, the blue-haired girl cuts in and says the pouch is no ordinary item. She explains that it is an enchanted pouch that can store limitless weight and volume without ever filling up. By the next day, the visit to the Lizard Kingdom has come to an end. The Lizard King and his warriors bid the group farewell, and the little girl happily returns the goodbye. Later that morning, Hajun receives a call relaying new information about the aftermath of the incident. He learns that the gate in Nonsan has vanished completely. The explanation is that the Lizard Kingdom had used it as an emergency escape route, and now that their home is safe, they no longer need it. That makes Hajun wonder whether some dungeons might disappear without anyone killing the monsters inside them. He briefly imagines a world where humans and monsters would not always have to fight to the death, then dismisses the thought as naive and gives himself a headache over it. Lucio congratulates him on the reward, recognizing that the enchanted pouch will be useful. Hajun accepts that, but he also checks whether Lucio is truly fine with how the mission ended after spending valuable potions and gaining nothing. Lucio brushes it off, claiming she never acts unless there is something in it for her. When Hajun realizes she may have been after the bell all along, Lucio's reaction confirms he has guessed correctly. She unleashes her power and launches herself away before he can press the issue. As she departs, Lucio admits she enjoyed the last 2 days and thanks Hajun because she found exactly what she wanted. She vanishes into the sky, hoping they will meet again someday. Hajun dryly concludes that a thief stays a thief and warns the girl to check his pockets. Finding nothing missing that matters, he decides to stop worrying about Lucio and head home. But before going back, he remembers there is still payment he is owed and calls to collect it. A message confirms that 8 billion won has been deposited into his account. Back in the city, the story shifts from dungeon survival to the rewards of coming home. Another message follows saying the rest of his payment has been transferred after review of the report he submitted. Hajun realizes there was also money to be made from the monster corpses, not just the official reward. At home, he celebrates the unexpected extra income while enjoying the thought that selling monster byproducts has been quietly profitable all along. He decides he should stop leaving monster bodies behind now that he knows how much they can be worth. His unusually cheerful mood catches the blue-haired girl's attention, but he dodges the question and invites her to breakfast instead. The smell of chicken instantly excites her, and Hajun is baffled that she is this thrilled when they just had chicken the day before. Her restraint breaks completely the moment a drumstick is in reach. She bites in too fast, burns herself on the heat, and Hajun points out the obvious. Even with a scorched tongue, she keeps eating at reckless speed until Hajun tells her to slow down because there is plenty more. Watching her devour the food, Hajun jokes that she must have starved to death in a past life. He joins the meal himself, and the scene closes on the simple satisfaction of finally eating well in peace. Hajun enjoys leftover fried chicken and reflects on how satisfying it is to eat well even after reheating it. He remembers when he was broke enough to rely on the cheapest chicken place he could find. Now that he has money, he can casually spend on delivery whenever he wants, and the contrast makes him appreciate his new life. Lucio notices Hajun tearing up over breakfast and assumes it is because Lucio stole both chicken legs. Trying to make up for it, Lucio offers him the unfinished second leg, but Hajun is so annoyed he threatens to make Lucio eat even the bone. Their meal is interrupted when Hajun receives a new delivery request. Lucio wants him to stay and finish eating, while Hajun remembers how he used to rush through meals whenever work came in because he could not afford to miss a request. But with a fortune behind him now, Hajun decides there is no need to panic and calmly finishes breakfast before leaving. Elsewhere, a raging fire suddenly dominates the scene. A palace is under assault, with flames spreading through its halls and soldiers already cut down. The destruction engulfs Crete Palace and the city around it. As a monstrous enemy advances, the guards resolve to stop it before it can push any farther. They charge together, but the creature tears through them with overwhelming force. A surviving soldier reports to the king that his men are fighting desperately, yet the beast is far beyond their ability to contain. He urges the king to flee before the creature reaches him. Instead, the king demands to know whether the summoned hero has been called. The answer is grim. Riders have already been sent, but even the fastest of them will need 3 days to bring the hero back. Horrified that his palace is being destroyed in real time, the king refuses to accept waiting helplessly while his people are slaughtered. Before anything more can be decided, a violent impact shakes the palace. The walls erupt under a massive blast. Something enormous steps through the destruction. The intruder reveals itself as a horned, bull-like monster with a terrifying presence. The sight leaves the remaining soldier frozen in fear as the beast faces the throne. The king trembles and calls on Poseidon in desperation. The monster roars forward as the king bitterly wonders whether the god has abandoned them in their hour of need. Far away from the burning palace, the story returns to Hephaestus's volcanic domain. Hajun arrives for the delivery only to find that Hephaestus is not where he expected him to be. Lucio suggests they are simply late, and that Hephaestus may have stepped out for a moment. Hajun blames Lucio for delaying them by tossing the last chicken pieces into the air fryer, while Lucio insists it would have been wasteful to leave them behind. As Hajun checks his phone, he realizes the repeated alerts may mean this request is genuinely urgent. Lucio suddenly notices someone approaching. He excitedly calls Hajun's attention to it, assuming Lucio's own worry means the situation must be serious. Hephaestus appears at last and immediately greets Hajun as if he has been waiting specifically for him. Hajun is unsettled by how severe Hephaestus looks and nervously confirms that this is supposed to be a delivery job. Hephaestus explains that he called Hajun because an urgent matter needs his help, and warns that what he is about to ask will not be easy. He invites Hajun and Lucio inside so he can explain the situation properly. Though uneasy, Hajun agrees to hear him out. As they follow him in, Lucio keeps treating the tension like proof that something major is happening. Hephaestus remains focused on Hajun, making it clear this summons is far more serious than a normal request. Hajun's confusion deepens as he realizes Hephaestus did not call him over a routine late delivery at all. Hephaestus repeats that the matter is urgent and difficult, reinforcing that he needs Hajun for something important. He leads them farther inside to discuss the details in private. Hajun steels himself and commits to listening. Once seated at a table, the three settle into a serious conversation. Hephaestus admits he is struggling with where to begin, showing unusual uncertainty. Hajun encourages him to speak plainly and promises to help with whatever is needed without pressing him. Seeing even Hephaestus this anxious alarms Hajun, because he has almost never seen the god hesitate like this. Hephaestus starts by asking whether Hajun remembers overhearing Freya and another god discussing what happened after his trip to Niflheim. Hajun recalls the exact phrase about the ground splitting into 7 sections with blue flames, but he is puzzled why Hephaestus is bringing up something he was told to forget. Hephaestus reveals that he had hoped the other Olympians could handle the crisis themselves, but the situation has worsened enough that he can no longer keep Hajun out of it. A monstrous force is revealed to have spread far beyond anyone's control, reaching even places once thought untouchable. In response, the 12 Olympians convene to assess the growing crisis caused by the tentacled monsters. They realize the invasion is no longer confined to mythic realms and has already begun encroaching on the human world. Because the disaster has descended into the lower world, the gods are left unable to act directly. The law of causality binds divine beings, preventing them from freely interfering with events unfolding on Earth. Hephaestus explains that the gods can only nurture the conditions they set in motion and guide outcomes indirectly over time. When his name is spoken, the listener tries to confirm who he is addressing. The boy admits he has no idea who these beings are or what this talk of a seed is supposed to mean. Hephaestus is caught off guard that the boy knows so little and starts to explain before stopping himself. The forbidden name triggers a sudden silence, making it clear some force prevents the truth from being spoken aloud. Lucio notices the strange pause and realizes everyone went silent for several seconds without explanation. Hephaestus concludes that whatever sealed secret surrounds the matter still prevents him from revealing it to the boy directly. It is recalled that the gods once united to seal this threat completely, which is why even speaking its name is forbidden. Unable to explain everything, Hephaestus instead tells the boy that today's task may be tied to that hidden danger. He reveals they were supposed to receive a tribute from Crete that day, but it has not arrived. Elsewhere, a blue-haired god avoids his father's notice, knowing he would be furious if he learned about this situation. Hephaestus asks the boy to investigate what is delaying the tribute before his father learns of it, promising a generous reward. The boy agrees in principle but questions why a delayed offering should be treated as such an urgent problem. Lucio explains that this is no ordinary kingdom, because a delay from Minos is especially ominous. The reason is Minos's infamous history. His refusal to honor Poseidon led to chaos consuming his land. That history culminated in the labyrinth and the Minotaur, a cursed prison from which none who enter are meant to return. By sunset, the boy and Lucio are already crossing the sea toward their destination. Their water-powered travel nearly fails as the effect carrying them over the ocean begins to run out. Lucio worries they may be off course, but the boy insists he has only been following the route shown to him. He then remembers too late that using Kaini to cross water only grants a short-lived water buff. They spot land just in time and rush toward it before the effect expires completely. After reaching shore safely, Lucio scolds him for nearly getting them stranded in the middle of the ocean. The boy complains that things would have been easier if Hephaestus had simply warped them there, only to be reminded that such travel has strict limits. Since swimming the rest of the way is unrealistic, he checks whether he can buy some item to solve the problem. The shop's prices are absurdly beyond him, so that option is immediately abandoned. With no easy solution, Lucio asks what they should do next. The boy decides they will search the island for anything useful that might help them continue. He reveals he anticipated trouble and brought an enchanted pouch given to him by the Lizard Man King. The pouch proves far more spacious than it looks, confirming it was worth keeping after all. Using binoculars from the pouch, he begins scanning the area for a lead. He spots what looks like a temple in the distance, and decides it is their best chance of finding help or a route onward. Before they can proceed, a local confronts the pair and demands to know who they are. A squad of armed guards accuses them of crossing the sea to trespass on their land. The boy quickly tries to calm them, explaining that they only want a boat to reach Crete. That request shocks the guards, and one starts warning them that something terrible has happened there before abruptly stopping. A new voice intervenes, asking the guards to let the strangers continue speaking. The boy is startled by the interruption and wonders who has just stepped in for them. The newcomer personally vouches for the pair, immediately changing the guards' attitude. His identity is recognized at once. He is Theseus. Lucio excitedly identifies him as the legendary Greek hero who defeated the Minotaur. Theseus is remembered as the hero who slew the beast and escaped the labyrinth alive. His long reign and many adventures made him a figure still honored by both mortals and gods. After sizing up the boy's unusual outfit, Theseus realizes he may be the divine deliverman he has heard about. He confirms the suspicion and recognizes the boy as the rising hero known as the Captain. As the boy stands confused by the title, Lucio clarifies that Theseus must mean Jason, captain of the Argo. A boastful man recalls that taking care of the sirens nearly got him killed, though he still came away with rewards. Lucio is startled when Theseus refers to him as the rising hero and assumes he has missed some major rumor. Theseus reminds him that his exploits have spread everywhere, from reaching the sirens' lair to securing a cure tied to Chiron and even helping in Helheim. Lucio awkwardly accepts that he really has built a reputation for himself. Hajun immediately worries less about Lucio's fame than about whether anyone is praising her too. Instead, the talk turns into a joke at her expense, with Lucio teasing that she is only his sidekick. Theseus cuts the banter short and hands Lucio an urgent letter before he leaves for Crete. As Lucio reads, both he and Hajun realize the message is serious. The letter warns that the nightmare of the labyrinth has returned and is threatening Crete once more. Lucio is shocked because he thought the Minotaur had already been dealt with long ago. Theseus explains that he never killed the beast, only sealed it inside the labyrinth, and now that seal has somehow broken. Determined to go to Crete at once and finish the matter, Theseus asks Lucio to join him, even as Lucio had hoped this trip would avoid another monster fight. Lucio accepts anyway, resigning himself to the fact that trouble always finds him. Before dawn, the story shifts to the Minotaur's violent resurgence. The creature tears free with brute force, no longer contained by whatever had bound it. Once loose, the horned monster charges forward from the darkness. Its return is marked by a menacing, unnatural presence, confirming the threat is real. By morning, preparations are underway in Crete's harbor city. Lucio has to drag Hajun out of bed because she would rather keep sleeping than face an early departure. He reminds her the ship will leave soon, while she complains that dawn has barely arrived. Lucio insists the schedule is not his choice and orders her to hurry, earning more grumbling in return. After leaving her to get ready, he privately laments how lazy she keeps getting. Looking out toward the harbor, Lucio wonders whether Theseus managed to gather enough crew for the voyage. Theseus tells him to rest before sunrise because he is still searching for more people to join the journey. Lucio stops him with a lingering question about why the Minotaur remains a problem if Theseus defeated it before. Theseus confirms he once overcame it with Ariadne's help. He recounts the Minotaur's origin as a cursed royal abomination whose existence brought disgrace and terror to Crete. That history makes its return even more disturbing, since by legend it should have remained buried beneath the labyrinth forever. Theseus admits that uncertainty is why he wanted to handle the creature himself and end it permanently this time. Lucio points out that if Theseus intended to fight alone, recruiting others should have been unnecessary. Theseus says that changed after hearing a warning delivered from Hercules. Lucio immediately tries to guess what message from Hercules could have made the situation worse. He suspects it may connect to the ominous signs and prophecies already surfacing elsewhere, suggesting this is part of a larger crisis. That possibility leaves Lucio uneasy, as if the Minotaur is only one piece of a much bigger disaster. Their talk is cut off when Hajun finally appears, and Lucio is exasperated that she still treats the mission lightly. At sunrise, the ship is ready to depart. The harbor bustles with soldiers and cargo as the expedition makes its final preparations. Theseus arrives carrying supplies himself, showing he is fully committed to the voyage. He tells Lucio and Hajun they made it just in time, while Hajun shamelessly blames her lateness on oversleeping. With boarding nearly complete, Theseus sends them ahead onto the ship and promises a crewman will show them their quarters. Seeing the vessel up close, Lucio is impressed by how much grander it is than it looked from afar. He reflects that the ship's legendary pedigree suits Theseus, even if its appearance feels surprisingly rough and pirate-like. A smug blue-haired crewman seems amused, as if Lucio's reaction is exactly what one should expect from a hero's famous ship. Lucio turns confused, because he thought Hajun had spoken. Realizing the voice came from someone else, he calls out toward the source. The unseen speaker mocks Lucio and Hajun as unsophisticated bumpkins dazzled by their first real ship. The taunt is revealed to come from a tiny, flashy newcomer who boldly declares both of them pathetic. He then reveals the real surprise: he is a nymph too, just like Lucio. Hajun instantly recognizes him as Livor, leaving Lucio baffled that she knows this stranger. Livor explains he was sent to assist a hero without realizing that hero was Theseus, while Hajun greets him warmly, and he rejects the idea that they are friends. The hero is surprised to meet nymphs other than Lucio and realizes Lucio had not exaggerated how unusual they are. Their introduction is cut short when Livor is sharply called out for lingering instead of doing her assigned work. Theseus reminds her he had ordered the new arrivals taken to their rooms immediately, putting her on the spot. The protagonist steps in to take the blame, explaining he asked Lucio to bring her back so they could talk. Theseus accepts the explanation, apologizes to Livor, and shifts focus to the crew's imminent departure. With the tension eased, the protagonist asks to be shown to their room, and the flustered nymph agrees. They are led deeper into the ship as the voyage preparations continue. At the cabin, the guests are assigned a room and are struck by how much cleaner and more comfortable it is than the inn they stayed in before. Once inside, the nymph awkwardly tries to thank the protagonist for defending her earlier. He brushes it off as simple loyalty to Lucio's friends, which immediately sounds hollow to the others. Lucio calls out that excuse as forced politeness, pointing out he barely knows her. Livor, however, takes his kindness seriously and praises Lucio for finding someone genuinely decent. Lucio wonders whether the hero is being mistreated, but then admits his behavior is probably just unusual by local standards. Livor explains that nymphs are usually treated little better than servants, so even basic respect makes him stand out. That leaves the protagonist reflecting that this world's acceptance of slavery is deeply embedded in its culture, even if it feels wrong to him. As he wrestles with that thought, the ship cuts through the sea toward Crete. The voyage continues swiftly across open water. Theseus realizes with grim irony that he has returned once again to this place. He confirms they are sailing back toward the nightmare of the labyrinth. When they arrive, the harbor and city beyond are already shrouded in destruction and smoke. The landing party moves out at once onto the ruined streets. Theseus, the protagonist, Lucio, and soldiers advance through a devastated city strewn with bodies and wreckage. The protagonist recognizes the place as Crete and is horrified to see the entire city in ruins. Seeing the dead and the wrecked buildings, he realizes the people here suffered a massacre and struggles to understand what happened. Theseus concludes the Minotaur must be responsible and orders an urgent search for survivors. Lovor spots one building that appears untouched, drawing everyone's attention to the only intact refuge nearby. They identify it as Poseidon's temple, standing unharmed amid the destruction. Theseus reasons that even the beast avoided defiling a temple like that, fearing divine punishment. The group climbs to the temple doors, following signs that people fled there. At the entrance, Theseus notices a blood trail ending at the sealed doors, suggesting whatever happened reached the sanctuary. He throws the doors open, bracing for the possibility that the Minotaur is waiting inside. Instead of the beast, terrified survivors beg for mercy, revealing they had only been hiding. The panic breaks into relief when they recognize Theseus and realize rescue has arrived. Theseus immediately orders every survivor evacuated back to the ship. As the rescue begins, the protagonist is glad many citizens lived, though the missing king suggests the crisis is not over. An elder then stops Theseus with urgent news that changes the mission. He reveals that the Minotaur seized King Minos and took him hostage. When pressed for where the king was taken, the elder says the beast dragged him into the deadly maze no one escapes. Theseus is stunned that Minos would enter such a place willingly, even under pressure. The elder confirms the king and the Minotaur are inside the labyrinth, and warns that delay will only worsen the case. With no time to waste, the rescue party heads for the maze. The protagonist can only stare ahead, unsettled by what they are about to face. When the labyrinth comes into view, he is shocked to discover it is not a dark ruin but an immense, radiant structure. Theseus curses the Minotaur's choice of hiding place and regrets bringing so many people now that they are standing before it. The story explains that the labyrinth was built by Daedalus for King Minos as a maze so complex it mirrors natural chaos. Its reputation is worse still. Once someone enters, the maze traps and swallows them whole. Faced with its impossible scale, the protagonist bitterly realizes this nightmare is far beyond the simple task he came to investigate. He checks his device and thinks his original mission to learn why tribute from Crete stopped should already be finished, making this new turn feel absurd. Then his system pushes him toward the next objective, effectively ordering him into the labyrinth despite his protest. Before anyone enters, Theseus hands him a thread and tells him to tie it at the entrance, preparing the only safeguard they have against the maze. The group prepares to enter the maze by tying a ball of yarn so they can trace their way back out. Their guide confirms the yarn is essential, because without it they would never find the exit again. That reminder makes him reflect on the person who first taught him how to survive a labyrinth. He remembers Ariadne, the Cretan princess whose guidance once saved him. Even though their lives have long since diverged, he still carries what she taught him about navigating the maze. Trusting the yarn she left behind, he leads the others into the darkness determined to escape alive once more. Inside, the labyrinth feels vast, silent, and oppressive as they move deeper in. The three advance carefully through the stone corridors, keeping the red thread behind them as their lifeline. The atmosphere quickly unsettles the others, who sense that something is deeply wrong about this place. Their guide grows suspicious instead of dismissing the feeling. He suddenly stops, forcing the others to halt with him. He warns them that the maze has changed in a way he does not expect. The air is far more humid than before, making him wonder what has happened here. The small companion notices a strange odor hanging in the air, thicker and heavier than blood. As she tries to place the scent, something wet begins dripping nearby and her unease turns to alarm. A lurking purple mass reveals itself above them, greeting them before the others even understand the danger. The creature expands into a monstrous cloud of eyes, mouths, and tentacles looming over the group. One of the companions recognizes them as the same tentacled monsters he encountered elsewhere, linking this place to a larger threat. The creature attacks, confirming that whatever is happening in Crete is connected to the warning they heard earlier. Their guide draws his weapon, realizing these monsters should not naturally be inside the labyrinth. He decides the mystery can wait, and resolves to wipe them out immediately. He launches himself forward with explosive speed. In a single sweeping strike, he cuts through the entire swarm before it can overwhelm them. The monsters are annihilated in one blow. The others are stunned by how effortlessly he eliminated them. When asked, he explains that he has fought these creatures before. He warns that these were only small ones, and that much larger versions may still be ahead. Because of that, he urges them to retreat for now and rethink their approach before the danger escalates. Before they can act on that plan, the maze itself begins to shake violently. The companions panic, thinking an earthquake has started, while their guide realizes something worse may already be underway. As they try to understand what has begun, one of them spots the real threat around them. The walls start shifting, and the labyrinth begins rearranging itself. They finally understand why this place is called the maze that swallows its victims, as the moving walls start separating them. Their guide snaps into command, ordering the other two to stop hesitating and get to him immediately. One of them reaches out and rushes to obey before the path closes. But he notices too late that a moving wall has already cast a dividing barrier between them. The corridor slams shut, cutting him off while he still clutches the smaller companion. He looks up and realizes they have been separated from their guide. As a remnant of the purple creature wriggles nearby, he suspects the ambush and separation were part of its plan all along. Pushing down his fear, he decides their first priority is to find their missing guide. He reasons that a shifting maze must still have connecting routes somewhere, so there has to be another way through. Remembering that their guide was oddly unsurprised by the moving walls, he he starts to suspect he knew more about this maze than he admitted. He keeps moving with the thread as their only reliable guide, trying to stay calm because at least they still have a path back. While searching, he reflects that their guide never warned them the labyrinth itself could shift. That omission convinces him that the guide is hiding something, especially since the Minotaur's earlier escape already made little sense. The small companion suggests using the scooter to search faster and smash through any blobs that attack again. He rejects the idea because moving too fast could snap the yarn, so they must continue on foot if they want any hope of finding him. Just as he tries to reassure her, a heavy thump interrupts them. He first fears the maze is shifting again, but the rhythm feels different. Realizing the sound is approaching like footsteps, he pulls the small companion close and braces for something to arrive. Hearing a heavy, metallic tread approaching, Hajuin immediately realizes something dangerous is coming. The ominous footsteps confirm his fear that the Minotaur is closing in on them. The monster emerges into view, forcing Hajuin to face just how badly outmatched he is. With Lucio behind him, he regrets ever thinking he could handle this fight. The Minotaur's roar and overwhelming presence make it clear this was never a winnable battle. Even so, Hajuin steels himself and decides he has to act. He starts forward as if to challenge the Minotaur, trying to commit to the impossible. But the creature's sheer size snaps him back to reality. He abandons the brave front and chooses survival, turning to flee with Lucio. They race deeper into the maze, desperate to put distance between themselves and the monster. The Minotaur crashes after them, and Hajuin barely shields Lucio from a devastating strike. As they keep running, Hajuin is baffled that the monster is still tracking them despite his concealment skill. Lucio realizes the problem is the thread connecting them, which is giving away their position. Since they have no other option, Hajuin tells Lucio to cut the thread immediately. Lucio severs it, and Hajuin hopes that finally breaks the Minotaur's pursuit. Instead, the Minotaur raises its axe and attacks again without hesitation. Its blow slams into the wall, missing them by a narrow margin. The impact fills the corridor with dust and debris, buying them only a heartbeat. When the dust clears, the Minotaur is still on them, armed and furious. Hajuin slips aside just in time, relieved to survive another swing. He realizes getting close enough to pass the Minotaur is nearly impossible while it keeps wildly attacking. Then he notices something strange wrapped around the Minotaur's arm near the axe. Lucio identifies it as a tentacle monster attached to the Minotaur. The parasite reveals itself more clearly, confirming the Minotaur is being affected by something else. Hajuin is stunned by the sight and the implication behind it. Lucio suggests the tentacle monster may actually be controlling the Minotaur. She reminds him they have seen such a creature take over a hunter's body before, making the theory plausible. Hajuin remembers that earlier incident and accepts that Lucio is probably right. Lucio concludes that tearing the parasite off could be the key to defeating the Minotaur, though Hajuin has no idea how to pull that off. Before they can act, the maze shifts violently around them. Hajuin realizes the moving walls may create an unexpected chance to escape this deadlock. Then something above catches his attention and interrupts that thought. Looking up, they discover a man chained to the ceiling overhead. The captive is alive, and Hajuin recognizes that someone important has been hidden here. Lucio identifies him as King Minos, the ruler who was supposedly kidnapped. Hajuin is thrown by the discovery that the missing king is hanging right in front of the Minotaur. He quickly realizes his concealment can only hide himself and Lucio, so rescuing the king now would expose them. He reluctantly starts to accept that they may have to leave the king behind for the moment. But a sudden system notification appears before he can give up. The new objective orders him to rescue King Minos from the Minotaur and learn the truth directly from him, leaving Hajuin no choice but to intervene. Lucio protests, unable to understand what Hajuin could even hope to gain by talking to the king now. Hajuin insists they have to do it before the shifting maze separates them from the king again, even if the risk is high. He decides the best plan is to distract the Minotaur long enough to move the king somewhere safe. Lucio immediately points out the obvious flaw: someone still has to physically move the chained king. Hajuin bluntly assigns that job to Lucio. Lucio angrily objects that she is far too small to carry a man that large, but Hajuin pushes the problem back onto her. Grumbling, Lucio finally agrees to figure it out once they get the chance. Hajuin activates Rider's suit, gaining a timed power-up for the rescue attempt. With his enhanced form ready, he launches himself into action. He reaches the chained king at speed, beginning the rescue while drawing the danger onto himself. A blue-glowing armored fighter rushes in and catches the collapsing man before he hits the ground. He delivers the injured man to the small blue-haired girl, who urgently tells Lucio to set him down carefully. Nearby, the Minotaur-like monster growls as something in the room shifts. The fighter realizes his invisibility or concealment is no longer fooling the enemy. Lucio bolts with the wounded man while the girl warns that their chance to escape is closing. The girl hears a heavy approach behind her and turns in alarm. The Minotaur lunges straight at her, forcing the hidden fighter to intervene. He cuts the beast off and decides to keep its attention on himself instead of the fleeing pair. He slams down onto the Minotaur's head to stop its pursuit. The blow barely phases it, and he realizes this creature is even tougher than the red drake he fought before. The Minotaur immediately retaliates, proving it can still track him despite his active kine. A barrage of wild axe swings drives him back and leaves him stunned. As he dodges, he realizes the beast is attacking his exact position even though his concealment should hide him. A sudden clue makes him rethink what is really seeing him. He notices the purple tentacle-like growths all over the Minotaur are covered in staring eyes fixed on him. He concludes those parasites can still perceive him even when Kaini is active. That discovery ruins his plan to merely stall for time until the king escapes. With no easy way out left, he accepts that he may have to fight the monster directly. He baits out another axe swing and slips aside at the last second. When the axe buries itself in the floor, he sees the opening he wanted. He leaps in before the Minotaur can recover. Pushing his power to full output, he brings his weapon down with everything he has. The strike lands squarely on the monster from above and blasts through it with tremendous force. For a moment, he believes he has finally dealt a decisive blow. But the Minotaur survives, leaving him shocked that even that attack was not enough. The purple growths begin writhing and peeling away from the beast's body. He watches in disbelief as the true threat starts to reveal itself. A giant mass of those eye-covered tentacles emerges, showing the Minotaur had only been a host all along. He understands that the real enemy was never the Minotaur but the parasites controlling it from the start. Before he can react, the unleashed creature surges at him in a flood of purple tendrils. The tendrils seize him and he struggles helplessly as they coil around his body. He fears the slime-like creatures are trying to possess him next. Desperate, he calls out to Hajuin for help. Hajuin answers immediately, diving in with his sword raised and ordering him to duck. With a shout, Hajuin commits to the strike. A sweeping arc of golden light tears through the mass engulfing the trapped fighter. The parasites shriek as the holy-looking slash burns through them. The rescued fighter crashes to the ground, shaken but freed. Hajuin rushes over to check whether he is hurt. When asked how he found him, Hajuin explains he followed the string tied to him back to the point where it had been cut. As they regroup, the darkness ahead condenses into a new fused form, confirming the Minotaur and the parasite monster have merged into one stronger being. The transformed creature attacks at once, smashing down with far greater force than before. Both men sprint to evade it, and the fighter warns that this thing is much faster and no longer resembles the Minotaur Hajuin once defeated. He urges Hajuin to escape the maze by following the string on the ground while there is still time. Hajuin refuses, arguing that even someone who beat the Minotaur before cannot handle this empowered monster alone, and that they should retreat together. Instead, Hajuin reveals he always intended to kill the Minotaur by himself from the very beginning. Pressed for a reason, he admits he is chasing a personal milestone rather than acting out of strategy. He explains that heroes can ascend to deification after enough great deeds, and slaying a demon beast like the Minotaur counts as one of those feats. Because he has already defeated it once, he sees this battle as his best chance to rise all the way to godhood and charges in. The blue-haired goddess-like woman Aridane lingers in his thoughts, and he resolves that if he can reach godhood, he might still be able to reach her again. A modern armored fighter bitterly complains that Theseus is already treated like a legendary hero and now seems determined to chase outright godhood. A warning shows the rider's suit will only last seconds longer, forcing him to admit he is almost out of time before his transformation ends. He decides to leave the Minotaur to Theseus and focus instead on uncovering what really happened to King Minos. Certain he has done enough here, he grabs the red thread and prepares to depart. Before he can leave, a violent impact erupts nearby and interrupts the moment. Theseus comes crashing in with a powerful downward strike, attacking the shadowy beast head-on. He follows through with the blow, trying to cleave the creature apart in one decisive hit. But the instant resistance catches him off guard. He realizes something is wrong. The monster's dark mass hardens around his blade and stops it cold, proving it can block even a direct sword strike. Black tendrils immediately surge around Theseus and begin closing in on him from every side. The creature's counterattack crashes down over him, forcing a pained retreat. Theseus lands hard but stays upright, quickly trying to recover his footing. He sees his sword trapped and swallowed by the writhing darkness, leaving him disarmed. Realizing he cannot track all the incoming tendrils at once, he abandons the idea of another direct charge and searches for a smarter approach. As he studies the monster's stance, a sudden idea comes to him. The beast roars and bears down on him, confident it still has the advantage. Instead of retreating, Theseus bursts forward at high speed and draws the creature into pursuit. Calling on Athena's agility, he floods his body with divine speed and sharpens his plan. He deliberately leads the monster on, baiting it to keep following exactly where he wants. The chase pulls the creature's heavy body and hooves into a bad position as it commits fully to catching him. Its own momentum drives a crushing step downward, but the movement only worsens its imbalance. Theseus slips clear at the last moment, leaving the enraged beast to stumble through its own attack. The monster roars again as it tries to recover, now exposed and off balance. Theseus taunts it not to turn too fast, signaling he has already seen the weakness in its footing. He points out that its hooves have become tangled, revealing that he has maneuvered it into trapping itself. The beast crashes down in a heap, its dark body collapsing under the snare of its own movement. As it realizes too late what happened, Theseus launches upward and rejects the idea that losing his sword has left him helpless. He declares that his own body is the real weapon and commits to a finishing blow. Channeling Athena's power through himself, he dives straight at the fallen monster with a radiant strike. The impact detonates in blinding golden force, blasting through the creature. When the light fades, only a dissolving pool of black residue remains before Theseus. Breathing hard, he pities the beast for being forced to die again because of someone so insignificant. He offers it a final wish for peace, believing the fight is over. A mocking voice immediately answers that peace is not coming, shattering his certainty. The black mass stirs back to life and boasts that the beast's body is too useful to waste. The entity reveals it has been bending the Minotaur's body to its will and intends to keep twisting it until nothing is left. Theseus is chilled to realize that even Athena's divine power could not truly kill it, and he demands to know what it really is. The creature only laughs and invites him to guess, refusing a straight answer. Then it shapes its darkness into the image of Ariadne, using the name most likely to break his resolve. The apparition claims to be the woman he still cannot stop loving. Theseus is shaken enough to call out to Ariadne, unable to hide his hope and confusion. He tries to reason that she should be far away at Dionysus's palace, and that this must be a trick, yet he cannot fully convince himself. Despite knowing better, he takes a step closer. That tiny doubt grows stronger as he wonders whether the impossible might somehow be real. He reaches toward her and asks if she truly is Ariadne. The false Ariadne answers with intimate affection, giving him exactly the reassurance he longs to hear. Overcome, Theseus embraces her and joyfully believes they have been reunited at last. He promises to free her from the monster, never noticing her predatory grin as she thanks him. The trap closes when the shadow creature reveals itself in his arms and mocks him for making this so easy. Holding him fast, it explains that humans destroy themselves the moment even the smallest seed of doubt is planted in their minds. The tentacle monster seizes its chance, thanking Hajuin for providing a replacement body and declaring it will make far better use of him. As the possession closes in, a desperate plea for help cuts through the crisis. A new arrival recalls that heroic feats can elevate someone to godhood and decides this is exactly the moment to prove it. He bursts into the scene on a glowing machine and catches Hajuin before the monster can fully claim him. The rescuer introduces himself as Hajuin Lee, a professional kill-stealer, and cheerfully takes credit for the timing. He immediately tears away with Hajuin on his bike, escaping the danger zone at full speed. Behind them, the monster crashes violently into the ground after missing its prey. Though damaged, it survives, furious that the one who fled has returned instead of staying away. Theseus steps forward to confront it, forcing the creature to face him directly. He rejects the idea that he ran, insisting his earlier retreat was a calculated move. The monster mocks that excuse, but Theseus doubles down on calling it tactical rather than cowardly. Done arguing, Theseus stomps the weakened creature into the floor and ends its resistance. Watching from the ground, Hajuin is stunned that Theseus killed the monster with a single blow when even Athena's power had failed to do so. Theseus takes the victory as proof that the rumors about Hajuin's potential were true and checks on him. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, King Minos still lies unconscious while Lucio waits anxiously beside him. Lucio worries that Hajuin may once again have thrown himself into a fight with the Minotaur. The sound of an approaching vehicle interrupts her fear. Hajuin arrives with Theseus, ending the wait and reuniting with Lucio. Lucio rushes to confirm Hajuin is safe, and he reassures her that Theseus had already found him during the battle. Hajuin then turns to the more urgent matter and asks whether King Minos is going to survive. They confirm the king is still alive but deeply unconscious, leaving them unsure whether to try waking him. Theseus decides they should stop risking more here and take Minos back to the temple for treatment. Hajuin agrees that moving him is the safest option, even if he has little affection for the man himself. As they prepare to leave, Theseus reflects that the old war between Athens and Minos belongs to the past. He recalls how Minos once invaded Athens and demanded 14 ewes each year as sacrifices to the Minotaur. But after so much time, Theseus believes clinging to that hatred serves no purpose and chooses forgiveness instead. Outwardly, he agrees to head back with the others. Privately, however, he resolves to uncover the truth behind the Minotaur and secure the reward for himself. The scene shifts away from the labyrinth to a settlement under a dark, smoky sky. Back outside, Hajuin remarks that it feels like a long time since he and Lucio were last here. Lucio remains uneasy, questioning whether it was really right to leave everything behind so quickly after what happened. Hajuin admits he is angry about it, complaining that he nearly died and still got nothing for his trouble. He then reveals that the real explanation for the disaster is different from the official story. According to what he learned, King Minos had sent an offering into the labyrinth as tribute to Poseidon. That offering was already infected, because the tentacle monster had hidden itself inside the animal's body. Once released into the maze, the creature headed straight for the sealed tomb at the labyrinth's center. There it broke through the barrier and reached what had been buried away. It stole the Minotaur's corpse, and that theft became the starting point for the wave of horrors spreading across Crete. Hajuin concludes that everything traces back to that same tentacle monster, just as he arrives to report to Hephaestus. The real mystery now is what that monster truly is and why it has begun appearing everywhere at once. Hephaestus welcomes Hajuin back and asks whether his investigation uncovered the truth. When Hajuin confirms it did, Hephaestus praises the choice to send him and invites him inside to explain everything properly. Seated together, Hajuin lays out the full account while Hephaestus listens carefully. Hephaestus sums up the scale of it in disbelief. The city was devastated, Hajuin entered the labyrinth, defeated the Minotaur, and even saved King Minos. Hajuin downplays the achievement as a rescue mission that spiraled out of control, while also noting that Theseus played a major role in the final outcome. Even so, Hephaestus is deeply impressed, pointing out that Hajuin has already brought down multiple major threats, and now the Minotaur as well. From that record, Hephaestus declares Hajuin has earned the title of a true hero, though Hajuin laughs off the praise and refuses to accept it seriously. Hephaestus thanks him sincerely for seeing the mission through, acknowledging that he pushed Hajuin into it, and that Hajuin delivered anyway. Their conversation is interrupted when someone arrives unexpectedly at the door. Hephaestus excuses himself to answer it, leaving Hajuin and Lucio waiting for whoever has come. A visitor arrives at Hephaestus's door, and the smith starts to turn him away because he already has company. The visitor reveals himself as Hermes, immediately changing the tone of the encounter. Hephaestus recognizes the messenger god at once and is visibly startled by his sudden appearance. The shock spreads as Hephaestus struggles to process that Hermes is really standing there. Inside, Hajuin and Lucio overhear the name and realize a god has come specifically to this place. Recovering himself, Hephaestus assumes Hermes must be here either for overdue work or perhaps a delivery matter. His mood swings hopefully when he wonders if Hebe has sent him nectar, showing how casually he treats divine visits once the surprise fades. Hermes quickly shuts that down and explains that Hephaestus is not the one he came to see. When Hephaestus asks who the real target is, Hermes turns the visit toward the room's other guest. Hermes names Hajuin Li as the person he has come for. Hajuin is caught completely off guard that a god's messenger is summoning him personally. Hermes delivers Zeus's order. Hajuin is to come with him at once. He makes clear this is not a request and expects Hajuin's compliance without resistance. The summons carries Hajuin all the way to Olympus, seat of the gods. A divine transport brings Hajuin and Lucio to their destination at the foot of the heavenly palace. Faced with Olympus in person, Hajuin is overwhelmed by the scale of the place and realizes he has truly entered the god's domain. Even with all his experience traveling for deliveries, he admits nothing he has seen compares to this grandeur. At the center of that splendor sits Zeus himself, the supreme ruler of Olympus. Before entering, Lucio panics at the thought of standing before Zeus, while Hajuin assumes she will accompany him as usual. She reminds him that this is no ordinary audience but a meeting with the king of the gods. In her mind, Zeus is the legendary conqueror of titans and giants, the mightiest of all divine beings. Hajuin brushes off the awe and drags Lucio along anyway, refusing to entertain excuses. By the time they reach the top, the climb itself has become another trial, leaving Hajuin winded before the meeting even begins. Hermes greets them at the entrance and welcomes Hajuin to Olympus. He reassures Hajuin that Zeus did not call him here to punish him, but to praise what he has accomplished. With that, Hermes opens the palace doors and ushers Hajuin inside. Hajuin steels himself and commits to facing whatever awaits beyond them. The doors part in a flood of divine light, making the audience chamber feel overwhelming from the first step. Hermes leads Hajuin down the red carpet toward the throne at the far end of the hall. The radiance is so intense that Hajuin can barely see, and Lucio is forced to shield her eyes. All Hajuin can make out through the glare is that Zeus is waiting on the throne ahead. Hermes formally announces that he has brought Hajuin as ordered. Zeus dismisses Hermes immediately, signaling that the real conversation is meant to happen without him. Hermes confirms that Zeus wants only Hajuin and Lucio present, then prepares to leave them alone before the throne. Before going, Hermes stops to speak to Hajuin one last time. He offers sincere praise, admitting Hajuin has surpassed even his expectations. That praise confirms Hermes was the one behind the delivery app support, and he asks to keep relying on Hajuin in the future. Hermes also asks Hajuin not to judge Hunter too harshly, insisting she is better than she seems. Hajuin remains skeptical, still thinking of her as a thief, while Lucio is more willing to accept Hermes' defense. Privately, Hajuin cannot reconcile Hermes' praise with Hunter's betrayal and is left questioning the god's sense of morality. Zeus cuts off the farewell, making it clear the audience should begin now. Hajuin rushes forward to apologize for the delay, and Zeus indulgently lets the breach pass as a first-time mistake. Zeus greets Hajuin warmly and reveals that he has been following his growing reputation. He lists Hajuin's achievements, from uncovering the first signs of the looming calamity to resolving the Nordic crisis and even agreeing to fulfill Minos's outrageous request. Zeus declares that such accomplishments would be difficult even for divine offspring, leaving Hajuin stunned by the level of praise. He then acknowledges Lucio as well, proving that even a small nymph has not gone unnoticed by the king of the gods. Lucio is overwhelmed by the honor and treats Zeus's recognition as glory not just for herself but for her whole home village. Zeus says he will not keep them long, recognizing that Hajuin has only recently returned from Crete and must be exhausted. He reveals the true purpose of the summons. Hajuin has been called to receive a reward for his efforts. That reward takes the form of a power prepared at Minos's earnest request, meant to aid Hajuin in the battle still to come against the looming calamity. A god presents Hajuin with a glowing reward and makes it clear the offer is not optional. When the light fades, Hajuin finds himself holding a small purple marble and can barely believe that is what he received. The blonde god explains that he originally considered granting Hajuin divine power like the others, but decided a different gift suited him better. Hajun protests that he would much rather have straightforward divine powers than some mysterious trinket, while the god insists the item is highly valuable. Privately, Hajun fumes that the god is completely missing the point because he wanted power, not a marble. His thoughts turn to Seongjin, who became one of the world's strongest hunters through Ares, and Hajun starts imagining what he could achieve with something tied to Zeus instead. That possibility makes him wonder how high he could rise in the rankings. He lets himself dream that this gift might even carry him past second place and all the way to the top. Before he can bargain for something else, the god dismisses him and prepares to send him away. The god refuses any renegotiation, and Hajun is swept out by force before he can press the issue. As he is dragged off, Hajun makes one last desperate plea for actual divine powers. The summoning space closes behind him, leaving the god alone in the hall. Amused, the god laughs over Hajun wanting to trade the marble away and remarks that Hermes has found an entertaining human. That amusement vanishes when a voice compares Hajun to the god in his youth. The blonde god immediately recognizes the newcomer and asks why Ra, the sun god, has appeared there. Ra manifests as a blazing fiery presence, confirming the interruption is serious. Ra reveals he has been watching ever since Hermes brought Hajun in and asks whether this boy is the human mentioned in the prophecy. The blonde god answers that Hajun's behavior does seem to match what was foretold. Ra worries that the burden awaiting Hajun is too great, because the future before him will be brutal and unforgiving. Even so, the blonde god says they are bound by causality and cannot interfere beyond what has already been set in motion. Ra concludes that the one destined to stop the threatening beings now is Hajun Lee alone. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a bleak landscape dominated by a solitary tower, signaling a move to another hidden front in the conflict. Inside a ruined chamber, several shadowed figures gather around a circular table beneath an ominous statue for a secret meeting. One hooded elder with a glowing third eye presides over the assembly. Another attendee is shown to possess multiple glowing eyes, marking the group as something far from human. A horned woman with the same eerie eyes is also among those present. A final participant arrives late, stepping into the chamber through the mist. The newcomer is a horned man in a dark suit, carrying himself with enough confidence to irritate the others. He is immediately rebuked for summoning everyone only to keep them waiting, which the others take as blatant arrogance. He apologizes and claims recent disruptions forced him to make last-minute adjustments before coming. One of the others brushes off the delay and urges him to stop wasting time and begin. The room makes clear they only attended because his sudden summons was unusual enough to provoke their curiosity. Their patience runs out, and they demand he finally explain why he called them together. The horned man takes control of the meeting and begins his report. He reveals that the seed they had planted in Crete has been wiped out. When asked to clarify, he confirms the host body was destroyed before the seed could spread any further. A hooded elder dismisses the loss itself, saying the Minotaur was only ever meant to serve as a distraction. The horned man counters that the real issue is not the destroyed seed but the identity of whoever eliminated it. Since only Poseidon or Theseus should have been capable of stopping it on Crete, the others initially assume one of them must be responsible. He overturns that assumption by revealing the one who destroyed it was an ordinary human from Earth, not a figure from Greek myth. The claim is met with open disbelief, but he insists that whether they accept it or not, that is what happened. Another member accuses him of wanting to alter their plans over a single insignificant human. He denies overreacting and warns that what looks like a minor disturbance now could grow into a disaster that ruins everything they are preparing. Despite the warning, the meeting is abruptly adjourned and the members are told to return to their respective duties. The story then returns to the human world, settling on Hajun's apartment under the night sky. Back home, Hajun grumbles that after dealing with the king of the gods, he expected a far more impressive reward. Still staring at the marble, he complains that this tiny object feels underwhelming compared to everything he has gone through. Its status finally becomes clear. It is Zeus's elemental marble, an item that grants immunity to lightning and greatly improves compatibility with elemental powers. Realizing it may actually be as valuable as promised, Hajun starts reconsidering his disappointment. Before he can use it, his blue-haired companion catches him and questions what he is doing, surprised that he still has not swallowed the marble yet. Hajun suddenly chokes on what he is eating and struggles to swallow it. Lucio panics at his reaction and rushes to make sure he is all right. Once he recovers, Hajun jokes that it tasted great and teases Lucio for worrying so much. The scene shifts to a newly opened modern aquarium. Lucio is immediately captivated and excitedly calls Hajun over to look inside. Overwhelmed by the huge number of fish, Lucio marvels at seeing so many in one place while Hajun dryly reminds her that this is exactly what an aquarium is for. She spots something else and dashes off, while Hajun warns her not to get too carried away in public. Watching her enthusiasm, Hajun reflects that bringing her here was the right choice since she had been curious about aquariums for a long time. He recalls that the idea came up the night before while they were watching television together. Lucio interrupted his lazy evening to insist they needed to talk about something important. She reminded him that she had helped on Crete Island and that he had promised to treat her afterward. When Hajun tried to brush it off, Lucio angrily pressed the issue until he finally asked what she wanted. She seized the remote and announced that she would show him. The television revealed that Koenig's aquarium had just opened, and Lucio wanted to go there with Hajun. Hajun decided the outing sounded harmless enough and agreed. Back in the present, Lucio is thrilled by the vast tank, and Hajun admits the place really does feel like stepping into the ocean. He points out a whale shark and is impressed by how enormous it looks up close. But the animal keeps approaching until Hajun realizes it is coming far too near the glass. The whale shark slams against the viewing wall, startling Hajun and knocking him back. As he scrambles to process what just happened, something feels deeply wrong. He notices that not just the shark but all the fish seem to be converging on their position. Other visitors begin noticing the same thing, and a crowd starts gathering around Lucio and Hajun. Lucio scolds the shark for frightening Hajun, speaking to it as if it can understand her. The shark obediently backs away, almost as though it has been chastised. When Hajun questions her, Lucio casually claims she has already made sure the shark will not scare anyone again. That only draws more attention, as nearby families start pointing out that the little girl seems to be talking to the sea life. Realizing the danger, Hajun quickly scoops Lucio up and decides they need to leave the crowded area. He bluntly tells her that she is the reason everyone is staring. Hajun warns that if she keeps exposing unusual traits like her wings, people may realize she is a nymph. He explains that such a revelation could put her in real danger, because ordinary people might try to capture or exploit someone like her. To make the threat clear, he reminds her that the world is full of hunters and people with dangerous powers. He specifically mentions psychometrists, who can uncover a person's past or identity from objects or images, making public exposure even riskier. Lucio misunderstands and fears someone is already coming after her, but Hajun reassures her that he is warning her for the future. Seeing that she is disappointed, Hajun gently suggests they wait in a quieter place and return once things calm down. They move away from the main crowd toward a more secluded seating area. Lucio quickly recovers and points out another attraction she wants to see instead. Hajun realizes she means the dolphin show in the large arena. An announcement calls the audience to their seats as the performance is about to begin. Seated together, Lucio is bursting with excitement at the chance to see a beluga, and Hajun notes he has never seen her this animated. She eagerly shares trivia about belugas once being mistaken for mermaids because of their tails. That word immediately triggers Hajun's memory of the sirens they fought before, and he would rather not revisit it. Lucio clarifies that belugas only resemble mermaids in some ways and are not the same kind of creature at all. As the host welcomes the audience, Lucio happily turns her attention to the start of the show. Hajun, however, suddenly tenses as he recognizes something unsettling. He realizes the woman stepping onto the stage is someone he knows. The presenter introduces the aquarium's featured performance while turning toward the crowd. She dramatically launches into the beluga show like a seasoned entertainer. Hajun identifies her at once as the thief who stole Hermes' belongings. Lucio is stunned that the fugitive is openly working here, while Hajun bitterly remarks that dolphin trainer must be her current cover. The audience erupts with adoration for Seoyun, leaving Hajun baffled that the wanted thief is being treated like a celebrity. At the aquarium show, Hajun is mobbed by cheers for Seoyun and dryly realizes the beluga, not the performer, was supposed to be the main attraction. Seoyun steps out in a skin-tight performance suit and warmly thanks the crowd for coming, promising a special show with the belugas. She moves to begin the act by calling for the belugas to be brought out. Mid-performance, Seoyun suddenly notices someone unexpected in the audience. When she recognizes Hajun in the stands, her composure cracks because she clearly did not expect him to be there. Hajun casually greets her, which only makes the moment more awkward for her. Forced to perform in front of him, Seoyun is overwhelmed with embarrassment and struggles to keep herself together. She tries to steady herself by reminding herself that she looks no different than usual because this is just her standard work outfit. From the audience, her hesitation is obvious enough that people start wondering whether something is wrong with her. The crowd's impatience jolts Seoyun back to her duties, and she realizes she has to get the show moving. Even the beluga seems to pressure her to start, making her feel even more flustered. Seoyun forces her stage persona back on and loudly kicks off the show. Once she commits, the beluga launches into the performance, and she matches it with confident showmanship. She dives smoothly into the water as part of the routine. The act escalates into a flashy stunt with Seoyun riding the beluga, showing she is far more skilled than her earlier nerve suggested. Catching her breath, she plays to the audience and checks that everyone is enjoying themselves. Hajun and Lucio are drawn in, with Hajun admitting she is impressive and Lucio openly delighted by the show. The audience becomes emotional enough to cry, and Hajun concludes they are simply that moved by how good the performance is. Seoyun turns the beluga's splash into a crowd-pleasing finale, soaking the front rows and ending on a high note. As the audience applauds, Hajun notices that Seoyun deliberately splashed them, and Lucio confirms it without hesitation. Just as the show ends and the crowd is told to leave, a crackling purple phenomenon suddenly forms above the arena. The strange energy rapidly expands into a violent, swirling portal. Hajun is hit by the shock of the event before he can make sense of it. The arena starts shaking, and both Hajun and Lucio fear an earthquake has struck. Seoyun is just as alarmed, but she pushes through it long enough to order everyone toward the emergency exits. Panic spreads immediately as people begin running for their lives. Seeing the structure breaking apart, Hajuin grabs Lucio and flees, convinced the whole building may collapse. In the chaos, Hajuin realizes the disaster may be something far worse than an earthquake. Looking up at the purple vortex, he identifies it as a dungeon gate opening over the aquarium. The next thing he knows, he has been pulled into a damp cavern on the other side of the gate. Disoriented from the transfer, Hajuin struggles to recover in the cave. As he regains his bearings, he is stunned that a gate appeared so suddenly in the middle of the city. His first concern is Lucio, and he fears they were separated when the arena was thrown into chaos. He quickly finds Lucio nearby, and Lucio angrily blames Hajuin for having fallen on top of him during the upheaval. While taking stock of their surroundings, they notice shattered stone fragments covered in strange writing. Hajuin picks up one of the broken pieces to inspect it more closely. Lucio studies the fragment and recognizes that the markings mean something important. He explains that he has seen symbols like these before, but the stone is too damaged to reveal the full message. That discovery convinces Hajuin they need to leave quickly, because a sacred monument being smashed inside a gate is a very bad sign. Even so, Hajuin keeps his cool and tries to reassure Lucio instead of panicking. He reasons that because the gate opened in Central Seoul inside a packed aquarium, hunters should arrive very soon. He expects rescue efforts to begin fast, with hunters entering the gate to save trapped civilians. So he decides their safest move is to stay hidden for now and wait, hoping they may also find other survivors nearby. Before he can settle in, Hajuin senses something off and becomes alert. Acting on that instinct, he pulls Lucio behind cover and warns that something is approaching them. A bound civilian woman is suddenly thrown into view, confirming that others inside the gate have already been captured. When Hajuin and another captive try to explain they are ordinary aquarium visitors who were dragged in by the gate, their pleas change nothing. A menacing figure cuts them off and threatens immediate death if the humans keep talking. More of the creatures arrive, report that they have captured 2 humans, and decide to keep the prisoners restrained and take them away. Watching from hiding, Hajuin first mistakes them for sirens, but Lucio corrects him. These are mermen, which means the danger in this gate is now clearer. The merfolk explain that unlike sirens, who are all female, their own kind includes males as well. A guard reports that the steel has been shattered and its fragments are scattered through the cave. The 2 human girls desperately insist they had nothing to do with the destruction and were only civilians caught in the chaos. The merman in charge cuts off their pleas, subdues them, and orders that their fate be decided back at the palace. As the captives are marched away, Hajuin and Lucio secretly watch from behind the rocks. Lucio urges Hajuin to rescue them, but Hajuin reminds her they were supposed to stay hidden and let the other hunters handle it. Hajuin refuses to stand by anyway, reasoning that if civilians were taken here, children may have been captured too. Determined not to let the kidnappers escape, he heads deeper into the tunnel despite the risk. A brilliant light appears ahead, suggesting a way out of the cave. Hajuin pushes toward it, shielding his eyes as he steps through the glare. He braces himself, unsure what he is about to find beyond the light. Instead of the surface, the tunnel opens with a shock into a vast underwater world. Hajuin stares out in disbelief at the ocean and the life swimming beyond the cave mouth. Lucio realizes this place matches stories she has heard before and starts connecting the broken slate to a lost civilization. The ruins are revealed as Atlantis, once a great cradle of civilization that legend says sank into the sea after angering the gods. Hajuin recognizes at last that they have entered the underwater city of Atlantis. That realization makes the situation worse for him, because a place rejected by the gods is bound to be far more dangerous than an ordinary dungeon. Lucio warns that even a current here could be deadlier than the deep sea, so they cannot assume the obvious threat is the real one. She notes the merfolk seem too rattled by the broken slate for it to be the true danger, then asks whether they should retreat. Hajuin pauses to think while reaching into his belongings. He decides to press forward and pulls out gear from his enchanted pouch, glad he came prepared. Ahead of them stands the imposing gate of Atlantis. At the city entrance, a returning merman is formally welcomed back by another guard. When asked about disturbances, the guard reports that several suspicious outsiders from the land were found wandering the cave tunnels. The prisoners are identified as land dwellers, and the merfolk are unsettled by the fact that these intruders have no tails. Even so, the commander judges them too weak to be responsible for the incident, and orders them detained for questioning while security remains on high alert. The captives are gathered before the city gate as the guards move to process them. From hiding, Lucio is relieved to hear the prisoners are unlikely to be harmed immediately. She suggests the whole conflict may be a misunderstanding and wonders if talking to the merfolk could clear things up. Hajuin considers that idea, remembering they once managed to resolve another dangerous encounter peacefully. But he also imagines how easily the current hostility between humans and merfolk could erupt into a massacre if handled badly. He concludes there is no time for a calm approach and decides he must prove the captives are innocent before more hunters arrive and trigger bloodshed. While weighing whether to intervene or let events unfold, he suddenly receives a delivery request. Annoyed by the terrible timing, he checks the message anyway. The contents catch him off guard at once. Lucio asks what happened, and Hajuin realizes the new request may actually change the situation. The message reveals that the king of Atlantis is requesting his services, giving Hajuin an unexpected opening. Elsewhere inside the city, anxious murmurs spread through a prison-like hall. A guard herds the captured civilians into a cell, treating them as suspects. Inside, frightened prisoners kneel bound and trembling, including children. One little boy breaks down crying for his mother. A nearby captive gently comforts him and promises they will all get out safely. The boy recognizes her as Seoyun from the Beluga show, and she quickly hushes him to keep her identity quiet. Seoyun sharpens her focus as she assesses the danger around them. Seeing how many civilians have been trapped in this dungeon, she worries about how long they can endure before help arrives. From what she has observed and overheard, she deduces the merfolk are searching for whoever destroyed the steel in the cave. As a hunter of Hermes, she decides to use that confusion and the king's attention to maneuver everyone here to safety. She quietly asks the boy to stay calm and not tell anyone if she suddenly disappears. When he asks how that could happen, she only tells him to wait and see. Seoyun hints that she has her own method, preparing to act in secret. A sacred artifact called the Marble of Spiritual Transformation is activated. In Atlantis, the king is summoned within his underwater palace. The ruler of Atlantis is revealed as a powerful sea king seated in authority. Captain Flops requests an audience, and the king allows him in. Flops reports that his patrol discovered unconscious humans inside a sacred cave. The king confirms they are surface humans, and Flops says they are. Intrigued by humans appearing in Atlantis, the king wonders if they are tied to the strange recent phenomena. Flops admits the investigation is ongoing but believes the humans are probably unrelated. He explains they were so weak and passive that a single guard subdued them without effort. The king decides to inspect the captives later and dismisses Flops back to duty. As the audience ends, a sudden disturbance interrupts the calm of the palace. The king realizes the barrier supporting steel has been destroyed, meaning humans have entered Atlantis after ages of separation. He immediately suspects this breach may be connected to the recent anomalies. Before he can act, an unexpected visitor appears and casually offers help. The intruder introduces himself as the Divine Deliverman, with Lucio's assistant accompanying him. The king demands to know how they bypassed his defenses, but the courier treats it like a paid service joke. While the king notes how strange this turn is, he also judges the courier too unimposing to have forced his way in by strength. That contradiction makes the king study him more carefully. He asks to inspect the pouch at the courier's side, sensing something important inside it. Lucio immediately suspects Hajuin has secretly bought another divine artifact, and Hajuin angrily denies it. As they check the pouch, Hajuin lists its contents and suddenly remembers one more item. He reveals he is carrying Atlas's golden apple, which he had casually kept after their earlier encounter. The king is stunned that Hajuin possesses a relic of Atlas and demands to know how he obtained it. Lucio explains that Atlantis was built by Atlas's descendants, so the relic would be sacred to them. Hajuin realizes too late that keeping the apple may have created a serious misunderstanding. The king addresses Hajuin with overwhelming gravity, and Hajuin frantically tries to stop whatever conclusion he is drawing. Instead of attacking, the king rushes forward in emotional reverence while Hajuin braces for death. The king throws himself down and bows, honoring Hajuin as the courier of his great ancestor. Hajuin is left completely baffled by the king's reaction. The king continues paying homage, treating the relic's arrival as a sacred blessing despite Hajuin's discomfort. That absurd scene is interrupted when a familiar woman calls Hajuin out for causing trouble again. Seoyun arrives and immediately scolds him for somehow making the king of Atlantis bow to him. Hajuin confirms she also reached Atlantis, but she cuts off any reunion because a crisis is already unfolding. A blinding disturbance erupts from above, drawing everyone's attention. Hajuin recognizes the sound as coming from the cave route they used and fears what it means. Seoyun warns that hunters and merpeople are about to collide in open conflict. Elsewhere, a violent gate tears open in a burst of unstable energy. A hunter arrives at the scene and sees the area already wrecked by the gate's appearance. Doyen Ha of the Yangwon Guild notes that a gate has opened in the middle of a crowded aquarium. He reflects that dungeon activity has been surging unpredictably lately, making the situation even more alarming. Guild members gather around Doyen and ask him to take command of the emergency. They report that the gate appeared without warning and trapped more than 50 civilians inside. Their instruments classify the dungeon at danger level 7 or higher. Doyen remembers a previous level 7 disaster that nearly annihilated his guild and knows a full clear would be suicidal with their current strength. When asked what to do, he weighs the risk against the lives already trapped inside. He orders one subordinate to request backup while he personally enters the gate at once. He clarifies that this is not a dungeon clearing mission but an emergency rescue and intelligence gathering operation until reinforcements arrive. Knowing delay will only increase the death toll, Doyen resolves to save as many civilians as possible no matter how few. With that decision made, he steps forward into the mission. Yangwon Guild Team 3 enters the dungeon behind him. The group realizes they have been transported into a cave, and their leader orders everyone to search carefully for clues while staying alert. They move deeper into the tunnel, advancing cautiously into the darkness. A sudden change ahead catches the team off guard. A bright light appears in the cave, revealing an opening farther ahead. Sensing danger, Hajuin warns the others that the light could be bait and prepares for an ambush. One of the team members tenses as the situation turns unexpectedly strange. The cave opens into a vast underwater world, leaving the group stunned as sea life swims around them. Hajun realizes they are somehow underwater despite still being able to breathe, deepening the mystery. He then hears civilians nearby begging for help. Looking over, he finds merfolk forcing captives along and immediately recognizes a hostage situation. The hunters see that these merfolk do not match any monsters they know, making the encounter even more confusing. Choosing action over hesitation, Hajun charges in and orders his team to rescue the civilians. But the enemy leader notices the attack instantly, showing he is far more dangerous than expected. Hajun's surprise strike is stopped head-on before it can land. That effortless defense tells Hajun they are facing something much stronger than an ordinary monster. More merfolk warriors rush in, turning the rescue attempt into a full confrontation. The merfolk leader warns his side that these humans are much stronger than the captives they had taken before. Hajun is shaken to hear the supposed monster speak intelligently. As his hand trembles, he admits to himself that these opponents are overwhelmingly strong. Before either side can fully commit, something massive descends into the battlefield. Its arrival sends a huge shadow sweeping over everyone below. The hunters and merfolk brace for a brutal clash just as the new presence interrupts them. Hajun looks up as the enormous figure rushes overhead. He realizes the shadow belongs to something far larger than anyone on the field. A gigantic armored being crashes down among the merfolk, instantly dominating the scene. The merfolk king arrives and orders everyone to stand down at once. His sudden appearance shocks his own people, who immediately recognize their ruler. The hunters, meanwhile, panic at the sight of what they assume is the true boss monster. Hajun tries to stop the fight, insisting they are not enemies and that this is all a misunderstanding. That plea is backed up by the divine deliverer man, who steps in to negotiate and calm both sides. The setting is revealed to be Atlantis, a submerged city hidden within a protective dome. The rescued civilians gratefully welcome the hunters as their saviors. With both sides talking instead of fighting, the misunderstanding is resolved and the hostages are finally freed from the castle. Afterward, Lucia questions Hajun about why he seems unbothered by not receiving credit. She points out that he was the one who truly saved those people, even if the others are being praised. Hajun dismisses the issue, saying the important thing is that no one was hurt, not whether he gets rewarded. He reminds her that their real objective was to stop a war between hunters and merpeople, and they succeeded. Lucia accepts that, and acknowledges that Hajun's actions let them prevent the conflict in time. A fellow hunter then rushes over to thank Hajun personally, and recognizes him as Doyen from the Yanwan Guild. The hunter also identifies the woman beside the divine deliverer man as the one who persuaded the merpeople that the humans were not their enemies. When asked who she is, the pair awkwardly improvise, with her claiming to be his assistant and him trying to smooth it over. He quickly covers her mouth and laughs off her wild explanation before Hajun can question it further. Still confused, Hajun asks them to explain what is really happening in Atlantis. He admits he was dragged through the gate by accident, but says the true problem is not the merfolk at all, but a different monster. That idea makes Hajun stop and reconsider the entire incident. Thinking it through, he asks whether they can bring in a hunter with psychometry to investigate. The woman immediately objects to being sidelined and insists she is more qualified to handle this kind of mystery. She pieces together the evidence herself. If the cave gate was reached, then the protective steel must have been shattered. From that, they conclude the dome shielding Atlantis was deliberately compromised. The final realization is grim. Someone intentionally broke the steel to collapse the dome and drag all of Atlantis into deeper water. The investigators realize the shattered steel could still identify the culprit if a psychometrist examines the fragments, so they decide to bring in someone from that specialty. As the danger grows, orders go out to evacuate every civilian to the gate entrance and summon reinforcements immediately. A companion notices Hajun is distracted, and he admits this incident reminds him of something he was separately ordered to investigate. He checks his phone, following up on that uneasy connection. The notice on his screen offers a reward for uncovering the cause of the strange phenomenon in Atlantis within 8 hours, making him suspect the steel attack may be tied to a larger plot. He concludes the king's assignment is not simply about the broken steel, but about a different, underlying threat. An hour earlier, he had already been drawn into that deeper problem. The king explains that, as requested, he kept humans out of a fight and now needs Hajun to investigate a crisis in Atlantis. The crisis is that merpeople across Atlantis have recently begun turning violently on one another without warning. When Hajun asks where the afflicted are, the king says they have been isolated under strict supervision to protect the public. What began as brief episodes that faded after half an hour has worsened into victims becoming beast-like and consumed by uncontrollable rage. The king adds one more clue. Several young witnesses heard an eerie song just before people lost control. That mention of a song makes Hajun realize this pattern sounds disturbingly familiar. The king urges him to find the cause quickly, warning that Atlantis could collapse into chaos if the outbreaks continue. Hajun reflects that the king wants the source of the violent outbursts found, and it does not seem to match the steel case on the surface. Still, he suspects the city may be under attack from more than one enemy at once. Back in the present, his teammate says she is heading to the cave with the merpeople to inspect the steel. While asking what he plans to do, the small girl tries to tag along with him. He decides to search for clues elsewhere and gently refuses the child, saying he already has another place in mind. His teammate is left wondering what location he means. At the gate, a swirling portal surges open as another group arrives. The newcomer leading them is the guild master. Behind the guild master, civilians who had been trapped are escorted out safely through the gate. He confirms these are the evacuees from inside, and his team reports that everyone has been accounted for and removed. When he hears that backup had already been requested, he immediately senses the situation may have worsened before they arrived. He reasons that the captain would not have stayed behind and called for reinforcements unless the threat had become serious. Even so, he keeps the operation moving and tells the team to proceed as planned. He warns that the gate may look stable for the moment, but conditions can change suddenly and the detection team already judged it highly dangerous. With the civilians gone, they avoid immediate casualties, but he notes the gate could still escalate into a full dungeon break if mishandled. He orders everyone inside, stressing that this is a level 7 gate and strict discipline is essential. His priority is to clear the dungeon as fast as possible before the situation spirals further. As the team enters, a familiar figure emerges from the portal from the other side. Doyen is stunned to find the guild master there. The guild master is just as surprised to see Doyen inside the dungeon. He demands an explanation, since Doyen was supposed to have already cleared it. Caught off guard, Doyen scrambles for how to explain the mess. He blurts out that he encountered the divine deliverman inside, which only shocks the guild master further. The two groups face each other in the dungeon as the confusion settles into a tense briefing. Doyen gives a rough summary: a giant fish, strange merpeople, and a chain of events too absurd to explain neatly. Hearing about merpeople beyond the gate, the guild master realizes creatures thought to belong only to storybooks are real. He then focuses on the key lead and asks why a psychometrist is being requested at all. Doyen explains that a stele maintaining the dungeon was destroyed, and the divine deliverman recommended bringing in a psychometrist to investigate who did it. One teammate questions why they should trust that advice blindly, forcing the guild master to consider a more direct solution. She proposes that if they simply destroy whatever remains of the stele, that alone might be enough to collapse and clear the dungeon. Doyen instantly realizes her idea makes dangerous sense. Elsewhere, in a cave deep within Atlantis, merpeople gather around a hidden chamber. Hajuin arrives and recognizes what he is seeing. He identifies the object in the cave as one of the steles supporting Atlantis's dome. A merman explains that there were originally 4 such steles in the cave, but only this one remains standing. Even this last stele is already damaged, and they arrived just before it could be completely destroyed. When Hajuin asks whether that means they know who attacked it, the answer is no, but traces were found, and he immediately orders those clues to be brought to him. In the cave, the merfolk report to their superior while a dark-haired investigator arrives and notices the strange severed tentacle they recovered. They explain that the fragment came from the creature that attacked the stele, confirming they brought back physical evidence. Because no one in Atlantis recognizes a monster like this, they conclude it was likely released here deliberately. The investigator is unsettled that even her broad knowledge of myths and monsters offers no match for it. She briefly thinks of Junior as someone who might know more, only to remember he is uselessly absent again. Left without an answer, she forces herself to think through the problem alone. Her irritation grows as she curses Junior's tendency to disappear whenever he might actually be helpful. Frustrated by being stuck with the investigation, she vents loudly until someone checks whether she is all right. Before she can recover, a swirling portal opens and she immediately decides Junior owes her for this mess. New arrivals step out of the portal into the cave. A small group emerges together, clearly having been sent in response to the emergency. Seeing the cave, one of them realizes it resembles the undersea cavern they encountered back in Houndy. As they prepare to move deeper, concern is raised that only 3 of them are going in despite the merpeople being considered dangerous. Doyen argues they could simply destroy the stele and clear the dungeon instead of taking extra risks. Yangwon agrees that would work, but insists the divine deliverman specifically wanted a deeper investigation for a reason. That warning is interrupted when one of them senses movement ahead. The group immediately shifts into combat readiness, with orders given to stay alert because something is approaching. Crackling lights appear in the tunnel and rapidly close in on them. Yangwon draws his weapon as the threat arrives. He admits they got careless in a dungeon and orders everyone to brace for an attack. At the same time, the merfolk escort the investigator forward under instructions to strike the moment anything hostile appears. Doyen is caught off guard when he recognizes who has just arrived. The investigator steps in with the merfolk, revealing she returned quickly and is not an enemy. Yangwon hurriedly explains that she is working with the divine deliverman, clearing up the confusion. Even so, the blonde woman doubts the investigator's usefulness at first glance. The merfolk calm the humans by explaining they are not enemies, while the humans are stunned to learn intelligent talking merpeople truly exist. Though uneasy about cooperating with monsters, Yangwon says his guild will help with the situation however they can. The investigator takes charge, confirms the association has been notified, and reveals they specifically called for a psychometrist. Since help has not arrived yet, she presses that they must identify the tentacle creature quickly before deciding their next move. Yangwon asks her why she is here alone and where Hajuin went. She admits Hajuin heard there was a hunt somewhere and impulsively ran off, leaving her behind. That answer makes Yangwon immediately suspicious. His attention snaps to the tentacle fragment in the merfolk's hand, and he demands to know where they found it. When told it came from the unidentified monster that damaged the stone slab, the investigator realizes this is exactly why a psychometrist was needed. Yamwon confirms her suspicion without hesitation. He reveals the fragment belongs to the same kind of monster they encountered in the Houndy dungeon. That identification leads into a memory of the ruined underwater city tied to the earlier incident. In that flashback, Lucio protests as he carries her through the submerged district and demands to know where he is taking them. As he moves through the city, he recognizes it as the district where the citizens had suddenly turned violent. He explains that something about the place feels wrong, so he wants to investigate it himself. The locals glare at them with open hostility, making Lucio's warning feel justified. Lucio notes that the merfolk look as if they came ready for a fight, and their expressions feel deeply unnatural. What stands out most is that these mere people are nothing like the ones at the castle. Every one of them looks wounded, exhausted, and terrified. Lucio questions why they are even there if the king claimed all the troublemakers had already been locked up. He argues that if those mere people are telling the truth, abandoning them now would only leave them to suffer even more. He weighs the option of leaving after rescuing the civilians, but concludes the Atlanteans stand to lose far too much. Without the invisible dome protecting their homes from the crushing deep sea, the entire submerged city would be doomed. That makes Lucio suspect the culprit may be aiming at something far bigger than a local disturbance. He reasons that if simple destruction were the goal, the enemy could have manipulated merfolk near the castle and attacked the steel directly instead of causing chaos in the slums. From there he concludes the unrest must serve a larger purpose, because the enemy could just as easily have seized the guards and opened the castle gates if brute sabotage were all they wanted. Lucio realizes the culprits behind the current incident are likely tied to the prison's other troubles, and the fairy-like girl praises him for finally seeing the pattern. She immediately pushes the discussion further, arguing that wandering aimlessly is pointless, and that they should be searching for concrete clues instead. Before they can continue, she catches a strange sound that abruptly changes her focus. An explosion erupts nearby, confirming the disturbance and throwing the area into chaos. As prisoners panic and flee, Lucio is urged to warn the guards because another violent outbreak has begun. Hearing that this is yet another outburst, Lucio quickly understands it likely means another merperson has lost control. That fear is confirmed when a berserk merperson rampages through the prison. The girl tells Hajuin that Lucio had been right all along and insists the eerie song behind these incidents can be heard again. A witness account explains the pattern. Young listeners can hear a chilling melody just before a merperson goes berserk, and Lucio is one of the few able to detect it. Using that advantage, Lucio asks her to trace the source, and she immediately leads him onward. She brings him to a set of doors, certain the sound keeps echoing from somewhere beyond them. Lucio confirms with his device that they have reached the underground prison, the place she identified. While guards rush off to contain the latest riot, Lucio presses ahead despite the danger, promising the girl he will protect her. Inside the lower cells, they advance carefully into the darker section of the prison. A prisoner begs to be released, but his appearance makes it clear this wing holds something very different from ordinary inmates. The girl is startled to find a human here at all, since the prisoner lacks the tail every merperson should have. Lucio concludes these cells are far harsher than the civilian holding areas and were likely used to confine the mere people who had gone berserk. The sound leads them to what appears to be a dead end, even though the girl is certain its source is right there. Lucio considers forcing his way through the wall with his suit, testing whether something is hidden behind it. When his hand meets an unexpected seam instead of solid stone, he realizes the wall is not what it seems. A concealed door opens, revealing a secret chamber hidden behind the false wall. The girl freezes in shock at whatever lies inside. Lucio steps into the hidden room and is confronted with a horrifying sight he did not expect. A chained pink-haired mermaid, engulfed in a sinister aura, has been imprisoned there so brutally that she can only beg for death. The story shifts to Helheim, the Norse realm of the dead. Even in that bleak land, Christmas has somehow arrived and transformed the atmosphere in an absurdly festive way. A Christmas tree is being decorated with skulls and other macabre ornaments to suit the realm. Hel proudly finishes the tree, fully satisfied with her work. As Helheim's queen, she declares it the ideal Christmas tree, because she refuses to celebrate in any ordinary way. She excitedly shows the finished tree to Ganglodi, convinced even Santa will be amazed by it. Ganglodi's silence makes it obvious the display is not inspiring the reaction Hel hoped for. He bluntly explains that instead of festive, the tree looks like Helheim's usual nightmare decor dressed up for the holidays. Another attendant immediately treats that criticism as a challenge to the queen's taste. Ganglodi quickly recovers, praises the tree as nearly perfect, and carefully limits his criticism to a few possible ornament adjustments. Hel catches his sudden change in tone and demands to know when he even arrived, seeing through the performance. Still delighted, Hel ignores the awkwardness and turns her attention to the real goal, waiting for Santa to come. Ganglodi reluctantly points out the obvious problem that Santa may not travel all the way to the realm of the dead. Hel is shaken by the idea and insists Santa should visit everyone, especially since she believes she has earned a present this year. Refusing to doubt it, she declares with absolute certainty that Santa will come to Helheim. Her attendants can only exchange a helpless silence in response. Left alone together, they quietly consider the disaster waiting to happen. The maid worries that Hel is too excited, and that she will be devastated if no one comes. Gangloti suggests telling her the truth that Santa does not exist, but the maid rejects the idea as needlessly cruel. Pressed for a better solution, she begins to think of an alternative. Her answer is to create a Santa of their own just for Hell. Gangloti objects that Santa is supposed to be a real figure, but she counters that Helheim has plenty of residents who could play the role. As he considers it, he admits there may indeed be someone capable of pulling off the part. Their search leads them to Helheim's fitness center, where they look for a suitably imposing candidate. They approach a heavily muscled man in the middle of training and ask whether he would be willing to play Santa Claus. The maid flatters his commanding presence, and makes it clear they have already decided he is exactly the kind of Santa they need. A test begins to find someone who can convincingly become Santa for Hell. The first candidate, Sigurd, eagerly volunteers and treats the role like a fun challenge. But before he can take it, he is told there is a strict condition attached. That condition is simple: Santa cannot appear in absurdly revealing briefs. Sigurd protests that the outfit shows off his physique, but the others reject it as practically naked. They force a proper red Santa suit on him and insist he follow the traditional image. Even while complaining that the costume hides his body, Sigurd is ordered to stop whining and wear it. Once dressed, he proudly presents himself as a finished Santa. The others admit he looks decent enough, which only makes him more overconfident. Certain he is ready, Sigurd rushes off to surprise Hell before anyone can stop him. His confidence lasts only until the costume starts giving way under the strain of his body. The suit tears apart, leaving him exposed again and ruining the attempt. With that failure, Sigurd is immediately disqualified as a Santa candidate. The search shifts to another place as they continue trying to solve Hell's Christmas wish. Their second candidate, Modgud, is asked to take the role of Santa instead. Modgud is willing to help in principle, but points out the practical problem of finding a suit that fits her. The others decide the real issue is not the clothes but that Modgud simply lacks Santa's warmth and spirit, so she is disqualified too. With both attempts failed, they realize no one can imitate the perfect Santa, and the conversation turns toward finally telling Hell the truth. Modgud stops them and argues they have been looking in the wrong direction. She bluntly says the obvious answer is the two of them. Because they were the ones who worked hardest to protect Hell's belief in Santa, Modgud insists they are the people most suited to step into that role. The pair are left stunned by being chosen for the job themselves. Soon after, the castle is prepared in a snowy Christmas atmosphere for Hell's celebration. A makeshift Santa arrives and greets Hell with forced holiday cheer. Hell receives the greeting with shy happiness, already holding a small gift of her own. At the party, Hell beams with excitement and welcomes everyone, hoping they all enjoy Christmas together. The gathering turns lively as the hall fills with food, laughter, and Hell's delight. In the middle of the festivities, Hell notices Gangloti and Ganglot are missing and learns they went to receive Santa. That news makes Hell's hopes surge as she wonders if Santa is truly coming for her. Nearby, Modgud quietly admits to Sigurd that letting those two play Santa may or may not work, but they will know soon enough. Then the doors burst open and the long-awaited entrance is made. The announcement that Santa has arrived confirms to the onlookers that this must be the pair Modgud chose. Gangloti and Ganglot appear in costume as Santa and his reindeer, delivering an awkward but earnest performance. Everyone can tell through the disguises, but Hell is too thrilled to care and runs straight to them. Santa praises Hell for being good all year and presents her with a special gift. The reindeer helps reveal the present, and Hell is overjoyed to receive the snowman plush she wanted. Overcome with happiness, Hell throws herself at Santa in gratitude. She declares this the best Christmas she has ever had. Clinging tightly to Santa, Hell happily loses herself in the moment. Then her mood shifts, and she quietly signals that the pretense can end. She calmly tells Gangloti and Ganglot to drop the act because she knows who they are. Rather than exposing them harshly, Hell thanks them for going so far to fulfill her wish. She reveals she has long understood that Santa Claus is not real. What she truly treasured was the human idea behind Santa, a father dressing up to make a child happy at Christmas. She admits she had secretly hoped her own father, the one who sent her away, might come visit her this year. That confession makes the others realize she had been waiting for Loki all along. But Hell accepts the disappointment, and says this day reminded her that everyone in Helheim is already there for her, and that is enough. She sincerely thanks all of them for giving her that comfort. That night, the celebration ends in quiet peace as Hell goes to bed with her new gift beside her. Before sleeping, she reflects that it was a joyful day and bids goodnight to her snowman plush, now imagining it as Scully the reindeer. A lonely girl in Helheim has resigned herself to another year without her father, trying to accept the hurt of his absence. That fragile peace shatters when she senses someone outside her room. Startled, she confronts the intruder as her door bursts open. She recognizes the visitor but can barely believe what she is seeing. The impossible truth hits her at once. The figure before her looks like Santa Claus. Outside, the snowy night reveals this strange visit came from far beyond her isolated home. A motorcycle has carried the visitors through the storm to reach her. The blue-haired girl complains about being dragged back to Helheim and forced into a ridiculous holiday disguise for Loki's scheme. Her companion explains they were sent to deliver a present to the Queen of Helheim on the dead of night, baffled by Loki's bizarre request. Even so, the blue-haired girl is thrilled that their act made the Queen visibly happy. Her partner agrees, moved by how rare and genuine that happiness seemed. Watching the snowfall, the queen reflects that she has never smiled so brightly before. Though she calls herself the Queen of Helheim, she is touched that her father chose such a small, gentle creature as a gift. Holding the sleeping white animal, she fondly concludes that her father can be absurdly silly in his own way. Elsewhere, Hajun discovers a hidden door, suggesting a secret behind Atlantis' troubles. What he finds beyond it is so shocking that he can only stare in stunned silence. Inside the concealed chamber, he finds a chained mermaid princess, and realizes he has uncovered something monstrous. The captive, consumed by despair and dark power, begs for death instead of rescue. Hajun approaches carefully, carrying Lucio with him as he takes in the scene. Horrified by the cruelty of her imprisonment, he struggles to understand who could have done this. A system message answers part of the mystery, declaring that he has found the cause of Atlantis' anomalies and should return for his reward. That notice makes Hajun realize the prisoner herself must be the source of the kingdom's crisis. Looking at her more closely, he understands she is the missing princess the king of Atlantis has been desperately seeking. He hesitates, unsure whether to leave as instructed or intervene. Although breaking the chains would be easy for him, he fears what releasing her might unleash. Before he decides, Lucio spots something else in the room that may explain the truth. On a nearby desk lies what appears to be a personal journal. Since it is written in an ancient script, Hajun asks Lucio to translate what she can. The journal begins with its author recounting how, while exploring a cave linked to the surface world, he found the long-missing youngest princess. She was badly injured, yet impossibly unchanged by the years, as though time had not touched her. The writer concludes she must have been lost in some separate flow of time. During the return to the palace, she briefly regained consciousness and muttered words he could not understand. But before they arrived safely, she suffered a seizure and collapsed. Fearing the king's reaction, the writer chose not to report her return immediately, and instead hid her away in a secret room. He justifies this by recalling how the king had been shattered by her disappearance, and might have acted recklessly upon seeing her broken state. He intended to reveal her once she recovered, but events soon spiraled beyond his control. The princess mutilated herself, tearing out her own vocal cords and worsening her condition. With no other option left, he chained her up like a prisoner. Around the same time, the slum's mere people began exhibiting bizarre behavior. What started with a few victims spread until dozens were causing unrest. Some were driven into murderous frenzy by a song, while others were compelled towards suicide. The journal identifies this as the manifestation of a cursed power inherited through the royal bloodline. Its author knew the princess was the source of the disasters, yet still could not bring himself to end her life. The reason was painfully simple: he loved her. Unable to save or kill her, he recorded the entire tragedy in the journal instead. He left that record in the hope that some future hero would find the chamber and judge what he had done. His final plea begs the discoverer to free the princess from her torment, signed by Captain of the Guard Flops. After hearing the full account, Lucio turns to Hajun and asks what he intends to do. Hajun outwardly dismisses the journal as only a tragic story, even as the chained princess remains within earshot. Seeing her again through the journal's truth, he understands why she kept begging to be killed. She knows she is the cause of Atlantis' suffering. A mission is imposed with brutal urgency: save Atlantis' youngest princess within 3 minutes and earn Captain Flops' full trust, while refusal means catastrophe for the kingdom. The armored man immediately rejects being forced into that responsibility, and decides to leave instead. His companion hesitates, but he insists that pity is not enough reason to dump such a life-or-death choice onto them. He resolves to confront Flops directly, arguing that if the captain truly loves her, he must be the one to choose between her survival and her life. Before that conflict can play out, a violent surge of strange energy erupts elsewhere. Someone arrives in the midst of that disturbance with calm, deliberate purpose. The newcomer is revealed to be the psychometrist Yeji Han. The moment she enters, Yeji senses oppressive thoughts saturating the air and realizes this gate is far from ordinary. A group from Yangwon Guild rushes to meet her, recognizing her as the specialist they called in. Seongjin Park apologizes for dragging her in on her day off, but explains they needed a psychometrist to clear the gate. Yeji agrees to help, partly because she has heard that his guild saved civilians caught in the recent disaster. As she takes in the group, something about 2 of their companions immediately catches her attention. She asks who the merfolk pair accompanying them really are. Seongjin identifies the man as Captain Flops of the Mere People and awkwardly introduces the woman as the Divine Deliverer Man's assistant. The assistant quietly realizes that bringing in a psychometrist may expose her identity, and hopes avoiding direct contact will be enough. Yeji activates her ability and focuses on the hidden truth around them. Almost at once, she understands what the others were trying to conceal. She identifies the assistant as Seoyun Choi and recognizes that she serves one of the gods. When Seoyun demands to know how Yeji learned that without touching her, Yeji explains that the divine blessing on her is obvious to anyone who can read such traces. That confirmation leads Seongjin to realize both Seoyun and the Divine Deliverer Man were summoned into service by a mythical being, and he presses for the truth. Seoyun refuses to answer and redirects everyone to the immediate crisis, finding what unleashed the tentacle monsters. Seongjin accepts that the gate must come first, and Yeji commits herself to solving it quickly. Flops explains that the tentacle creatures have been destroying the steels protecting Atlantis, and Yeji asks to examine one. Using psychometry, she begins reading the steel's lingering memories. From that contact, Yeji concludes the monsters resemble those from the Houndy dungeon, though that does not mean killing one will end everything. She warns that these creatures are fundamentally different from the ones she encountered before. To understand the source, she pushes her power past surface memory and dives deeper into what the steel contains. Her consciousness is pulled into a submerged inner realm shaped by the steel's hidden past. Inside that alien space, Yeji struggles to orient herself and realizes she has entered something far more dangerous than a simple memory. A hostile voice confronts her for trespassing there and marks her as human. The entity quickly recognizes that her psychometric power is unusual enough to reach this place. Yeji finds herself dwarfed by a monstrous presence watching her with predatory awareness. The being decides that her ability makes her too dangerous to leave alive. It reveals itself as a vast demonic creature wrapped in tentacles and overwhelming malice. Yeji recognizes the same chaotic energy she sensed in the cave and realizes this monster is behind the recent disasters. Knowing the others must be warned, she tries to break free and return at once. The creature stops her escape effortlessly and mocks the idea that it would let her leave with what she has learned. Trapped, Yeji demands to know what it is and why it is here. The monster answers only in part, claiming to be something beyond human understanding and the one destined to rule every realm. It reveals that Atlantis has been chosen as the first land it will conquer. Yeji pieces together that the attacks on the steels were meant to collapse the city's protective dome so Atlantis could be seized. The creature laughs off that assumption and implies the merfolk have misunderstood the steel's true purpose. It points to a buried royal secret, saying Atlantis's rulers hid the cursed past of their family and never told the truth about the steels. Yeji presses for that truth despite being held in place. The monster reveals that the steels were not built to uphold the dome at all, but to shackle an ancient god-defying weaponized monster. It explains that once every steel is destroyed, those restraints will fail, and the imprisoned creature will be released. And when that happens, Atlantis itself will be dragged into the depths of the sea by that unleashed horror. Yeji is shaken by the scale of what is coming and can barely process what kind of thing they have been containing. Before she can recover, the restraints around her tighten painfully and crush her attempt to resist. The creature admits Yeji's interference was unexpected, but makes clear it has no intention of letting that disrupt its plan. A demonic figure confronts the blue-haired woman and declares that events are already underway. He presses her to stop resisting and submit to the fate he has chosen for her kind. As she weakens under the vision, he reduces her to what he sees her as, a mere mortal. The story shifts back to Atlantis, the submerged city whose hidden danger lies beneath its calm exterior. The woman jolts awake from the terrifying vision. Her companions rush to her bedside, relieved that she has regained consciousness. Still shaken, she wonders whether she truly escaped whatever place she was dragged into and struggles to orient herself. The others reassure her that she is safe in Atlantis's infirmary after collapsing. She realizes her collapse happened while examining the tentacle and asks if that was the cause. The group immediately presses her to reveal what her power showed her. Trembling, she recounts seeing a horned man surrounded by tentacles. She relays his warning that the city's steels are not supports but shackles binding a weapon of Atlantis, and that breaking them would destroy the city and everyone in it. That revelation makes the others suspect an ancient sealed monster, and they ask whether anyone recognizes the legend behind it. One of them admits she is unsure, but an old and troubling memory is surfacing. She explains that Atlantis once warred against Athens under Olympus's protection, bringing divine punishment that sank the kingdom beneath the sea. During that war, Atlantis unleashed a colossal monster against the gods. That monster was known as the Kraken. The room falls into stunned silence as the implication sinks in. The others are equally shaken by the possibility that the old legend is real. One companion voices the absurdity of the situation, struggling to accept that a folkloric sea monster may actually exist. Before they can process further, a merfolk warrior appears and rebukes them for prying into knowledge they were never meant to uncover. He rises in open hostility and accuses the humans of digging into the kingdom's secrets. He declares that trusting humans was a mistake. When the group demands to know what happened to the steels, he insists merfolk troops are already handling it and refuses to let them interfere. He orders the humans removed, making clear that whatever happens in Atlantis will be dealt with by Atlantis alone. The visitors protest that forcing them out now is reckless, because if the seal breaks, the disaster will spread beyond the city to the entire sea. The merfolk leader coldly agrees with the danger and uses it to justify excluding outsiders even more firmly. He commands his people to seize the group and escort them out through the gate. Faced with arrest, the blonde woman prepares to fight back. Her injured companion also squares up, refusing to submit quietly. Elsewhere, deep in a cavern, the true crisis is already unfolding. Several merfolk lie bloodied on the ground, showing that the guards sent to contain the threat have been overwhelmed. One surviving merfolk is being choked as he realizes too late that the attacker is far beyond them. The horned enemy stands amid spreading darkness, having reached the sealed site in person. He dismisses both humans and merfolk as nuisances and decides to finish the matter himself. With cold satisfaction, he turns his attention to Atlantis's destruction. He unleashes his power directly at one of the glowing steels that serves as part of the seal. The steel shatters under the attack. The cavern erupts and the seal's collapse releases violent energy from below. In the depths, a chained mermaid prisoner hangs above the rising corruption as the disturbance reaches her. Terrified, she begs the approaching force not to come closer. Her scream echoes through the chamber as the red-black power surges around her. Outside, ominous energy spreads through the waters above Atlantis, signaling that the calamity is no longer contained. A vast shadow begins to take shape within the crimson turbulence. Glowing eyes open in the darkness, confirming that something monstrous is awakening. Back elsewhere, someone walking through the city notices the atmosphere changing. The sudden drop in temperature makes both the armored courier and his blue-haired companion realize something is wrong. The courier checks his device after a flood of alerts arrives all at once. The message warns that a delivery request has failed and that a terrible calamity is about to strike Atlantis. He immediately remembers the consequence tied to refusing that request. Atlantis would be hit by disaster. An earthquake jolts the underwater city just as Hajun and his small companion realize something huge is moving above them. She urgently points him upward, and both of them are caught off guard by what is descending. A massive shadow looms over Atlantis, making clear that the tremor was only the beginning. The creature reveals itself as a giant octopus-like sea monster, confirming the city-wide calamity warning was real. Its enormous body presses over the city like a living siege engine, threatening to crush everything below. Elsewhere, a sea god watching from above can only bitterly recognize the disaster unfolding. He wonders if this catastrophe was unavoidable after all. Before anyone can answer, the monster's pressure cracks the protective structure around Atlantis. Water violently bursts through the damage, turning the city's defenses into a new source of destruction. Hajun's companion warns him that another strike is coming from overhead. He looks up too late, only just registering the danger. His suit detects the impact in time and forcibly evades, saving him from being crushed. The monster's blow slams into the city with devastating force. Hajun survives by a narrow margin and realizes the suit is the only reason he is still alive. The immediate aftermath fills with desperate cries for help. Injured merpeople lie scattered through the wreckage, some unable to move while others beg for their loved ones to wake up. Seeing the destruction firsthand, Hajun grasps that Atlantis has been nearly wiped out in moments. He struggles to understand what kind of monster could do this. Another violent strike from the beast makes it obvious they cannot overpower it head-on. His companion identifies the creature as the Kraken, and Hajun is stunned that a legendary sea monster is real. Knowing they are hopelessly outmatched, he starts his underwater bike and decides their only chance is to flee to the gate. But she resists, warning that if they leave now the merpeople will be abandoned to die. Hajun argues that staying means dying with them, and in the heat of fear and blame she accuses him of causing this disaster by insisting on his own agenda. As they try to leave, survivors reach out and beg them to save the wounded and their families. Their pleas shake Hajun, and he admits to himself that he has no idea what the right choice is. A sharp voice cuts through his panic, ordering him to stop hesitating and focus. The command snaps him out of his paralysis. A woman hurls Demeter's potion at the Kraken, unleashing a surge of power against it. The potion detonates across the monster's body, freezing and damaging its surface. A blonde fighter dives in immediately to capitalize on the opening. She carves into the Kraken with a spinning barrage of slashes. Another attacker follows up, hammering the beast with repeated blows and driving it back further. A red-haired warrior joins the assault and orders everyone nearby to clear out. He commits fully to the attack with a furious charge. His sweeping strike tears across the Kraken in a blazing arc. The wounded monster roars back, still far from defeated. Even so, the combined assault shatters chunks of its body and momentarily disrupts its advance. More allies arrive to support Hajun, revealing that a full rescue and counterattack team has entered the battle. One of them calls out Hajun for trying to run, while he defensively insists retreat was the only sane response to such a monster. The group cuts off the argument and demands action, reminding Hajun that he was supposed to have a way to solve this crisis. He admits he did discover a possible solution, but it required a method he could not bring himself to use. So instead he had chosen escape, and now he can only confess that his plan failed. The others reject retreat, warning that if the Kraken is not stopped now it will pass through the gate and devastate their world as well. As the stakes widen beyond Atlantis, Hajun asks the newcomers who they are. Yeji-han introduces herself as a hunter and psychometrist, and explains that her power let her confront the mastermind, who intended Atlantis' fall as only the first step in a campaign against other dimensions. Hajun begins to grasp the implication of that revelation. Another ally spells it out plainly. This is a dungeon break, and the Kraken is about to be unleashed on their world. The truth overwhelms Hajun as he realizes what seemed like a local crisis has become a catastrophe on a far larger scale. Before they can settle on a plan, the Kraken rises again in a more dangerous state, making the question of how to stop it suddenly urgent. Yeji warns that the Kraken has melted the ice restraining it, and is about to attack again, leaving the group scrambling for any way to halt its movement before it breaks through. A young woman steps forward underwater and offers Hajun her help. She is revealed to be Ariel, Princess of Atlantis, the mermaid Hajun once encountered in the underground prison, now brought here by Phelps. Ariel explains that the princess told her everything Hajun did and that she owes him more gratitude than she can express. Hajun is thrown off, having believed the mermaid princess had gone mad from powers she could not control. Ariel clarifies that she recovered once the Kraken's seal was broken, because her instability came from trying to hold the monster back. She reveals that the Atlantean royal bloodline can command sea monsters, letting her temporarily stop the Kraken's movement. A new mission appears before Hajun: save Atlantis from the Kraken within 2 minutes, with his spent battle points to be refunded and rewards tied to the Kraken fight, Titan Atlas's trust, and the Titan Clan alliance. Realizing every point he spends will come back after the battle, Hajun decides he can finally fight without conserving anything. That discovery convinces him they may actually be able to beat the Kraken. He immediately opens the shop, checks that he has just over 3 million points, and concludes he can spend everything if it will all be reimbursed. Hajun commits to buying a weapon powerful enough to match the crisis. While his allies panic over the lack of time, they can only stare as Hajun keeps making strange motions at empty air. He finally confirms his selection with a single decisive gesture. The purchase goes through, draining his points down to almost nothing, and Hajun is satisfied with the choice. He equips Astrophy Replica, a 3 million point imitation of Zeus's legendary lightning spear, and divine lightning erupts around him. The sudden release of power shocks his companions. Even the usually composed onlookers are rattled by the weapon's overwhelming divine aura. Lucio is equally stunned as the lightning floods the battlefield. With Zeus's spear in hand, Hajun turns fierce and declares he is ready to burn the Kraken down. He raises the weapon and lets its lightning tower upward through the sea. One observer immediately recognizes the energy as unmistakably divine and marvels at what Hajun is wielding. Lucio realizes in alarm that Hajun has somehow obtained Zeus's weapon. Hajun orders Lucio to stay back, warning that the spear is too unstable for him to control safely around others. He recalls gaining some lightning resistance from Zeus's elemental marble, but admits it is nowhere near enough to fully neutralize the spear's power. Remembering Soyun's old promise on the river Styx, Hajun calls in the favor now. He makes clear that he expects Soyun to honor that oath immediately. Hajun tells her to take charge and get everyone through the gate alive while he stays behind. The guild refuses to abandon him and insists they will fight beside him to the end. Their resolve hardens into a simple rule: they do not leave comrades behind. Hajun pushes back, pointing to the divine lightning in his hands and warning them that staying means being roasted along with the Kraken. Soyun accepts the burden of his request and decides to act on their old pact. Her power ignites as she prepares a divine ability of her own. She activates Hermes' divine power, surrounding herself in blue energy and lifting from the ground. The skill spreads to the others, making the whole group rise weightlessly into the water. As their bodies become light as air, they realize Soyun has found a way to move everyone at once. She apologizes for forcing the decision, but insists everyone cooperate. Soyun explains that because of the river Styx oath she will evacuate the group and leave the rest to Hajun. Before leaving, she warns him not to die, threatening to drag him back and kill him herself if he does. Hajun answers with confidence, promising he can at least be trusted to survive. Soyun then sweeps the others away at high speed towards safety. Once the last of them is gone, Hajun is relieved that he has cleared the battlefield of allies. That relief vanishes when Lucio suddenly reappears, shouting that he stayed behind on purpose because Hajun is his sidekick. Hajun is left wondering what to do with the stubborn child just as the Kraken's attack crashes down around them. The Kraken roars and closes in, leaving no more time for argument or delay. Hajun immediately asks Ariel whether she can freeze the Kraken in place, and she agrees at once. He activates his suit as well, gaining a brief window to push his body harder. With both spear and suit engaged, Hajun launches himself upward in a massive super jump toward the monster. At the same time, Ariel unleashes her royal power in full, forcing her command over the sea beast. The Kraken strains against her control, but its movement is checked long enough to create an opening. Hajun uses that opening to leap straight in for the decisive strike. Hajun unleashes a lightning charge finishing attack against the overgrown squid, throwing everything he has into one decisive strike. He accelerates through the water like a bolt, turning himself into a spear of electricity aimed straight at the monster. The impact lands in a blinding burst, with the force of the attack tearing through the Kraken. The explosion hurls Hajun away, and the pain confirms how much of himself he spent to make the blow work. For a moment the beast's dark form still looms in the lightning, making it unclear whether the attack truly finished it. But the monster's presence collapses under the blast, its last resistance swallowed by the shockwave. Watching from below, the sea folk can hardly believe what they are seeing and wonder if the impossible just happened. Their doubt turns to certainty as the Kraken is completely obliterated before their eyes. With the enemy gone, Hajun begins sinking helplessly through the water, his body no longer able to support him. He realizes he actually won, but victory comes with the bitter truth that he has no strength left to save himself. As paralysis sets in, he fears that defeating the monster may still end with his own death. He bitterly remembers the promise he made not to die and realizes he may have failed to keep it. Facing what seems like the end, he reflects that a life spent serving others may not have been meaningless after all. Just as he gives in, Lucio suddenly appears above him, snapping him out of his resignation. She urgently reaches for him and demands that he grab her hand before he sinks any farther. Hajun catches her, and she manages to stop his fall despite the danger of having chased after him. Another companion immediately scolds Lucio for recklessly putting herself in danger instead of leaving the rescue to others. Hajun starts to agree that she could have been hurt, but the lecture is cut off by the relief of being saved. He thanks Lucio sincerely, recognizing that she just saved his life when he had already given up. Seeing him alive, the onlookers are relieved, and Hajun regains the will to keep going instead of surrendering to exhaustion. Elsewhere, a horned man observes the ruined site through a magical view and studies the aftermath in silence. He is stunned that the Kraken was destroyed and first suspects a mythical being may have interfered. He rejects that theory, reasoning that a power on that level would have been impossible to miss, and would violate the rules governing their world. His thoughts turn to the larger order behind events, and he concludes that causality itself should have prevented such interference. That leaves one disturbing possibility: the humans who entered the area may somehow be responsible. He focuses his vision on the scene, searching the survivors for the one who changed the outcome. When he spots Hajun and the nymph, he realizes they are unfamiliar variables he had not accounted for. Back at the site, Lucio excitedly praises Hajun and compares his feat to a legendary god at the height of his power. Hajun awkwardly downplays the compliment, but Lucio's teasing makes it clear she knows exactly how impressive he really was. Their light moment is shattered when a red portal opens behind them and the horned enemy appears, mocking Hajun from the darkness. Recognizing Hajun by name, the intruder confirms he has finally found the human who has been disrupting his plans. He identifies Hajun as the one who has repeatedly interfered and lets his hostility surface openly. With murderous delight, he promises that the next time they meet, he will kill Hajun himself. Later, the outside world reports that the massive gate at Jamsil Aquarium has been eradicated. The news credits Yanwan Guild with the successful raid and praises them for rescuing civilians without casualties. Watching the report, Hajun notes that he was the one who actually destroyed the gate, but accepts that he cannot claim the credit publicly. Even so, he is not bothered for long, because he gains something far more valuable from the incident. He reveals that reward by activating a newly acquired ring that shines with magical power. The story then returns to the underwater kingdom, where Hajun stands before the Sea King and his court. The king declares that Hajun's bravery restored peace to the kingdom and offers heartfelt gratitude on behalf of his people. Embarrassed by the praise, Hajun modestly insists that luck played a big part in his success. Privately, though, he admits he feels guilty because he originally intended to abandon the whole situation and save only himself. The royal family dismisses his self-criticism, honors him as a true warrior, and says freeing them from their burden has earned their deep respect. As promised, the king presents Hajun with a formal reward from the royal treasury. When the chest is opened, Hajun immediately senses that the gift is something rare and significant. The king explains that it contains the ring of the sea god and the scales, heirlooms passed down through the royal line for generations. The ring is singled out as the true prize, and its power is revealed as Hajun claims it. Back in the present, Hajun demonstrates that the ring of the sea god can draw moisture from the air and create water at the wearer's command. While others search through the room, he experiments with the ring in secret, testing its control over water. Satisfied with the result, Hajun shapes the water into a focused shot and declares that he has a target locked on. Hajun startles Lucio by dumping cold water on her, and her irritation makes it clear his teasing has gone too far. Soaked and exasperated, Lucio scolds him for acting childish instead of like an adult. Hajun laughs off the accusation and pretends he has done nothing wrong, only making her more annoyed. As Lucio turns back to packing, she decides not to dwell on the ring issue and Hajun hurriedly apologizes to calm her down. When Hajun notices her luggage, he realizes she is preparing for something significant and presses her for an explanation. He briefly fears she is leaving because of his behavior, but Lucio dismisses that idea and explains this has nothing to do with him. Lucio reveals she is going back to visit her old university and reconnect with people from her hometown while she is there. Hajun pieces together that her university and hometown are in the same place, and Lucio confirms she will only be gone for 5 days. Unwilling to be left behind, Hajun protests the sudden news and insists on coming with her. His reminder that they are supposed to be a team makes Lucio hesitate instead of refusing outright. She finally gives in and tells him to hurry and get ready if he wants to come. Hajun is immediately pleased with himself for winning her over. When he begs for a little more time, Lucio grants him only a single minute to get moving. Soon after, their trip carries them away from the city and into a quiet forest. Their vehicle leaves the road and pushes into rough ground deeper in the woods. Lucio stops the bike and says they will have to continue on foot from there. Surrounded by wilderness, Hajun starts doubting that any village could really be hidden nearby. Lucio defends her sense of direction, though even she admits it has been years and her memory is not perfect. Feeling around the area, she decides the entrance should be close. When Lucio suddenly finds what she was looking for, Hajun is caught off guard by her confidence. What she has found turns out to be an ordinary-looking wooden fence, which only deepens his confusion. On the other side, hidden villagers panic that a human has discovered them and fear he might be dangerous. Their alarm spreads as they struggle to understand how an outsider found the place and imagine the worst about letting him in. Lucio cuts through the panic by calling out cheerfully and demanding to be let inside. The villagers crack the gate open and, after confirming this visitor is the same Lucio they remember from school and university, except her identity. Recognition turns the tension into excitement as the small villagers rush out to welcome Lucio back after so many years. Watching Lucio get mobbed by her tiny old friends, Hajuin can only stand aside and take in how different this place is. The gate opens fully, inviting them past the hidden barrier. As they step through, Lucio admits it was smart for Hajuin to come along after all. Beyond the fence, Hajuin finally sees Lucio's secret hometown, Brookwater Village, a concealed settlement built high among giant trees. Inside the village, curious residents gather around the human newcomer and whisper among themselves. The crowd quickly closes in on Hajuin, awed that he might be the remarkable hero they have heard about. A child excitedly lists the monsters Hajuin and Lucio supposedly defeated, turning him into a near-mythic figure in their eyes. The praise escalates so far that some compare him to Hercules, while others insist that is far too much credit. Overwhelmed by the noise and the way everyone sounds like Lucio, Hajuin regrets agreeing to come. Noticing his discomfort, Lucio orders the villagers to stop crowding him, and they immediately back down. She also sharply rejects the Hercules comparison, insisting that a legendary hero like that should not be spoken of so lightly. Even as the villagers use Lucio's own words to continue the debate, Hajuin sinks further into misery and just wants the ordeal to end. An older authority figure arrives and firmly tells Lucio and the others that the commotion has gone on long enough. She scolds the children for being rude to guests, instantly establishing that her word carries weight here. The villagers apologize and quiet down at once, showing how much they respect her. The woman introduces herself as Matrina, director of the village orphanage, and Hajuin is surprised to learn her position. Matrina asks Hajuin to speak with her privately, and Lucio readily agrees to keep the others occupied while he goes. Though uncertain, Hajuin accepts and follows her. She leads him to a large tree-built structure that appears important within the village. Once inside, Hajuin is struck by how deserted the place feels. The emptiness of the office unsettles him even more, because it looks barely used. The contrast between the village's polished exterior spaces and this neglected room makes him suspect something is wrong. Matrina notices his hesitation and brusquely tells him to stop lingering and come in properly. Hajuin obeys and takes a seat, preparing to hear whatever Matrina brought him here to discuss. The orphanage director begins by thanking Hajuin, explaining that thanks to Lucio's support, the children no longer go hungry. Hajuin is confused by the gratitude, believing he did nothing to deserve it. The director explains that when heroes partner with nymphs, part of the reward is shared with the nymph, and that money has greatly helped the orphanage. Hajuin realizes Lucio has been sending her earnings here all along, effectively using her compensation to support the children. That revelation leaves him wondering why Lucio would quietly devote her money to this place. The director praises Hajuin for letting Lucio remain at his side, but Hajuin corrects her and insists they work as equals who help each other. Still, he presses for the real answer and asks why Lucio has been sending her money to the orphanage. The question turns the director solemn as she prepares to reveal Lucio's past. She recalls that more than 20 years ago, a young nymph arrived at the orphanage in panic with a newborn in her arms. The mother was exhausted and desperate, and she begged the director to protect the baby no matter what happened to her. The director remembers the child being thrust into her care so urgently that refusing was never really an option. What stayed with her most was that the baby had the same sky blue hair as her mother. The infant flailed helplessly, bewildered by being handed over to a stranger. That abandoned, crying baby was Lucio, and this was the first time the director met her. Since that night, Lucio has been raised in the orphanage, a truth Hajuin had never known. He asks directly whether the nymph who brought the baby there was Lucio's mother. The director confirms that she was. She goes on to explain that Lucio's mother was once a gifted nymph so extraordinary that even Zeus wanted her by his side. Although she wished to accept, her frail body could not endure it, so she had to refuse that chance. After a year and then another, she finally returned carrying Lucio, prompting Hajuin to ask where Lucio's mother is now. The director hesitates, but before she can answer, the conversation is interrupted. Lucio arrives at the door and asks to come in, and the director allows it. Lucio explains that she came to say goodbye because she has to leave soon. The director is surprised by the rush, but Lucio says something urgent has come up and she cannot stay. Hajuin is thrown off because he thought this trip was meant to visit Lucio's old home, but she reminds him they actually came to visit her former university. As he thinks it over, Hajuin realizes she never intended a sentimental homecoming and that they cannot linger if they want to catch the next delivery. Accepting that the discussion must wait, he agrees to leave the rest for another time. He laments that he had hoped to finally relax, only for Lucio to tell him he still can. She explains that outsiders cannot enter Streamwater University without prior approval, not even heroes and gods without the president's permission. So while she handles her school visit, Lucio decides Hajuin can stay behind at the orphanage and keep the children occupied. Faced with the prospect of babysitting a swarm of energetic kids, Hajuin immediately imagines disaster and regrets his luck. He tries to sneak away under the excuse of needing quiet self-reflection, but Lucio stops him with one more request. Before he can escape, she asks him to do her a favor if he has the time. When he asks what she wants, Lucio gives him an innocent look that clearly means she is not taking no for an answer. The scene shifts to a peaceful forest as the outing with the children begins. Something moves through the grass, signaling the group's progress deeper into the woods. One of the children excitedly celebrates another field trip, thrilled by the adventure. The children race ahead dreaming about exploring beyond the village every day, while Hajun struggles to keep up and maintain order. Already worn down, he calls after them to slow down, frustrated that they seem to have endless energy. 4 days pass in Brookwater Village, and Hajun realizes his stay has turned into an extended babysitting assignment. Instead of resting, he has spent nearly all that time chasing after Lucio's unruly little charges. By the 4th day he is exhausted, only for the children to mock his condition and question whether their supposed hero is actually just lazy. Their taunting pushes Hajun toward the edge, and he decides to settle the matter with them. Internally, he begs Lucio to hurry back before his patience finally snaps. The children keep escalating, with one challenging him even more while another scolds the others for being disrespectful. Their argument shifts into bickering over whether they should call him Hajun or address him more formally, all while he trudges ahead in defeat. By now, Hajun is convinced these kids have fought each other countless times in just a few days. To restore order, he cuts through the argument and tells them to focus on deciding where they are going today. One child finally offers a useful idea, recalling rumors of a beautiful hidden flower bed somewhere near the village. The others immediately recognize the place too, remembering that even the director had once mentioned it. A mention of a flower bed makes him remember that Lucio asked him to find a rare bloom before they leave. A small companion asks him to help search for Lucio's special flower, one that only opens at night and has yellow petals. She explains Lucio has sought it since childhood without success and believes he is the one most likely to find it. The request becomes a responsibility, with Lucio's hopes now resting on him. He fully recalls the task and realizes he needs to locate the flower before their departure. He turns the search into a contest for the children, using their enthusiasm to cover more ground. The kids rush off at once, and the hunt begins in earnest. He jokes that this lets him wear them out while searching for Lucio's flower at the same time. The group spreads through the forest as evening light fades over the trees. The children call out to the hidden flower bed while struggling through the dense leaves. He keeps them from flying too high, trying to keep the search safe as they press deeper into the woods. As the sun drops lower, he grows tired and starts worrying they may run out of daylight before finding anything. Just as he considers giving up for the day, something stirs in the grass. He freezes in sudden realization. They emerge onto a vast hidden field overflowing with flowers and finally find the flower bed. The children are dazzled by the beauty and abundance of the place. He steps into the blossoms, certain Lucio's long-sought flower must be somewhere among them. He starts checking bloom after bloom, but the sheer number leaves him unsure where to focus. Then he remembers the flower only blooms at night, and concludes it may still be invisible until sunset. Before he can continue, the children proudly show off ordinary plants they think might be the answer. He tries to ask whether either of them knows anything useful, only to realize one of the girls is missing. The others point to where Phyllis was just moments ago, but she has vanished into the sea of flowers. Panic breaks out as they rush to find her and call her name. He blames himself for getting distracted and realizes the danger of losing a child this deep in the wild. He orders the other two to stay put and races off to retrieve Phyllis himself. The children refuse to be left behind and insist on joining the search. He reluctantly allows it on the condition that they stay right beside him, and they all sprint together. Even while complaining about their stubbornness, he pushes himself harder, desperate for Phyllis to be safe. Elsewhere, the story shifts to Streamwater University. A closed office door marks the start of a separate visit. Inside, a professor calls out irritably, saying he is busy grading and does not want to be disturbed. When Lucio identifies herself, his annoyance vanishes and he warmly welcomes her after so long apart. He jokes that after being chosen by Cupid she must have returned to enroll in graduate study, leaving Lucio flatly unimpressed. Dropping the joke, he praises her as a celebrated hero and asks what she needs. Lucio's companion explains that Lucio wants permission to access the department archives. The professor is surprised, since Lucio is already knowledgeable, and wonders what she still needs to learn. The answer is that Lucio seeks knowledge she was never taught. Specifically, she wants the erased histories and forbidden records the gods themselves suppressed. Back in the forest, night finally falls under a bright moon. Still searching at full speed, he shouts for Phyllis into the darkness. The other two call for her too, begging for any response that will reveal where she is. A scream answers them, and they immediately race toward it. They discover the source of the danger, a huge bear roaring through the night. Phyllis is directly in its path and cries out for help. As the bear lunges, she desperately tries to talk it out of eating her. He launches himself into the attack at the last possible moment. Phyllis braces for impact, expecting the worst as the beast's paw comes down. Instead, she realizes something unexpected has happened. He has caught the bear's strike and is holding the beast back, leaving Phyllis stunned. With a burst of strength, he lifts the entire bear and hurls it upward, turning the rescue in their favor. Hajun launches into another flashy special move, fully committed to the performance. He sends the grizzly soaring away with an overdramatic farewell, turning the danger into a joke. The absurd attack ends with a grand send-off worthy of a nature documentary parody. As the bear disappears into the night sky, Hajun is pleased that his ridiculous plan actually worked. He immediately checks on Phyllis, making sure the frightened nymph girl is unharmed. The others realize Phyllis had genuinely believed the bear would eat her, while they marvel at Hajun's strength. Orbis excitedly praises Hajun as an obvious hero, insisting no one should be surprised after everything Lucio has said about him. Phyllis clings to Hajun in awe, and Orbis dreams of one day serving a hero just as impressive. With the bear gone, Hajun decides the proper farewell has been given and urges everyone to head back. Before they can leave, something glowing in the grass catches their attention. Lucio recognizes the flower at once and realizes it may be exactly what she had been asked to find. She reveals it is the moonlit blossom, an extremely rare nymph flower that blooms only on special nights. Later that night, the focus shifts from the forest to Lucio's search for answers. In the library, Lucio keeps working alone through the night, turning page after page. She grows frustrated by the sheer number of books and how little progress she is making. None of the ordinary histories or mythologies mention what she needs, which convinces her the truth is being kept elsewhere. Remembering the professor's reaction, Lucio becomes certain there must be hidden information he does not want her to see. When she brings up the forbidden texts, the professor is immediately alarmed. He warns that those books are banned for a reason and demands to know what Lucio has gotten involved in. Lucio repeats the strange description she heard about land split into 7 sections with blue flames, hoping it will force an explanation. Her words hit a nerve so sharply that the professor reacts before she can say more. He silences her at once, making it clear that even speaking of this is dangerous. Lucio explains she heard it from Atlas, tying the mystery to the titan burdened with carrying the heavens. She adds that Hajun has already fought monsters from that place 3 times, leaving the professor stunned. The professor admits Hajun's survival is extraordinary and treats it as proof that only a true hero could have done it. Lucio brushes off the praise and presses him on why he refuses to tell her what that place really is. His hesitation shows he knows the answer but is deeply afraid of saying it aloud. At last he tells her she must go downstairs and discover the truth herself, because he is unable to explain it directly. Lucio resumes her search, hauling stacks of books as she keeps digging through the library. Exhausted and half asleep, she complains that this would be much easier if the professor had simply told her what to seek. Even so, she forces herself onward, knowing she has to uncover the truth if she wants to help Hajun. Then something shifts beneath the shelves, jolting her out of her fatigue. She stops and notices a disturbance near the base of a bookcase, as if something hidden has been exposed. Panic sets in when she realizes she may have uncovered something the professor never meant anyone to find. Still, curiosity wins, and she looks closer instead of backing away. A concealed book lies beneath the bookcase, confirming that a secret text had been hidden there. Lucio picks it up, startled because she has never seen this volume before and cannot even read its title clearly. The title resolves into the 7 Deadlies, and the ominous name immediately unsettles her. As she opens it, she realizes she has finally found the source connected to the 7-part land and blue flames. Inside is a detailed account of the tentacled monster Hajun fought, along with records of many other horrors. But when she reaches the final pages, she goes still, caught by one illustration she cannot ignore. The book identifies the 7 Deadlies as ancient cursed beings so powerful that gods from multiple mythologies had to unite to stop them. Lucio quickly understands the implication and feels dread settle in. If the book is telling the truth, then the threat surrounding Hajun is far greater than she imagined. Rather than retreat, she resolves to investigate further and uncover the full truth. Thinking of Hajun, she realizes he has become trapped in something impossibly dangerous. The story then returns to the forest village where the children finally make it home. Relieved to be back before night worsens, they celebrate avoiding the prospect of sleeping outside. Hajun gathers the 3 nymphs and reminds them of the instruction he gave them on the way back. They eagerly agree to keep the day's events secret and present it as nothing more than an ordinary day of play. The scene opens with someone amused that the children have suddenly become perfectly obedient. Matrina calls the children by name and reminds them that the first thing they should do after coming home is clean themselves up. The children excitedly notice the director's arrival and proudly report that Orbis brought back a 4-leaf clover. Hajun reflects that Matrina is remarkable for raising and caring for all of these children by herself for years. He thanks Matrina for the day, and she tells him the children have loved having him around, while he admits he enjoyed looking after them too. Before they part, Hajun asks whether Lucio has returned yet, and Matrina answers that she probably has not. That reply immediately puts Hajun on alert. He finds Lucio alone at night beneath a large tree beside a grave. Lucio senses someone approaching and looks up from her thoughts. Recognizing Hajun, she calls out to him in surprise. He approaches as she greets him more softly, and the mood turns serious. Lucio tries to explain that she needs to talk to him about something she learned at the university. Instead of letting her begin, Hajun scolds her for making him worry and punishes her with a sharp pinch. Lucio protests through the pain, and Hajun bluntly tells her she should have thought of that before disappearing. Their argument pauses when Hajun notices the gravestone beside her. Lucio reveals that it is her mother's grave, leaving Hajun stunned. Embarrassed, Hajun apologizes for not knowing, and Lucio gently reassures him that her mother died long ago. She explains that she never knew her mother personally, only that she had once been a revered nymph whose beauty was said to draw even Zeus to the village. But that admired woman was always frail, and her condition worsened after giving birth to Lucio until she died. Hajun realizes this was the painful truth Matrina had been about to tell him earlier. He thinks that if Lucio had never been born, her mother might have lived on and prospered as a powerful divine servant. The village had once looked at Lucio with resentment, and for a time Lucio herself came to resent her mother for dying because of her. That bitterness became the reason Lucio resolved to become an elite nymph of unmatched fame and serve a god of immense power. Her dream was to make her name known across every body of water, from rivers and lakes to the sea itself. For 20 years she pushed herself toward that impossible goal, trying to fulfill the future her mother never got to have while carrying both guilt and memory. When Hajun questions whether she should stay with him if she still has such a grand ambition, Lucio stops him before he can misunderstand. She insists that her choice is not about chasing the old dream anymore, but about wanting to remain at Hajun's side. That confession catches Hajun off guard. Lucio instantly realizes how intimate that sounded and panics. Flustered, she tries to reframe it by saying she simply wants to help an ordinary human like Hajun become a hero, which would mean more than serving a god who is already accomplished. Hajun sees through the excuse and privately notes that she has clearly grown attached to him. He reaches into his clothes for something he has been carrying. Then he reveals the flower Lucio had been searching for and offers it to her. Lucio is stunned, and Hajun explains that even while the children kept him busy, he still made time to look for it. He tells her to stop hesitating and place the fresh flower on her mother's grave. Pointing out how dry and neglected the old flower is, he jokes that anyone who loved flowers would be upset to see the grave left like that. Lucio thanks him sincerely and kneels to set the flower down, while Hajun brushes off her gratitude as if this were just another errand. Still curious, Hajun asks why this particular flower matters so much to her, and wonders if it is because it blooms only at night. Lucio says the reason comes from an old tale connected to the moon blossom. She begins a legend about a star-loving nymph who, unlike the others, gave her heart to the moon. That devotion angered Zeus, and the nymph was punished for clinging to the moon even after every star vanished from the sky. But later Zeus regretted his cruelty, and granted her a new life by reincarnating her as the moon blossom. The story leaves Lucio quietly emotional. She abruptly downplays the tale and claims she only wanted the flower because it had been her mother's favorite. Yet she admits there is also something about what the flower symbolizes that she admires. Before Hajun can press further, she cuts him off and insists they leave, while he keeps trying to ask what meaning she sees in it. Lucio teasingly says she cannot remember, clearly refusing to answer. As they head back under the moonlight, Hajun complains, and Lucio tells him to figure it out himself if he is so curious. By morning, the story shifts away from the graveyard to a city apartment building. Inside, someone casually starts eating pizza, signaling the beginning of a new scene. Back home at last, Hajun tears into pizza and immediately revels in finally eating something rich and satisfying. Lucio is just as thrilled, declaring this far better than the bland food she endured in the nymph village. The meal becomes a peaceful reward after Lucio finished her business there, and the two returned safely. After days of surviving on greens and unseasoned fish, Lucio had been desperate for real food. Her excitement turns curious when she asks Hajun what this fruit-topped pizza is called. He explains that it is Hawaiian pizza and treats it like a notorious but beloved variation in pizza history. He adds that many still consider it an offense against traditional pizza despite its popularity. Lucio ignores the controversy and happily claims it as her new favorite, while greedily taking more than her share. Before long, only a single slice remains in the box. As Hajun pauses for a drink, the conversation shifts away from food. He tries to confirm the bigger issue. The monsters they have faced are supposedly part of a larger force called the Seven Deadlies, which intends to destroy the world. Lucio confirms that every monster so far has only been a pawn of that greater threat. She explains that the Seven Deadlies are embodiments of the classic sins such as pride, greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and sloth. Long ago, mythical beings united to seal them beneath the earth in 7 separate regions, effectively casting them into a kind of hell. But now, whether in the mortal world or the divine one, those sealed beings have begun returning one by one. For now only weaker creatures like the tentacle monsters can cross over, but Lucio warns that stronger horrors may appear as the seal continues to weaken. Hajun struggles to accept that those tentacle monsters were merely the weak ones, yet Lucio insists that is what the book she read indicated. She recalls seeing those creatures scattered through the Rocky Mountains where they met Hercules, which makes the warning feel more real. That only deepens Hajun's concern, because if such beings are already threatening the world, he cannot understand why the gods seem inactive. Lucio admits she does not know either, though she remembers Hephaestus saying the gods intended to handle the matter themselves. Hajun chooses to believe the gods are working behind the scenes and can only hope that is true. Even so, he remains uneasy about a crisis supposedly left entirely to divine hands. Their private discussion is abruptly interrupted when Aaron appears and demands to know what problem involving the gods they are talking about. Hajun is so startled by her sudden presence that he falls over, while Lucio stays calm. Still rattled, he asks how long Aaron has been there, and how she even got inside his home. Aaron casually explains that Lucio invited her over for pizza, and Lucio happily backs that up. Hajun is left disturbed that she entered without him even noticing the door. Aaron samples the pizza, approves of it, and only makes Hajun more suspicious of how quietly she moves. When he asks why she came, she reveals it is not social at all but official business tied to the Jamsil Aquarium incident. Because Hajun cleared the gate there, she tells him the guild is giving him a reward. That sounds credible to him, since Yangwon Guild has a reputation for being fair and transparent about money. He quickly decides he has no reason to refuse free compensation. Aaron then adds that she has one more request, and Hajun immediately senses where this is going. Her serious look confirms that this visit is about more than delivering payment. She asks Hajun to teach her how to fight because she wants to become stronger like him. Determined not to get dragged into that, Hajun starts preparing a deterrent. He tapes a notice to his door forbidding solicitation, religious outreach, and requests for fighting lessons, threatening to report violators. Pleased with himself, he assumes the message will finally discourage Aaron. But after 4 straight days of turning her away, she still keeps showing up to ask for training. He tells himself her pride as a famous hunter will eventually make her give up, yet she remains persistent. One morning Lucio catches him outside and wonders why he is already at the door. When she notices the sign, she quickly realizes he put it up specifically because of the woman next door. Before she can dwell on it, Hajun orders her back inside for breakfast and tears the notice down. Lucio is baffled by the oddly specific ban on religious solicitation, and Hajun admits he added it just to make the sign look fuller. He hustles Lucio back in, trying to avoid causing trouble with the neighbors. Lucio instantly brightens when she spots a meal ticket in the process. Aaron tells her that if she helps throw Hajun out, she will earn another ticket, and Lucio eagerly sides with her while Aaron smugly notes the usefulness of always having someone on the inside. Later, the focus shifts to Lucio cooking a pot of ramen. She proudly carries the finished dish over, announcing that it is ready. Hajun praises her first attempt, though he quietly worries she may have added too much water, while Lucio proudly insists that an elite nymph can master anything. Hajun gladly tries the instant noodles Lucio made for him and immediately enjoys being cooked for by someone else. As he keeps eating, he decides the noodles themselves are perfectly done. The broth wins him over too, confirming why the brand is so popular. Then he realizes this is not the usual brand Lucio buys, and that odd detail makes him pause. Lucio tastes it herself, only to recoil because the noodles are far too spicy for her to handle. She complains that Hajun should have made her usual mild version, while he quietly fixes himself a drink and notes that her preferred noodles are too bland for him. Seeing her suffer, Hajun offers her water, and Lucio gratefully snatches it. While continuing his meal, Hajun resolves to buy a kind of instant noodles Lucio would actually enjoy next time. Lucio suddenly interrupts with what she thinks is a brilliant discovery. She excitedly announces that adding milk to the noodles softens the heat and proudly treats it like a stroke of genius. Hajun immediately undercuts her excitement by pointing out that this is an old, common trick and not her invention. He explains that milk reduces the spiciness and even makes the meal easier on the stomach, something he relied on as a child whenever noodles were too hot. Lucio takes that as permission to pour milk into Hajun's bowl as well so he can eat with less spice. Hajun stops her on the spot and insists she respect the fact that he actually likes spicy food. Lucio sulks that he ruined her perfect plan, while Hajun takes control of the pot and realizes she may have been trying to leave the rest for him all along. Before the moment can settle, Hajun's delivery app suddenly announces a new request. The order is from Hephaestus, making Hajun wonder what the god could possibly need delivered. Although it is his first request in days and he should be eager to accept, a deep unease keeps him from feeling good about it. His mind returns to Lucio's warning about the 7 deadlies and the danger that every future delivery might draw him closer to them. He also remembers that ignoring these threats could let another world-ending disaster take shape. Despite Lucio's confusion, Hajun accepts the request. He steels himself by insisting he cannot abandon a waiting customer and prepares to move out as the divine deliverman once more. The story shifts to Midgard, the mortal world, at a quiet seaside port town under the moonlight. That calm is broken as people sprint through the streets in panic. The fleeing townsfolk warn everyone to run because a monster has appeared. One man urgently tries to evacuate the town before it is too late, but many residents step outside only to doubt the warning and dismiss it as nonsense. When the alarmed men insist the threat is real, the others mock them for causing a scene over nothing. The panicked pair keep running anyway, desperate to escape before the creature reaches them. Those left behind still assume the men are simply acting irrationally or drunkenly. The crowd begins to disperse, deciding the commotion was foolish and that everyone should just go back inside. Above them, the full moon hangs over the town for one last moment of normalcy. Then a dark presence starts to spread across the sky. People notice the sudden dimming and begin to sense that something is wrong. Confusion turns upward as they try to understand what changed. A child is the first to grasp the scale of it, crying out that even the moon and stars have vanished. The adults start to deny it, but the realization catches in their throats. Everyone stares ahead as unnatural darkness swallows the town. Panic finally takes hold when they understand the sky itself has turned completely black. A vast shadow blankets Midgard, as if announcing the arrival of disaster. Within that darkness, a monstrous red eye opens and fixes itself on the world below. The townspeople break into a frantic retreat as the catastrophe truly begins. Elsewhere, the looming disturbance spreads over a rocky landscape, carrying the sense that something immense is approaching. Into that crisis, Hajun arrives by motorcycle. With Lucio riding with him, he notes that it has been a long time since they last came here. Lucio warns him not to mention the 7 deadlies in front of Hephaestus, fearing he would be furious if he learned they knew of those forbidden beings. When they reach his place and find him absent, Hajun concludes Hephaestus must have stepped out briefly. They decide to wait inside, only for someone else to approach before they can settle in. A familiar woman greets Hajun by name, making it clear she already knows him. Both Hajun and Lucio freeze in shock as they recognize the voice. A goddess identifying herself as Freya summons the young hero and says she has a task for him. He arrives at the meeting place with his small blue-haired companion and finds Freya waiting in Hephaestus's workshop. Confused, he confirms that Freya was the one who called him, since the request had supposedly come through Hephaestus. Freya explains that she used Hephaestus as an intermediary because this location was more convenient for a private meeting. When he asks where Hephaestus is, Freya casually admits she has no idea, brushing the question aside. She shifts the conversation, making it clear that what really interests her is him. Closing the distance, she turns the meeting from business into something far more personal and unsettling. Freya leans in and reveals that she has heard many stories about his growing reputation. She lists his victories over the Red Drake and the Minotaur as proof that his strength is already famous. She adds that defeating the Kraken in Atlantis has made his name spread even further. He awkwardly tries to deflect the praise, suspecting her flattery is leading somewhere dangerous. Freya insists she means every word, but her sudden warmth only makes him more uneasy. He realizes this behavior is the complete opposite of her earlier hostility, which makes her even harder to trust. Trying to regain control of the situation, he pushes the conversation back to the urgent delivery. Privately, he decides the fastest way out is to get her to explain the job before her mood changes again. Freya resists his urgency, clinging to him and suggesting they sit down for tea while she explains. She even proposes sending his companion away so the two of them can talk alone, but the idea is cut short. Hephaestus suddenly appears through a portal, and both of them are startled by his abrupt arrival. Freya grits her teeth at his timing, while he reminds her that he can hear everything she says. Hephaestus drops the banter and warns that this request is even more urgent than the last crisis. Hearing that, the hero immediately senses this mission will be far from simple. Freya lets Hephaestus handle the explanation, noting that the matter concerns Northern Europe. Hephaestus reveals that cities in Midgard have been vanishing overnight without a trace, especially near the coast. The hero has to be reminded that Midgard is the Norse name for the human world. His companion helps him grasp the scale by comparing it to whole places like Crete disappearing one after another. Hephaestus adds that a fisherman who witnessed one disappearance described an unknown monster swallowing both the night sky and the sea. The hero assumes they want him to destroy the creature, but Freya says that is not the assignment. Instead, she gives him a simpler but ominous objective: gather intelligence. She orders him to go to Midgard immediately and identify the figure rumored to be behind the vanishing cities. The mission formally appears before him: investigate the spreading rumors in Midgard and uncover the figure at their center within 168 hours. The order also threatens divine punishment for failure or refusal, though the reward is an enormous 3 million points. That payout shocks him, confirming just how serious and dangerous this investigation must be. He sets out at once, crossing a surreal heavenly route toward the target area. Riding hard on his motorcycle, he speeds through the path without slowing down. As the system announces that the destination is close, he pushes forward with excitement. He celebrates the reward, thrilled that mere information gathering could earn him his biggest payout yet. His companion warns him not to get carried away, because these jobs never stay simple. She reminds him that every investigation they have taken eventually turned into a fight with monsters. He admits she has a point, especially since a 3 million point reward almost certainly means a monster-level threat. When he asks if she recognizes the rumors, she starts piecing together a likely answer. She names Midgardsorm as the creature that fits the reports. He is baffled by the name, but she continues before he can dismiss it. She explains that Midgardsorm, also called Jormungandr, is Loki's monstrous serpent child, a venomous being powerful enough to kill a god. He wonders if Loki could really be sending his own mythological monster to attack Midgard itself, though he still hopes it is only a rumor. His companion warns that even if it is not the original serpent, it could be one of the 7 deadlies manipulating a similar monster as a weapon. He realizes he had overlooked that possibility, and the chaos makes much more sense if those enemies are behind it. Their vehicle finally reaches the destination, and the system announces their arrival. He brakes as the road ahead gives way to something impossible. They stare at a radiant path of color stretching through the heavens in front of them. Stepping off the bike, he understands at last that the Rainbow Bridge was meant literally, a bridge of light leading onward. As Hajun and his tiny companion travel along the Rainbow Bridge, she points out that Lucio has it easy because he can fly, while a fall here would kill Hajun instantly. Hajun brushes that aside and turns his attention to a more immediate problem. He finds the bridge strangely deserted, with no one around to receive the delivery. When his companion checks the app and confirms the location, Hajun assumes they may simply have arrived early. That expectation is interrupted when someone approaches them from behind. The newcomer directly tests Hajun, asking if he is the one being sought. Caught off guard, Hajun realizes this meeting is not routine at all. A mounted armored warrior condemns him as an intruder who meddles in realms and duties beyond his place. The accusation sharpens into contempt, branding him a dishonorable problem solver. Hajun immediately takes offense at the hostility, and wonders why this stranger is attacking him on sight. His companion recognizes the rider's horse as Sleipnir, but Hajun only mocks the mount and boasts that his scooter is cooler. Trying to recover, Hajun denies being any kind of problem solver without honor, and questions where the accusation even came from. He explains that he only visited Helheim once for paid work, on a job Freya personally hired him to investigate. The rider presses the point, asking whether Hajun is denying that he is a problem solver at all. His companion jumps in to defend him by insisting Hajun is not a solver but merely a deliveryman. Hajun doubles down on the distraction, proudly showing off his scooter and ridiculing the rider's horse. The armored warrior's amusement turns cold as he recalls having sworn to punish Hajun if they ever met. Now, however, he laughs because Hajun seems too pathetic to be worth that effort. Hajun can only conclude that the man is unstable. Before the confrontation can go further, an older robed figure appears and takes interest in the vehicle, recognizing it as something crafted by Hermes. Hajun spins around in alarm, demanding to know who this new arrival is. The old man answers with calm confidence, clearly unfazed by Hajun's suspicion. Presenting himself as a humble gatekeeper, he arrives carrying a staff that radiates divine authority. Hajun identifies the staff as the caduceus, and realizes the old man must be someone important. He pieces it together, and recognizes the newcomer as Heimdall. The story frames Heimdall as the ever-watchful guardian of Bifrost, keeper of Gjallarhorn, and the one destined to signal Ragnarok. That reputation makes his casual presence overwhelming, even as he lightly asks for Hajun's name. Hajun introduces himself as Lucio, and Heimdall immediately greets him by that name, confirming he knows exactly who stands before him. The armored rider is stunned that these two have apparently set foot on Bifrost before and even crossed over from the Greek side. Hajun's companion excitedly points out that being recognized by Heimdall means Lucio is getting closer to his goal. Heimdall then turns to Hajun properly, greeting him as Hajun Lee and showing that he knows him as well. He notes that the rumors were true. Hajun's plain appearance hides someone of real ability, the man known as the god's deliveryman. That praise only deepens the writer's disbelief that Heimdall would remember a mere deliveryman by name. The implication is that Heimdall would never bother memorizing ordinary heroes from Greece, let alone someone insignificant. Not even a figure like Hercules would necessarily merit that personal notice. Nor would a famed mind like Theseus, nor even Jason, leader of a legendary expedition. So to the writer, Hajun's inclusion among names worth remembering feels absurd and insulting. Ignoring that resentment, Heimdall states that Freya has already briefed Hajun and assigns him to confirm whether Jormungandr is behind the recent incidents, leaving Asgard to handle the aftermath. Hajun eagerly accepts, motivated both by duty and by the money, and promises to investigate and report back quickly. He immediately speeds off on his scooter with his companion, leaving the others behind on Bifrost. Heimdall then orders the armored rider not to linger and to accompany Hajun. The rider obeys and charges after him on Sleipnir. As he rides, he resolves to watch Hajun closely and judge whether he truly deserves his growing reputation. The mission shifts to a quiet snowy forest, where dawn breaks over a freezing campsite. Hajun rolls out a sleeping mat as he settles into the harsh conditions. He admits that having a tent makes the cold far more bearable than his earlier trip to Helheim, when he thought they might freeze to death. His companion still complains about the bitter weather, and Hajun teases that only someone who has never lived through a real winter would say that. Even so, Hajun's expression shows he is unsettled by something nearby. The source is the rider, who has apparently spent 3 days sleeping outside in the snow without ever going inside to warm up, making Hajun seriously question whether the man even feels cold. Hajun gets the attention of a mounted warrior named Alberto and confirms he is the contact they were supposed to meet. Alberto recognizes him at once and urges the group to move immediately, and Hajun agrees to let him lead. To Hajun's shock, Alberto's horse launches into the air instead of simply riding ahead. Lucio is impressed that Odin's steed, Sleipnir, can even fly, and quickly decides that kind of mobility will be useful. The party races across the snowy wilderness with Alberto flying ahead while Hajun and Lucio follow on the scooter. Lucio starts to reassure Hajun that they still have plenty of daylight left before nightfall. Mid-thought, Lucio suddenly notices something below, and is jolted into alarm. He urgently orders Hajun to stop, forcing the scooter to brake hard despite Hajun's confusion. Lucio leaps into the air to inspect the area himself, insisting something needs to be checked before they continue. From above, he surveys the forest and the open ground beyond, searching for what caught his attention. As he gets a clearer look, he realizes the scene is far stranger than he first thought. Alberto notices the sudden halt and asks what has happened. His confusion turns to unease as he follows their line of sight. Ahead of them, the land is scarred by several enormous circular pits, as if something colossal tore chunks out of the earth. The group approaches one of the craters and sees that it is impossibly deep, with water pooled at the bottom. Hajun is stunned by the scale of the hole and wonders what kind of force could have made it. Alberto judges that something gigantic must have bitten the ground itself, narrowing the answer to one terrifying possibility. He identifies the culprit as Jormungandr, the world serpent. Hajun struggles to believe that a single serpent could be responsible for devastation on this scale. With the danger now seeming real, Lucio asks Hajun whether they should retreat or keep investigating. Hajun reminds them that their mission is to confirm whether Jormungandr is behind the disappearing cities and towns. Seeing the craters as proof enough, he concludes Jormungandr is definitely involved. But before they can turn back, Hajun realizes they are not leaving yet, though Lucio does not understand why. A new mission update appears on Hajun's phone, changing the objective to eliminating someone inside Jormungandr's belly. The story shifts to a nearby settlement, as evening closes in over a snow-covered village. Lucio spots the village and points it out, and Hajun acknowledges it without much enthusiasm. When they enter, the silence is immediate and unnatural, suggesting something is wrong. Hajun concludes the villagers must have evacuated, likely because of the recent destruction along the coast. Asked what to do next, Hajun decides not to rush onward and instead wait until sundown to see what happens. Alberto questions why they would wait instead of searching for another village, but Hajun says his app has not directed him anywhere else. Alberto is baffled by the idea of a navigation device guiding their actions, while Hajun hesitates to explain modern technology to him. Lucio catches on to Hajun's thinking and worries that he is planning to lure out Jormungandr. Hajun awkwardly confirms it by showing the updated mission on his phone. He reasons that if the target is inside Jormungandr, the only way to complete the job is to get swallowed by the monster. He further suspects the true force behind the crisis is the seven deadlies, not just the serpent itself. If even the gods are struggling against them, he fears the world could be wiped out before anyone stops them. That possibility hits Hajun in a very personal way, because it would also erase all the money he worked so hard to save. His frustration hardens into resolve, and he refuses to die before getting the chance to enjoy what he earned. Lucio immediately pledges to stay with him no matter what, refusing to let Hajun face this alone. Hajun accepts that commitment, and bluntly tells him to prepare to be swallowed whole. Lucio panics at the idea of being eaten, while Hajun stays disturbingly calm about it. Hajun reminds him that their assignment was never to defeat Jormungandr directly, only to uncover the cause of the disappearances. After Hajun quietly explains his logic, Lucio finally understands and calms down. Lucio sums it up. They believe the seven deadlies are the ones really pulling the strings, and Hajun says that is probably the case. Hajun adds that even if they end up inside Jormungandr, they do not need to kill the serpent itself. He argues that dealing with a northern god's beast should be left to the northern gods, then asks Alberto to warn Heimdall that Jormungandr is about to appear here. Alberto is incredulous and demands to know how Hajun can be so certain the serpent will come. Hajun glances at his phone, already knowing the answer. He reveals that Jormungandr will appear because he is about to summon the mission into motion himself. With that, Hajun presses accept on the updated quest, committing the group to the trap. A mounted warrior hears strange speech and dismisses it as nonsense, but the unease around him is already growing. A sharper observer realizes the impossible truth before anyone else can fully process it. The threat is confirmed when Jormungandr itself appears, proving someone has actually summoned the world serpent here. The group freezes before the monstrous presence, and the smallest among them panics first. One of them grimly concludes they are about to take an unwilling tour through Jormungandr's stomach. They are swallowed and dropped into a cavernous interior that echoes like a tunnel. Their landing in the flooded gut makes the situation immediately more disgusting and dangerous. As they regain their footing, they complain about the foul seawater surging back in and note how close one companion came to being swept away. Looking around the vast interior, they realize being eaten is even worse than they expected. One of them balks at the idea of fighting anyone inside a serpent's belly, then assumes the gods must be dealing with the larger crisis outside. The others point out that digestion is not immediate, but the rising tide means they still need to climb deeper inside before they are washed away. Their plan is interrupted when Alberto suddenly appears inside the serpent as well, shocking them. They demand to know why he is here when he was supposed to report back, and he reassures them that Sleipnir is handling matters outside. Alberto explains the reason he could enter at all. Sleipnir and Jormungandr are related as brothers. That revelation stuns the others, who struggle to process that the serpent and horse are literally family. The absurdity of Norse family trees sinks in, and they can only conclude mythology is full of terrible lineage problems. Alberto cuts past the distraction and asks what they intended to accomplish by letting themselves be swallowed. They admit they are improvising and decide to keep moving inward while using their device to search for clues. The device gives them a direction and distance, so Alberto orders them onward while warning them not to get separated. As they advance, bubbling fluid on the ground signals that the serpent's body is becoming actively hostile. The child notices corrosive ooze seeping up from below, making the danger impossible to ignore. Alberto identifies it as stomach acid and warns that if they linger, they will be digested along with everything else Jormungandr has swallowed. They press on through the tunnel until it seems they are finally nearing whatever lies ahead. A strange light appears in the darkness, leaving them baffled at how anything like that could exist inside a monster. They emerge at the edge of an entire city trapped within Jormungandr's body. Inside the swallowed city, frightened civilians cling to each other and hope the gods will still save them. One man notices the newcomers and realizes something unexpected has arrived. Word spreads instantly that heroes have come, and desperate survivors rush toward them believing rescue has finally arrived. Alberto takes command of the crowd at once, calming them and establishing himself as a figure they trust. His authority impresses his companions, who realize he must hold real status back in Asgard. Using that authority, Alberto begins an orderly inquiry, asking the townspeople to explain what happened. The survivors can offer little beyond the fact that chaos erupted and they suddenly found themselves here. Alberto reasons that random swallowing alone does not explain this and suspects there was a specific cause. When he asks if anyone saw more, a hesitant child steps forward with possible evidence. Though unsure of what she witnessed, she insists something strange happened in the village before they were taken. She recalls fleeing through the confusion with everyone else just before the city was lost. In that moment, she saw something so unnatural that she still struggles to believe it. She describes bizarre creatures with black tentacles that seized people and dragged them away. Even now, she can barely put the sight into words. Her account confirms that the attackers were unlike anything known in Asgard. The investigators realize this matches exactly what they suspected, confirming the enemy's identity. They ask the child where the creatures appeared, hoping to trace the source. She points out the direction they came from, giving them their first concrete lead. At that same moment, their tracking device reacts, validating her testimony. With the clue and the device aligned, they know they have the right trail. The device updates with the target a mile away, and they decide to move immediately toward the source and eliminate it. Alberto confirms that the gadget is now guiding them to their next destination. Their leader concludes that destroying the tentacled creatures should end the crisis, and he intends to handle it without calling in the gods. He publicly promises the trapped citizens that they will defeat the threat and return both the people and their city safely. That vow restores hope, and the survivors rally behind the heroes as their best chance of escape. A hooded figure abruptly intervenes and refuses to let the others proceed. The people inside the cavern are jolted as a violent tremor ripples through Jormungandr's stomach. The paralysis spreads so suddenly that some of them realize they can no longer move their bodies. The intruder reveals himself as a threat already stirring inside the beast and notes that the Dark Knight arrived sooner than expected. Seeing his target before him, the demon gathers corrupt power and welcomes how much easier this makes things. The shaking intensifies, throwing the group into confusion as the entire area starts to collapse. A torrent of stomach acid bursts through the ruins and turns the environment into a death trap. One warrior orders everyone to flee at once as they realize Jormungandr's stomach acid is flooding in. Panic breaks out when the acid surges closer and people scramble to escape before it reaches them. Lucio is hurried onto a bike as his guardian tries to carry her to safety through the chaos. They call for Alberto to keep up, aiming for higher ground before the acid swallows the path. Hajuin refuses to retreat and tells the others to run if they want, because he intends to stay. He steps forward as the Dark Knight and declares that he will face the demon himself. The others are left trying to understand who this mysterious fighter really is. The demon recognizes the Dark Knight at once and remarks that Hajuin still managed to track him down even in this chaos. That recognition gives the demon pause as he studies the newcomers more carefully. He identifies Lucio as the sky blue-haired nymph traveling with the unusual helmeted human, and realizes exactly who they are. The demon names Hajuin Lee as the one who defeated the Kraken, confirming he has been watching him. He admits Hajuin has exceeded expectations and realizes this human may truly interfere with his larger plans. At that moment, Hajuin receives new system information tied to the enemy before him. The demon decides Hajuin is no joke and resolves to test whether this human is the real threat he seems to be. He unleashes a surge of dark energy and formally begins the confrontation. The system reveals the mission clearly: defeat Viper, the demon of corruption, inside Jormungandr's stomach. Hajuin realizes with alarm that the enemy is one of the 7 deadlies. Lucio confirms the name immediately and recognizes Viper as the demon they are facing. She explains that Viper is one of the 7 deadlies, a title so dangerous that even Alberto is shaken she knows it. Lucio recalls an ancient account from the Kingdom of Israel about a grimoire written by King Solomon. That book was the Lesser Key of Solomon, the Lemegeton. Among its 72 demons, Viper was recorded as the demon of corruption and ranked 42nd. Hajuin initially dismisses that rank as unimpressive and assumes Viper may not be much of a threat. Alberto immediately corrects him, warning that even the lowest-ranked demon in the Lemegeton can still challenge a god. Even so, Alberto offers Hajuin a chance to withdraw, insisting he can face this alone if Hajuin is afraid. Hajuin refuses outright, determined not to run from another force that has been ruining his life. He commits himself to defeating this enemy so he will never again have to fear anyone threatening him. Alberto then realizes Hajuin is wielding Mislefen, a divine relic from Norse mythology, which changes how he sees him. Viper grows irritated by their discussion and mocks them for talking among themselves in the middle of battle. Having lost patience, the demon launches his attack. Haju braces himself as the strike comes straight at them. The attack crashes down violently, forcing an immediate response. Alberto intercepts it with a swift slash, cutting through the assault before it can hit Haju. Meanwhile, another rider activates a concealment skill and retreats with Lucio to avoid being caught in the fight. Viper hovers over the battlefield as the dust settles, still in control of the space around him. He notices the hidden rider but dismisses stealth as useless against what he is about to do. Viper reveals the true nature of his power as the demon who governs corruption itself. He spreads toxic corruption through Jormungandr's stomach, declaring that no one can hide from poison carried by the beast's digestive acid. The poisonous gas reaches the fleeing pair, and they realize they cannot breathe in the spreading miasma. Hajuin understands too late that the rider's suit only enhances his physical ability and offers no protection from poison. As the toxin closes in, he panics and desperately searches for any way to survive. In that crisis, his system suddenly activates again. A new burst of power erupts from the bike, catching Hajuin off guard and hinting at an unexpected answer to the poison. As poison and acid flood the battlefield, the scooter's hydroscale enhancement activates and grants immunity to both effects. The woman realizes the mark she made with hydroscale has triggered exactly when the toxins became dangerous. The Dark Knight recalls the enemy's earlier claim that anything disrupting his condition would be nullified, and starts piecing together how that power works. Seeing the toxins fail against him, he recognizes that his blessing must come from a far stronger being than expected. He concludes the demon has only been able to interfere because of that outside blessing empowering him. Before the enemy can press the advantage, the Dark Knight launches a sudden counterattack with his spear. He reminds the demon that he is still an active threat in this fight, not someone to ignore. The strike is aimed directly at Viper, the Dark Knight identifying his true opponent at last. He drives down with force, trying to pin and finish the demon in one decisive blow. But the Dark Knight is caught off guard when the attack does not land as expected. Viper's body disappears into sludge, making the Dark Knight realize he can evade by dissolving himself. The demon reforms from corrosive muck and complains that fighting two nuisances at once is more bothersome than he expected. Even so, Viper admits he is enjoying himself, treating the battle as entertainment. He reveals a more monstrous form and openly urges the Dark Knight to keep amusing him. The Dark Knight studies that form and notices the toxic air has grown even denser than before. He understands that getting too close now would let the corrosive venom melt him almost instantly. Forced to adapt, he decides to keep his distance and attack from afar with repeated spear strikes. His ranged assault tears across the ground in bright arcs, blasting through the poisoned space between them. Viper welcomes the challenge and calls the Dark Knight forward instead of retreating. The Dark Knight answers with a rapid series of slashes, cutting through every tendril and opening Viper sends at him. Viper realizes his attacks are all being countered, but his amusement only deepens as he prepares a new tactic. The ground suddenly trembles, signaling a larger attack building beneath the battlefield. Multiple smaller sludge creatures burst out around the Dark Knight, trying to overwhelm him from all sides. He refuses to be slowed by the swarm and charges straight through it. Deciding to thin the field first, he spins through the lesser monsters and cuts them apart in a single rush. Then he dives directly toward Viper, closing the distance despite the danger. His spear comes down in a blazing impact, striking with enough force to trigger a violent explosion. Rather than fear it, Viper praises the Dark Knight as genuinely fascinating. The blast tears through the area, forcing bystanders to take cover from the shockwave and debris. Watching from safety, one observer notes that both sides are clearly fighting in earnest now. He acknowledges Alberto's strength, but warns that Viper, a demon ranked 42nd, is monstrously powerful as well. When urged to help, he instead considers checking the shop first for a stronger weapon such as Zeus's spear. His companion immediately rejects that idea, warning that using a divine weapon inside Jormungandr's body could unleash catastrophic damage. He accepts that harming an innocent figure from Norse mythology while it is being controlled would create even bigger trouble. Still, he knows rushing into close combat without a suitable weapon is reckless, so he searches for another solution while the clash continues. A sudden realization hits him. He already has something useful and had completely forgotten about it. Excited, he reveals his idea to his companion, who is stunned that he can still pull out another option now. He activates Locks of the Stone Monkey, an item that can summon Wukong once by placing it in his palm and channeling mana. He realizes the answer has been beside him all along. He can call on the strongest fighter in the world. With confidence, he begins the summoning. He calls for the Great Sage to appear, and the item releases its power in a burst of smoke and light. A figure starts to take shape within the swirling haze. The newcomer's presence emerges with playful confidence even before he is fully seen. Wukong arrives at last, joking that the summoning took long enough and immediately belittling the enemies as weaklings. He greets the summoner like an old friend, making clear that a far more dangerous ally has entered the battle. Grinning fiercely, the Great Sage asks who he should tear apart first now that he has been called. At the same time, more violent eruptions break across the battlefield as the demon's power continues spreading. Huge maw-like sludge beasts surge up with shrieks, trying to crush everything nearby. The Dark Knight stands his ground before one gaping monster, bracing for the next exchange. He answers with another sweeping barrage of spear slashes, carving through the attack as the fight turns in his favor. The Horned Knight realizes the enemy's endless summons will keep him from ever reaching the real threat. He decides he has to close the distance and land a direct blow before the fight drags on any longer. The demon notices his hesitation and mocks the sudden loss of momentum. It presses harder, taunting him for already giving up and making clear it intends to enjoy breaking him. Before he can recover, the demon lashes out and seizes control of the exchange. The knight is caught off guard by the sudden attack. He is slammed to the ground, his weapon knocked away as the demon overwhelms him. His spear is dragged out of reach, leaving him disarmed at the worst possible moment. As monstrous jaws close in above him, he believes he is about to die. At that instant, a new voice calmly calls for a weapon to extend. A golden staff whips into the cavern and strikes with explosive force. The incoming blow smashes apart the demon's attack and tears through its summoned heads. The newcomer lands amid the dust, carrying an enormous staff and instantly changing the battle. The fallen knight stares up in disbelief, unable to understand how this figure could be here. Even the demon recognizes him from legend as the Stone Monkey, the victorious fighting Buddha, the Monkey King. The newcomer confirms the identity with amused pride, revealing himself as the great sage equal to heaven. His reputation is recalled. Long ago he turned a heavenly army upside down and crushed countless soldiers with his golden staff. He was such a force of nature that even the ruler of heaven was pushed into a corner. The legend standing before them is none other than the great sage equal to heaven himself. A blue-haired ally rushes in to check on the knight, who says he is still alive. As they regroup, they struggle to understand why a figure like the Monkey King has appeared in this place. With casual confidence, the monkey warrior admits that the human Hajuan Li summoned him. The demon is stunned that an ordinary human could call forth the Monkey King and begins questioning who Hajuan Li really is. It recalls that Hajuan carries a divine blessing that protects him from venom and poison, making his importance even more suspicious. The Monkey King tells Hajuan to take the Asgard child and step back, making it clear he will handle the demon himself. He seals that promise with a cocky wink. The blue-haired girl can only react with nervous amazement at his swagger. Facing the demon, the Monkey King says he has been waiting a long time to be summoned and is pleased to finally have a worthy opponent. He admits he has never fought a demon before, but that only makes him more eager to enjoy the battle. The demon answers with fury, denouncing him as an eastern beast trespassing on its ground. The Monkey King explodes into motion, battering the demon from multiple angles so quickly that the clash becomes a blur of impacts. While charging through the toxic air, he mocks the demon for stinking of rot and sulfur. He follows with a descending strike, offended that such a creature dared call him filthy. The demon realizes too late that the monkey has already slipped behind it with terrifying speed. A massive blow crashes down, and the demon knows it cannot evade in time. The Monkey King feels the strike connect perfectly, and is satisfied that he landed it cleanly. But his confidence falters when he senses something is wrong with the result. The demon reveals the truth. The one he hit was only a clone, not the real body. It dismisses his assault as flashy but ultimately lacking true power. Then the real demon counterattacks, sending a swarm of dark limbs to kill him. The Monkey King remains unfazed, meeting the threat with a contemptuous calm. Instead of dodging alone, he calls on Hajuan to act now. Hajuan answers immediately, diving in with blue energy and obvious excitement. The story shifts back to reveal this coordination was arranged 10 minutes earlier. In that earlier moment, the Monkey King had already greeted Hajuan like an old acquaintance. He asked Hajuan to point out who needed to be torn apart. Hajuan directed him toward the enemy ahead, identifying it as a demon named Viper. The Monkey King watched the distant clash erupt, and was impressed by the scale of the fight. Even so, he bluntly admitted he could not truly fight Viper in his current state. He explained that only a clone had been summoned, and while his real body could crush such a foe instantly, this weakened version could only put on a show. Hajuan realizes their target may truly be a demon and therefore immortal, which makes their current fight far more dangerous than expected. He suddenly notices the Mistiltine staff nearby and is startled that the legendary weapon is here at all. The courier explains Ares gave him the weapon, though it has seemed useless lately, while Hajuan insists it is exactly what they need. He reveals the Mistiltine is a mythical weapon capable of killing immortals, giving them a real chance to bring the demon down. Hajuan immediately takes charge, volunteering to create an opening and ordering the courier to strike with everything he has when the chance appears. The courier commits to the attack and drives the Mistiltine down with full force, realizing in that instant what it means to land the decisive blow. The demon erupts in agony as the strike finally inflicts real damage. The impact tears through the battlefield in a violent burst of power. For the courier, the thrill of victory peaks as he feels the satisfaction of delivering the finishing strike. He revels in the moment, convinced he has ended the fight. The demon's body collapses into blue flames at the center of the crater, seeming to burn away. Yet even while breaking apart, Viper is shocked that a human managed to wound him at all. Hajuan laughs off the demon's menace and gives most of the credit to the staff, treating the supposedly fearsome foe as less impressive than expected. Viper recognizes the wooden weapon as the fabled Mistiltine, the one said to slay even immortals. That realization only deepens his disbelief that a human somehow came to possess such a weapon. Refusing to accept defeat, Viper forces himself back up and swears he will not fall here. He doubles down on his hatred, vowing that even if he is cursed he will still kill them all and complete his mission. As his body cracks apart, the courier mocks his dramatic resolve instead of treating it as noble. The two allies trade credit after the apparent victory, each downplaying his own role in defeating Viper. Watching this, another observer is stunned that a mere deliveryman managed to defeat Viper at all. That observer concludes Hajun possesses genuine strength, while the courier assumes the ordeal is finally over. Expecting proof that the mission is complete, the courier checks his phone and wonders why no completion notice has appeared yet. A notification finally arrives, and for a moment he thinks it confirms success. Instead, the system issues an emergency mission: eliminate Viper completely before Jormungandr's insides collapse, with only 3 minutes remaining. The courier is thrown into confusion, insisting Viper should already be dead for good. Before anyone can process it, the entire stomach begins to quake, proving the danger is still active. The courier panics as the supposed ending gives way to a new crisis. A small blue-haired girl appears and warns Hajun that the battle is not over yet. A violent surge erupts from the ground, forcing the courier to brace as something new emerges. What rises is a massive, tentacled core-like form with many glowing eyes, looming over the group through poisonous fumes. Both Hajun and the courier are caught off guard, either understanding what this new monster is. Another ally appears and dryly complains about being summoned to such a terrible place as the monstrous form fully reveals itself. The blue-haired girl explains that Lucio believes this thing is a nucleus Viper planted inside Jormungandr's stomach. When the courier fails to grasp the implication, she reminds him of the Kraken incident in Atlantis. She explains that the Kraken had a sealed frozen core that was broken, and that same kind of hidden control point caused the earlier disaster. By the same logic, this nucleus is now controlling Jormungandr, which is why another catastrophe is beginning. The courier realizes he has to destroy the giant core itself if they want to stop the disaster. But the toxic fumes around it make that nearly impossible, since he cannot even get close enough to attack. A status warning tells him his poison immunity from Hydra's blessing will expire in 30 seconds, putting him on a brutal deadline. The nucleus stirs and its tentacles begin to lash out, escalating the threat before his protection runs out. The courier braces for impact as the attack comes straight at him. At the last moment, a horned warrior charges in and intercepts the assault with a sweeping strike. Hajun recognizes the newcomer as Alberto. Alberto carves through the incoming tentacles in a rapid barrage, buying the others precious time. Hajun understands they cannot win by force alone and tells the courier to use this brief reprieve to come up with a plan. The courier hesitates because the monster's poison is still spreading, but the blue-haired girl urges him to rely on a divine relic now. Accepting that survival matters more than collateral damage, he opens his relic options and prepares to gamble everything on a desperate choice. He searches for a weapon strong enough to destroy the nucleus without harming everyone else, unsure what to select. The girl spots the answer immediately, and points him toward a specific relic she says is exactly what he needs to stop Viper. The list highlights Bryanak, and the courier focuses on that name as their possible last chance. Hajun spends 2 million points to buy a replica of Bryanak, a divine lightning spear that never misses once thrown. Realizing the guaranteed hit could let him avoid collateral damage and strike only the true target, he commits to the purchase. The transaction completes, and the spear manifests before Hajun in a burst of blue light. Seeing this, Alberto dares to hope Hajun has finally found a way to win. The monkey sage immediately trusts Hajun's judgment, and is sure his friend has come up with something. As lightning coils around him, Hajun steadies himself and tests the weapon's presence. He takes Bryanak in hand, and its power answers with a heavy, thunderous pulse. Hajun recognizes the same storm force as Zeus's spear, yet senses that this weapon's nature is fundamentally different. Where Zeus's spear overwhelmed him with wild, electrifying force, Hajun recalls its power as fierce and uncontrollable. Bryanak instead fills him with unusual calm, giving him a sharp sense of control. He understands that although both weapons wield lightning, they affect him in completely opposite ways. That difference gives Hajun sudden confidence, even if he cannot fully explain why. Certain now that he cannot lose, he readies the spear as its energy crackles around him. His allies snap him out of his brief heroic trance and push him back to the immediate fight. Before he can act, the monster's mass of tentacles shifts and parts around a glowing purple center. The creature opens further, revealing more tentacles and a shrieking core at the center of the formation. The monkey sage first fears the enemy has only become more dangerous, but the king sees the opening for what it is. They realize the exposed purple core is the creature's vulnerable weak point. The king urgently directs Hajun to aim Bryanak straight at that central target. Hajun hesitates because the tentacles still block the line of fire, and he knows the spear will not reach the core if he throws now. The monkey sage takes responsibility for solving that problem and vows to clear a path. He darts into the mass of tentacles, weaving through the danger to create an opening. Calling on his monkey sage technique, he channels blazing power through his staff. With divine will strike, he slams the attack into the center and blows the tentacles apart around the core. The impact tears open a clean lane to the target, leaving the sage suspended amid the aftermath. He assumes the battle should be over, only to realize the core still has enough life left to retaliate. The surviving core erupts with a final shriek and lashes out at him from point-blank range. Bloodied but conscious, the monkey sage endures the hit and refuses to break. Instead, he grins, revealing that he expected this last desperate move. He reveals the exposed core Hajuin saw was a fake, and the monster fell for the deception. Using the opening the sage created, Hajuin closes in from above with Bryanak charged and thanks him for the setup. The monkey sage accepts the thanks with delight, satisfied that his gamble worked. Hajuin declares the finish is his and hurls Bryanak with all the certainty the weapon promised. The spear drives through the hidden true core buried beneath the tentacles and detonates its center. Bryanak shatters the real core completely, ending the monster as purple fragments scatter around the embedded spear. With the threat gone, Hajuin drops to the ground in relief, shaken by how close the fight came. His rider suit times out immediately afterward, confirming he won just before his borrowed power expired. The monkey sage admits Hajuin could not have done it without help, and Hajuin is deeply grateful for that support. The blue-haired girl rushes over to confirm the victory, and Hajuin answers with quiet pride that of course he pulled it off. Their companions praise Hajuin's choice to use Bryanak, while Hajuin insists the monkey sage deserves equal credit for making the strike possible. Seeing Hajuin exhausted, Alberto offers him a hand and asks if he can stand. Alberto openly praises Hajuin's performance, and calls him truly remarkable. He goes further, apologizing for having judged Hajuin wrongly and admitting Hajuin has shown greater bravery than any hero he has known. Embarrassed by the praise, Hajuin brushes it off and returns the compliment, acknowledging Alberto's own courage. Once the moment passes, Hajuin turns practical and says they should focus on finding a way out of the cave. As they prepare to move on, Alberto reflects on how completely his view of Hajuin has changed. When they first met, Alberto had dismissed Hajuin as an ordinary deliverman with nothing heroic about him. Now he understands that pride blinded him, because Hajuin had already proven himself worthy of being called a hero. Alberto believes Hajuin may one day be remembered as the greatest hero in all of Northern Europe. With sincere admiration, Alberto hopes he can follow Hajuin's example and become a true noble hero himself. The group arrives at a massive root-like ruin, only for a sinister presence to begin stirring nearby. A blazing red portal opens, announcing the arrival of something far more dangerous than what they expected. From the portal, a horned demon emerges and immediately takes interest in the mortals before him. Hajuin realizes in shock that even Viper, a fourth-ranked demon, was defeated, which means this new enemy is on another level entirely. The demon dismisses Viper's loss as irrelevant and calmly declares that everyone present is about to die. His killing intent crushes Hajuin so completely that Hajuin cannot even move, as if fear itself has locked his body in place. The demon gathers a devastating blast while his aura overwhelms Hajuin with the certainty that this is a predator beyond anything Viper represented. With death looming over him, Hajuin can think of nothing except the fact that he is about to die. The demon fires, fully intending to erase Hajuin where he stands. At the last instant, Alberto throws himself in and screams for Hajuin to move. The attack tears through the cavern in a catastrophic surge of power. When the blast ends, the destruction makes clear just how casually the demon could have killed them. The demon is mildly surprised that anyone managed to interfere at all. In the aftermath, blood hits the ground, revealing the cost of Alberto's intervention. Alberto lies wounded and disoriented, barely understanding what just happened. Hajuin is jolted from paralysis by the realization that Alberto may have taken the hit for him. He rushes to Alberto in alarm, calling out to him as the danger closes in. Even hurt, Alberto's first concern is whether Hajuin survived the attack. Hajuin catches Alberto as he collapses and desperately tries to keep him conscious. The demon mocks Alberto as the so-called hero of Northern Europe and sneers at him for risking his life to shield an ordinary human. To the demon, Alberto's sacrifice only confirms his contempt for humanity. Shaken and furious, Hajuin demands to know who this monster is. The demon laughs at the question and reveals himself as Leviathan of Envy, one of the 7 deadlies. That revelation horrifies Hajuin, because it means this enemy belongs to the same class of calamity as Viper. Lucio urgently tells Hajuin they need to flee at once. He explains that Leviathan is vastly stronger than Viper, making a direct fight hopeless. Lucio insists there is nothing they can do alone, and that they must retreat and call the other gods. Hajuin answers by gripping his weapon instead of retreating. He refuses to let Leviathan's strength decide his actions, ignoring Lucio's panic. Hajuin declares that anyone who interferes with his deliveries will be beaten down, no matter who they are. He plants himself in front of the demon and defines his resolve in the simplest terms he knows. Hajuin commits to battle under his own creed, the way of a deliverer-man. Leviathan bursts into laughter, amused that such absurd determination could exist. But the demon quickly realizes why others spoke so much about Hajuin and starts taking him seriously. Leviathan admits Hajuin is an unpredictable human whose presence has repeatedly disrupted demonic plans. He spreads his wings, preparing to stop treating the encounter lightly. Granting Hajuin a twisted form of respect, Leviathan vows to kill him with everything he has. Hajuin awkwardly tells him not to make it sound so dramatic and just fight normally. Leviathan responds by invoking a power under his command. He unleashes Endiok, a monstrous manifestation of envy that floods the cavern with dark, crushing energy. The technique swells into a violent vortex of power, signaling that Leviathan has opened with a finishing move. Hajun is stunned that the demon is using his ultimate attack immediately and struggles to understand how to survive that kind of pressure. Lucio berates him for ignoring the warning and says this disaster is exactly why they should have run. Even Hajun briefly admits they may be doomed because he insisted on playing the hero, but he rejects despair just as quickly, deciding that standing his ground is the only option left. Leviathan is impressed that Hajun remains mentally intact after witnessing Endiok, something no other mortal has managed. Because of that, Leviathan decides Hajun is worth remembering before moving in to finish him. The demonic power bears down on Hajun as the clash reaches its breaking point. At that moment, a new arrival complains that he rushed over after hearing Jormungandr had gone wild, only to find this mess instead. A red-haired warrior appears with crackling force and dismisses Leviathan as nothing more than an annoying insect in his way. A wounded monster suddenly realizes too late that the aura before him belongs to someone far more dangerous than expected. A pillar of lightning slams down, announcing the arrival of an overwhelming new force. The battlefield erupts with thunder as the newcomer lands and electricity tears through the ground. The intruder reveals himself as Thor, furious that anyone dared cause trouble in his domain. His power crashes down again, making his entrance feel less like a rescue and more like divine judgment. The blue-armored fighter is rattled by the sudden storm and struggles to understand what just appeared. Seeing the pink-haired man standing amid the lightning, he realizes this must be the mysterious Thor. Thor casually greets them and confirms he is the Hajun Lee everyone has been talking about. The sight of a lightning-wreathed hammer makes it clear this Thor truly carries the power of myth. The blue-armored fighter recognizes him at once, while Thor notes, with surprise, that Alberto is somehow still alive. The fighter urgently explains that Alberto is in critical condition and needs immediate treatment. Thor brushes the concern aside for the moment, making it clear he has another priority first. What matters to him now is settling a personal score. The battered monster lies coughing in the crater, barely able to recover under the pressure of Thor's presence. He is shaken that a Norse god found this hidden Jormungandr location at all. Realizing the worst possible god has appeared, Thor steps forward and bluntly demands to know whether this creature harmed Alberto. He confirms Alberto is the victim and recalls that this is his first real encounter with a being straight out of Norse myth. Thor raises Mjolnir over the fallen enemy and promises him a fast, merciless death. The monster can only curse his luck as he stares into the hammer's blinding light. Mjolnir comes down in a catastrophic blast of lightning that tears through the area. The blue-armored fighter can only shield himself, stunned by how absurdly destructive Thor's power is. Even from a distance, Thor's strike leaves the others overwhelmed by the scale of what he can do. With the threat crushed, Thor coolly suggests they leave, and the observer can only think that this is what a true powerhouse looks like. Far away, the story shifts to a lonely tower rising from a ruined wasteland. Inside, several demons gather around a round table to assess the fallout from recent events. The demon of sloth reacts first, quietly weighing the situation. The demon of wrath is introduced among the council. The demon of gluttony appears as well, unconcerned enough to keep eating through the discussion. The demon of greed takes his place in the meeting. The demon of lust is also present, completing the circle of major demonic figures. One of them admits disbelief that Leviathan is truly dead, since he seemed impossible to bring down. Another dismisses the shock, arguing that Leviathan was never likely to fall easily. The group agrees he was insufferable, but also admits no one among them was more devoted to their cause than he was. They mock Leviathan's grand ambitions and conclude he was far less capable than he believed. Greed points out that Leviathan emerged from hell without proper preparation, which naturally drew the attention of those troublesome mythicals. He warns that Satan may be next if he is not careful, and the threat clearly strikes a nerve. Wrath explodes in anger and slams the table, refusing to sit through any more of it. Ignoring attempts to stop him, Satan storms out, declaring there is no reason to stay if no one has anything new to say. The others write him off as too hot-headed to be helped. Sloth brings the room back to the real issue. Leviathan's death has badly disrupted their larger strategy. Their original plan had been to use the Minotaur to kill Theseus, eliminate heroes one by one, and spread chaos through the mythological realms. That chaos would have weakened the mythicals enough for the demons to seize Earth through the gates. But because of a single human, that entire plan has collapsed. Now that Leviathan's corpse has fallen into mythical hands, the demons fear their enemies will soon uncover everything. Sloth concludes that if matters have come this far, they will have to intervene personally. The scene shifts again to a modern high-rise, returning the story to ordinary human life. A young man wipes sweat from himself, still trying to recover from a foul lingering odor. He notes with relief that the smell is finally fading after a long night. He recalls getting home late from inside Jormungandr, spending nearly 2 hours scrubbing away the stench of being swallowed. Even while complaining about the ordeal, he is abruptly reminded of Thor's chaotic arrival and how that man only made the whole mess worse. Hajun revels in how thrilling these life-and-death deliveries have become. Back home, he reflects that he still owes Thor for rescuing him and, more importantly, remembers he finally claimed his reward. He brings out the ring he earned and focuses on the fact that it came from a kill reward. The system confirms he was paid for defeating the demon of corruption, Viper. It also confirms that, with Thor's help, he brought down Leviathan of Envy, one of the 7 deadlies, for an even greater payout. Seeing his total points soar, Hajuin celebrates the rush of victory. The ring then triggers a rare hidden achievement, marking him as a demon hunter and hinting that he has crossed into a new level of recognition. Remembering how powerful his previous divine ring was, he suspects this new one is just as significant. The ring's aura convinces him it is loaded with power. His excitement gives way to a practical problem. He has no idea how to activate or understand it. Lucio arrives, and Hajuin immediately turns to her as the closest thing he has to a walking encyclopedia. She takes the ring to inspect it while he asks whether she can identify its function. For a moment Lucio reacts as if she has recognized something extraordinary, making Hajuin think the ring might be a rare relic. But she instantly admits she has no idea what it is, and Hajuin knocks her down in exasperation for pretending otherwise. Lucio insists the scare was payback for all his teasing, while Hajuin realizes she had been clutching the ring the whole time. He decides they can ask Hephaestus later, trusting the god of forging and enchantment to identify it. Before that, Hajuin decides Lucio needs to be dealt with first. He pounces on her for mocking her elder and turns the moment into playful punishment. Lucio breaks into helpless laughter as Hajuin tickles her without mercy. She finally surrenders, and in the struggle her foot hits the remote. The television abruptly cuts in with breaking news that new gates are appearing. Still holding Lucio in place, Hajuin blames her for changing the channel, while she blames him for ignoring her pleas to stop. The report explains that ultra-massive gates are simultaneously opening across multiple regions, unlike the first isolated phenomenon event. As the broadcast promises more details, Hajuin immediately grasps how bad this sounds. The news shows a giant gate opening over Beijing. Another has appeared over Tokyo. A third has manifested over Washington, D.C. The scale becomes clear when the report confirms similar ultra-massive gates in around 60 other countries. Hajuin realizes this is no random disaster, but the opening move of the 7 Deadly's real operation. Right in the middle of that revelation, a new delivery request appears. Hajuin can hardly believe the system is summoning him at a time like this. The request orders him to proceed immediately to Olympus, though the sender is unknown. He is left wondering why he is being dragged to Olympus without warning. Soon after, he arrives in Olympus itself. Traveling through the divine city with Lucio, Hajuin is once again struck by how extravagant the place is. Someone calls out to him, interrupting his thoughts. It turns out to be Hephaestus, who has been waiting specifically for Hajuin. When Hajuin asks if he sent the request, Hephaestus denies it and explains that someone of even higher rank summoned Hajuin, so he is only there to escort him. Hephaestus notes that word of the gates has likely already spread on Earth, and Hajuin's reaction reveals he knew about them before arriving. That prompts Hephaestus to bring up Hajuin's recent clash in Midgard and question why he kept it quiet. Caught off guard, Hajuin hesitates because Lucio had made it clear that mortals were not supposed to know about the 7 Deadlies at all. Hephaestus falls silent in a way that makes Hajuin fear he has just exposed himself. Instead of anger, divine power gathers in Hephaestus's hand. He slams Hajuin down with a heavy blow, leaving Hajuin bracing for the worst. But the attack turns out to be rough praise, as Hephaestus laughs and congratulates him for helping defeat Leviathan, impressed that a mortal surpassed expectations again. When Hajuin asks whether knowledge of the 7 Deadlies was supposed to be forbidden, Hephaestus explains that the gods were allowed to tell him, but Lucio was expected to let him discover it on his own. That answer makes Hajuin turn toward Lucio with dangerous calm. He grabs Lucio's cheeks and forces her to acknowledge that she heard the explanation. He drags her closer, furious that her warning nearly made him think he was in serious trouble. Before he can keep scolding her, Hephaestus cuts in and reveals there is still a real problem caused by what happened. The original strategy had been for the chief gods to strike together and wipe out the 7 Deadlies in a single coordinated assault. Hephaestus explains that they held back despite the chaos on Earth because they were waiting for that moment. Even then, they only managed to seal the 7 Deadlies because the gods attacked all at once while the enemies were vulnerable. But Hajuin's unexpected defeat of one of them alerted the rest, forcing their plans to accelerate. Hajuin realizes this is why the giant gates began opening around the world. Hephaestus confirms that the gates are a direct result of the disrupted plan. Because the laws of causality limit how openly gods can interfere in mortal affairs, Hajuin has been summoned to handle what they cannot. With the explanation over, Hephaestus leads Hajuin to meet the god who specifically called for him. Hajuin nervously guesses that Zeus must be the one behind this summons. Hephaestus immediately denies it. Instead, he reveals that Hajuin is about to meet the being known as the creator of the sun. They enter a grand hall prepared for an audience with someone of immense status. Hephaestus formally presents Hajuin to the waiting god. Seeing even Hephaestus act deferentially, Hajuin is struck by just how exalted this god must be. Hajuin is caught off guard when the god addresses him directly. The god dismisses the apology and makes clear that Hajuin has arrived exactly when expected. He welcomes Hajuin warmly, noting that this is their first meeting and that he had expected someone older. He adds that Hajuin's stand against Leviathan impressed him and earned Zeus's attention. Still confused, Hajun asks the god to identify himself properly. The god laughs and admits he never introduced himself. He begins listing the many names and roles he has held across history as a divine embodiment of power. He describes himself as a ruler over life, death, and the underworld as well as the living world. Then he gives the name that matters here. He is Ra, the sun god. Hajun recognizes Ra as a major Egyptian deity tied to ancient creation myths. His first panic thought is that he may have been summoned just to answer for the gates appearing on Earth. Before he can spiral further, his companion urges him not to lose control. Hajun steadies himself and asks Ra what he actually needs from him. Ra confirms that Hajun already understands the crisis of the massive gates. When Hajun tensely admits that he does, Ra tells him to relax. Ra says the real reason for the summons is that he needs Hajun to deliver something directly to one of those gates. He produces a cloth-wrapped object, which Hajun realizes is a sword. As Hajun takes it, he asks who the delivery is meant for. Ra explains that it is for someone trapped in a dire situation inside a gate, a man who entered without even proper gear. That man is Ra's devoted warrior, known as Ra's Hunter. The title stirs Hajun's memory at once. He connects it to the Hell Gate, the catastrophe that plunged the world into chaos a decade earlier. He remembers that a single man cleared that disaster alone and became known as the strongest man alive. Ra names that man outright, Muhammad Hadid, the world's top-ranked hunter. Shocked, Hajun asks if the greatest hunter on Earth is now the one in danger, and wonders who could stop the current crisis if he falls. Ra treats the answer as obvious. Zeus suddenly appears and declares that the responsibility now belongs to Hajun. Hajun is stunned by Zeus's entrance, while Ra enjoys how easily the trick caught him off guard. Zeus orders Hajun to go to the gate and rescue Ra's hunter, threatening divine punishment if he refuses. Before sending him off, Zeus adds one more warning: this mission may be Hajun's last delivery. Hajun immediately takes that to mean he is being sent to die. Zeus answers with unsettling certainty that Hajun's fate has already been decided. He then reveals there is a condition attached to the mission. If Hajun completes this delivery, he will ascend and become a mythical. With that promise hanging over him, Hajun heads to Egypt by air. He arrives at Cairo International Airport, the next stage of the mission now beginning. A delivery worker and his small blue-haired companion disembark under heavy security, arriving at what feels like the end of a long and dangerous route. Exhausted from the trip, he complains that traveling cheaply has left him wrecked and swears he will not endure economy class again. His companion reminds him that Lucio missed the sunrise, but he brushes it off, saying they had no luxury of choice and had to take whatever tickets they could get. As he looks out into the cosmic expanse ahead, he quietly realizes they have reached the end of his route. Facing a swirling portal, he understands that this delivery will be his last assigned destination. That realization leaves him stunned into silence. His thoughts jump to an earlier moment when he was told, to his disbelief, that he was becoming a mythical being. The blonde godlike figure had urged him not to dismiss it, pointing to everything he had already accomplished. He was reminded that he had crossed countless mythological realms. He had also helped numerous gods and heroes through his work. Those memories included saving powerful figures in moments of crisis. He had even altered the fate of entire worlds. On top of that, he had defeated enemies that even major gods hesitated to confront. Because of all that, the blonde figure declared that Hajun had more than earned recognition. Hajun tried to downplay it, insisting he was only a courier trying to make a living. He admitted he never intended for his work to grow into something so immense. A calmer voice told him that his shock was understandable, but the world was already changing around him. He was pressed to admit that he had seen that transformation with his own eyes. Even so, Hajun questioned why he should be chosen when so many greater heroes existed. He thought of legendary figures like Theseus as examples of people more deserving than him. He added Jason and other famous champions to that list. He even cited renowned heroes from other worlds, convinced their deeds surpassed his own. The blonde figure agreed that many heroes had achieved greatness, but said achievement alone was not enough to become mythical. To reach that level, a person had to offer something uniquely their own rather than merely accumulate victories. What set Hajun apart, he was told, was a rare gift that allowed him to connect gods and mortals. Hajun fixated on that idea, trying to grasp what it meant for him to serve as that bridge. Before the discussion could go further, the blonde figure deferred it, saying they first had to confirm Ra truly intended to hunt him. Back in the present, Hajun snaps out of the memory, still unsettled by hearing his own name and title in his head. Lucio notices his distraction and asks what has been troubling him. Hajun covers by saying he was only thinking about how to finish this final delivery. Lucio tells him not to let the earlier revelation burden him and to handle this task the way he always does, one step at a time. That advice reminds Hajun of the simple, steady approach that has carried him through every impossible job so far. He accepts the reminder and decides to stop spiraling. Resolving not to waste time over what this last job might mean, he commits to seeing the delivery through first. As if answering that resolve, the portal ahead surges open. The destination is revealed, a gate in Beijing, China. On the other side, monstrous demons are already loose and roaring. Local fighters are in the middle of a desperate battle, cutting into the creatures as they try to contain the outbreak. Even wounded, the monsters keep pressing forward with terrifying resilience. The defenders panic as they realize these are not ordinary enemies but something far worse. A veteran recognizes them as the same kind of monsters that emerged from Hellgate a decade earlier. A cloaked figure appears and coldly recalls Hellgate as his first experiment unleashed upon the world. He is amused that anything from that old catastrophe still survives and takes the defender's presence as an unexpected curiosity. Then he reveals his contempt openly, dismissing humanity as stubborn vermin. Behind him, a giant demon looms over the exhausted fighters, making clear how hopeless the situation has become. The defenders can barely process that this nightmare is happening again. One of the monsters crashes down with overwhelming force, tearing apart the battlefield. The cloaked mastermind identifies himself as Belphegor, demon of sloth, and mocks humanity for remaining as feeble as ever. Elsewhere, at a gate in Washington, D.C., another fighter charges straight into a swarm of demons, showing the crisis is spreading across the world. He unleashes a sweeping strike to carve through the horde, signaling that the wider battle against the invasion has begun. A hunter rallies the defenders to hold the gate at all costs, insisting they cannot let the monsters break through. In the middle of the fight, someone senses a strange surge of mana and realizes a new threat has appeared. A red-black presence advances through the ruined city, drawing every eye toward it. The newcomer reveals himself as a demon, openly irritated and radiating violent power. The hunters recognize this as the final monster and rush to finish it before it can step onto American soil. The demon fixes on their weakness and prepares to exploit it. He attacks with brutal force, driven by how much their vulnerability amuses and enrages him. The strike is devastating enough to recall the monster that once wiped out the nation's strongest hunters in a single blow. As despair sets in over who could stop such a creature, his identity is named the Demon of Wrath, Satan. The narration widens the crisis, revealing that another gate has opened in Tokyo, Japan. In Japan, shrine maidens fight back together, splitting targets as they try to contain the invasion. One of them unleashes a divine infernal flame against a towering beast. Her attack should have landed, but the monster pushes through the flames and closes in instead. The beast lashes out, and Ayaka is suddenly put in danger. Ayaka braces for death as the monster's claws descend on her. Before the blow can land, a blazing strike cuts across the battlefield and intercepts it. A voice calls out as reinforcements arrive at speed. Two hunters dive into the fight and tell the Japanese defenders to leave this part to them. They carve through the monsters in a burst of coordinated slashes, instantly shifting the momentum. When asked who they are, the newcomers identify themselves as the Yangwon Guild from South Korea, sent as backup after hearing about the gate. A woman in heels enters the battlefield and calmly orders the wounded to retreat. She surveys the scene with amused interest, as if she has found something entertaining. Noticing Korean hunters in Japan, she teasingly approaches and makes it clear she intends to toy with them. The Korean team immediately understands what she is and warns their leader. She is identified as Asmodeus, the demon of lust and the boss monster of this dungeon. The story shifts again to London, where another gate has erupted and a monstrous figure roars over the battlefield. That demon declares his endless hunger and is named Beelzebub, the demon of gluttony. The defenders in London steel themselves and vow not to let him pass. They launch a full charge, trying to overwhelm the threat before it breaks through. Nearby, a young woman who came on Hermes' orders arrives expecting one mission and finds total chaos instead. Peering out from cover, she demands to know what is happening as the scale of the disaster becomes clear. The focus moves to the Cairo dungeon in Egypt, where another threat of the crisis is unfolding. A motorcycle races through the dungeon's stone passages at high speed. Its rider pushes deeper inside, using speed to cut through the darkness. The passenger, Hajuin, feels sick the moment they pass through the gate, and his companion checks on him. Hajuin explains that gates usually unsettle him, but this time the discomfort is far worse. The pressure reminds him of the terror he felt when he once faced Leviathan in Jormungandr's belly. From that sensation, he concludes that one of the 7 deadlies must be inside this dungeon. He would rather avoid such a monster, but if forced into a fight, he trusts his fully recharged Kaini to carry him through. With that resolve, the pair speed onward, ready to meet whatever is waiting ahead. Their confidence falters when figures appear in the tunnel, making them fear the enemy has already found them. The figures turn out to be A-rank demon mummies, a swarm of lesser monsters blocking the way. Hajuin briefly considers using his Kaini, then realizes that would be overkill on enemies this week. He decides to conserve his power and handle them the simple way. Instead of stopping, they gun the bike straight through the horde and bulldoze past the mummies. At the dungeon's top floor, trapped civilians wait in a stone chamber, cut off from escape. Behind the barred gate, monsters gather and claw their way closer, their growls filling the room with dread. Panic spreads among the survivors as they realize the creatures may soon tear through and kill them. One woman tries to keep everyone from collapsing into despair, insisting the hunters will come for them. Her hope is met with bitter disbelief, as another survivor points out that the hunters outside look just as broken and helpless as they are. Trapped in the dungeon, the Osiris Guild members lose faith in their reputation as the world's strongest because they cannot even save themselves. Rania's anger boils over as she blames their current disaster on the Guild's reckless decision to follow orders that led them into this trap. She openly condemns the leadership, arguing that this catastrophe began when they ignored reason and marched everyone in anyway. The accusation widens to the guild's greed, as the treasure before them is held up as proof that their own choices caused this ruin. Rania presses the point further, grieving the 3 teammates who died protecting people she sees as selfish cowards. When tempers flare and others move to stop her, the deputy guildmaster orders everyone to stand down before the fight turns inward. The guildmaster himself steps in and cuts off the confrontation, forcing Rania to stop. Instead of denying blame, he admits that as hunters they failed in their duty to protect civilians while obeying orders. Mohammed Hadid, guildmaster of Osiris, accepts that they are now suffering the consequences of that failure. He turns to the rest of the group and prepares to make his position unmistakably clear. Drawing on his power, he ignites his weapon with golden energy to enforce his command. A violent burst of force erupts from him, instantly silencing the room and reminding everyone who leads this guild. The civilians are stunned by the sudden display of overwhelming power. Rania too is shaken, realizing just how serious the guildmaster has become. His gaze hardens with absolute resolve. He warns that anyone who breaks formation again will be executed, with no exceptions. The threat leaves the civilians and survivors visibly rattled and scrambling to obey. He orders Rania to end the argument and move toward the boss room, and she immediately falls back in line. Rania regains control of the group and pushes everyone to their feet so they can keep advancing. Even as she obeys, she is unsettled because she has never seen the guild master this furious before. From behind, his silence and posture make his anger feel even heavier. Then something shifts, and a tremor runs through him as if the rage has stirred a buried memory. His body reacts before his mind can steady itself, his heartbeat surging with dread. A horrific vision overtakes him, dragging him back to a blood-red scene of slaughter and ruin. In that memory, desperate cries for help echo through the carnage. He relives someone crawling in terror while monstrous shapes close in from behind. The memory expands into a massacre, with victims begging not to die as beasts tear through them. The sounds of jaws and bones breaking make the nightmare feel immediate again. At the center of it all stands a towering demonic creature, the source of the terror that once overwhelmed everything. The flashback snaps him hard enough that he has to clutch his head to keep himself grounded. Rania notices his distress and asks if he is all right. He hides the truth, claiming he is only lightheaded from overusing his divine power on the way up. Rania urges him to conserve his strength and let the others handle the monsters until they reach the boss room. He resists at first, insisting that their priority must remain protecting the civilians, but she refuses to let him shoulder everything alone. She reminds him that Osiris is supposed to be the strongest guild in the world, so he should trust his team to carry part of the burden. The others support her, warning that if he exhausts himself now, no one will be able to defeat the boss later. They also frame it as a duty to the comrades they already lost, asking him to let them fight in their place as well. Moved by their resolve, he finally agrees to proceed the way they want. His thanks catches Rania off guard and flusters her despite the tension. She tries to turn that moment into a more personal opening, but he cuts the mood short by pushing everyone onward before more monsters arrive. At the next doorway, he warns that once the barrier falls, the dungeon's monsters should come flooding in. He orders the team to wipe out every creature that appears as he opens the way. But when the sealed passage is revealed, the corridor beyond is eerily empty. Rania immediately realizes something is wrong, because the monsters that filled the area moments ago have completely vanished. The guildmaster senses the anomaly at once and turns serious again. He warns the others that something is approaching. As the ground and air begin to rumble with an unfamiliar presence, even he admits it is unlike any monster they have faced so far. He identifies it as an immense surge of foreign mana, far beyond anything he has ever felt, and concludes it must exceed S rank. As a colossal impact shakes the corridor, he realizes with horror that the presence may be something even worse. The being that emerges is not just a powerful enemy but the sworn foe who once slaughtered his entire squad inside Hellgate 10. A blue-armored hunter tears through the dungeon at high speed after sensing the demon of greed, Mammon. He realizes he has found his target, and closes in with certainty. Instead of a demon, he presents himself to Ra's hunters as a divine deliverer man bringing a package for their guild master. In the dungeon corridor, the hunters pause long enough to hear him out. Rania pieces together his story. Ra supposedly assigned him a mission in Olympus, and now he has come to Egypt to deliver something important. The courier flatters her for seeing through the situation so quickly, calling her worthy of her rank. Rania refuses to accept the explanation, especially with the suspicious circumstances and the frightened companion beside him. She presses harder, arguing that his arrival by scooter deep inside a dungeon sounds too absurd to trust. Another hunter confirms the stranger is a Korean D-rank named Hajun Lee, which only makes his presence here seem even more suspicious. Before the interrogation can settle, a scout rushes in to report that every monster ahead has already been wiped out. That report makes the room go still as everyone reassesses the harmless-looking courier. Rania grows even more suspicious, convinced the inconsistencies around him are piling up rather than clearing. The guild master, Mohammed, intervenes and orders Rania to release Hajun despite her objections. He recognizes Lucio as a high-grade nymph who serves gods and heroes, taking her presence as proof that Hajun's claim has divine backing. Mohammed also senses a powerful blessing around Hajun, suggesting some greater being is protecting him. Still irritated, Rania finally gives in and allows Hajun and Lucio to go free. The restraints come off, ending the standoff. Relieved to move again, Hajun stretches while Lucio happily celebrates his release. Mohammed asks Hajun to confirm his identity and get to the real point. What exactly Ra sent him to deliver? Hajun admits he barely understands why a top hunter was chosen for this, then rummages through his things to find the item. He triumphantly produces the package, Ra's dagger. Along with it comes Ra's message that Mohammed must fulfill the promise he made 10 years earlier. The message invokes the time Mohammed saved the world during the Hell Gate crisis and calls on him to do it again. Rania protests that the whole story sounds impossible and starts to call Hajun a fraud. But Mohammed is shaken, because the mention of that old promise hits something he cannot dismiss. Lucio teases Hajun for actually pulling off the delivery, while he starts to believe this bizarre job may truly make him a real divine courier. As he holds the dagger, Hajun reflects that after all his dangerous deliveries, this success feels like the end of an era. That thought immediately turns into a bigger question. If this is his future, is he becoming something legendary? His attention briefly shifts to Lucio, and he notices something odd about her face. Mohammed cuts through the distraction and asks Hajun to hand over the blade. Hajun complies, formally completing the delivery by placing the divine weapon in Mohammed's hand. The moment Mohammed takes it, flames erupt violently around him. The fire does not empower him as expected. It starts burning Mohammed himself. He drops the dagger as divine fire crackles over his body and the weapon falls blazing to the floor. Mohammed realizes the truth at once. The dagger has rejected him. Hajun is baffled, unable to understand why a weapon sent specifically to Mohammed would refuse him. Mohammed begins confessing that the story everyone believes about the Hell Gate incident 10 years ago is false. He forces himself to reveal the truth he has hidden ever since. Mohammed admits that he did not save his comrades during that disaster. He was the one who caused their deaths. Hajun rejects the confession as impossible, unable to reconcile it with Mohammed's heroic reputation. A sinister green presence enters the corridor and confirms that Mohammed is telling the truth. Hajun recognizes the foul energy immediately and understands a deadly enemy has arrived. The intruder exposes Mohammed as a coward who abandoned his dying allies and fled to save himself. The speaker reveals himself as Mammon, one of the 7 deadlies, and claims this disgrace is the real face behind the world's celebrated hunter. Hajun draws on blue power and prepares to fight, having expected the demon to appear. Even as he braces for battle, he worries that the rejected delivery means he may have failed the mission. Rania snaps into command, identifies Mammon as the boss-level threat ahead, and orders the civilians and rear guard to be protected. She turns to Mohammed for orders, expecting the guild master to lead the response. Instead, Mohammed tells her to stay back as fire surges around him. He unleashes Ra's divine power, warning that if he loses control, even his allies could be burned. As danger erupts, someone urgently shoves Hajun Li aside to keep him from being hit. Mohammed Hadid charges into a storm of fire, ignoring a warning as he throws himself into the fight. He swings his blazing curved blade with overwhelming force, driving straight at the enemy. But the demon's shadowy green arms intercept the attack, showing it can physically stop even his empowered strike. The horned foe mocks Mohammed for charging in the same reckless way as before, implying old history between them. Mohammed answers with fury, revealing himself as Earth's strongest hunter and refusing to be diminished. When the demon claims he has not changed, Mohammed rejects that judgment and insists the enemy still does not understand him. He unleashes the pain he has carried since Hell Gate vanished, making clear that the past has never left him. His memories return to the massacre and terror of that day, when he and others were driven to despair and survival panic. He has never forgotten the monsters and the destruction that took his comrades from him. For 10 years, Mohammed says that grief has burned inside him without fading. Now he has saved all that fire for one purpose, reducing this demon to ash. He releases Solar Bane, turning himself into a spiraling pillar of destructive flame. The attack engulfs the demon in a roaring inferno, and Mohammed believes he has finally landed justice. As the flames race through the tunnel, the battle seems decided in Mohammed's favor. He lowers his weapon and steadies himself, exhausted after pouring everything into the strike. Convinced it is over, Mohammed frames the kill as long-awaited justice for the dead. The demon reappears unharmed behind him, taunting him for still being trapped in the same lukewarm fire and the same old self. Green shadow arms burst outward again, and Mohammed realizes too late that his strongest attack accomplished nothing. The impossible truth hits him: the demon endured his all-consuming flames without injury. The demon compares this moment to 10 years ago, accusing Mohammed of failing everyone then and proving he still cannot save anyone now. He twists the knife further, claiming mortals are inherently weak because their bodies and hearts remain burdened by emotion and old scars. From that contempt, he concludes that humans deserve to be ruled rather than rule themselves. His shadow arms surge past Mohammed toward the restrained guild members in the rear, expanding the threat beyond a duel. The captives recoil in panic as the grasping arms close in on them. Seeing the attack spread to the others, Hajun and the blue-haired girl are horrified by the unnatural hands swarming the room. Rania cuts through the shadow arms in a blur, buying the captives a few precious seconds. Her intervention makes clear that this enemy is far beyond an ordinary boss monster, and can overwhelm the guild with ease. Even as the arms seize Mohammed, Rania refuses to leave him to fight alone and rushes in to help her guild master. Mohammed tries to stop her, knowing she cannot defeat something this powerful. Rania answers by holding to the creed he taught her: a hunter does not abandon comrades or shrink from shared burdens. She throws his own lessons back at him and declares she will not run now. Mohammed can only call after her, as she commits herself to the attack. The demon catches her too and sneers at her loyalty, reducing her courage to foolish devotion to a helpless leader. He turns the moment into a cruel accusation against Mohammed, saying he lost comrades 10 years ago and is repeating the same greed-driven failure now. Then he sends another killing strike at Rania, promising that Mohammed's sin will be punished through her death. Rania launches herself forward anyway, making one last desperate attempt to break through. Mid-charge, she realizes the attack has shifted and that she has misread the demon's reach. The shadow arms change shape and angle toward her, cutting off any escape. Rania understands she cannot dodge in time and braces for the hit. Mohammed screams her name, certain he is about to watch another comrade die. At the last instant, blue energy slashes across the tunnel and intercepts the attack. A glowing blue figure bursts in between them, knocking the threat away and shielding Rania. Rania recognizes the newcomer and is stunned to realize who has arrived. The divine deliverer man appears at last, apologizing for the delay as he takes control of the battlefield. His sudden intervention also frees Mohammed from the shadow arm that had him pinned. The demon is forced to turn and reassess this unexpected opponent. When Rania asks how he escaped restraint, the newcomer casually tells her to check behind her. She looks back in alarm, sensing that the entire situation has changed. The captives are all free, and Mohammed immediately orders everyone to fall back to the cage as the rescue turns into a coordinated retreat. A stunned woman realizes Hajuin somehow rescued the civilians and directed them to safety in almost no time. In the tunnel, Lucio confirms the evacuation is complete, and Hajuin immediately orders Rania to be taken out as well. When she refuses to abandon the guild master, Hajuin insists she leave with Lucio at once. He clarifies that he is not giving up on the guild master, only asking her to trust that he can handle what comes next. She finally yields to his judgment and leaves, begging him to save their leader. Rania and the child flee down the passage, leaving Hajuin alone to face the enemy. As Hajuin prepares himself, a hidden voice addresses him by name and title, revealing it has been watching him. The horned man mocks ordinary courtesy and admits he is especially drawn to Hajuin. He fixates on something in Hajuin that he finds unusually compelling, an untainted, powerful desire. Hajuin presses him on what desire he means. Before the demon can sink deeper into Hajuin's mind, the guild master warns that this is mental manipulation. The warning is cut short as the demon's power seizes the guild master, and the demon openly claims him as prey. The demon spells out what fascinates him about Hajuin: his drive to save others, finish every delivery, and never let go of a task. To the demon, that relentless commitment is the purest kind of desire. He reveals his real aim and invites Hajuin to join the Seven Deadlies. Promised everything he has ever pursued, Hajuin rejects the offer without hesitation. He admits he is greedy, but only for what he can earn by his own effort. With negotiations over, Hajuin activates Kaini and prepares to strike. The demon accepts that persuasion has failed and shifts fully into combat. Even as Hajuin closes in, the demon treats the attack as an inconvenience rather than a threat. Hajuin unleashes a rapid, high-speed assault meant to cut the demon down in one rush. The blow tears through the tunnel floor, but the demon slips away before it can land. Hajuin realizes too late that he has missed. Standing in the crater left by his own attack, he understands the demon has vanished from sight. The demon appears behind him and mocks his assumption that only Hajuin possessed divine gear. Hajuin is shocked that the demon can still track him even while Kaini is concealing him. The demon answers by invoking another item from his arsenal. He strikes Hajuin with Divine Breaker, a weapon designed specifically to shatter divine artifacts. The impact slams Hajuin into the ground in a burst of destructive force. Spitting blood, Hajuin realizes Kaini has been destroyed. The demon enjoys Hajuin's shock and makes clear that the shop's advantages were never his alone. He explains that he possesses Eclipsia, glasses that reveal the invisible, and Divine Breaker, a knuckle weapon built to destroy divine tools. He further reveals that every divine weapon he carries was bought for the sole purpose of killing Hajuin. Hajuin reaches for the shop to counter him, but the demon says the dungeon's disruption of the gods' network has already cut that option off. Hajuin tries anyway, only to confirm that the shop will not open and no new weapon is coming. With his gear gone and no backup available, Hajuin is forced to admit the demon is overwhelmingly stronger. The demon senses that collapse in confidence, and taunts the fearless deliver man for trembling now. He sneers that Hajuin has turned out to be just another disappointing mortal. To prove the point, he batters Hajuin across the floor and reduces him to a helpless target. Charging his fist with dark power, the demon prepares to send Hajuin to hell for good. He swings down with a finishing blow while Hajuin can barely raise himself. Then an unexpected voice cuts in with a riddle about what happens when a king trips. A blazing golden force crashes into the battlefield from above, interrupting the execution. The answer follows with the impact. A king who trips gets dethroned, as a sphinx joins the battle. Seeing the newcomer, Hajuin recognizes him at once. The massive sphinx lands between Hajuin and the demon, taking control of the fight. The sphinx repeats his punchline with obvious pride, delighted by his own entrance. He breaks into loud laughter and demands appreciation for what he considers excellent comedy. Still reveling in the joke, the sphinx boasts that his riddle game is on point, while Hajuin can only stare in confusion. The moment ends with Hajuin baffled that this ancient being is talking like someone obsessed with internet slang. Amid the ruins, Hajuin Lee is stunned by the possibility that Mammon might actually be dead. A voice addresses him as the sphinx and gatekeeper of the pharaoh's domain, explaining that even this dungeon lies within her reach. Hajuin recognizes the voice at once and realizes who has appeared before him. The pharaoh reveals that every pyramid on Earth is an extension of her power, linking dimensions and placing this place under her authority. She makes clear that even a dungeon forged by a demon still falls under her dominion, leaving Hajuin staring in disbelief. The ruler of Egypt manifests fully, and Hajuin realizes the pharaoh herself has come. When he asks why she is here, she answers that a savior of her land was in danger, so she came to rescue him. She casually heals Hajuin's battered face, though the abrupt treatment hurts. Once his injuries are handled, she notices something more troubling about the situation. She points out that the nymph who usually follows Hajuin is missing, and he assumes Lucian escaped somewhere safe. Her trembling excitement makes it clear she finds that absence suspicious for reasons Hajuin does not understand. Hajuin starts to suspect the pharaoh's arrival may not be as reassuring as he first thought. She decides it may be better not to reveal her less flattering side to the child any further. A dark force begins to stir again from the wreckage. Mammon's presence returns, mocking the idea that any Egyptian ruler could interfere with a mortal's destined death. The Sphinx reacts as the demonic power surges back into the chamber. The revived force lashes out violently as it reclaims form. Mammon fully reemerges, amused that Hajuin has once again drawn dangerous attention. Hajuin is shocked that Mammon survived, while the pharaoh coldly remarks that greed never dies easily. Mammon laughs at her, comparing her to all kings who cling to authority. He accuses her inner court and her rule of being nothing more than forgotten vanity preserved by worship and time. He paints her as a ruler enthroned over ruins, mistaking decayed reverence for dignity. The pharaoh accepts the insult with amusement, and says that if he had been less pathetic, he might have entertained her. Instead, she declares that anyone who defiles a king's sanctum has only one fate awaiting him. She unleashes a divine binding technique. Blue chains wrap around Mammon as the chains of Isis lock onto him. She explains that these sacred chains were forged to bind chaos and greed, and that he will not move at all. Within this place, she tells him, even the original sin of greed is under her control. Mammon answers by sending the Sphinx charging in with a crushing blow, dismissing her command. The Sphinx follows with another strike, taunting Mammon with a bizarre joke as he attacks. His assault smashes through Mammon's restrained body and drives the demon back hard. The impact tears across the chamber in a violent burst. The Sphinx stands over the battlefield while the pharaoh remains composed beneath him. Seeing Mammon overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, Hajuin is awed by the pharaoh's power. He finally understands the scale of authority held by Egypt's ruler. The pharaoh moves to finish the fight and declares that it ends here. Mammon abruptly rejects that outcome and warns that she is the one who is finished. In the next instant, the pharaoh is struck by an unseen backlash. Hajuin cries out as she suddenly falters. She collapses into a coughing fit, blood spilling out, while Hajuin rushes to support her. Even the Sphinx is hurt by the same recoil, crashing down as the cost hits him too. Still coughing blood, the pharaoh tells Hajuin not to be so surprised. Mammon explains that causality cannot be defied, and no god may interfere in a mortal's death. Though the chains still bind him, he remains unharmed, proving the punishment has fallen on those who broke that law instead. What confuses him is why the pharaoh intervened anyway when she must have known the consequence. Hajuin demands an explanation, and she reminds him she already hinted that Lucian would not witness this side of her. She reveals that this dungeon was created by the Seven Deadlies, and that every human inside it was already fated to die. The moment she stepped in, the absolute law of causality pushed back against her. Even knowing that, she says she could not simply ignore what was happening. She resolves herself through her bond to the land and its descendants, standing by her choice to protect them despite the cost. A captive warrior is violently restrained by shadowy hands as a hostile force asserts control over him. An unseen ruler acknowledges that Muhammad reached this realm by surviving sandstorms and daring to challenge its gates. A woman kneels and declares that, as king, he must cleanse her people of their deep corruption. Her plea lands with force, underscoring the desperation and gravity of what she is asking. When she invokes the queen's support, the Sphinx is summoned to stand behind her cause. A monstrous jester mocks the fallen king and sneers that even his subjects still cling to foolish loyalty. The woman cuts off the insult and insists the jester cannot understand the resolve driving her. The creature only savors that word and treats her conviction as something to ridicule. It decides to test that resolve directly and prepares to strike. The attack comes suddenly, and Muhammad is left screaming as the assault crashes into him. Dark tendrils spread from all directions and pin him in place, turning him into a helpless target. As the force grips his head, His body begins to react as if something inside him is being disturbed or awakened. In that turmoil, Mohammed hears his own name as if someone is trying to pull him back. The call jolts him hard enough to break the nightmare's hold. He wakes by a campfire in confusion, unsure where he is or how he got there. A familiar voice checks on him, and he realizes someone close to him is beside him. He recognizes Abelia, who worries that he has been pushing himself too hard again. Still disoriented, he grabs her too roughly, and she protests through the pain. Abelia sees that something is seriously wrong, while Mohammed struggles to reconcile her presence with what he remembers. Before he can explain, another guildmate interrupts by teasing that the two of them seem to be getting closer. Eugene keeps joking that their obvious affection is making everyone else jealous. Mohammed tries to shut the teasing down, but Eugene insists the whole guild can already see what is between them. The banter continues, turning the mood light even as Mohammed remains unsettled by it all. As he looks around, he recognizes more of his old comrades, including Shanik and Nasser. Their laughter and familiar faces remind him of the guild he once fought beside to clear Hell Gate. But that recognition only deepens his shock, because none of them should be here. A violent memory surges up of the catastrophe they were supposed to have died in. He sees them again as corpses scattered across blood-soaked ground. The vision hits so hard that he has to cover his mouth to keep from breaking down. Overwhelmed, Mohammed insists this cannot be real because the dead are sitting alive around him. He stares at them in disbelief, unable to accept their presence. He finally voices the impossible truth as he knows it. They were all supposed to be dead. The fire crackles on, grounding the scene while Mohammed struggles to separate memory from reality. His guildmates carry on with a cheerful toast, as if nothing is wrong. They celebrate the triumphant return of Osiris Guild. The camp erupts into drinking and laughter, with everyone acting like they survived and came home together. Yet Mohammed remains apart from the joy, isolated by what he remembers. Someone notices his silence and asks whether he is feeling any better. Abelia approaches him gently, trying to draw him back into the moment. She tells him how badly he frightened her, and asks what kind of nightmare could shake him so deeply. Mohammed admits he dreamed that everyone died in Hell Gate, and that he abandoned Abelia just to save himself. Abelia treats it as a terrible dream and reassures him that no wonder it left him rattled. She reminds him that they all barely escaped dying there and credits Mohammed's awakening as a mythical hunter for bringing everyone back alive. To her and the others, Mohammed is the hero who saved them all. That praise unsettles him, because it clashes with the guilt and uncertainty still haunting him. Even as he tries to accept this reality, other faces and another version of events keep flashing through his mind. Abelia leans against him and says she is truly happy to be here with him. Then she asks if he feels the same way about being with her. Caught off guard, Mohammed can only blush and stare back at her. He decides to stop chasing the contradictions for now and accept this shared moment with her as enough. With everyone alive and safe, the group briefly celebrates, clinging to relief after surviving together. In the quiet that follows, Mohammed is told that as long as they still have each other, the lost memories should not matter. That reassurance fails, and the woman confronting him demands to know whether that excuse truly satisfies him. She accuses Mohammed of doing what he always does when the truth hurts, running away from it. The moment snaps back to battle as Sphinx lunges into the fight against the horned demon. He drives in aggressively, trying to overwhelm the demon before it can regain control. Instead, the demon meets him head-on and counters with brutal force. Sphinx realizes too late that something is wrong with his body and momentum. His attack falters, and the demon notices his sudden weakness immediately. The demon batters him upward and points out that his movements have become sluggish. Sphinx is slammed back to the ground, clearly losing the exchange. Watching from the side, Pharaoh understands the cause. The restriction tied to the law of causality is weakening Sphinx. Even while straining herself, she resolves to return and support him. Her companion catches the danger in an instant as the situation turns worse. Pharaoh starts to collapse from the drain, and her ally rushes to steady her as she admits the restriction is exhausting her. The demon mocks Sphinx as a failed gatekeeper who cannot even protect his own king. Then it unleashes a massive purple strike, declaring Sphinx unworthy of his title. The blast tears through the area in a violent surge. Pharaoh and her ally endure the shockwave helplessly as the attack lands. From the smoke, the demon emerges still in control, its killing intent sharpening. It announces that only the two remaining opponents are left. With chilling confidence, it declares the game over and says the final stage of its plan is about to begin. But before it can finish Sphinx, a hand reaches out from the ground and catches its leg. Even broken, Sphinx refuses to let the demon pass. The demon almost admires that last resistance, while making clear it had been willing to spare him only if he stayed down. Instead, it prepares a killing blow and promises to put him down like a loyal dog. Dark energy floods the battlefield as the execution strike is about to fall on Sphinx. A blazing figure suddenly cuts in and commands the demon to stop. The demon is startled by the familiar flame and immediately suspects who has arrived. Wrapped in golden fire, the newcomer descends into the battlefield. His flames spiral around the scene, forcing the demon's attention away from Sphinx. Pharaoh and her allies stare in disbelief as they recognize the impossible arrival. Mohammed steps forward and takes responsibility for the fight himself. That return echoes the earlier challenge, asking whether his old self-deception was ever enough. The accusation follows with it. He has been running away again. A falling mug becomes the trigger for a buried memory to surface. Mohammed remembers a peaceful night of drinking with his comrades before everything went wrong. The memory widens to show the whole group together in that fleeting calm. Then time itself seems to halt as he sits beside the woman who had been with him in that past. He realizes the person before him is not Abelia and demands to know who she really is. The answer comes from a fiery presence that addresses him as its misguided servant. It tells him that forgetting only grants a brief false peace, because truth always returns through causality. As the fire crackles, the illusion begins to give way. Mohammed turns and braces as the hidden reality forces itself into view. The law of causality reveals the truth with a crushing finality. He sees Nasser and Shanik lying dead on a blood-soaked battlefield. Then he sees Eugene dead as well, confirming the full extent of the loss. Mohammed breaks down, refusing to accept the massacre and desperately trying to call it a dream. He demands to know why RA is making him witness this horror again. RA answers with the truth. Mohammed tried to escape. He was meant to die alongside his comrades, but somehow he alone survived. The Keeper of the Ink reveals that its power defies causality, but it can restore only one life. He explains that on that day he chose Mohammed, hoping the man he saved would not repeat his own fatal mistake. Amid a battlefield of the dead, he forces Mohammed to face the weight of that choice and what must come next. He names Mohammed his chosen one and demands that he decide for himself. The choice is framed plainly: remain trapped by grief and a broken past, or move beyond it. As the challenge hangs in the air, fire gathers in Mohammed's hand as if answering his resolve. The keeper urges him to raise his blade not for the dead, but for those who are still alive. That appeal strikes something deep in Mohammed, and his hesitation begins to crack. He remembers the people whose lives and hopes still depend on him. The memory of innocent joy and the future worth protecting hardens his decision. Mohammed finally accepts what he must do. He seizes his weapon as its power flares to life in his grasp. With his choice made, he unleashes a decisive strike toward the man who tested him. The keeper receives the attack without resistance, letting Mohammed prove his resolve. Mohammed declares that he will never again allow another death he could have prevented. Satisfied, the keeper acknowledges that this is the determination he wanted from his hunter. He opens a way out and sends Mohammed back to the world of the living. Before Mohammed leaves, the keeper promises they will meet again. Mohammed dashes through the portal and returns to the ongoing battle. Left behind, the keeper watches him go in silence as the flames settle. Back in the chamber, Mohammed reorients himself to the present fight. Someone notices he is letting the departing figure go without pursuit and questions that choice. Mohammed realizes the voice belongs to Abelia. He is shaken that the farewell came without explanation, as if an important bond was severed in silence. Abelia gently stops his frustration and tells him that what was left unsaid is enough for her. She assures the others that whatever burden Mohammed carried has already been lifted from him. The group's tension breaks as his companions greet his return with confidence and rough affection. Abelia states plainly that Mohammed will be able to finish this. Her certainty comes from the fact that all of them believe in him. Empowered by that faith, Mohammed surges back into the heart of the battlefield. He crashes down before the demon, fire spiraling around him as he re-enters the fight. The onlookers can hardly believe the figure who has appeared before them. They recognize him at last as Mohammed. The demon greets him with mocking interest, amused that the hunter has returned. It demands to know how Mohammed escaped the hold of its shadow power. Mohammed answers with action, closing the distance before the demon can react. He dismisses the taunting and cuts straight to his true intent, killing the demon. The demon is stunned that Mohammed moved in so fast it failed to sense the strike. In a single blow, Mohammed cuts the demon down. The witnesses are awed that he felled Mammon so effortlessly. Abelia realizes this is the moment Mohammed has finally cast off the burden he carried as Ra's hunter. But even as Mammon falls, it becomes clear that the strike was not enough to truly destroy Greed's demon. The demon concludes that Mohammed's brief absence changed him, and that he has now been chosen by Ra's blade. Accepting this new level of threat, it begins to draw on a darker power. The demon restores itself and declares that it will now fight Mohammed seriously as a worthy opponent. It activates an ability called Open Shop and prepares a new arsenal. First it summons Caldera, the Infernal Blade. Then it calls forth Morpheum, the Reaper's Scythe. Next comes Vartigare, the Dragon Slayer. Finally it adds Memorial, the Hammer of Oblivion, turning the battle into a clash against a full armory of monstrous weapons. The confrontation begins by invoking Belzahim, one of the 7 infernal artifacts. The Venom Spellcaster, Ein-Zeros, the god-slaying Iron Flail, is named next, establishing the forbidden arsenal now in play. Dainam, the Fawn of the Forgotten God, follows, completing the sense that ancient taboo weapons are being called forth. The demon reveals that all 7 infernal artifacts have now been gathered into his possession. He explains that these are weapons even the gods forbade, each carrying a distinct curse and catastrophic power, as if hell itself had taken shape. Certain that no mere servant of the gods could survive such weapons, he unleashes their power without restraint. The attack surges toward Mohammed, meant to overwhelm him before he can answer. Mohammed dismisses the threat at once, showing he has already judged the demon's advantage hollow. He charges straight through the infernal barrage, his body and weapon wrapped in blazing divine fire. The demon is stunned that Mohammed has broken through all 7 artifacts, and realizes Ra's power surpasses even his own demonic energy. Mohammed presses the assault from above, forcing the demon onto the defensive. Even so, the demon sees one remaining path to resist. He fuses his demonic power into his arm, cracking it into a monstrous new form to keep fighting. The onlookers can only watch as the battle shifts into something more dangerous. Mohammed studies the change in silence, recognizing the fight has entered a new phase. The demon boasts that with enough overwhelming power, the distinction between forms no longer matters, as his arm becomes a vessel of merged demonic force. The two face each other again across the ruined ground, with Mohammed now confronting that unstable transformation directly. One observer realizes the demon's new arm is so unnatural that it is making his whole body tremble. It is explained that the arm is the result of weapon and possessor being forcibly fused, a manifestation of pure greed too powerful for even its wielder to fully control. That greed is tied to humanity's violent history, to the ages when mortals sought such power amid war and bloodshed. In that sense, the fused weapon is revealed as the origin from which all weapons descend. But bringing such a thing into the mortal world comes at a cost the demon can no longer hide. He admits that taking this form violates the very laws the artifacts were meant to obey, even as the strain tears at him. The girl realizes his suffering is proof of that violation, because the 7 deadly beings can only exist within the law that gave them shape. She clarifies that restoring their original sinful forms means breaking causality itself, and not even they can escape the consequences. The demon accepts that wielding this power means defying causality, and declares that if the price is blood and decay, he will still pay it. His resolve erupts outward in a violent burst of demonic force that tears through the battlefield. He launches himself at Mohammed, embracing self-destruction if it will buy him victory. The demon closes the distance in a direct rush, trying to crush Mohammed before he can answer. The companions warn Mohammed, but he remains calm, already committed to meeting the charge head-on. He recalls the promise he made to save the world again, grounding himself in that duty. He admits he once failed that duty by running from it, and decides he will not hesitate this time. What drives him now is not obedience but his own identity as the strongest hunter in the world. He raises Ra's sword and makes clear this battle is not for a god's command, revenge, or glory, but for a reckoning he chose himself. The blade ignites completely, answering his resolve by setting itself ablaze with divine fire. The demon roars that he will consume both Mohammed's justice and the burning sword along with everything else. Mohammed meets the demonic arm with the blazing weapon, and their clash detonates in a burst of overwhelming light. Calling on Okra, he releases the full radiance of the sun through his strike. The demon is caught in that brilliance and thrown off balance as the attack pierces deeper than brute force. For the first time, he cannot understand what this light truly is. The answer comes as a massive explosion of solar fire that engulfs the battlefield. The companions cry out for Mohammed as the blast swallows both fighters. When the flames clear, the demon is hurled away, his power stripped apart by the burning impact. Instead of raging, he laughs in awe, recognizing that he has witnessed something extraordinary. He realizes Mohammed's flames did more than burn him, they purified the demon of greed itself. Accepting defeat, he yields the victory to Mohammed and acknowledges him as the true strongest hunter in the world. With the danger over, the tension breaks as Mohammed's allies celebrate and tease each other for panicking. They explain that Ra's light is older than any curse, the source from which their legends were born. Mohammed stands within those golden flames as they reveal Ra's true power, to illuminate and cleanse all corruption. The battle ends with the last remnants of evil consumed in fire. Facing the burning demon, Hajun accepts that the battle is ending but presses for one last truth. He confronts Mohammed over whether revenge was ever Mohammed's real goal, questioning why the man who should have wanted him dead held back. Mohammed admits he once imagined killing Hajun countless times, especially by casting him into the flames. But he decided Hajun no longer deserved death by his blade, refusing to let vengeance give his enemy any meaning. As Mammon burns away, he understands that the sword and flame were never meant to erase sin, only to strip greed of its false significance. With his form collapsing, Mammon accepts that this was the only fitting end, because greed itself was never something real or whole. The story reflects that greed begins with longing for what cannot be possessed. It grows from awareness of one's lack and from chasing illusions as if they could fill it. That emptiness becomes an endless urge to gather more and more without satisfaction. Mammon is revealed as the perfect embodiment of that void, a being who never truly possessed anything at all. Though he reached for everything, he remained fundamentally empty. Now that emptiness is gone, Hajun stands alone in the aftermath of the victory. He steadies himself and draws his weapon back as the last traces of power spiral away. The motion resolves with calm finality, signaling that the fight is truly over. Realizing he has fulfilled Ra's will, Hajun is left with a quieter question about what purpose remains for him now. That uncertainty is interrupted when Lucio's device alerts him that Ra's delivery has been completed. The message immediately orders him to proceed with sealing the demon of greed, Mammon. Lucio protests in disbelief, pointing out that Mammon has already disintegrated and that he has no means to seal anything. Before he can make sense of it, dark remnants of Mammon's presence begin swirling through the chamber. A woman beside him notices his confusion and points out that the answer is already on him. She directs his attention to a globe from his pocket, revealing that he has been carrying a mystical object without realizing it. Lucio pulls out the source of the light and recognizes it as something important. He realizes it is the ring he received after defeating the demon of envy. The woman identifies it as Solomon's ring, an ancient relic capable of sealing the remnants of the 7 deadlies. As Mammon's essence is drawn toward it, she explains that a demon trapped inside can only leave if the ring's owner permits it. Seeing the ring in Lucio's hand shocks her, because it should have been buried and lost long ago. As the sealing completes in an oddly anticlimactic way, she begins to suspect Lucio may be far more significant than he appears. Lucio is still baffled by the absurdity of the relic's behavior when someone rushes into the chamber. Mohammed immediately kneels and honors the woman as the descendant of the sun god, revealing her true status. She is pleased by the respect, especially after so long without hearing it from one of her own line. But instead of accepting Mohammed's submission, she lifts him up and tells him she does not want her people kneeling before her. She urges him to return with pride to those who have been waiting for him. At that cue, one of his comrades charges in, calling for her guild master. A small blue-haired girl follows, overjoyed to find Hajuin alive and even more surprised to see Lucio there too. The guild master throws herself at Hajuin in relief, embracing him the moment she reaches him. Clinging to him, she scolds him for carrying every burden alone and reveals how deeply his disappearance frightened everyone. Hajuin can only answer with a quiet apology as the weight of their worry finally reaches him. Holding her back, he realizes he has returned to something worth living for. Even amid the reunion, a neglected companion sprawled on the ground complains that no one is checking on him. The chamber suddenly ruptures as a bright opening tears through the structure above them. A shaft of blue light pours in, and the survivors look up as the dungeon begins to break apart. The little girl voices what they are all seeing: the dungeon is disappearing. The woman explains that the pyramid was shaped by Mammon's principle of causality, and with Mammon gone it is reverting to its original state. When Lucio asks whether the other gates around the world will vanish too, she clarifies that those zones are separate and will remain until the other deadlies are defeated. Still, she warns that Mammon's fall has introduced a dangerous new variable. She explains that divine law normally forbids gods from interfering in deaths already assigned by fate, but if someone breaks that law, the restraints on the gods can begin to loosen. Lucio and Mohammed realize that by killing Mammon, they may have triggered that change themselves. She confirms it, saying Mammon's destruction has disrupted the balance of the world. Then she sends them on with a grim warning that they are about to witness the gods' retaliation. The consequence appears immediately in Washington, D.C., where deployed hunters lie slaughtered across the ruined city. Amid the ruined battlefield, the lone surviving hunter struggles to stay upright, exhausted and surrounded by the aftermath of a massacre. He can barely accept that his nation's strongest hunter unit was wiped out by a single enemy. A voice invades his fear and mocks him for trembling like a helpless mortal. The killer reveals himself before the hunter as the one who slaughtered his comrades. The demon urges him to stop cowering and let hatred take over instead. He tries to justify the slaughter as the same vengeance humans have inflicted for ages. But the hunter can only see the truth in front of him and names the creature for what it is. He condemns the being as a monster and a butcher. His horror peaks as he calls it a demon outright. Facing the towering fiend, he breaks down over how a mere human could ever hope to stop it. The demon seizes on that despair, pleased that the hunter has surrendered mentally. It sneers that humans always collapse into panic and flight when tested. Dismissing him as worthless, the demon decides to end his life. Its attack crashes down with overwhelming force. The blow tears open the ground and leaves a crater where the hunter stood. Before the demon can finish him, a new voice rebukes it for forcing its emotions onto others. The newcomer rejects the demon's idea of wrath, warning that hatred only destroys the one who embraces it. A radiant lion-headed warrior appears, and the hunter recognizes him as Hercules. The demon is outraged that an Olympian would interfere in the mortal realm, where divine intervention is forbidden. Hercules admits that would normally be true, but says someone clever created just enough of an opening for him to act. He credits that ally and declares that now the demon will finally witness true wrath. Hercules answers with a devastating punch charged with divine power. The impact erupts outward in a blinding shockwave that blasts through the ruined city. Even the hunter is stunned by the sheer force Hercules unleashed. The explosion continues to rip apart the surroundings as the strike carries through. When the light clears, the shockwave has carved a massive path across the battlefield. Hercules laughs off the hit as a light tap and taunts the demon to stop pretending it was hurt. He calls for the demon to get back up, certain that attack barely scratched it. The demon accepts the challenge and decides to fight seriously at last. Elsewhere in Tokyo, the city lies in chaos beneath a web of glowing pink restraints. A demon named Asmodeus delights in binding humans tighter, as they beg and profess love under her influence. She revels in how easily human hearts and bodies melt for her power. Then she notices one mind among them that has not fully yielded. She focuses on a red-haired warrior still resisting and urges her to surrender to desire. The woman refuses, declaring that she will not lose herself to such shallow manipulation. As Ares' hunter, she swears she will never submit to a demon like Asmodeus. Asmodeus is impressed that a human blessed by a god can keep her mind intact even under lust's restraints. Coveting that pure spirit, she decides to claim it for herself. When possession fails, Asmodeus resolves to kill the woman instead. She unleashes a crushing wave of power that hurls the hunter through the air. The hunter braces herself, struggling to endure the attack. A violent red force suddenly surges into the battlefield and tears through Asmodeus's assault. A commanding voice praises Seonjin for holding out this long. That new power slams down with explosive force and shatters the pressure around her. Asmodeus immediately senses who has arrived and is shaken by the impossible presence. A towering red-haired warrior bearing an enormous sword manifests before Seonjin. Realizing the identity of her savior, Seonjin can only stare in disbelief. She names him at last as Ares, the god of war. Asmodeus recoils, insisting that gods are not supposed to interfere in the human world. Ares answers with open contempt, reducing her outrage to an insult that leaves her stunned. Ares erupts in outrage when someone tries to kill the divine hunter he had pinned his future on, treating it as a direct attack on his own prospects. The accusation leaves Ares briefly thrown, as if he cannot believe what he just heard. The woman behind the chaos fires back that demons like him are exactly why the world keeps descending into disorder. That insult pushes her over the edge, and she unleashes a surge of crackling power and furious retaliation. She vows to tear her enemy apart and turn the remains into a trophy, escalating the confrontation into outright slaughter. Elsewhere in Beijing, two monstrous demons loom over a ruined site while a hooded schemer stands amid the aftermath. The old man mocks how quickly the conflict ended and regrets not turning it into a full war from the beginning. He bitterly concludes that relying on Belphegor's pride was a mistake, since the demon has already vanished and abandoned the plan. A new presence identifies Belphegor as the one behind the disaster, exposing the mastermind at last. The newcomer condemns him for leaving the underworld and bringing ruin into the human world. Belphegor realizes with shock that the one confronting him is Hades himself, a god who should not be here. Hades treats this clash as just another turn in a larger chain of fate, implying that one of their kind has already fallen. He declares the endless cycle tiresome and promises that this time Belphegor will not escape by merely being sealed away again. Calling on immense underworld power, Hades sentences Belphegor to a final and everlasting death. Belphegor laughs off the threat, refusing to believe true annihilation can touch him. He argues that as long as humans exist, demons can never truly vanish, and claims the gods are the ones who can be erased. At another site, a sharply dressed figure steps into position as the ground begins to respond. A huge circular pit opens beneath him, suggesting a prepared trap or ritual is now activating. A horned demon in a suit watches with red-eyed satisfaction, convinced everything is unfolding exactly as intended. In London, a violent disturbance tears through the city in a cloud of smoke and purple force. A hooded commander demands an immediate report as the situation spirals out of control. A surviving soldier reveals that an entire squad was swallowed whole, leaving the commander stunned by the scale of the loss. The explanation is worse than expected. The ground itself collapsed and took the soldiers with it. Faced with an unseen predator that can consume people through the earth, the commander realizes they are dealing with something monstrous. That monster finally emerges from the smoke, its glowing eyes fixed on fresh prey. Driven by hunger, the demon roars that it needs food and prepares to devour whoever remains. In response, glowing symbols spread across the battlefield, marking the area with a sudden magical intervention. The soldiers notice the strange sigils too late, unsure whether they signal rescue or another threat. Blood rains down into the crater, showing the creature has already been feeding below. One armored fighter drops toward the marked zone as the magic intensifies around the pit. For a moment, she fears this descent means certain death. Instead, Hermes' divine power activates, streaking in with blue speed to alter the battlefield. The new power locks onto the marked ground and triggers a rescue effect from above the crater. The trapped people suddenly begin floating upward, realizing they are being pulled out alive when they thought all hope was gone. A blue-haired woman warns them not to touch the markings because doing so would wake the thing below and get them eaten. When asked who she is, she refuses introductions and focuses on getting everyone out immediately. She admits Hermes told her to stay back, but she could not keep watching people die without acting. Once the survivors are safe, she steels herself, knowing only the demon remains to be dealt with. The creature, revealed as Beelzebub, rages at being interrupted in the middle of feeding. The woman realizes the looming threat is one of the 7 deadly sins and understands why Hermes sent her to gather divine artifacts. Forced to choose, she decides to use one of those relics now despite the risk. The artifact, the Ring of Dispel, reveals its blessing from the Lady of the Lake and grants her control over holy water. Using that power, she summons massive holy water dragons to overwhelm the demon. She orders the attack to converge at once, sending the dragons crashing down on Beelzebub together. The holy water bites into him, and he panics as the dragons clamp down and refuse to let go. Even while suffering, Beelzebub threatens to devour everyone if they do not retreat. He tries to answer the assault with a violent swallowing force, turning his hunger into a weapon against the whole area. The pull becomes so strong that even the woman is dragged by it, and she realizes he may be trying to consume the entire battlefield. Before the attack can fully turn against her, someone coldly tells Beelzebub he moved too quickly. The hidden ally reveals the trap, What Beelzebub swallowed was holy water, which is poison to demons like him. A holy water attack is unleashed in an attempt to erase the demonic enemy on the spot. The blast detonates with overwhelming force, briefly making it seem like the threat might finally be gone. Seoyun braces herself and anxiously wonders whether that strike was enough to end him. The answer comes immediately as the demon speaks from within the darkness, proving he survived and catching her off guard. A numbing force seizes Soyun's body, leaving her unable to properly control her limbs. The demon reveals he recognized from the start that she was no ordinary human, but a mortal carrying a mythical blessing. To him, that makes her an exceptionally rare and valuable prey. His power tightens around her, and her pain spikes as he takes full control of the situation. He declares his intent to consume everything that makes her who she is, from her strength to her memories and emotions, until nothing remains. With that promise, he moves in to begin devouring her. Seoyun, nearly helpless, can only call out to Hermes for help. A calm apology answers her plea, signaling that Hermes has finally arrived. Blue divine power crashes into the scene and violently interrupts the demon's assault. Hermes lands in a new, adult form, making it clear he has come prepared to fight seriously. He sweeps Seoyun safely out of danger before the demon can finish her. After checking that Seoyun is unharmed, Hermes startles her further by revealing this stronger appearance. He casually explains that fighting like this is more practical than staying in his child form, and Seoyun hurriedly accepts the change. The demon demands an explanation, accusing Hermes of violating the rule that gods should not interfere in mortal affairs. Then he dismisses the complaint and admits what truly interests him is finding out how a god would taste. Seoyun realizes with alarm that the demon has already regenerated from the earlier damage. Hermes acknowledges that this enemy will not be easy to put down. The demon mocks Hermes as the weakest of the 12 Olympians in direct combat, and insists he is no war god. Confident in his identity as Beelzebub, the gluttonous, he boasts that Hermes alone cannot stop him. Hermes agrees that he cannot handle one of the 7 deadlies by himself, but he reveals he came with dependable backup, and a massive hammer descends into the battlefield. The newcomer turns out to be Hephaestus, shocking everyone present. Hephaestus slams his weapon down with devastating force and crushes the demon's body. The blow reminds the demon too late that he is dealing with Greek gods who do not fight fairly. As he glares at Hermes and Hephaestus together, he condemns Greek mythology itself as a tradition built on deceit and betrayal. Elsewhere, a red disturbance opens like a vast pit, signaling a much larger shift in the world's balance. A horned observer notes, with satisfaction, that the first stage of his plan is proceeding well. He counts greed as gone and gluttony effectively silenced, pleased that 2 major obstacles have been removed. He concludes that the gods have now fully entered the conflict, escalating the crisis to a new level. Other divine figures begin to react as the scale of the upheaval becomes impossible to ignore. A powerful god warns that by moving openly alongside the 7 deadlies, the gods are helping destabilize the world itself. The horned schemer then turns his attention toward the hidden force behind everything and calls out for causality to stop hiding. In response, the law of causality finally manifests before him. Her appearance confirms that the supreme force governing order has stepped directly into the matter. At the same time, Hajuin and another chosen figure begin glowing with a strange blue light. Witnesses are baffled by the selective glow and immediately worry about Hajuin. It is explained that the light means they are being transported to a newly opened gate on Earth because the gods are summoning them. A goddess sends them off with hope that they will carry their missions through to the end. As Hajuin is drawn away, he assumes this summons must be tied to the promised reward for delivering Ra's sword. He remembers being told that success would make him a mythical and wonders if he is finally being called to claim that reward from Zeus. Just then, a new notification interrupts the transfer and throws his expectation into doubt. Hajuin immediately senses that these messages are different from the normal system notices. The system reports that an error has occurred. It further warns that an entity beyond defiance has interfered and that Hajuin's connection to the delivery app has been severed. That makes no sense to Hajuin, because if the gods were truly summoning him, the app should still be functioning. He realizes with growing dread that if the gods are not the ones calling him, someone else must be. Before he can finish that thought, a red force violently tears him away and Lucio cries out after him. Seoyun, elsewhere, feels the disturbance and senses something has gone wrong. The sudden shift leaves Hajuin disoriented as he tries to understand what just happened. He finds himself floating in a vast cosmic void, completely removed from the battlefield. One glance tells him this place is definitely not Olympus, and he immediately calls for Hajuin before realizing he himself is the one stranded. Lucio suddenly appears beside him and scolds him for nearly running off alone again. Hajuin is stunned that she followed him, and Lucio matter-of-factly reminds him that nymphs are meant to stay with their hero wherever he goes. A new voice gently defends Lucio and says she should not be scolded. That voice explains that Hajuin and Lucio arriving here together was inevitable, not an accident. The hooded figure reveals she has been waiting specifically for Hajuin, Lee, and Lucio. Hajuin is surprised to discover that the mysterious summoner is a woman. He demands to know who she is and why she brought them here. She answers that names are meaningless to her because she has never existed as an individual in the way others do. Instead, she explains that beings of other realms, including the gods, refer to her by a title. That title is the origin and end of all flow, the keeper of balance who permits no contradiction, the law of causality. Hajun is shaken because he had always thought the law of causality was merely an abstract rule restraining the gods. She clarifies that the rule the gods speak of is only the surface expression of her authority, since they act only within the limits she sets. Trying to regain his footing, Hajun asks why a being that powerful would summon an ordinary deliverman, while Lucio bluntly points out that he really is just a guy obsessed with getting paid. The law of causality tells Hajun there is only one reason he was summoned: he is an anomaly. Hajun questions that label, and Lucio immediately translates it more harshly by calling him a walking rule violation. Hajun protests the timing of her insult, but Lucio insists this is exactly the kind of moment that proves how serious the situation is. She blurts out that they are standing before someone even stronger than the gods, making the danger impossible to ignore. Instead of taking offense, the law of causality starts laughing at their absurd exchange. Amused, she says the two of them are as entertaining as ever and marvels that any mortal would dare joke in front of her. Hajun can hardly believe that the embodiment of cosmic law is genuinely laughing. Then her tone shifts as she says their anomalous nature may be the one thing capable of changing the fate of the world. Hajun jokes about being called a game changer before, but she cuts through the banter and decides to speak plainly. She reveals the core truth: Hajun Lee was supposed to be dead by now. The statement leaves him stunned and unable to process it. She explains that on the night the Divine Delivery app appeared, Hajun was originally fated to die in a traffic accident during a delivery. Zeus interfered with that fate by placing the app on Hajun's phone, but the death itself had already been fixed by the chain of events. Hajun objects that even Zeus should not have the authority to alter a person's destined death. The law of causality agrees that Zeus should have been punished for violating her law, yet somehow that punishment never came. She admits this was an error she herself failed to foresee, the one anomaly she never corrected, and she identifies that uncorrected anomaly as Hajun Lee himself. She confesses that she should have intervened the moment the app appeared and erased the contradiction immediately. Lucio demands to know why she did not, since Hajun should not even exist under her own logic. The law of causality admits that this is the one question even she cannot answer. All she knows is that she watched Hajun's entire journey after he escaped death, seeing him defy one thread of causality after another. She remembers how he kept moving through the tangled desires and suffering of others instead of turning away. To her, Hajun carried the weight of countless fates while pretending to be nothing more than a deliveryman. He kept taking on the burdens and despair of everyone he encountered. As she reflects on that, she realizes she has developed a feeling she never understood before. After searching for a name for that feeling, she concludes that mortals would call it love. Both Hajun and Lucio are flustered by the word, but she insists there is no better description. She says that despite the world collapsing and the 7 deadlies descending, she still cannot bring herself to end Hajun's life. Recognizing that this favoritism is love, she condemns herself as having failed in her role as the supreme being meant to preserve balance. Even so, she decides to give Hajun 2 choices. The first is to accept his original fate and return to the moment he was meant to die, restoring the world to its proper course. The second is to continue defying causality and become the final point in the world's spiraling chaos. She warns that no one can foresee what lies beyond that second path and asks Hajun what he will choose. Lucio denounces the offer as cruel because either choice forces Hajun to suffer. The law of causality answers that giving him any choice at all is already an act of love and a violation of the order she exists to protect. Hajun reflects that he always believed he was simply doing what needed to be done, never imagining his actions might be tearing the world apart. Even after hearing that, he does not waver. He remembers the people whose lives became tied to his path and the bonds he formed along the way. He remembers the gods who drew him into their conflicts and expectations. He remembers the divine allies and powers that stood behind him. He remembers the demons and broken souls whose fates crossed his own. He remembers the comrades who fought beside him in the middle of chaos. He remembers the enemies and victims caught in the war between gods and demons. He remembers the moments when others depended on him to act. Those memories harden his resolve, because he could never abandon the people who needed help. He decides that even if time were turned back, he would make the same choices again without regret. The law of causality sees that his mind is made up. She tells him to choose his fate at last. Hajun begins his answer with complete confidence. He rejects the false dilemma entirely and refuses to choose between the 2 options she offered. Instead, he declares that the choices he has made with his own will matter more than any pre-written destiny. If those choices broke the natural order, then he will take responsibility for repairing the world himself. He proclaims that the path he walks is the law he has created for himself, and he will destroy anything that tries to force him into fate's mold. His answer leaves the law of causality visibly shaken. Then she accepts his response, saying she should have expected nothing less from him. To test that conviction, she demands proof and tells him to show that his path was not a mistake. As her power surges around him, she grants Hajun the right to ascend and become a mythical. The transformation begins immediately, and Hajun feels a strange new lightness and power flooding his body. Before he can even ask what kind of mythical he has become, a new presence intrudes. A sharp crack in the void announces that someone else has broken into this sealed realm. Hajun turns in alarm as the intruder steps behind the law of causality. Lucifer reveals himself and declares that he has waited a long time for this exact moment, when he can finally seize causality's power. A red vortex engulfs them as he makes his move to steal her authority directly. The law of causality is stunned that Lucifer managed to find and invade her domain. Lucifer admits she was his true target all along, and that the war between gods and demons was merely bait to lure Hajun and causality here. He boasts that once he devours her, he will transcend every law and become the embodiment of pure uncertainty. As his power tears into her, the law of causality realizes this suffering is the price of violating her own law, and that all things may still be dragged back toward their ordained course. Hajun screams her name, and she warns that this kind of ending may one day await him as well. Even while being consumed, she urges Hajun to remember that he will soon face the truth of what kind of mythical he has become. She tells him not to chase answers from gods or demons, because only the path he has walked and the choice he made now can reveal who he truly is. With her strength fading, she entrusts Hajun to find that answer for himself. Then she hurls Hajun and Lucio away from the collapsing realm in one final act of protection. A blinding explosion erupts behind them as the realm shatters. Hajun shields himself from the blast and the flying fragments. When the light clears, he realizes the void is gone. He finds himself back under an open sky and wonders if he has returned to the real world. Lucio rushes to him in relief, and Hajun is just as relieved to see that she survived too. Then Lucio urgently tells him to look below. Hajun looks down and discovers they are suspended high above a modern city. Recognizing the skyline, he realizes they are above Seoul and cannot understand how causality's realm connects to this place. A sinister laugh answers that confusion from somewhere nearby. Lucifer, now empowered, exults that he has finally obtained the true power of the law of causality. After seizing causality for himself, the winged demon declares that nothing in existence can restrain him anymore, not gods, reality, or even death. He elevates that claim further, announcing that he now exists outside all law and has become absolute uncertainty itself. Below, Hajun watches the transformed enemy hanging in the sky as the threat becomes far more dangerous than before. Realizing the demon has truly absorbed the law of causality, Hajun shields Lucia and braces for a fight he no longer understands. He admits to himself that although he has gained mythic power, he still has no idea how to use it well enough to face this monster. What makes the situation worse is that civilians are still directly beneath the battle. On the streets below, ordinary people look up in confusion, unaware that they are standing in the middle of a catastrophe. Hajun urgently orders Lucia to go down and protect them, even as she suspects he is trying to send her away from danger again. He makes clear that this is not retreat but a task only she can accomplish. Lucia accepts immediately and commits herself to handling the evacuation. Meanwhile, the demon calls back the sins he had lost, summoning them to return to him. A crimson ring of sin manifests around him as he begins reclaiming that power. Before he can fully settle into that advantage, a blazing lion warrior crashes into him with overwhelming force. The attacker proves strong enough to hurt him, and the demon realizes this opponent is more than brute strength. The lion fighter distracts him just long enough for something unseen to begin acting behind him. Dark bindings suddenly lash around the demon and tighten, cutting off his momentum. He recognizes the trap as the ring of sin and realizes it is draining away the causality he stole. From that, he understands Lucifer had planned this countermeasure from the beginning. The siphoning intensifies, and the demon screams as the stolen power is ripped back out of him. His body convulses under the strain while the bindings continue stripping away his advantage. The agony worsens as the extraction continues without mercy. At last the ring completes its pull, circling the sky as the reclaimed power returns to its owner. The demon confirms that 4 sins, envy, greed, lust, and sloth, have come back to him. But 2 remain absent, and he deduces that Leviathan and Mammon have been sealed away somewhere else. He quickly identifies Hajun Lee as the one carrying those missing sins within a divine deliverman's authority. Hajun answers with defiance, inviting him to come take them if he can. The demon recognizes Hajun's weapon as Solomon's ring, an ancient relic powerful enough to bind gods and demons, and the only tool capable of sealing all 7 deadly sins. He dismisses Hajun as unworthy of such a relic and decides to seize it for himself. Without warning, he lunges and demands the ring outright. Hajun narrowly evades the strike, proving his unstable new power is at least enough to keep him alive for the moment. He realizes he cannot control this power well, but if he can keep dodging long enough, maybe reinforcements from the gods will arrive. Another massive attack tears past him, forcing him to keep moving. Then he remembers the civilians below and understands that simply evading will leave them exposed. He sees the city already burning and realizes the crossfire will destroy everyone if the battle continues overhead. The demon coldly dismisses those lives as already doomed, treating the timing of their deaths as meaningless. He adds that no god can enter this realm now, and with causality broken, even divine intervention cannot easily repair the damage. As the demon mocks Hajun's title, Hajun endures the barrage and prepares to force a change in the fight. He decides he has had enough and triggers a deeper synchronization between his rider suit and his mythic state. That surge lets him smash through the demon's repeated assault and break the pattern of the attack. The demon is stunned that Hajuin has somehow shattered a fate he personally imposed. Blue lightning gathers as Hajuin prepares to answer that shock with a direct explanation. A woman's voice backs him up, declaring that Hajuin is the one who has broken so-called unbreakable causality again and again. That affirmation anchors Hajuin's resolve as he pushes himself further. He embraces his identity and power, openly claiming the name Hajuin Lee as he rises into a new state. The rider suit enters stage 3, mythical mode, surrounding him with a far greater surge of energy. Now fully empowered, Hajuin rejects the demon's fatalism and makes clear he will not sit back and let innocent people die for the sake of some predestined law. Down in the city, the civilians finally feel the full terror of the attack as the destruction closes in around them. Lucia takes command immediately, directing everyone into an underground shelter before the next strike can hit. The group makes it inside just in time, realizing they would have died if they had delayed any longer. As Lucia keeps moving through the chaos, the survivors are left wondering how she knew exactly where safety was when they needed it most. Lucio reports that her part is done and leaves Hajuin to finish the plan. The young fighter praises her success and turns his attention back to the enemy. He revels in the sight of causality itself breaking apart before Hajuin's eyes. Hajuin is shaken, refusing to accept what he is witnessing. He insists the deaths that occurred were predetermined and that his design should have been impossible to disrupt. The boy dismisses that arrogance and prepares to punish him for it. He summons the wooden stick Mistiltine and channels power through it, determined to beat sense into Hajuin. Hajuin recognizes the weapon at once and is stunned that this brat possesses it. He finally understands that the weapon explains why the boy was never bound by the law of causality. Realizing the threat, Hajuin decides he must kill him immediately, but the boy's power surges as he synchronizes Mistiltine with mythical mode. That synchronization pushes him past his limits until his power reaches tenfold over its peak. He strikes Hajuin and declares it payback for what was done to causality. With savage confidence, he promises Hajuin this is only the beginning and orders him to stay still for the rest. As the assault continues, the count climbs to 996 and Hajuin is driven back. The next blow lands just as hard, raising the total to 997. Another crushing hit sends Hajuin reeling and brings the count to 998. Hajuin cannot comprehend how someone who controls causality is being overpowered at all. The boy answers that this outcome is entirely possible and keeps pressing the attack. A devastating strike drives Hajuin down and raises the tally to 999. The final attack descends like a pillar of force toward the ruined ground. Hajuin crashes into a crater, battered and momentarily pinned by the aftermath. Even then he protests that he has transcended everything and demands to know what kind of being could surpass him. The boy closes in with Mistiltine on his shoulder, ready to end it. He judges that only one hit remains and steps forward through the burning wreckage. Grinning with cruel intent, he vows to make the last blow hurt more than all the others. He swings down for the finishing strike, laughing as he commits to it. At the instant the count reaches 1000, Hajuin vanishes from the impact zone. Forced to abandon confidence, Hajuin decides to use a hidden measure he had hoped to save. He activates the Ring of Sin, drawing a vast red circle of power into existence. The ring condenses into a destructive core as the air around it fractures. Hajuin pours all the causality he has gathered into a single desperate shot. He unleashes the Hellfire Annihilation beam straight toward the city. The boy is caught off guard by the sudden change in target. Realizing Soul will be erased if the beam lands, he resolves to stop it here no matter the cost. He intercepts the blast head-on with Mistiltine, forcing his own power against Hajuin's attack above the city. Straining under the impact, he screams as he holds the beam back. The clash drives a column of energy upward, visible even from space. It erupts in a blinding flash as the attack is finally broken apart. A huge blue shockwave spreads over the city, signaling that the beam has been neutralized. The boy lands hard, barely keeping himself upright after spending everything to stop it. Hajuin is stunned that the attack he meant to save for invading Olympus was blocked by one person alone. The boy's body pounds with the aftermath as he lowers his weapon, having survived but exhausted himself. Mistiltine begins to crack under the strain of what it just endured. He realizes in alarm that the stick is breaking and that even his mythical power is draining away. With the boy collapsing, Hajuin descends back into control of the battlefield. He mocks the human for pushing him this far, treating the entire struggle as an annoyance rather than a real threat. Then he raises a ringed hand and declares that none of the boy's efforts mattered in the end. Dark red power gathers around that hand as he begins drawing something back to himself. The ground churns and trembles while the energy swirls inward toward Hajuin. Delighted, Hajuin announces that the power of all 7 deadlies is returning to him. A winged demon invokes the 7 deadly sins and the chain of causality, calling true hell down upon the human world. A blazing red vortex answers the summons, opening like a catastrophic eye over the city. Watching the sky turn infernal, Lucio realizes in horror that the disaster they feared is actually happening. The portal is identified as a gateway to hell, and figures begin to emerge from it over the burning streets. The first demons force their way through, proving the breach is real and already spilling monsters into the world. More hellspawn crowd the opening, turning the invasion from a threat into an immediate onslaught. The flood intensifies as flying and hulking demons pour out in numbers, ready to overrun the city. Exulting in the chaos, the demon commander unleashes his servants and declares that the age of slaughter has begun. Even while pinned down, Hajuin refuses to give up, drawing the demon's attention. The demon mocks Hajuin's defiance, insisting that causality has already sealed his defeat and resistance is meaningless. Certain that Hajuin is an aberration fated to be erased, the demon moves in to finish him. Lucio tries to carry Hajuin away from the killing blow, but the attack sweeps over them before they can escape. In the middle of the retreat, Lucio realizes the demon's flames have ignited his own wings. The pair crash hard to the ground, their escape attempt completely broken. The demon dismisses Lucio as insignificant and orders both of them to stop struggling, while Lucio desperately begs Hajuin to wake up. With the demon pressing the attack and declaring them finished, the situation seems beyond saving. Then Lucio suddenly senses something change behind him and turns in shock. A surge of golden lightning ignites within Lucio, as if another will has awakened through him. That power erupts outward in a violent blast that halts the demon's advance. The demon is caught off guard for the first time, unsettled by the unexpected force. Lucio remains standing inside the crackling aura, and the demon realizes this presence is something far greater than the child himself. Half-conscious, Hajuin hears a familiar voice call to him. He recognizes it as Zeus, confirming that a god has intervened. Through Lucio's body, Zeus reveals that he has borrowed the child as a vessel to speak directly to Hajuin. Zeus tells Hajuin he has reached a wall no one can overcome alone, the final thread of causality that cannot be broken by solitary effort. He then gives Hajuin the crucial answer. He does not have to face it alone. Zeus reminds him that his actions have already saved lives and stirred the once frozen mythical world back into motion. What seemed like an ordinary life as a deliverer man is reframed as the journey that reconnected gods and mortals trapped in despair. As the demon demands to know Zeus's plan, Zeus urges Hajuin to remember what his journey has truly meant. He calls on Hajuin to remember not just himself as a man, but his identity as a mythical being as well. Hajuin accepts that truth and regains his resolve. He fully names himself as Hajuin Li, the divine deliverer man, and his power shifts into a new blue radiance. That awakened power bursts outward around Hajuin and Lucio, forcing the enemy back. The demon recoils, unable to understand the light now opposing him. Hajuin condenses the blue energy into a concentrated core of power. The core expands into a vast luminous sphere, and silhouettes begin to appear within it. From the light, the gathered Olympians manifest, answering Hajuin's call. Zeus formally summons the Olympians to assemble for battle. The demons roar back at the sight of divine reinforcements, preparing to clash. Blue divine attacks rain down in explosive volleys, smashing into the invading horde. Artemis and Apollo join the assault, cutting down monsters while mocking the demons' ugliness and lack of grace. Athena charges in as well, turning the demons' earlier taunt about surrender back against the invaders. Ares throws himself into the fight with savage enthusiasm, delighted to carve through the enemy. Aphrodite disarms demons in her own way, luring them in and turning their aggression into helpless infatuation. Hephaestus barrels in to protect her, furiously crushing any demon that gets too close. Poseidon joins the counterattack with relish, treating the battle like a welcome return to an ancient war. Hades also enters the fray, vowing to wipe out the demonic vermin for good this time. The divine offensive tears through the descending swarm, blasting demons out of the sky. Even as more enemies keep coming, Hera, Demeter, and Dionysus push their power harder to hold the line without destroying the city itself. Seeing the strain on the defense, Hera is met with support as the gods rally together to reinforce the battlefront. Zeus reveals he held back on purpose, believing the one who arrives last should claim the finishing strike. He calls down a divine thunderbolt named Astrape and unleashes it at full force. Enjoying the chance to finally fight seriously, he drives that power forward without restraint. The attack expands into a killing blast meant to wipe out everyone in its path. Lightning crashes into the battlefield in a massive detonation. The demon is stunned that Olympian gods are acting on Earth at all, since the laws of causality should have kept them bound. The blue-haired girl dismisses his confusion and reminds him that causality's rules do not apply to her. She reveals that as the supreme deliverman of mythical beings, Hajuin personally brought the gods to Earth. Hajuin grins and warns that this is not the end, because he still has one more delivery to make. That promise unsettles the demon, who demands to know what else is coming. Before he gets an answer, a new presence announces itself with mocking laughter. A pale girl appears and immediately senses the air of death hanging over the human world. Hell's forces descend onto the battlefield as reinforcements, led by riders and warriors from the underworld. Ganwat remarks that she never expected to set foot on Earth itself. Her companion explains that wherever Hell goes, her servants are bound to follow. Sigurd arrives next, declaring that Hajuin's backup has come. Hell orders Garmer to charge and tear through the demons. Garmer answers by firing a barrage of violet energy across the battlefield. The demon counters by forming a red sphere to meet the incoming assault. Realizing even Hell has come to defend Earth, he is shaken by how impossible this situation should be. The clash threatens to destroy Hell's Gate itself if it continues. Forced to acknowledge reality, the demon admits Hajuin truly wields power that can defy causality. He decides the only way to restore the proper order is to kill Hajuin directly. Hajuin mocks him for panicking just because events are no longer following the script. He rejects fate and destiny outright, insisting that people create their own future. At that moment his phone delivers a final request, Judge Lucifer, with failure carrying divine punishment. Even knowing choices can lead to failure and despair, Hajun accepts that no one ever sees the whole future clearly. As he commits himself, a hand on his shoulder reminds him he is not carrying that burden alone. The girl stays beside him as proof that someone believes in his choices to the very end. That support steadies him, and he answers with a confident grin. Without hesitating any longer, Hajun accepts the request. A burst of blue light erupts from him and interrupts the demon's advance. The demon recoils, unable to understand the strange light now overwhelming the field. Hajun spends every remaining point on whatever this final option is. His entire stockpile is consumed at once. The result is absurdly mundane and perfect. A glowing scooter materializes beneath Hajun and his companion. Even she is baffled that his ultimate answer is an old scooter, now activated in a final mode. But nostalgia quickly turns into resolve as they decide to trust the machine and ride it all out. The demon laughs at them, convinced they have wasted everything on a useless relic. Certain of victory, he gathers all 7 sins and the full force of causality into one finishing blow. He dives in to end Hajun once and for all. Hajun races straight at him on the scooter and throws the challenge back in his face. Blue momentum and red destruction collide head-on in a violent impact. The force of the clash is so extreme that even Hajun's allies are stunned by how much power he is pushing out. Still, the demon insists Hajun has misunderstood everything and claims this outcome was always destined to be his victory. Hajun's companion refuses to let that certainty stand, shouting him down and urging Hajun to keep going. Then another voice overturns the demon's confidence, telling him he is the one who has already lost. For the first time, he feels his body being restrained by a force he cannot resist. Hell reveals herself behind that restraint, explaining that causality is not a toy to twist into any result you want, but the sum of all possible paths. She condemns his arrogance, saying that the moment he surrendered to pride and ignored other possibilities, every future where he could have one vanished. The masked embodiment of causality rejects every argument against him, insisting that order is absolute, and that choice is nothing but disguised chaos. Consumed by that obsession, he vows to erase anyone who can still oppose his rule. As he clashes with Hajun's blue power, someone realizes the tyrant's strength is finally starting to fail. Hajun seizes that opening at once, deciding this is the moment to finish the fight. The enemy understands too late that Hajun is about to destroy everything he built. Their powers collide in a violent surge as Hajun drives his attack through with a full-force scream. The self-proclaimed master of causality panics when Hajun's strike overwhelms him and shatters the fate he thought was untouchable. With victory in hand, Hajun mockingly declares that he has personally delivered the villain to his final stop. He sends the defeated enemy straight into a hellish gate, turning the battle's end into one last delivery. The portal detonates under the impact, sealing the enemy's defeat in a blinding blast. A massive explosion follows, announcing to the world that the catastrophe is over. Watching from below, Hajun's allies celebrate as the danger finally lifts. Others who witness the battle stare upward in shock, struggling to process that the impossible has actually happened. One of them admits that Hajun has surpassed expectations yet again. As Hajun descends through the fading energy, his name is spoken with awe. Back on his bike with his companions, Hajun confirms the mission's success. The 7 deadlies are defeated and causality itself has been saved. Later, in peaceful daylight, someone begins recapping the unbelievable chain of events. She lays it out plainly. Hajun became a mythic, sealed away all 7 deadlies, and destroyed the giant gate that had been ravaging the world. Hajun shrugs off the praise, noting that the deadlies had already been weakened by Muhammad from the Osiris Guild and that Hermes deserves most of the credit for saving the world. The woman slams the table in frustration, baffled that the mythic she expected somehow turned out to be Hajun instead of Hermes. Her outrage is interrupted when another girl clings to Hajun and introduces herself as causality, casually revealing that she is staying at his place and living off him. The world may be at peace again, but the room instantly turns chaotic as jealousy and disbelief replace the old crisis. It is explained that after causality broke away from Lucifer, she lost her divine status and is now just an ordinary person temporarily crashing with Hajun, though that does little to calm the tension. Causality openly approves of the arrangement because Hajun feeds and shelters her, while Hajun insists his home is not some public refuge. Before the argument can go further, Lucio alerts Hajun that someone is knocking at the door. Hajun goes to answer it, expecting a nuisance and ready to send them away. Instead, the Yamwan Guild appears at his doorstep with a surprise party and a gift, leaving him completely blindsided. They explain that after everything he did for the world, he deserves a celebration, even if Hajun immediately suspects they are really there to drag him back into guild work. One guest presents a suspicious homemade cake for the occasion, which Hajun refuses on principle. The cake briefly tempts the others until its mint flavor is revealed, instantly ruining the appeal for most of them. More familiar faces arrive, and Hajun, already drained before the party even begins, watches his home fill up anyway. Just as the celebration is about to start in earnest, Hajun checks his phone after a sudden notification. His expression shifts into a knowing grin as he sees what the message means. He apologizes to the room and announces that they will have to continue without him. Holding up the screen, Hajun reveals a new delivery request and treats it like an irresistible call to duty. Even though he has earned enough money from deliveries to quit forever, he admits he has no intention of living that way. What drives him is not necessity but identity. Hajun Lee, deliveryman, is not ready to retire. As long as there are people who need him, he mounts up with Lucio and launches back into motion. Racing off once more, Hajun promises to keep going for as long as he can still ride, with his favorite little partner cheering on the next delivery.